You made a horrible mistake.
I agree.
What's it going to be? Are you going to let God separate you from your children?
Because, you
Or
do
are
got to
gonna let
keep your
some guy
family
separate
safe.
you from
That
your
is very
children
important.
and your wife? Or are you going to let this guy, it's just fucked up. Let him
Yeah,
step on you, bro.
it sounds messed up, but I've plenty of examples of people going into the most deadly places and surviving, like Desmond Dawes. He didn't need a weapon. He saved 70 plus members of his platoon. Interesting story. If you want to learn more about it, his name is Desmond Dawes. He went into one of the most deadly places in World War II without a weapon, survived.
You know what you just did?
Sounds like survivorship bias.
He just committed the Mott and Bailey logical fallacy.
No, it's a Christian. No, I presented evidence that there are some Christians who believe the Bible, put on the full armor of the Lord, and it works.
No, that's still survivorship bias, because there would be a whole bunch of other people who tried to do the exact same thing, ended up getting killed because they did something stupid, and you're never going to hear about them. You're only going to hear about the successful cases. That's survivorship bias.
Yeah, there's like Christians who slip on a banana peel or drown in like a foam pool of balls or some shit like that.
The most dangerous places in the world. A foam ball pit.
But they didn't believe about the armor and the shield.
Or going in the foam ball pit.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say a medical related point, but yeah, foam ball pits, not good.
Microplastics.
Uh-oh. Mods?
There's microplastics in your balls right now, and you just got to accept it, bro. I've already come to accept that about
That's why I goon regularly to detoxify that.
There's no amount of gooning that will fix that. There was some study where they looked at dead guys' balls, I think, for in dissection. I think it was 100 or 100, maybe a little more than that, guys, and every single one of them had fucking microplastics in their balls. How sad is that?
I'm speaking generalities here, but the worst argument is the idea of you can't get rid of something 100%, so don't even try, which is such a common argument that's given specifically for that topic.
I mean, you can reduce your microplastics, but the problem is that microplastics are in your water and in your air and in your milk and in your dairy. They're just we've infected the world so much with microplastics that it's not a matter of can you avoid them, but it's more of a matter of
just accept you got bad balls, bro.
It's very trivial to get rid of 98% of the amount of microplastics that you're engaging with. It's very trivial.
Yasuke, you might as well go trans because you got bad balls. Can't even use them.
What's the one simple trick to get rid of 98% of microplastics?
A single person probably gets 98% of microplastics from those Keurig cups. Those little plastic things that are how most people in offices get coffee. You're putting boiling water and then filtering it through a plastic thing. And heat and plastic gives you several orders of magnitude higher amounts of microplastics. So those people getting rid of those Keurigs alone is getting rid of 98% of their microplastics without changing any other behavior.
How do you get rid of microplastics?
Fungus.
So I'm sure that those Keurigs do have a lot of microplastics, but I don't know if you understand this. Microplastics are in your milk because the tubes that they use to filter and move the milk around as they process it from the cow are made of plastic. All of the water that you drink, even if it comes from a tap or whatever, all of that shit has been through the filtration processes using plastics and has water in the plastics.
Yes, and we're talking about proportions and how much you can get rid of. Keurigs are several orders of magnitude higher. So even if you're not doing anything else to reduce plastic usage, you're getting rid of so much of your plastic. Heating plastic
how do we get rid of
is so much more.
Well, how do we detox?
Fungus is able to break down plastic. So when you have fungal infections, I don't know if we could talk about that, but yeah. Sweating.
Just tell us how to get rid of it, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah, best thing
Well,
Best thing to do is
first you
increasing
accept
your
the
lymph.
Lord into your heart. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Best
then,
thing to
and
do.
then through God, all things are possible. And then magically, all the
All right,
microplastics
all
are
right,
gone.
buddy.
Not magically.
Yeah. Best thing to do is make sure your lymphatic system is operating properly. Easiest thing you can do is like walk, jump rope, things like that will be the easiest things to do. So make sure your lymphatic system is moving properly. Could do the lymph big six, which is like essentially lymphatic massages for your lymph nodes, and then sweat. That does get rid of microplastics.
How's the body like extract the plastic? If the plastic isn't like, is it through like how like I don't even know, dude.
You
You guys
just
gonna
sweat it
explain that
out.
to me? Yeah, but how does it travel through the body? How is the body like extract
The body,
it out? You know what I'm saying?
it tries to arrest it with fats, and it'll just kind of hold it with fats, which will make them unutilizable. It could create like hardened fat on the body, and then you would just detoxify the fat by sweating. And the best way, a lot of people have like deep tissue plastic toxicity. It's kind of hard to get that out with just regular sweating. So hot bath can get the most. But yeah. Also, fungus and bacteria are able to break down plastics. And yeah.
Is there a
A
way
hot
that I could
bath.
maybe just like inject disinfectant into my body and get rid of all of it?
Yeah, just add more chemicals. That'll help.
Drink bleach.
Get rid
You
of
think if
polyester.
I just like inject some type of cleaning solution, I can get rid of it?
Wait, we are getting dangerously close.
Wait, okay. By the way, that is a Trump meme. Okay, I just want to be super clear. Okay.
No, that actually lines up with like what a doctor would say, because they're like retarded. They would say like these problems are associated with these microorganisms. They would never say, "Oh, it's microplastic toxicity that you can just get rid of," because they're retarded. So, good job.
That was enlightening. Thank you.
All doctors debunked.
Doctors losers confirmed.
Which one of the Globers still drinks out of the faucet?
All of them.
Hopefully none.
I mean, question for Globers: when the faucet turns on, how come it doesn't go sideways with the rotation of the Earth, bro? I mean, come on, explain that, losers.
Line, you don't drink tap water?
Actually, you can make it bend.
No, I don't. I mean, I will drink tap water if it's filtered. I won't drink it straight. Hell no.
Not in America right now.
It
Yeah.
has to go. It has to go through at least double filtration. But I'm surprised there's still people that drink out of the tap, dude. Like they just don't realize how bad that shit is.
I don't understand how people can stand the taste of tap water. It's horrible.
Yeah, it is. It used. I think maybe like in the 80s, it didn't taste that bad. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I
People
agree.
cook with it. They make Kool-Aid with it or Tang, dude. Like if you've been around the hood, dude, you know these people. They're not. I don't know, man. I feel bad. I'm not gonna say they're dumb, dude, but they're dumb, dude.
Well, why do you think they use the Kool-Aid and the Tang to cover up the taste of the tap water?
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Is it true that they're
Boy.
finding like prescription medication in tap water, bro? Like after it's been filtered and recycled, they're still
trolling?
like.
I heard that like 10 years ago.
I heard that, yeah, but I don't know if it's legit, dude. That sounds a little crazy. It's got to be real, huh? Wish.
Of course it is.
You got SSRIs in the water supply, dog. That's crazy. I think that's California's problem though, because most places got like natural aquifers or whatever the hell they're called. Not every city recycles their water like that, dude. It's got to be like drought-stricken places.
It's a natural aqueduct. That's what they're called.
Aqueduct. Wait, what's the difference between an aqueduct and an aquifer? I don't remember.
I'm kidding. Aqueduct is something completely different.
I know the Romans had aqueducts. It was like a natural siphoning or something like that.
It's like a stream of water that they make.
They had a way to transport water from the mountains to the city, dude, through pipes. And people say pipes didn't exist back then, but they definitely did, dude. They're finding ceramic pipes. Archaeologically,
Apparently
they're finding all that stuff.
like bending
Underneath the
machines.
pyramids.
What happened?
Apparently,
Quintessence?
they're finding vending machines in ancient Greece.
Vending machines, dude?
It's a weight counterbalance thing, you know? It goes back to the more things change, the more things stay the same or something, right? Something like that.
Like flat Earth.
Anybody talk to Witsit? Just wondering.
Yeah, I sent him a message the other day. I think he was in EA just very briefly. He didn't
He
say
dropped
though.
an EA, dude?
Yeah.
What? You know what he talked about?
No, well, it was the show about the CSL theodolite, the celestial theodolite.
With Jesse? Who's the one presenting that?
Alan and Dr.
Oh yeah, Alan. That's right, I remember him.
It was
He did
I
good.
always knew
Technically,
Joe was chill for Alan.
What's up, Oscar? Did you have a question?
No, I was just saying, Witsit didn't say anything to answer Alan's question, or to answer Lion's question, so technically he's still in hiding.
Maybe one day we'll see him in here. That'd be awesome, huh? Alan's supposed to be here. Like this week, I think there's an event going. Let me see. Let me see. Let me check for you guys. It says here.
Did you guys see the video of Witsit almost committing domestic
Thursday.
on his wife?
No.
Thursday, Alan's going to be here at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Beauty.
Sagnac Effect with Space
In my
Audits.
opinion.
What's up?
Did you see that video of Witsit punching the bed?
Yes, dude. Yes, I know all about it.
It was pretty funny.
I'd rather not gossip about the guy.
Yeah.
Right now, at least. We can talk about it after. But...
Hey, I don't know if you saw, he did some video like kind of recently, and he said like, "Oh, people were trying to tell me I was wrong about fasting, and they were completely wrong." Like he said I was wrong about fasting being bad, and that triggered me.
What do you mean? When was that? I thought he changed his mind. I thought he agreed with you. He's been like looking into Agenesis ideas.
I thought so. But oh, this was like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago.
Oh yeah, so it's recent. Yeah. I mean, it's because he's got his product line, dude. He can't, you know.
But you think fasting is good?
I think that fasting is good, depending. It's a tool, dude. It's a tool, but it's not something that you should do every day, all the time, dude. Like, I mean, I know Blob has probably different ideas, but If you're already anemic, dude, if you already got nutritional issues, dude, like there's people fasting, they're already anemic, dude. They don't need to be fasting. They need to be eating some meat. You know what I'm saying?
When is fasting appropriate? Pete, I think it was Wish.
No, that was me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much never, but I guess there'd be like rare
After you've
circumstances.
only been eating raw meat for about 6 months, then it's okay.
Yeah.
I think it's good if you want to simulate what it's like to be a hunter gatherer, a nomad, you know, going without food for a few days. You want to make your body resilient, or Muslim Ramadan. If you want to make your body resilient, you know, and adaptable, put it through stress. I think it's good for you, dude.
Yeah.
But it's not something that I would recommend all the time, nah, dude.
Yo, if you guys are bored, check out this video. It's of a double rainbow where they're actually inverted to each other. And in these rainbows, there seems to be additional hidden layers. Like I've never seen something like this before.
What do you mean by hidden layers?
Like we're used to seeing, you know, red, yellow, blue, green, purple, violet, and it caps out at violet. It seems to be even more beyond
So
violet.
there's more colors.
I mean, the electromagnetic spectrum has never capped out at violet, so I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, so Wish and Melodic, I don't wish to speak to you or hear your comment on this. If anyone wants to hit play and actually watch it, let me know. Appreciate it. Back
Wow,
to
you
your
didn't have to
regular
sound so
regular
butthurt.
All I
scheduled
did was
derp.
ask if there was more colors. Why are you
Thanks to
mad?
the regular scheduled derp. Go ahead.
You're mad, bro.
Repeat the same driveled nonsense you guys have been doing for the same 5-10 fucking years.
Are you mad, bro?
I mean, I'm sorry that the
I'm
electromagnetic
sorry.
spectrum
Fuck out of here.
is a
We need it.
continuum,
We
but
don't
like,
need your apology.
He's not being
you
sarcastic.
sound really butthurt.
You're being genuine when you're saying there's nothing past, what was it? Ultraviolet? What was the example he gave? Infrared? Whatever? Hello?
Yes. That's what he said.
Can we all just get
Okay.
along?
That's
Can
exactly
we do that?
No.
This is the thing, Lion. You just most
Kumbaya.
of these globers, you don't share information to them. They're against information. Like it's really weird.
Who are you
It's
calling
this
a
is the
Glober?
case in Gem Panda server and here. You mentioned something about a rainbow before even watching it. They're immediately just trying to deny and gatekeep their fucking reality.
Everyone
And
who
it is what it
denying
is.
You are flat
It is what it
earthers.
is. Yeah, sit there and ask questions and in slow mo.
Nah, it looks pretty cool, dude. I mean, I like everything about rainbows.
Hey, since you guys want to get involved, here's a challenge for Melodic and Wish. I'd love to see this particular fucking rainbow replicated indoors. I'd love to fucking see it. Just make sure it's not using the sun's light from outside. I'd love to see. Show me this rainbow replicated indoors.
You're pissed off
I
because I asked if there were more colors.
Yeah, show me that rainbow. Until then, don't mess with
Listen.
me.
I love everything about rainbows, dude. I love gay people, dude. I'm gay.
Are you a fag though?
No, don't say that. Don't say that. We're not allowed to say that. No, I'm saying I'm gay as in happy, not that type of gay.
Right.
I love happy
Heard that
people,
one
dude.
before. Yep. Everyone heard it, Lion. You ain't lying to us anymore.
Yeah, they
have
clipped
to
that
change
and
your
they're going to
name or
use that
something.
as a soundboard clip.
Oh well.
Yeah, did somebody get that? Are we recording? We need to go back and clip that shit.
That's actually a joke.
Never
from,
let him live it down.
It's a viral. Yo, why is that? Yo, what the hell?
What happened?
Yo, what's Elbow doing in the text chat, dog? What the hell?
I don't know, but he's got tit.
What
Elbow's
does it
not even in
mean,
here.
additional layers besides what is
Hey.
known? What do you mean by layers?
Yikes. You know what I mean? Like, That's what I thought when I saw that interview with that individual who they pasted his head on.
Where did he post that video?
In the
Riggs,
chat.
Riggs, why are you posting a Jewish flag in the chat?
Yo, come on, guys.
Hey, the elbow meme.
Seriously, the rainbow flag is the Jewish
made that.
autonomous autoblast. It's a Jewish flag.
Don't talk about the J people, please.
Sorry, I'm just saying, like, it's their flag in the chat.
Have you guys met any gay flat earthers?
I met you a few hours ago.
Are you mean happy flat earthers? Yeah, I met a ton of happy flat earthers, dude.
Yeah, Lion said he was gay.
Yeah, I'm a happy guy. That's all, dude. I'm jolly.
You're a happy guy. Happy guy lucky.
Are you donning gay apparel?
No.
Should get on that.
Nah, but there's a pastor, dude. He's mad. There's like a clip of him saying, I can't remember his exact quote, but he's like, he's like, I have nothing against gay people. I love gay people. I'm gay. But then when he clarifies what he means, dude, it's mad funny, dude. That's where I got that from.
Oh no, I get it, but still, you said, and so I had to talk to him.
No, but he says something right after that. That's like, I can't say it in here, dude. But it's mad funny, dude.
Right, watch your mouth, boy. Wash your mouth out with soap if you're not careful. Come on. Shit tastes nasty.
I could only think of lemon. I can't think of another one. Flat earther.
Yeah, thank you, SE. I think I chatted with one named Alberto at Jeranism, and then one trans flat earther. I haven't met a Satanist flat earther yet. Have you guys met any Satanist flat
Yes,
earthers?
dude. Yes, dude.
What's
They're out there.
what was his name? He used to own the Tartaria server. I don't know if any of you were around then.
Dovid.
Yeah, but he wasn't necessarily a flat earther. He kind of bounced back and forth and shit. But he was like a trans girl thing. Like a girl who was, yeah.
I think
David
technically
was a
non-binary.
slave guy. The David I'm thinking about. He was into being enslaved. Like he had a master. Admittedly, we had a conversation with him.
Oh my
very funny.
goodness.
Yeah.
Got myself.
Dude, I legit miss Dovid. I thought they were awesome.
I guess he
But
didn't like the
think
alpha
of
position.
I can't think of another gay flat earther besides Lemon. There's a lot of gay ballers, admittedly, but flat earther, I can't think of one. Not that it matters. I mean, since we're talking about it.
What about that one guy that used to be in EA? He had the UK accent.
He was a flat. He was a baller. It's a baller.
Oh, he was
There's
a baller.
There's this guy upside down Australian. He's like the gayest guy I've ever met.
He's a flat earther.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you know
He's been
who?
around
I know
a lot.
who. One of the. I don't know if he is, but what about this dude that wore the dress?
Who, Young Thug?
Oh,
Eric Dubay.
Eric Dubay, dude. I don't
Good
know,
one,
dude.
bro.
Eric
Good
Dubay.
one.
You don't wear a dress for nothing, bro.
He wears
Ryan, you
dresses.
wouldn't
He's
put on a dress and go on
metrosexual.
camera?
No, man, never.
Nice.
We have to premise this with the friend's quote. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that was Seinfeld.
Calm down in here a little
Oh,
bit.
Seinfeld. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
Wish said Young Thug, dude. Why'd you think of Young Thug?
Oh yeah, it's a dress. He was in an interview. They were like asking him about a dress. He goes, "Oh yeah, it's a dress."
He's
Like
releasing
that.
an album like this month. His first album from.
I hope it's not bad, dude, because he turned around, dude. He said he was Christian now. He's looking for God. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't seen Dicelo in here, bro. What happened to Dicelo? He got mad after that one day. He never came back.
Yeah, Dicelo got pissed. I wish I was here to mod, but everybody was piling on Dicelo for fuck's sakes.
Do you guys know any Trump supporting flat earthers?
Etha.
Yeah, he was just in here, bro.
Issa, yeah, I was gonna say Issa. That's funny.
Into the Break is a huge one. I called him out in EA.
I think most like kind of normie flat earthers that aren't like on Discord and stuff like that are Trump supporters.
Mm-hmm.
Are most flat earthers on here
Democrats?
independents?
No, yeah, we don't like politicians.
Yeah.
Yeah, most flat
Democrats,
earthers on Discord think all politics is fake.
Okay, I can roll with that.
I don't. Left, right wing politics. I'm all set.
Are you sure? I mean, I thought flat earthers were.
So if we
boo every
started
4
treating
years.
people like individuals instead of grouping them in with other people, society would function a lot better.
Not to harp on this, but I'm thinking about this now. Shouldn't most gays be like flat earthers? Like, aren't you supposed to be rebellious
stupid?
against? Huh?
Rebellious by believing in what the Bible says.
No. Don't get me wrong. Like, anti the system. You'd think they'd be rebellious. You'd think they'd be like anti. I don't know.
The system promotes.
Yeah, you think they'd be anti while they're getting their, needles and their voting. They're so anti everything.
Let's not talk about the needle part, but yeah.
I'm
I
talking
thought
about
flat earthers were
they're
just truth
sewing.
seekers, not rebellious.
Tell us about it.
My favorite part about sewing is the thimerosal.
No, you can't talk about that, dude.
I'm talking about sewing.
All right. No adjuvants. Plus, we already know what's good, dude. Like the Bible says, let the what's it say? It says, let the evil do more evil and let the good be good. You know that one verse?
Yeah, we know it's good, bro.
Yeah, because after a certain amount of time, dude, you gotta kind of dust off your feet. You know what I mean? If you're gonna, if it's been 4 years, bro, and you can't convince these people, there's nothing that's gonna convince them. So there's a verse that goes, "Let the evildoer still do evil, and the filthy still be filthy, and the righteous still do right, and the holy still be holy."
There's also one in Revelations where it said, God sent strong delusion to non-believers or something, that they would believe a lie instead of inheriting the truth, something like that.
Part of freedom is being free to be ignorant, being free to believe in the unbelievable. That's what it's all about. You ain't never going to convince somebody that believes in the unbelievable, right? It's like trying to convince somebody that Jesus didn't exist or something like that, right? Or God doesn't exist. It ain't going to happen. If the model says superposition, they will fight for superposition till the death, no matter what. Even though they know it doesn't make any sense at all, never going to be proven. It is what it is. You're dumb if you don't believe in the dogma. They've been educated and they know.
Did you guys know that Mohammed had sex with like 5 tall Indian guys? It says it in the Quran and the Hadith.
Nope,
Shout
never
out
heard
to
that.
my Muslims, my flat Earth Muslims.
You should invite but I forget his name.
Necros.
No, he's already in here. No, the other one.
Percent.
He knows a lot.
Really?
Yeah, percentage. Yeah.
I'm just actually going to visit one of my Muslim brothers right now.
Are you picking up hashish, dude?
Oh no, we just hang out, shoot the shit. We're probably the only two Muslim and Christian dudes that see eye to eye on almost everything except our religious beliefs.
Yo, Rob, you gotta do something about your mic, dude. It's doing that thing again.
Alright, I'll come back in a minute. I
The
got
thing,
only one headset
bro.
right now.
Dude, just send me your Cash App, dude. Please, dude.
Seriously, man.
I'll share your Cash App, dude. We'll get you some crowdfunding, bro. You can get yourself a good
If
mic.
you want to know about it, go and listen to the live
I
stream
got,
on
I
YouTube.
got plenty of money. I'm just cheap and I buy cheap headsets.
Oh, we know, dude.
Yeah, but dude, if you're gonna be on Discord every day, just get a good mic, please.
Go and listen on YouTube, see the live stream, see what it sounds like. It's dire.
It's hilarious.
Dude, I know. He was doing it
Change your
in
mic.
VA for the past 2 years.
It's been years, Rob, dude. You need an intervention.
Sometimes it gets good. Like after a second or two, like it gets good, but lately it doesn't even do that.
We crowdfunded a compass for Witsit. I think we can crowdfund a mic for Rob.
It's like $20, dude, for a good mic. Literally, dude.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
I'm using a $20 mic right now, dude. Literally.
We crowdfunded the theodolite for Taylor too.
Sorry, is that better or worse?
It's better.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
It's
You
worse.
still
for
sound
sure,
like
bro.
you're
You gotta
trucking
do
in the
it. You
1970s.
gotta fix your
though.
mic. It was better earlier.
Stop eating your mic, dude.
You gotta do what you did to your mic earlier, bro.
Not eating it. It's in my ear.
Sounds like you've been chewing on it.
I'll buy some good headsets. Sorry, gentlemen.
You've been saying that for so long. Actually do it, please, for the love of God.
Please.
You guys have some gall telling this grown ass man to buy some shit just so you guys can hear him a little bit better.
A little bit,
Okay.
dude.
I think he
They
sounds
are
fine.
they are right, and I have been saying I'd buy a good headset for a minute now.
Repression is inherent within the system.
Sorry.
Dude, we need to get Jeremy in here, man. What the heck? I'm surprised he hasn't come over yet.
Dude, he's not. The thing is with him is that they don't leave, dude. They don't go anywhere, bro. And if they do, it's like it's just for like 30 seconds to eavesdrop real quick and then dip. Like, I wish Jeremy would go around. I wish Gio would go around, dude. I don't know why they don't.
Yeah, there's no way Gio's going to come unless Witsit shows up here. But I think Jeremy would come if EA's dead long enough.
I'll invite Jeremy, but I know he ain't gonna come over here, dude. It's like a pride thing or something. I don't know. Dan the Waterman was complaining about it a few months ago to Gio and Jeremy. Like, oh, how come you guys don't ever leave here? Support the other servers.
Because they got shot down way too often. And then when Brandon Toy's server went down, there was a void where people didn't have anywhere to go, and then Geo created it. And then they enjoyed the echo of it. Because they used to bounce around beforehand.
One more minute.
Yo, Lion, you came out of the closet?
Nah, dude.
I heard it.
Yo,
That's a loaded question.
Lion, what did you say after the? So I can't find. I was looking through the stream for what you said after what I heard you say, and I can't find it. What was the end of that after you said, "I'm gay"? What did you say after that?
I don't remember, man.
Let's go.
That was a long. Okay, I knew you guys were gonna do this, but it's a joke, dude. It's if I sent you the video of the guy saying it, dude, you'd laugh your ass off, bro. Because he starts off like, I don't even want to say it again. You're gonna clip me.
It's already too late, bro. It's already on a soundboard on many servers.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck you two all dead ass.
I don't care, dude. Clip me all you want, bro.
You up? He says he has pink truck driver seat covers.
Believe it or not, I don't even want to talk about it, but I don't know. But I've actually seen like really, really manly truckers, and there's one that's viral that lives in the eastern seaboard, dude, and people have seen her around. And it's a dude, bro, but mad flamboyant, and he wears a dress, so he gets out of his truck to pump diesel. Everybody records him, so he's viral. But he's one of those transformers.
How cute do you think he is?
Dude, atrociously. Yeah, dude. I'm just gonna be nice, but yeah, he's not cute at all.
Yo, you guys missed it. So me and I'm about to bring you. Me and Fundy discovered the most fucking crazy, like fucking truther shit that people have never fucking figured out. All right, you ready? The lady that claims to have written the Matrix. Do you guys know what her fucking name is?
It's a black lady, right?
Wait,
I remember. I forgot her name, but I know about her.
It was twins or something that were
Yeah,
trans.
it's the Wachowski brothers, but then they're trans, so they both transition to women.
No, not the fucking Wachowski brothers. The fucking
the lady that claims that she wrote The Matrix and the Terminator and all these Gnostic fucking stories. First of all, she's retarded. She claims to be like, oh, I could read and write when I was 3. She can't even fucking talk now. She's literally just retarded. She's just an actress. You know what they fucking named her? Her name is Sophia Stewart. Sophia is the Gnostic, like basically eternal knowledge
I
spirit
know.
or whatever. And she is the steward of this fucking knowledge of Sophia through the Matrix, right? That's not a fucking real name, bro. They're fucking trolling us.
Could
She's
be
a steward. Bro, she can't even fucking talk, bro. We just watched her fucking like interview. She can't even talk.
Yeah, now, dude, it's been a long time, dude. That came out in
Now she sounds like
1996 or something, 1998.
Now she sounds like a hood lady that can't speak English, but she learned to read and write when she was 3. Get the fuck out of here.
Actually, I don't even know what year The Matrix came out. Probably early 2000s, right? Or 90s? I don't know.
Bro, she called Lord of the Rings Lords of the Rings. She said Scheitman for shaman. She mispronounced like 100 words. She's like the Elon Musk, you know, that like pretends that she's like a genius and a prodigy, but she's actually just a dumb actor. Bro, you guys don't think that's crazy? Sophia Stewart, the steward of like the Matrix is like the craziest Gnostic like story
didn't you
that's ever
drink
been
your
written.
own cum?
I knew you were gonna say that, bro. Like,
Why'd you know I was gonna say that?
Dude, I forgot
'cause
about
that's
that.
all
So
you
what's
ever
up
say,
with
bro.
that queue up?
Low key,
Nah,
I
it's alright.
think
Listen,
you've
it's
been
alright.
experimenting with telepathic messaging because you knew I was gonna say that.
Oh, this is the guy, the Texas hate preacher, goes on crazy anti, you know what, rant in online video. You know who I'm talking about? Arizona Baptist hate preacher Steven Anderson is at it again. That's where I got that from, dude, from him. But the way he's, dude, I can't repeat it, but I'll send you the link in DM. Hold on. It's hilarious, bro.
Who's that preacher with the crazy eyes there? This guy's got to have
Kenneth Copeland, dude.
This guy's fucking demonic, bro. Like, I mean, if there's a demon, it's in him.
Copeland. I said Copeland. Copeland. Kenneth Copeland.
Yeah. I gotta say, the wicked fleeth when no man pursueth is a verse against the act of jogging. And so jogging is against the Bible. And this is the Christian position. I rest my case.
All right, you sound like the other guy earlier. Taking back FE.
No, yeah, exactly. That's why that's what he's pointing out.
I'm just reading the Bible. It says the wicked run. So if you run, you are wicked. And that is the Christian position.
Well, that means jogging isn't bad. That means running is bad.
Don't tell Boston that. Don't tell Run Boston that. It's going to freak.
No, I think the only acceptable thing is sprinting, because you're probably not fleeing when you're sprinting. You're probably chasing when you're sprinting. But there's no way to be jogging.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
You've got to be kidding, bro.
Yeah, he is.
Predators sprint.
Dude, who's that one guy that thinks using soap is not biblical, and he doesn't shower, he doesn't use soap, and he drinks his own pee?
Oh, Dawn, dude. He drinks his own pee too, bro. He's everywhere, dude. I haven't seen him in here.
I was about to say AO based.
talking about like having a rag and then he just pours
He-
water on himself with a cup or
He
something.
doesn't shower, dude.
Guy who just drinks his own pee and doesn't shower.
You haven't heard him,
Yeah,
dude? He's all over
surely.
flat Earth, dude. All the flat Earthers know him, dude. Or have come across him at least once. He's a flat earther.
Never been prouder.
What's wrong with
Is
drinking
that
your
the
own pee?
same guy he talks about the teen pill? Or is that someone else?
Who are you talking about?
Talking about
I don't-
Trilly?
Yeah.
The guy
No.
I'm talking about, he's on Discord, dude.
Yeah, that's so
You were there, Level Up. It was like this fat white guy, I think.
Hmm.
I know his picture was like white. It was something white.
Don't remember.
It was back when Smurf was around.
Smurf's still around. He just listens on YouTube because he gets banned everywhere he goes for emoji spam.
It's funny.
Also, just got to clarify, somebody asked me to source something in the voice chat about 9 hours ago because there was skepticism of the claim. But then I did post the source recently that popular opinions on a topic within the population has no correlation about whether or not a bill gets passed. So if people support a bill, doesn't matter. If rich people support a bill, it's more likely chance of it getting passed. But 90% support among the average citizen on a bill has just as likelihood of passing as a bill that has 10% support. Essentially meaning that in modern governments, your opinion doesn't matter whatsoever. And the will of the people is not actually ever taken into account.
I can see that in America. Did they ever ask the population whether or not if they want to go to war, like in Afghanistan and Iraq? I don't think so.
Depends on the war.
That's different, though. They do have a lot of people that
Theoretically,
want to
that's
go to
what
war.
Congress is for, generally speaking, because we live in a republic, not a democracy.
Yeah, but they didn't even declare war on any of those things, I think, through Congress, right?
Nope.
No, but they did pass an authorization of the use of force.
Did you guys get to vote on that?
Again,
guess we have to
we're
leave it
not
up to
we're not
the-
a democracy. We're a republic. So you voted for it when you voted for your politician.
That's true.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
And as evidenced by the data, Republic elected officials and systems have no correlation with what is actually the popular will. It has a very poor track record of actually keeping up with what people want and believe.
Democracy doesn't do any better. Democracy is worse, as a matter of fact. I know it sounds crazy, right? But in democracy, you vote for the few people, and those are the people that make the rules and the laws. In the constitutional republic, like you guys have, it's a little bit better. I know it sounds crazy, but democracy is worse.
Yeah, I'm not comparing it to democracy. I'm just saying the whole you voted for this, whereas it doesn't matter what you vote for, it doesn't matter what your positions on things are. It doesn't change what actually gets passed as a bill.
Would you like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
to change? Like, would you like that to change, or should we leave it up to those in with political votes?
You don't have a say in it. It's all about the lobbyists. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, interest groups and their support or non-support of something also does have a very good correlation whether or not something gets passed.
Yeah, the lobbyists
Look
are
no
pretty
further
powerful.
than look no further than when a convicted war criminal came to your country and you were applauding him. Your people that you represent, that represent you, that I'm sure 90% of Americans do not agree with the policy down there, but yet your representatives all got up and applauded everything he said.
You remember when SC Montreal? Do you remember when Justin Trudeau brought in a Nazi?
Yeah, the clown. Yeah, yeah. That's shame on us on that one. Yep, a Nazi. Yep, from World War II, like an old like a real Nazi. Yeah. Yeah, they're bought and sold for. Our politicians are literally bought and sold for.
Can you
Especially
make
the Americans.
can the Americans do anything about this lobbyist group or problem?
You can, but you won't because everyone's busy working 3 jobs to make ends meet.
Yeah.
Who's going to go protest it?
Yeah, there are solutions, but you can't legally say them on Discord, and you would be against them anyway, Eden.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, those, yeah. That's not, yeah. In other words, we've been sold, we've been bought, sold again, and continuously happens. It's happening right now, and that's the way our system is. That's why it's going to fail. Only a matter of time. It's a Ponzi scheme. Like every empire, nothing against, I mean, I don't want our civilization to fall, but the way it's going, it's only a matter of time. As a matter of fact, there's signs that the empire is falling right now. So, yeah. In the mouse experiment, what happens? Sexual depravity, right? That's one of the things that happens near the end. And guess where we're at now? Boys don't know if they're girls or girls don't know if they're boys, and it's being encouraged in our school system away from the parents. So, yeah, it's the beginning of the end, if you ask me.
I mean, just going back to that, like, the whole quote-unquote woke culture is essentially just being killed everywhere. Like, with the thing that you were just saying right there, I mean, Britain explicitly, like, passed legislation, I believe, passed legislation that said that, legally a woman is a biological woman. And, like, they didn't just say it as, like, oh, hey, here's, like, the legal technical definition. They said, like, use the proper toilet, bros. Like, if you are, not a biological woman, go to the man's toilet. So in that sense, like, even the lefty governments, because Britain is currently controlled by like the left-leaning party in their area, are legislating against quote unquote woke culture. So in every sense, woke culture is being phased out.
Good, good. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
In the same way that, like, a couple of years ago, if there's any Globers that want to argue with this, perfectly fine. But like a couple of years ago, every single corporation for Pride Month would change their logo into a Pride flag variant. Whereas now there's actually very few companies that do that. Like the majority of the Fortune 500 companies do not actively participate in that anymore.
I think it had something to do with Bud Light.
That was hilarious. Kid Rock.
Imagine killing a brand name because of that Mulaney. What was that dude's name that thought he was a girl?
Yeah. Derek, maybe? I forgot.
No, Melon,
Dylan
Dylan,
Mulvaney.
Mulaney.
Dylan. I think it must. Yeah.
Yeah, they were giving him all kinds of women's. He was advertising tampons and beer, and until the women said, "What the hell is?"
Yeah. Only problem with that is that like corporations forever were still doing that quote unquote woke stuff, even if it was detrimental to their bottom line. Like over and over and over again, they just didn't care. Whereas now, all of a sudden, I don't think it's because they now care that, you know, doing woke things impacts their business negatively. Because it always did that. It's not like now it's uniquely an issue.
So why are they doing? Because of the backlash of people starting to speak out against it?
I mean, I think that it's very clear that the entire system is trying to get rid of quote unquote woke culture because it was essentially a way that you could look at it was that it was sort of a massive overreach and it destroyed so much like capital and goodwill among the people, as in because woke culture was pushed, flat earth or like I'm going to say this from like a normie position. Because woke culture was pushed, flat earth became prominent in the sense of people, the institutions are pushing this thing that clearly the majority of people were not on board with. So therefore, people lost trust in the institutions for everything because they're pushing these things that a fringe minority of people believe.
Yeah, and some of these clips of the parents and protesters going viral didn't help. But yeah, one of my favorite financial advisors, her first rule is lies cost money. So that might be an example. Spreading misinformation translates into a loss of revenue.
Oh, yeah, that's also where you could look at you could look at a comparison on like the social level between 15 years ago when it was about the whole push for gay marriage versus the push for like trans stuff in culture 10 years later, is that the gay marriage push appealed to libertarian ideals and sensibilities of like, whoa, hey man, just let people live the way they want to live. Whereas with the trans thing, there was a large aspect of like compelled speech towards it, which does not, like, nothing about that appealed to the libertarian norms, which meant that, it was wildly more unpopular. And the more that these institutions pushed it, the more people lose trust in these institutions. So these institutions are trying to gain sort of political capital back. Like going back to the example of the whole Britain thing, not only did their left-leaning government essentially just say, use the correct bathroom, they also recently came out with, we quadrupled immigration in the past 4 years, and it did nothing to help the economy. So that is just a complete lie that it helps the economy, and we are going to significantly curb immigration. And this is the left-leaning, like their left-leaning party that's saying this, is that they're going to lower immigration, both legal and illegal, and increase the amount of training that they give to the local populations. And they even used language of people feel like a stranger in their own land, which is like very strong language.
Yeah,
bro, I've literally felt that way before. Like everything's Hispanic now where I live. I'm like in Texas, I guess. Not that there's anything wrong with them, it's just like there's literally like 50%, if not more sometimes.
Yeah. So in this sense, you have the left-leaning parties actually doing things that right-leaning parties in the Western world would never have actually thought of doing, for the past 5 years, which shows that there's a massive vibe shift, and that like the more sort of quote unquote left-leaning woke culture is just not in power anymore. Like it's being culled, it's being killed.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it again, but that whole rainbow flag thing that I mentioned earlier is like, that literally is what that is.
Yeah, I mean, like 5 years ago, people were like there were police reports and like campus police and stuff going on about like people posting signs like saying it's okay to be white.
Oh, a picture of a like white man and woman in black and white, almost like a silhouette. Not quite though, but very like, not super great art, but gets the message across. That was hate speech.
Yeah. People 5 years ago were legitimately fired for not supporting BLM. And like that does not happen these days. Whereas that was like very much the predominant culture 5 years ago. So all I'm saying is just like, it's very clear that that culture no longer has the kind of power that it used to, and it's actively losing more and more power day by day.
You know what I can see in the future when they try to bring out this alien invasion or alien contact? They're gonna be having protests. Don't harm these aliens. And then you're gonna probably have the military. I don't know. Imagine the military wants to take them on. I doubt it, but
I mean, if it's bad enough having human aliens, immigrants coming in, why would we want other ones at that point? Hopefully they take that perspective.
yeah. Good thing there are no aliens. I'm not sure. Are there any Globers here that still believe in aliens?
Well, aliens are interesting because they could come from like Agartha or Shambhala, like inner Earth, or from outer lands, depending on what stance you take altogether. They don't have to be from outer space.
Yeah. How do you think they would look? Just like humans?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah.
A lot of the aliens, there's the tall, blonde Nordic ones. There's the grays, which are supposed to be robots. Allegedly. Like, a lot of people claim that.
Yeah, I play Guitar Hero in debates. The way that you could define aliens here is being any population of people, of intelligent beings, intelligent creatures that exist that are not like currently publicly known about in mainstream thought.
So
Great
potentially,
description.
like I think, do you guys think the U.S. would ever try to use that on the public, saying we have alien contact, so we have to come together, a one world government, like Dr. Roslin was trying to whistleblow or warn us about?
That's what Von Braun claimed.
Yeah, I mean, this is the argument that goes into like Project Bluebeam. I would argue that Project Bluebeam is about blue light, like literal blue beams going into your eyes through a computer screen, because computer screens are literal blue beams.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then all the LEDs these days, they have a frame rate.
I can't imagine the government doing it, but in a way, I kind of can, and I can see a lot of people believing it, like this alien contact idea. The government would have to be like, I can't imagine the majority of people falling for it, but in a way, I think they will.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good argument to say that Project Bluebeam already happened, and it's what happened in 2020.
But what do you think they're gonna do in the future? Right? They probably have some more cards up their sleeve, so to speak. They already have all these emergency ideas, right? World War III. They already used COVID. I mean, they could try doing another biological weapon 2030, but these guys already have a lot of ideas up their sleeve, scenarios, especially if they feel a threat, right? I think there were so many threats emerging in 2018, 19. They had to pull the trigger with COVID. Sorry. Anyways, so I think they're gonna do something else in the future. I mean, look at history, all the decades, right? All these wars. God willing, it's not, but if good people do nothing, maybe. Thankfully, there's a lot of people out there trying to help. Like all the truthers here. Thank you. I think they're going to try the asteroid card before the alien card. That's in 4 years, I think. I think last time I checked, there was an asteroid flyby 2029.
You know what they say? Rather than envision and create your own reality, you put your attention on the they and bring theirs about.
Yeah, that's something to consider for sure. The only problem is, let's say if there is a creator and he has a will, I think his will is going to trump everybody else's wishes.
I like the reality you guys are bringing back.
Hey, Brenda.
"8:40 p.m. Minnesota."
Hope you're having a nice day, Brenda. Welcome to the convo.
I humiliated some Muslims earlier today.
Never fails. Always. Every time Brenda comes in, it's to insult. Unbelievable.
Not
You must have a
insulting you.
horrible life.
Yeah, I'm just terrible. Just terrible. No, I really like the kind of world you're bringing about, SE. Your group here.
My group?
Yeah, the server. This is your group, right, SE?
Negative. This is Omni server, Brenda.
No, but you're the big dog here.
I'm the big dog? Oh, really?
Seems like it.
He's got my respect.
Well, you know,
I respect you guys all. I respect everyone here.
well, I have been, pleased or impressed with SE's moderation. Okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, but not everybody seems to agree with you.
Well, I've seen you do a real moderation, and yeah, that was pleasantly surprised over what I see elsewhere, and it's kind of a new SE for me.
Yeah, he's super patient.
I really like the material, the content you're generating.
Yeah, a lot of great combos here. I think that's why it's probably really popular.
Oh yeah. No, it's the entertainment value, on Planet Peterson is just through the roof, man.
You like the Planet Moron one? Yeah, that's
Planet
his new name.
Peterson. You mean the biology teacher?
He's a biology teacher? Oh, that's
You're kidding me.
I'm pretty sure Not 100% sure.
Yeah, he could be.
But
Wouldn't surprise me.
But I feel reasonably sure that he said before that he teaches biology. But I could be wrong, of course. Maybe he's a tutor. I don't know which.
Okay, yeah.
Because Conspiracy Cats also is a tutor, private tutor.
That's a great idea.
But it's just I'm just complimenting you guys on the endless source of mirth that you were afforded on Planet Peterson. It's just spectacular. Chef's kiss.
In other words, that's Brenda's way of saying he made us look bad. You're so funny, Brenda.
He just lets you talk, dude. He just lets
You're
you
so
talk.
funny, Brenda. Like, yeah.
Like you've been featured a couple of times, SE.
Yeah,
He
I
came
like
in
SE's
last
style.
time. He said he knew me from somewhere. I never spoke to him, but he seemed to be very triggered. All I had to do was ask him a few questions, and he went berserk. He flipped out.
Yeah, that's not how I recall how it went. I think he laughed most of the time.
Well, he muted me right off the crack. But it was funny.
Well,
He thought he muted me, but he couldn't. He couldn't mute me. But I was pretending that I was muted. It was a comedy show. Yeah.
Well, SE, you shouldn't mod when you're involved in the arguments. That's one rule that you shouldn't do. You shouldn't.
That is true. That is true, and it's tough. It's tough when 5 people pile on you. I mean, yeah, that is true. You're correct, Brenda.
Do you still think that a skateboard should roll down from, say, the North Pole to the equator?
Oh, you like the skateboard paradox, huh, Brenda?
Do you still think that?
Nah, you got that all wrong.
What part did I get wrong?
Sorry, I can't talk right now. I'm in the middle of going into my car. We'll have to pick this up later.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was pretty embarrassing. I can see why you'd want to run away.
Embarrassed from you? You're the biggest clown in FE. Like, are you serious?
Which is it? Do you think you can roll downhill from the North Pole to the equator on the Earth?
There isn't a bigger clown than you, Brenda. Like, realize that.
Yeah. Why are you not answering?
Hold on. Maybe let's.
Well, what do you think, Eden? What do you think? Can you roll downhill from the North Pole to the equator on a skateboard on the globe?
Not on the Earth, no. I mean,
SC
but
Montreal
now-
thinks that you can.
I know. Maybe he was exploring ideas to debate, and I think.
No.
I know.
no,
Yeah,
no.
we'll let him when he comes back. We'll let him. Maybe we can revisit it.
I remember it very distinctly. He said this was a paradox for him, like he said. He can't understand, why you wouldn't be able to roll a skateboard downhill from the North Pole to the equator. You seem to understand it, though, Eden. Am I right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Now not in 100% cases, right? Because if we do a globe, if we just take a globe we buy at any sort of store, if you put the skateboard, of course it's going to roll down, but it doesn't have the force of gravity there. So
what? I'm sorry. It kind of skipped. The audio skipped a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, in the rare exception when you just buy a globe from a store and you put a skateboard on the top of it, it is going to roll down. But
no, but I meant
I know what you meant.
on the globe as we understand it. Suppose it was perfectly smooth and round, right? Just a perfect sphere. Would you expect to roll downhill from the North Pole down towards the equator? Because SE Montreal thinks that you would.
Maybe he did. We'll let him. We'll
Stop
bring it up when
misquoting
he's
me.
back.
Hold on. Let me
Okay.
just say this because I'm drunk. Stop misquoting me, Brenda. It was about the bridge, you clown. And when I get home in a little bit, we can discuss it. Stop
Oh,
misquoting me, Brenda.
thank you, SE. Okay. Yeah, Brenda. Maybe we'll just wait till he gets home, if that's okay.
Well, what do you think? Since he's not there yet, I could ask you.
Yeah,
What
the
do you-
bridge idea, I'll have to wait and see. But I'm with you. Yeah. The skateboard wouldn't be moving anywhere unless we start pushing off.
Right. Right. I don't know what about the bridge. I don't know how the bridge makes any kind of difference. Right? Because it's going to curve with the Earth also, right? On the globe model.
Yeah, and it's a large globe. Supposedly
Yeah.
massive.
Kind of
Gravity's
like
pretty strong. Oh, go ahead.
it's actually the weakest of the fundamental forces.
That's true. Yeah. But it still has a great effect. Supposedly, the attraction.
Because there's a lot of atoms out there.
I wonder. Yeah. Atoms. Do you think it has any relation to Adam? Like from Adam, the first
No.
man?
No, I don't think it does.
Probably not. Yeah.
It's from the Greek word.
Yeah.
Adam probably comes from a different word for all I know, but I don't know. But Adam, for the Greeks were the first ones to have an atomic theory. And it turned out that Democritus was right. There are atoms. And they do combine in specific ways. Not exactly how he thought, but he was mostly right. Especially since it was like thousands of years ago.
Yeah. Pretty smart people. They had
Yeah,
Socrates.
Yep, he was another smart dude. And they also figured out that the Earth is a globe. And they did it simply by reasoning from what they could see.
Yes, they could come to certain idea. They would draw their conclusions on their evidence. Yes. They didn't, in my opinion, Brenda. Would you say they had 100% of the evidence?
They had enough evidence to come to the conclusion that the Earth must be a globe.
Yeah, for sure. Like if you had a scale, they would probably, perhaps. I've been reading there was a lot of flat Earth Greeks, ancient Greeks. I have some of their names, but I'm still researching.
Well, the globe was taught in Plato's Academy for 400 years, so there's that. Also, they didn't have all the data. That's true. We have been up in space, and we can turn around and see and take a picture of the globe.
Thank you. So yeah, they didn't have it.
Right?
Yeah, even all the ancients, humanity up until the 1940s lacked this information.
Right. There's some U2 photographs taken from, I think, 80,000 feet up, which clearly show a curve to the Earth. That was before even satellites. Right. So the evidence is definitely there.
Pointing.
And it's
It's pointing to the globe.
Yep. And it's very, very conclusive. And of course, now we have the final experiment, which has put the final nail in the coffin of flat Earth.
I don't know about that, but I think the
have you
final
noticed-
experiment would have been like the moon landings that were just, or not space exploration. That's the final experiment.
Well, have you noticed that Nathan Oakley is gone?
That's interesting.
He hasn't posted a live show in over a week. He's posting older shows that he's put in as premieres for a week now. He isn't doing live shows anymore. He's trying to sell microphones because there's nothing in it anymore. Because flat Earth is dead as a doornail.
Well, I would argue, let's say Earth is a globe. I think there's a lot of business for even globers to invest in a flat Earth. For instance, in the future, let's see if in education they bring back the idea of letting the children debate, then they can have physical models prepared. So there could be a company that's producing these models, right? The globe and the flat Earth. So there's some there's something for the economy right there.
I agree with you.
Yes.
That wouldn't really work. The Glover model, the scaling is just fucking retarded, so no one would want to play with that. And the flat, if he has no model, so the only one left is concave. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, right. There could be people making concave, flat, and that would be great for the economy. Every school would have to buy one, and jobs.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think that a flat Earth is a good teaching tool. In the proper hands, a good teacher could really make use of flat Earth to teach the students. I think, and we've had teachers like that that have come in, not in here, but in other flat Earth places, and said that that's exactly what they did. They gave their students, they just said, go out and research it. And they all come back, and he doesn't tell them what they're supposed to find. And they all come back concluding the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, thank you, Brenda. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. They should do that. Encourage that.
I totally agree. Teachers should use the flat Earth as a teaching tool to show you how not to think.
Yeah, and as a part of history, potentially, right? So if it is a globe, they can say, yeah, look, this is what supposed, this is what modern day people think, this is what the ancients thought. Yeah.
It's definitely the history is definitely interesting because it really came about from like the 19th century. It's a reaction to the Enlightenment and the rise of science, and religious fundamentalism wanted to push back against it. That's why most of these flat earthers are religious fundamentalists, because it's about religion.
What about this? Hang on. What about the science falsely so called?
I
You know, like pseudoscience. There's still pseudoscience, though, right?
Yeah, that's flat Earth. That's flat Earth. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, sure. That's also
PBS.
like other science categories. Like you could still call them science, but they just don't follow the scientific method that was derived after the Enlightenment.
They do, though. They do.
Okay.
Yeah, so astronomy follows the scientific method. So does psychology, biology, sociology, even. All of those disciplines follow the scientific method. It's simply something that people
so there's only flat Earth for pseudoscience, is what you're saying. Only flat Earth does pseudoscience.
Oh, no, that's not true at all. There's all kinds of pseudoscience. Vaccine denial, creationism, and flat Earth. Those are all pseudoscience too.
That's it?
No, there's plenty of others. Medical quackery has always been around.
Well, I just didn't know that was a scientific discipline.
What about alien denial?
Medical quackery is not a scientific discipline.
What about denying aliens, Brenda? Is that something weird too?
Denying what?
Aliens? Would that be considered weird?
There aren't any aliens, dude.
Yeah, I know. No, the reason I ask is because I've asked other Globers, and I'd be like, I don't believe in aliens, and they'll be like, you don't believe in aliens? And it's kind of like
there's
some reaction.
There's no flying saucers, dude. There might be planets like 100 light years away with life on it. That might happen, but they're not coming here, dude. There's no aliens visiting us. It's just people seeing things.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
A lot of them were hoaxes, deliberately hoaxed by people.
Yeah.
You take a pie pan, flip it upside down, give it a toss, and take a quick snap, and then you tell gullible idiots it's a flying saucer. You know.
Yeah,
That's
like
funny.
Bilu.
Thank you. Go ahead.
What is
I
that?
know.
So
I
the
just said,
government
yeah, like
videos?
Bilu. You guys have to be around long enough to know about Bilu.
Bilu.
I have no idea
Brenda,
what
that's
you're talking about.
oh, that was one of the convex earthers, I think it was. No. Concave Earth.
Well, concave Earth has a little bit more to go on than even flat Earth, because flat Earth can be easily refuted with, elementary school geometry, but concave Earth takes a little bit more to debunk, because it's just reversing all of the equations of Newton.
Yeah, I'm more in line with the concave Earth myself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so in my opinion, I think it was just they sent people in the wrong direction. So when they say the Earth curves down, I think they're just it really curves up at the ends of the Earth, and that would make sense on the Antarctic or the plateau that's containing the water.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that.
I don't have the evidence really. I've never been there. I only have video evidence.
You have video evidence of concave Earth?
No, just of the ice plateau.
Some of us have no problem admitting we live our life based on faith.
Yeah, I don't think that that's very helpful.
I am living my best life on Earth. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm not getting the connection, but whatever.
Well, to his point, we all have faith because none of us have seen the Earth with our own eyes from space.
Yeah, that's not faith. And he's right. You don't have to see things with your own eyes.
Yeah, I agree. Seeing isn't always believing. I think you can believe without seeing.
Yeah, just have to have reasonable.
Generally, if you want to believe, there would be something.
Especially if you believe in the things that are unseen.
Yep. I would hope one would try to find some evidence, and I think there's a lot.
There's a lot of evidence for what?
For well, I was kind of going with the creator myself, so that's why I was
belief.
just. Go ahead.
Just belief. Like, we have faith in our beliefs. And I live a good life that way.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't actually have a problem with flat earthers who just believe in blind faith. I don't think that's a good way to go.
I didn't say blind faith. That was something you added in there.
Well, that's what faith is. Faith is belief without evidence, right?
Or maybe
I didn't say without evidence.
Yeah, maybe it's like when we go back to the situation, we don't have 100% of the evidence. We have 99%, perhaps, or 90.
Well, belief based on evidence is what we call knowing. That's knowledge.
Is knowledge inherently true?
It's likely to be true.
Yeah. I would agree.
But it's not always, right? So
Yeah.
faith is believing without any evidence, and knowing is believing based on evidence. And I prefer the latter to the former, although I will admit, you know, a lot of things I believe probably are not based on evidence. They might be just pure faith. But I try to believe in things mostly based on the evidence.
Awesome.
Right.
Has anyone told you today, Brenda, that you're awesome? Let me be the first.
Chat GPT did.
Okay, let me be the second. You're awesome. And that's
Okay.
an understatement.
Well, ChatGPT also likes to butter me up too.
I'd like to go access the CIA chat GPT or AI. I think their model is different than the public. What do you guys think?
I don't know
Do you
that
think
they have one.
I'm pretty sure and then they would probably include their repository of information.
So
Like
you're just
state secrets.
making it up. Then.
Yeah, I'm presuming that they have
Yeah.
some sort of AI by now.
They
Wouldn't you?
might. No, I wouldn't. They might, but I wouldn't presume it. I would think that they would simply take advantage of the models that are out there right now and let people work it out, because it's the cutting edge of research right now, and you just let them go with it, and maybe they can get like privileged access, sometimes, but my guess is they just let the companies go at it, and then they'll make use of it when it's valuable to them, because it makes mistakes. So,
yeah,
it's not always true.
What about the United States must have state secrets, right? What do you guys think?
I would hope so. I would be disappointed if they didn't.
Yeah.
States should have state secrets. There should be things that are not open to the world.
Would you want to give maybe one example? Maybe are they as if they're hunting
Nuclear-
someone, so they don't want to let him in on their pursuit? Or
nuclear codes.
Okay, yeah, there's another.
That would be one. When and where we're going to strike, make a military strike, like the clowns in the current administration let the world in on that.
What about mishaps? Should those remain state secrets?
There have been like broken arrows in the past. Broken arrow is when they mislay a nuclear weapon. This has happened. I don't know. I don't know about that case. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess that one's not a secret then.
Well, we know about it, so it's not that secret.
I think what is it after 25 years the Freedom of Information Act? I think it's 25 years.
I have no idea. Seems to be pretty slow here today. But like
Brenda,
I said,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say that I was just going to go back to a previous point, which is that the big heavy hitters in flat Earth have just all disappeared, except for Mark Sargent, Jaron, Patricia Steer, Nathan Oakley seems to have disappeared, as far as I can tell. Whitsitt is not a glober, but he's been destroyed by the final experiment. And a number of people have left the flat Earth because of it. And I count that as a good and wonderful thing.
How are you going to survive, Brenda? You're going to have nowhere to go and bitch and complain and put people down every day. What are you going to do with yourself?
Well,
oh no, she's been doing it since she got here. She's not going to change.
I don't.
It doesn't matter if there's flat earthers around her or not. She's already got ammunition for life.
Maybe she's going to troll the Bigfoot forums, Rob. Who knows?
I don't need flat Earth, Essie.
No, she's already got enough ammunition for her claims. She can go on, continue on doing what she does, and she doesn't have to change. She doesn't have to bring up any new names.
Which group, Rob, is she going to...
The real
question. She has enough names in her repertoire to keep going. She just brings up the same names every time she comes around.
Yeah. So I don't need flat Earth. Craig McNeil and Mike Toon, they got a problem. Creaky Blinder, they got a problem. They have to switch to something else because I bet that they've seen a drop in viewers very recently. There was a lot of people that were interested in the final experiment. Viewership went way up, and I think it's cratering right now.
I can see that. Because probably people realized, okay, maybe this answer suffices, so now they can go back to their regular.
Well, yeah.
Routine.
How can you believe in the Gleason's map when we saw the sun 24 hours in Antarctica? It just can't happen. You just can't have the Gleason's map.
What if I didn't believe in the Gleason's map before the final experiment, though?
Well, then you're just not really even in the game.
Yeah, the problem exists.
Oh, okay. All right, then.
The problem exists because of flatness, not because of the type of map.
I'll let Negator take over. He is an old school.
I appreciate that. I don't know how much I'll be able to.
When you say
I learned a lot from Negator.
What do you mean?
I learned a lot from Negator, both in how to approach flat earthers and arguments.
Stop flirting, Brenda.
Not flirting. Not interested in him. Speak for yourself, bulldog on a skateboard.
Yeah, what will you do, Brenda? I'm starting to worry about you. If this movement died, what are you going to pick on? Bigfoot? Which group are you going to dogpile on?
I enjoy debating people about atheism versus theism, for instance. I debated some Muslims earlier today on that very subject.
The religious folk. Right.
Yeah, I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist. You know that.
Yeah.
Can we ask you a few questions about the conversation, Brenda?
It was on Connect the Dots.
Okay.
Deconstructing Atheism 101. And I didn't get very far because they are fragile little snowflakes.
Darn. Sometimes you'll find someone you can engage with and explore it all the way.
I've been doing this for years.
Yeah, it seems like we're having
literally back into when Google had Hangouts. Back then, I was doing it.
Current
Have you met
American
any
politics.
flat Earth Muslims yet?
Sorry, disregard my comment.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't want to. I'm about ready to go anyway. But the Quran really seems to be indicating that the Earth is a globe. So it's very hard for a Muslim to propose a flat Earth because their sacred text says the Earth. I'm not 100% sure on exactly how strongly it says that, but I believe that it would be very hard for a Muslim to assert a flat Earth and stay current with the Quran.
Thank you, Brenda. Yeah, I haven't met too many Muslim flat earthers yet. But flat Earth isn't going anywhere. If the ancient Greeks were talking about it and we're talking about it, speaks volumes. This is a flat Earth channel now. Seems like it.
I don't know. I suspect that many of the current ones are just playing a role, pretending like to yank people's chains.
Rob Keen, are you there?
Here, I'm just driving. Takes me a minute to get to the mic.
Okay, never mind, bro. I'll let you enjoy. Thank you. I'll ask you questions next time, man. Much respect.
Well, if I don't have to mute, I'll leave it on unmuted if it doesn't sound too horrible right now.
Yeah, sounds good. It's just quiet. I was gonna ask you a question. Have you met any Satanist flat earthers yet?
In real life or like on the internet? Because like
both. Yeah.
I've met lots of flat earthers in real life, but I don't think any of them were Satanists.
Not even online? You've never met a Satanist flat earther?
Can't think of any.
Okay, yeah. I'm looking for some to chat with.
Because like most of the flat earthers I've ever thought, like they were like they started thinking about God after they got into flat Earth. Like they were.
Yeah, yeah. But there's still a few that.
Like they weren't Satanists, but they just didn't believe in God, right? Like,
Okay. The Satanists that I've chatted with, yeah, they're Globers. But I'm sure there's got to be a Satanist out there that's a flat earther.
I don't know.
We'll find
Not
out.
that I've seen.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious.
Got you.
That's one factor I don't see many people talk about: Satan and Satan's influence, allegiance to Satan.
I don't think
we
that's
see a lot
real.
of Satan worshiping.
A lot of people, but the thing is, like a lot of people that don't believe in God also don't believe in Satan in the same manner. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like they don't contemplate the existence of Satan.
Some do though. Maybe the people that identify as Satanists, like the
And
extreme
Negator, you're
Satanists.
really
Oh, pardon?
You think you? Oh, Negator, you think you could get a little closer to your mic, maybe? I can't even barely hear you.
Me? No, sorry, I was hitting the
There
wrong
you go.
hotkey.
Okay, sorry. No, it just all of a sudden there you are. You sounded as loud as Eden.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're perfect. You're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, like I've spoken to a few Satanists, but they're not the extreme Satanists that do sacrifices and drink blood. He was just more of like a heathen. Like his name was Hellbound Heathen, really nice guy. But I would consider that like
He didn't
a
hit the trick
diet
at all.
Satanist, not an extreme Satanist.
Well, even that Oprah Winfrey guy that she had on her show, that Satanist guy, he seems like a nice fellow, regardless of his beliefs. Like he was soft spoken and whatnot.
Yeah.
He was intelligent.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Asshole.
Yeah,
Like,
they're gonna
I don't
be
think assholes.
No, yeah, I don't think
Like,
100% of them are that. It's probably just there's probably like a few select. Like if you're an extreme Satanist, I don't think they're. I don't know if they align with the rest of society and what's tolerable. I'm not sure. I could be mistaken.
the Arab guy next to me in the car next to me bumping the loudest Eminem out of his Tesla.
Oh man, Eminem should have been a flat earther by now. Eight, right? He can go. He can have his first track called 8 miles, 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
But no, he's full. I think he's too busy. Either that or it's probably against. I don't think his. I don't know if he's under some contract or he's retired.
I don't think his handlers would allow that.
Yeah, or the CIA, right? Because the CIA does. I'm sure they're involved with the music industry.
No. That sounds like a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, right. It's a conspiracy.
It's I must say it's rare that it's this quiet here. Like earlier today, I had to leave because it was just ridiculous. Like I couldn't hear anything that was going on. Like it was 10 people piling on one guy, like all day. Like maybe not 10 people. I'm exaggerating. But like it's two or three guys just attacking one guy for some reason or another. But anytime the one guy starts talking, all three guys are just piling on him right away, and then it just carries on.
Yeah.
And then Issa came in and they did it to him like right away before he even got to really start talking. I had to go. I couldn't handle it anymore. And then I come back in and it's like nobody's talking.
Now we can actually talk about subjects without having it derailed. But yeah, welcome, Mr. Professor Parks, PhD, Dr. Parks, and everyone else.
What's up?
Oh yeah, yeah. What were we talking about before? It was just random. Do you have any?
He asked you what's up. You're supposed to say the sky.
Oh, sorry. I'm in the middle of grading, so I just kind of put this on as something on the background.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's why I love Discord. You guys keep me entertained at work all day.
Oh, but I did want to say I apologize, Dr. Parks, for my reaction last time. I retract it. I hope you can consider my apology. Thank you.
I'd like to apologize for the
you
vehemence
don't
in
have
which
to.
I expressed myself.
You were partially right though, but I didn't have my facts particularly coherent or straight, so I just kind of overreacted. But thank you. I should have known better. But grading papers, that's pretty cool. How's the
Kind of
class this year?
tedious.
Oh yeah, I know.
How are the
how's
classes at
this year?
George Mason?
Yeah.
Oh, no more, no better or worse than previous years.
That's good. No flat earthers?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Although I
Yeah.
do ask that question at the beginning of every one of my survey classes.
Nice. Yeah, some professors won't. That's cool. I mean, I'd probably do the exact same.
It's really to test the quiz system that I use, but yeah, that's the test question that I have. Occasionally, I do get someone who tells me that the Earth is flat, but I don't know if they're serious or not.
Yeah.
You ask them about it after the test and try and tell them that no, it's not. It's a globe.
I tell them that the Earth is a globe. Yes.
Do you ridicule them for their beliefs?
No, I ask if they're answering, if the answer is honest, but I do not ridicule them for it.
That's good to know. Thank you, Mr. Parks. Oh, it's Dr. Parks. I'm sorry. Sorry, Dr. Parks.
No worries, no worries.
So you deal with a lot of, I guess, high level math.
Not as much as I used to, but I'm taking over some new classes, observational techniques classes. So yeah, I'm starting to get back into the sort of higher level math, calc, that sort of thing.
That's pretty cool. Keeps the brain sharp.
Definitely, I definitely agree with that. A friend of mine told me once that the brain is like a muscle. If you don't use it, it atrophies, and I would pretty much agree with that.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Do you think they'll ever have like an AI tool to assist in grading, or is that not? What do you think about that? If you don't mind me asking.
I hadn't even thought about that. Maybe. I mean, it would depend on. Yeah, I could easily see them doing that. I can easily see them developing like
Yeah.
short answers and such.
I think that'd be cool.
It would definitely help with the tedium.
Okay, let's make a program and we'll do it. We'll sell it to all the Ivy Leagues. Or everywhere, actually. And then we can have it, the algorithm, it'll flag certain, I guess, great individuals that require, I guess, review or whatever. I don't know.
That actually would be useful, yeah. Apologies, I'm not much of a conversationalist right now because, again, my main focus is on getting this grading done.
Oh yeah, of course. Thanks for joining. Still, I hope it goes smoothly.
Thanks, appreciate it.
We'll try to give you something entertaining to listen to, and then if anything's if incorrect, maybe you can let us know.
No worries, no worries.
I think personally, the great thing about flat Earth, let's just imagine for a moment it is true. Essentially, I think all industries could still, even NASA, could still remain in place. I mean, we're still going to need some sort of agency that can go up to the firmament. Let's say if it is there, they can do some sort of experiments. So, I mean, and even observations, right, observatories. There's still people that love looking at space. I mean, space isn't going to go away. The stars.
Oh, I can agree with you. That I go up to my in-laws up country, like up north, and they live at higher elevation in the mountains, kind of, and there's no city light. So when you see the blanket of stars, it looks like a blanket of stars. Like it's amazing. Like it's nothing like living here. Like where I live, when I see the stars at night, yeah, it looks nice, but it looks completely different when you have no light pollution and it's pitch black at night and you look up and it's just wow.
Yeah, it's awe-inspiring. Like I remember, yeah, exactly. In New Mexico, the desert. Wow, that was the first time I truly enjoyed the sky for the first time. New Mexico has a high elevation. I think averages almost a mile above sea level, so not a lot of light pollution either. But it's just awe-inspiring. So that's always going to be a thing. Flatter around. So that should be encouraging.
Yeah, I love looking at the lights in the sky.
Yeah, definitely.
I just know that the only thing I can do is look at them, and I could be an astronomer and like record everything that the main ones do that's not the same as just the circuit of stars and come to some conclusions about the shape of the earth that I'm on. I could do that.
Yeah.
But I need to.
Yeah, and you can actually run a business on the stars. Absolutely, it'll be busy. People love planetariums. People love observatories. It's a great place to take dates or the family.
Yeah. I agree there. 100%.
And the stargazing, right? You can see if there's any shooting stars for you guys when you go out there, or make a wish. People used to do that back in the day. First star they would see, They would make a wish. They even had, I think, like a little poem for it. Starlight, star bright, the first star I see tonight. Wish I may, I wish I might. Something along those lines, I think. That's an oldie.
I think I may have recited that once or twice in my youth.
Yeah. Long time ago. I don't think they teach that one anymore.
I just want them to teach my kids reading, writing, and arithmetic, and maybe a little social development skills. The rest I can handle.
Smart. Yeah. I'd love to see America #1 in math again. Right now, it's like China and a lot of these Asian countries.
It appears that Brenda's done teaching us logic and contradiction again. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Brenda will never change. It's okay. Brenda will always be Brenda.
I couldn't have a better teacher.
She said flat earthers were good teachers, though.
What an interesting position, a teacher. There's some flat earth teachers out there. I think Andrew's a flat earth instructor. He doesn't teach flat earth, but I think he can talk about it. I think Jin, he's an instructor. Maybe he teaches English. And I think he's flat earth. If James Tor went flat earth, people would lose their minds. On both sides, probably people being happy and then other people even more upset. Although there's going to be Globers that it won't bother them at all. Actually, I think writing. Oh, is writing here? No, he's not here anymore. But we came up with a good routine for a flat Earth comedian. So we'll create this. We have to find a good character, and what he'll do, his routine will be, he'll go around state to state, and he'll have a CIA agent in the audience following him. So he's got the glasses, the earpiece, just following him around. And then the flat Earth comedian can point to him every now and then, ask him some questions. I did see some Globers try to do some flat Earth material, but I think it fell flat. Pun intended.
Hey, sorry, I was on mute, but I did chuckle a little bit. That was funny.
Nice. Okay. I made a Glober laugh. I created this joke. What's the most popular password at NASA headquarters? Get that money. I had other ones, but I don't want to trigger people.
I've been finding a lot of people been getting triggered over you not believing in gravity lately.
Yeah. That's an interesting topic, gravity. Gravity to the center of the sphere.
Or as Demok would say, the downity down down.
Well, so there is. If there's down, there must be up. Unless it's like the compass just points to north. Then
My
you
favorite,
get
my favorite one is still like looking out at the horizon and having a limit to your vision, like by things disappearing, like into a vanishing point. But then you look at the sky and think you can see forever.
Yeah. Thankfully, that could be explained away. That one's really easy. That's like that's you can turn that into a home run.
Sorry guys, I gotta go. It's dinner time.
Oh darn. Yeah, good for you. Enjoy, bro. Hopefully, you join us soon. We need you.
I'll still be listening. I just can't talk. I'm gonna be eating. That's rude.
Yeah. Flat plates, flat tables, right? They should actually make a sphere table for the Globers. It can be like the sphere table. Maybe they can make it. It can't do gravity, so it's got to be magnetic. And they can say plates attract plates, or no, plates attract. Yeah. But unfortunately, it's not going to be really practical. The sphere table. You're going to need more space and magnetic. I don't think that's going to help with food sliding off. And then you can even have the sphere table rotating. Right? So you got a rotating sphere table. Magnetic. I guess everyone sitting at the sphere table's got to go around with it. So instead of like I guess you're moving while you eat. Some people, I don't know. I guess if you go slow enough, they won't be bothered. But I think some people have an issue with I forgot what the term is, but I think like less than 10% of the population has issues with motion sickness. But yeah, and then you can have the sphere table on the sphere, and then sphere plates, sphere bowls, sphere knives. It's gonna be a mess. Yeah, flat is practical, right? Got
Not
four
really.
legs, keep it stable. People, I already know that. I mean, personally, I don't really enjoy when I'm at a table and it's not level, right? It's tilted or it's wobbling, like the Earth's wobble. In fact, they should probably just do like a whole sphere, like a house. You can have, instead of a flat foundation, you can have an equipotential foundation in the basement, and then on, I guess, every floor. So you can have a curving floor, and then you can have everything curved, like the kitchen countertop curving, the beds curving, tables curving. The globe house. Darn. I don't. It's not going to be popular. I'll tell you guys this much. I mean, actually, maybe it would be for a tourist attraction because it'd be like one of those fun houses. You go to it because it's like it's just yeah, it's like opposite. You get to experience what it's like to be opposite. But if there are globers here, I want you to consider. Let's say if the Christian worldview is right and Satan is real, and the globe is part of his tool against you and creation and the creator. Would you feel bad about helping him?
None of that makes sense, though.
Thank you, Negator. I didn't quite hear, but I saw a response.
I said what you asked doesn't really make sense.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah, nobody wants to help bad people or bad intents.
I'm going to turn you up. 1 second. Maybe we can chat about it if you want. Just give me one moment. I'm just going to adjust your volume. Okay, thank you. So, just presume for a moment or indulge us that the Christian worldview is right, that it's a flat biblical earth, and Satan is using lies to get people to go against obvious reality. Would you feel bad for helping them?
So your question is, would you feel bad for helping somebody that's bad? And I feel like that's not really a genuine question because the obvious
Okay.
answer.
Yeah, maybe there's a better way I can finish the final question on without trying to be like so personal.
It's not about that. It's the structure of what your intent is.
Well, yeah, because I've asked some people and I think they said yes, they would feel bad. Like, and for instance, if it was reversed on me, let's say if Earth is truly a globe and Satan is using flat Earth, would I feel bad? Yes, I would. I would feel bad because then everything that's entailed with Earth being wrong and potentially casting doubt on people's testimony that they saw the Earth from space and etc.
I think
so. Yeah,
part of my issue is that the question doesn't lead anywhere.
well, I guess it's just exploring the mind, but yeah, you don't have to answer.
It's kind of like asking, would you feel bad if you kicked a puppy? There's nothing to explore there. Unless you're a
Well,
second.
I've heard some people say no too. I think I've heard them say no because they didn't know any better. So, and I guess that's a fair response.
I've never heard anybody say, yeah, I'd like to kick a puppy.
Oh, probably like a very small percentage of the population still think that. Like, I don't know what it is. Probably less than 1%. I hope. I hope it's less than 1%. Wait, thank you for the response, Negator. Appreciate it. Okay, how about this? If it was flat Earth, biblical flat Earth, would you then thank people who were trying to warn others? Like there might be some globe defenders here that maybe have insulted some of the flat earthers. So I'm just curious. Maybe I'm sure most would probably say, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I mean, I didn't know. I truly believed." I think I've asked a few people, and some people said no, they wouldn't apologize. I could be wrong. I don't know. But you know what's interesting about this debate? You can have someone with a PhD. Let's say you can have someone with 5 PhDs. Let's talk about he's got a PhD in evolutionary biology, a PhD in astronomy, a PhD in chemistry, a PhD in physics, PhD in quantum. I think someone is, I think, like, let's say a 5th grader can take them on and potentially win the debate. With
Sorry,
simple.
I
Go
missed
ahead.
that. Sorry, say it again.
Okay, I think you can have some individual who, let's say, is a true academic and he's qualified in multiple fields, all the way to a PhD. I think flat Earth still has the advantage, whereas you can have someone, let's say, in 5th grade, enter the debate and level the playing field. And I think I'll tell you how he does it, and you can agree or disagree. And personally, I think someone as uneducated or ignorant, perhaps, let's say even a third grader, they could just make the statement that, well, I guess the majority of the population, because this won't apply to astronauts, obviously, but the majority of the population outside of the government agency, nobody's seen the Earth from space far enough away.
Okay, but what's the point here?
Well, just saying about levels the playing field in a way that you can have someone highly educated in academia, but a simple statement from, let's say, a fifth grader or a third grader kind of levels the playing field in one sense, because
But what's,
I know maybe not. Maybe it's not a strong argument. It's just,
well, it's not an argument though. Like it's not a meaningful.
yeah. Maybe it's more just observation, or no, hypothetical. It's not the strongest, but yeah, I was just saying because in a sense, the fifth grader or third grader would be true in the sense that the majority of the world won't see the Earth from far enough away. We have to believe the astronauts. And we have to believe astronauts who are willing to swear on the Bible. So they up the ante. It's not just saying, yeah, I saw it. They literally put their hand on the Bible and swear. That's how you up the ante, all right.
The breadth of evidence is much broader than a visual observation from space, right?
Yes. So I wonder who is the globe final boss. I think people point to Duffy. Hopefully we can invite Duffy here one day. Maybe ask him some questions. I've tagged him in a few questions. I think when he was on Jaren's. But yeah, I wonder who the globe final boss is.
Yeah, Duffy is just McToon with a hand up his butt.
Oh man. Okay, Regs, I have a question for you. Let's
Oh
say
no.
some. It's about a computer on a network.
A what?
Computer? Yeah. Okay, we all use computers, right? I'm sure you've used a computer.
I thought
like
about it. Sure.
the laptop. Okay, thank you. So let's say a computer becomes infected with countless viruses and malware, Trojans.
It's happened.
Yeah. Should we take the computer and smash it to bits? Like we'll take the computer, we'll just throw it on the ground, start giving it booting.
I've considered it.
Yeah, but should we do that, or is there a better way?
I have considered it before.
I've
no,
done
I
it.
usually just sanitize it.
Sanitize it. That's the same thing we got to do with humans. We don't take the human who's maybe just misinformed, and we don't take it and smash him. Not with our tongue, and not with our weapons or tools. Because tools are really just, I guess, tools. But I guess they could be converted into weapons when people use it for violence.
Are you suggesting that people are under our purview and they are they don't have like free will and shit, or?
I believe I kind of feel that sometimes, yes, what happens is if people, like from my worldview, there's a tree of knowledge, and that knowledge can take root and grow into deep-rooted neural pathways in the mind, where some people, they literally go against obvious reality. And then it's essentially, you kind of like, it's like a computer until you think of it like this: the lie is the misinformation or the virus. The only way to remove, I mean, you can try deleting the virus, but the sophisticated malware out there already anticipated that. Satan already anticipated people are going to be questions. So what he's done is he put in defense measures, reinstall the virus, attack others on the network. To keep the lie alive. The only way to permanently fix it on a computer and in a mind is to update the information. You update the source code to recognize the malware, remove it permanently. The problem is, I think some people just don't want to update the system, but I think it could be done. Sometimes it's just maybe the environment, maybe they're not sober at the moment. Like trying to argue with someone who's plastered. It's not going to be very fruitful in my experience all the time. I mean, it depends on how wasted they are. Sometimes you can still reach.
All right.
But thank you for allowing me to share that.
Yeah, that doesn't work. You can't tell people how to be, and you can't force them to be a certain way. It doesn't work.
That's the challenging part. We can't force it.
No, it's really simple. So the challenging part is getting over your desire to change people.
Well, it's important to change people, no? Because if we don't, look what's happened to society, right? Where the government is now forcing crazy madness on the people, right? So people literally have to go back to the government and start protesting.
Yeah, but do they change people by telling them what to do?
It's usually by education campaigns, I think, because same thing with with abortion. Generally, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of people, because I was for abortion too, my understanding was very limited. Let's say if there's 100% of the information, I was only aware of maybe, I don't know, 20%. I wasn't aware of what doctors were doing. I wasn't aware of the profit behind it, the motivation, the history. So I think with more information, people can really make rational decisions. That's why a lot of people became flat earthers. They just saw the right information. Right? Like you've seen it, I'm sure, where people try to post information and they're automatically, without even looking at it, they reject it. So how are they going to even process it or install it? But yeah, I'm not so worried about. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, how many people do you think that you've convinced in your effort to change their thinking?
I think 3 of my close friends are flat earthers now. My neighbor became a flat earther after a month. He came back to me and he's like, "Yeah, it's flat." And then so there's been a few people I've convinced to let go of the globe. At least 4 that I know about. Not very many, but my friend Dan, my friend Alfred, my friend Bill. That's 3. Who else? I think there's a few guys in the group there, but they're more of like friends of friends. What's his name? Oh yeah. Oh man, yeah, he's a flat earther. Now we help convince him because we had get-togethers at my friend Dan's house, brain sessions. But yeah, and these guys were globers, and one guy was difficult to reach because like his dad made a fortune on the strip club industry. So I mean, when you look into flat Earth, and then now you have to look, maybe there's a creator, right? And now it's like maybe he has rules, and sometimes that is in conflict with what people are doing. But yeah, he's a flat earther. He's telling people around about his work. That's pretty cool.
Well, I just stick to the general rule. I don't try to convince anybody.
Yeah.
Either you ask the right questions or you can inspire people, but you can't make them like change their mind. That's up to them. So
yeah, I agree.
I just kind of share things that I find interesting.
Amazing. Oh yeah, I thought of another guy named John. But I'm starting to meet more flat earthers. I met 2 recently. I was at my friend's bar, helping him out, and his waitress or server, Victoria, is a flat earther, and the chef there is a flat earther, and he graduated in the top 1% of his high school, and he has a biology degree. He's a flat earther, and the guy at the bar some guy was started asking me questions because I was working on the computer, and then he was a flat earther. Josh, that was pretty cool.
When you meet the flat earthers, is there anything about flat Earth that you disagree on, or they have different opinions about that you get into?
Great. Yeah, thanks for the question, Pool Knight. Sometimes it usually goes back to the creator. So generally, yeah, sometimes it'll be. Sometimes one time in particular, it got heated about who's really Christian, and because some of my friends, right, like who are flat earthers, they still do things that maybe aren't Christian, like selling. Are you familiar with IPTV?
Oh, those jailbroke Android boxes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the argument is that it's undermining copyright from businesses and maybe potentially hurting the economy, but then people debate it the other way. It's just internet and it's public knowledge. I kind of lean with the copyright infringement issue. And like my friends are like already wealthy, so I try to encourage them, you don't need to get involved or don't do it. I mean, it's just a hassle in my opinion. But yeah, they didn't want to get into that. And then I was trying to get into actually what Jesus's teachings are about and whatnot. So sometimes I try to direct it to that, Jesus and God. And there's disagreements there, but not about flat Earth, not too much. Yeah. Other than what type of creator is it? Because I think the majority of flat earthers that I met believe in a creator, but some believe in like he's like the Earth and universe itself, and then you've got other people who think he's indifferent. I think some people think he's evil. Some flat earthers, I'm sure there's a few that think he's evil. So we'd probably argue about debate about that. I
Yeah,
would
we've
think.
had huge debates about that. With who was that we were debating? He's a mod here. What's his name?
Oh, Mordor?
I'm not gonna say
No.
names, but just like people that think that the creators just like kind of abandoned us.
Yeah, that's one theory. I'm gonna actually go on the limb. Well, no, I think it's easy to argue that the God is way more extreme and loving than we are, and I've seen humans go to extreme lengths to show love. So if humans are willing to do that, I think that's just a taste of what the Creator's love is.
Yep, he gave us, the ability to marry and have a companion. That's pretty loving. Friendship, company, all kind of stuff. Great.
Yeah, animals, in case we don't have friends or family.
The Book of Sirach says
Flowers.
they give us different herbs for our healings and medicine. Like what's it called? Certain like incense and oils can actually kill bacteria infections. Oregano oil is one of them.
This is not a troll question. It's one of my favorite questions to ask, honestly, to folks who believe certain things. Do you think marijuana with THC was in the Garden of Eden?
Yeah, but if
Or
you all
would
herbs
it-
are
So, like, psychoactive THC isn't like a product of the fall, in your opinion, it sounds like.
no, it says all herbs are for our benefit, for our consumption. Like he was referencing like eating them, but I feel like everything has a time and place. As long as you don't, some people obviously
Yeah.
abuse. But
There's such a stark generational split on that topic, and obviously it's not addressed specifically biblically, but for such a long time, like, marijuana would be sinful, or at least like you couldn't be doing that, out in the open as a Christian. I think that's different today, and it's really been interesting to watch over the past like 30 years.
Yeah. Probably a lot had to do with the stigma of it being illegal, so they wouldn't have wanted, people having any chance of being caught up in the law. So
I would say yes, but what about all the special passes for communion wine during Prohibition?
well, nobody's saying alcohol is like bad. Like I'm not really making any of those claims. I'm saying everything has its time or place. Like the Bible even says, give drink to those who are suffering,
Yeah.
I think that's righteous. Someone's suffering, let them, God didn't want them to be suffering. He literally said that.
I've never imagined that as a buy the stranger at the end of the bar a drink because he's having a bad day.
I think it
But
meant
like
if he's dying.
conceptually, kind of,
I
yeah.
think it was if he was dying. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, it's hard to die without suffering. So either way,
But even if it wasn't suffering, yeah, I guess wine could potentially lift someone's spirits, as long as they're not abusing it.
and if THC in a plant is there's a time and a place for. What about like LSD is obviously a molecule that exists not in nature, but our brains have receptors for it. So what does that tell us, if anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a time and place for everything. Depends on how you use it.
Maybe like in a clinical practice, maybe someone who is recovering from some sort of deep trauma, potentially, maybe with the
LSD. Oh yeah,
therapist.
LSA. That's yeah. That's active because that's in morning glories. But I don't know. LSD might be a little bit different. But either way, go ahead, Eden. Sorry, I had to
That's
correct
okay.
myself.
No, that's okay. No, that was a great point. Thank you. Thankfully, yeah. Thankfully, from my experience and my research, that kind of strength might not be necessary. I don't know if they would ever use that in a surgical practice or environment, but one guy, I'm not sure, you must have heard of him by now, Dr. Sebai. There was one guy who was going to do a documentary on him, but he was shot before it was completed. But essentially, well, maybe we shouldn't talk about it. I think it's against the server rules. I wish we could, but I mean, I'm not scared. I'm not scared to talk about. I think most topics, if not all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so
Now, when people
I
start
went to
questioning me about the nature and decision making of God, I can't honestly. Who can actually honestly answer that? God's ways are higher than ours. I don't even think we can contemplate God's mind. That's the one thing I can't, honestly engage in is speculating why or what or whatever about God. Because, there's different perspectives. You can look at different things, and, I don't know. I don't know what God's thinking at all times. I don't think any of us could, in good faith act like we do. We can hypothesize and say, yeah, this is a way that this could happen, maybe.
Yeah.
When people start interrogating me about God's decisions, I'm like, bro, all I know is that God's real. If you don't like his decisions, whenever you meet him, you can tell him.
Great point. Maybe it just requires more thought.
Yeah.
A great point. It'd be almost hard for me to imagine a creator that's not loving. I mean, why would we be any different?
Well, I think that's why we have a naturally good, we know right and wrong in our heart. If we see something that's evil, we know that that's evil. It's
Yeah.
something instinctually built into us.
Yeah, even children, I think, have recognized it.
And that's why it says the law is written on our heart. God wrote the law on our heart. We have, that's the explanation of how we have morals. And it says that their conscience becomes a law for them. So you say, okay, well, what would people do that have never heard the Bible? Well, God says he writes the law on their heart,
Yeah.
Oh, cringe.
And he judged based on what they did.
Yeah, and then through people become desensitized through, I guess conditioning. Sometimes they'll be rewarded for doing a misdeed or thinking something that maybe is unnatural or different or maybe bad.
Well,
but because they
actually,
get rewarded so many times, it's
yeah. Well, people can become what is it? Their soul can become like charred or something like that. Like where they've just like they've seared their conscience. That's what God says. Like some people do so much evil. How can God even like they've just seared their conscience? You know, at first they might have started feeling bad about it. They continue doing it, and then it's just seared. But
On the other hand,
let me give you one more thing before I forget.
Yeah.
I've been asked a lot about what would these tribes that live in the middle of nowhere do that have never heard the Bible. Okay, well, it says in the Bible that first of all they become a law to themselves, but second of all that they become a judge by their own words. So if you judge somebody else for something you're doing, you become your own judge by your own standards. Isn't that crazy?
Something I saw a lot in the super religious like elementary school I grew up in is that the total abstinence from the world, from like pop music and dancing and all of those. I don't think anyone here would say they're evils, but it was definitely like, oh, you can't listen to that song. They almost everybody went so far in the opposite direction, opposed to people like contrasted to people who had a balance of both. And now this is anecdotal, person by person. Maybe they're just more balanced in general, but trying to live like a monk and can wind up like tilting somebody all the way in the opposite direction.
Yeah, well, you know, God doesn't even teach that. So a lot of these things that people teach, like you have to wear this or skirt this long, or you can't listen to music, or you can't dance. Like literally, David, it says, make a cheerful tone, like make a cheerful sound to the Lord. David danced for the Lord, you know. So why are they going to say they can't dance? You know. So just like the priests, they say, oh, we can't marry, like we're never going to marry. But Paul said, why would I not be able to marry? All the apostles had their wives with them. You never know that. All the apostles that followed Christ around had their wives with them.
Well, they
But
don't say
whenever
that.
you show them in
They
the
don't say that's biblical. They say that specifically to prevent corruption in the church.
No, Paul said it in the Bible. He said the
Well,
apostles.
no. The Catholics don't even claim it's like a.
Oh yeah.
They don't even claim it's biblical. Like it's a rule for. They don't want dynasties to form in the church. To prevent that, you have to take a sacrifice, right? Like that sacrifice being like.
Well, Paul called out people for doing that, and they're still doing it. It's like Jesus literally called out people for calling others father, and they're still doing it. Yeah. Once I read the Bible, I said, how could, like, people...
Can you not call your own father father?
No, I mean, I don't call him father, but you're calling a random man father. Like, you're looking up to him. That's idolatry, dude. Jesus is our only mediator, according to the Bible.
When's the divorce with Whitsitt?
Huh?
No one cares. I don't care.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
I made my own, like, this was years ago, like before I ever even got in the community. I made a list of Bible verses as I was reading the Bible that went against the Catholic Church, and I went and handed them out in my old Catholic church. I even handed them to the priest. Yeah.
Did you nail him to the door?
What?
Did you nail him to the door though?
Yeah, but like Luther didn't want to get rid of the Catholic Church. He wanted to bring it back into it. He wanted to just reform it to all be Lutheranism. He wanted to keep like the
priesthood and all that. As big a balls as Luther did, so I'm gonna say no, she didn't.
Yeah, Luther was a piece of shit.
What do you think of William Tyndale?
I don't like Martin Luther because he tried to get rid of the commandments. He didn't like the Book of Timothy because he thought it was just by grace, you know, something like without any works. But the Bible says you'll know them by their fruit. You know, whoever does what is righteous is righteous. Whoever does not is not a child of God.
You know who really doesn't give a shit if you like Luther or not? Luther.
Well, Luther is in hell.
I mean, I'm just saying, I just follow the scriptures, so I don't follow any of these people that people look up to.
Smart.
Like Luther was an extremely like anti-Semitic, anti-woman person.
Anti-woman?
Yeah, like most all of them were back then. Imagine that. What?
Well, no, Luther was like above a lot of them. He called for like killing the Jews.
What?
Yeah, nobody else.
Well, I'm not a fan of any of them, like I said.
Well, no, I'm not saying no one else did, but he was like on the high tier of like hating Jews.
Yeah, if that's true, that's terrible. I think
Well,
there's
he
lots of
had-
evidence for it.
Yeah. So again, he was not even close to the only one who thought that way. So
Yeah, of course he wasn't the only one, but like you have to
So-
reconcile the fact that he was like on the top. Like if you compare it to like
what do you
other people who hate
what do you have
Jews,
to reconcile? What do you? That doesn't even make any sense.
you were praising him a second ago.
Was I? When was I praising him?
You were saying that he was extremely brave.
No, I said he had big balls. He fucking went up against the Catholic Church, nailed those on the church door.
You mean the theses?
You don't think that took balls to go against the church, knowing he would be put in prison for that?
Is that before or after the Inquisition? My
Well, the
timeline's fuzzy.
there were multiple Inquisitions, Full Knight.
The Spanish Inquisition.
The Spanish Inquisition wasn't even run by the church; it was run by the Spanish crown.
Those damn Spaniards.
What do you guys think, Red Tape? What do you think of William Tyndale? He was the English version.
I don't know who that is. Was he the
You
guy
don't
who
know?
was? Wait, he was the guy who was killed
Smith in
during the
November.
reign of Henry of. Oh, that guy. Yeah, that's cool. Killing monarchs is cool.
No, he was more of he translated the Bible, but yeah, he did tutor one of the knights' children.
Knights. I mean,
Yeah, England had knights.
What do you mean? One of the knights? All the nobility were almost all the nobility were technically knights.
Yeah, so he was a tutor to one, and there was a conversation when what the story goes that the clergy member that was invited to dinner was saying that the Pope's word mattered more than the Bible, and that's when I'm not sure if you don't know. I think you said you don't know William Tyndale, but he was quoted to saying that one day, if I'm not mistaken, that the farm boy would know more about the scripture than the Pope. And I think he did a tremendous work on that before he was murdered. Because Red Tape, think of it like this: Red Tape. Imagine put yourself in ancient England. Okay,
That's not
you're
ancient
British.
England. That's not ancient England. What are you
Okay,
talking
sorry,
about?
you're right. My bad. Let's go back into the 1500s in England, and you're British, but multi-generational.
You would be
and then now
English,
you
not
realize,
British.
Yeah.
There
now you
was no
realize,
Britain then.
Okay, thank you, England. Let's say you realize that there was a church and they were lying to you and your family for over 1,000 or generations. How would you feel?
I wouldn't make a new church. I'd be atheist.
What would you want from that organization? Do you want to shut that organization down, maybe, or would you leave
Well,
it?
what he was doing wasn't going to shut it down. Like it obviously existed because, two, his theology was never accepted in Britain, and they basically made Catholicism light with Anglicanism, right? And two, like he didn't shut it down.
No, I know.
Like Catholicism remains the largest Catholic religion. I mean, the largest Christian. I know several of you don't believe that Catholics are Christian, but like they're the largest Christian claimed religion on the planet.
By far.
On the earth. On the flat earth.
I don't know how you can. Or I want to go back to something earlier, though. I don't know how you can claim the creator is necessarily benevolent.
He's not benevolent. Who was claiming that?
Taking Back Eden did, like 20 minutes ago. Well, not even 20, like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think he's his mercy is greater than our mercy.
Well,
Well, it's probably pretty close. I mean, humans have been really merciful.
I just don't understand the claim that like necessarily a creator. We don't have to go with the Christian one, but like a neutral, just like any creator entity that made the world, right? Would
Well,
be
yeah.
necessarily benevolent.
Well, of course, in the ancient Greeks, they taught they were indifferent. I mean, this is no new idea.
It wasn't. No. Like the gods weren't necessarily indifferent, right? But chaos, the thing that which like the world and the first like titans, etc., came from, was definitely indifferent.
Yeah. So I think what separates from the Jewish God, if I'm not mistaken, this sort of level of love that I don't see in the other ancient cultures or holy texts. So I kind of have to attend with the creator.
Well, I don't really like. But you were claiming like not necessarily just Christianity. Or if you claim that like a creator is benevolent, sure, like whatever. I'm going to disagree with you. But I'm not even really sure the Christian God is specifically benevolent.
I would argue otherwise because he does warn us of the past, the beginning, the past, the present, and the future, and he offers us protection, and it seems to have been tested, and it works. I mean, I've tested it.
I don't know, man. Like, do you believe that hell is like genuine, like torture forever?
I hope not. I've heard the argument that eventually, I think the Bible will argue that it is, but I think maybe like there would be a time where the creator, he would stop it. Just like, if there was a fire and it was simmering, you could just end it, just put the water there and it's no more fire.
Did I hear you say you tested God's protection?
Yes. The full armor of the Lord. There's a lot of people who aren't aware of it.
Okay,
They don't wear it.
But like, I have to ask: is God all-knowing?
That's a good. I don't know.
You don't know?
I haven't thought about it too much. I mean, I've heard about it. Probably thought about it less than an hour. If we want to go test it now, let's see. Is he all-knowing? He would probably be. He would know more than us. So I guess so.
Does God perfectly know the past, present, and future?
I think so.
So necessarily, he plans for Adam and Eve to fall, right?
No, I would think of it more like this. A parent builds a beautiful home with lots of tools and says, whatever you do, don't just follow what I say. These are instructions. I think like the parent would say, you can do everything, but don't do this, right? Don't do X,
But
Y,
you
Z.
said he knew he knows the future, right?
Yeah, but just like a parent knows the children are gonna
well
come into many problems.
It's not like that. Like, they are pretty sure they're going to do that. There's a difference between like knowing your kid could do it, and the difference is knowing your kid will do it, right?
Well, I think most parents. Well, I don't know about most parents, but I think some parents know their children are going to get into. And this is outlined in the story, Prodigal Son. Have you heard of it?
I've heard of the Prodigal Son, but the issue is that how could God not make creation in such a way if he knows the future? And it's not just like knowing the potential futures, but knowing what is going to be the future, right?
Because despite all the madness, in between sometimes there's this moment of just immense love and an experience that's sometimes indescribable.
Yes, but like you're if he knows perfectly what the future is, then he either made creation in such a way where he knows that it's like his children will, right? Not if, will. Or he's not all knowing. He doesn't know the future, past and present.
Okay, I could argue. Well, what about this though? If I argued, he knew, just like a parent knows that the children are potentially get into an extreme situation like killing each other or killing neighbors.
But not potentially. He knows it will happen. Will.
Yeah. So he knows it's gonna happen, but he wants. That's not his will. I mean, just like a parent, they know their children. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
How isn't it his will if he knows it's going to happen? Nothing happens without God, right?
No, I see what your point is. I would just say that just like a parent, there's an intention, and what's happened is because maybe Satan and lies, the focus on the intention is off. I mean, they're no longer focused on the intention of what the experience should be. Now they're dealing with the chaos.
How is it not what it should be? Because he planned exactly, like he made creation where it isn't going to be anything else.
Well,
if you know
in
the
my
future,
opinion- okay, sorry.
If you know the future, then there's like no way to move around it. Like he made the world to do this thing.
How about this? He made it this way, but I'll need about like maybe 20 seconds. He made it so think of like a puzzle. I hate to use a puzzle analogy because that's so late. We're way more into. Think of it like he wanted his creation to get to a level of love without force, and I think the only way to do that is without force. And some people recognize it, and they're trying to get others to recognize it, and that's I think the problem. There's a lot of people who don't recognize it, don't want to recognize it, but I think they can recognize it eventually.
That is admitting to that, like God planned for Eden to be just like fallen, right? Like the perfect
I think he
creation
did
is
plan.
fallen.
Yeah, he would have planned for people to fall, and then I think he would have had plans for them, such as like mercy. So I guess he would have planned. I don't know how he does it, and I'll just be
That
straight
doesn't
up.
sound very benevolent to me.
Well, if just the fact that he made a benevolent option, we should be, I think, focusing on that because, yeah, of course, we have backup plans like
That's
hospitals,
some Stockholm syndrome shit
police.
right there. Like,
Well, I guess someone can do that to their parent too. It's like the parent knew I was gonna.
I would like to make a point
Of course.
that it was especially cruel, knowing what he had to know, to allow men to write the Bible in a way that put everything on Eve, so that women have been taking the brunt of this for 2,000
Well, yeah,
years.
like he planned creation in such a way, and if he planned for creation to fall, that also means he curses Eve with the pain of childbirth as a punishment for falling.
And Coco, great point. If I'm not mistaken, I learned this 2 weeks ago. Adam knew first before Eve, so and Adam was there, so it's his responsibility, not Eve's.
Yeah, but God still punished specifically Eve with like painful childbirth.
yeah, I mean, you don't. If someone's lied to and fully believes the lie through no fault of their own, they're not held accountable. I wouldn't hold somebody accountable for the decisions they make while under the influence of that lie, because that wasn't.
Because they've also
they
never
didn't opt
experienced
in.
lies before.
Yeah, and those Adam and Eve were clearly unequipped with the tools to make those kinds of decisions.
Well, maybe, but I like your point because I would agree. Like, let's say if I gave them a test to study for, someone gave them the wrong information and they failed miserably, I would be charitable. I'd be like, try it again and I'll give you a chance to study the right information. So, or I would just forgive them because they got the wrong information. But I think you raised another point. I wanted to. I forgot about that one though.
But yet again, under the Bible, in religion for 2,000 years, women have been called Eve as a slur, saying that they're the ones that betrayed Adam and went against God, and that's why they're not capable of being a whole person and everything else. So beyond just childbirth, that whole thing put women in a very bad situation.
Thankfully, there was redemption for all women.
But is there? Because just a couple weeks ago, somebody was calling me Eve to indicate that I was a lying.
Did Eve lie?
You tell me, you're the one that was calling me that.
I don't think I was equating Eve as lying and just calling you Eve. But then I remember I called you Lilith because you preferred me to call you Lilith, so I started just calling you Lilith. But yeah, I believe women did get redemption in the New Testament. The first woman to recognize that Jesus was not in the where they placed them was a woman. Jesus revealed himself to the woman first, and Jesus saved the woman many times.
But you still feel that women belong to men, that women's job is to get married, have kids, be second class. Why is
No,
that?
I don't think second class. I don't think second class.
Can a woman be a preacher? Can they be the head of a church?
Oh, that's a good question. I've seen women go out and evangelize, so I don't see why not. But I think I don't know. There is scripture that says no. I think I have to see what. I think it's in the Old Testament or the New. I'll find out.
Not Paul.
Yeah, women is
Might
not
be Paul.
permitted to
Thank
read
you.
the Bible.
To be fair, I have had this discussion with Eden already, and he has already told me that absolutely not. Women cannot.
Hmm. I wonder if I was joking. Sometimes we're just bantering back and forth in the chat, but I don't know. To think about it, I've seen women evangelize, and they're amazing. I saw this one woman with another woman. She made the woman convert. It was amazing. Even made me cry. She was on, I think it was Way of the Master. It was a female talking to a female that just left the bar.
A woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She must be silent.
That is the
Is
New
it in the
Testament.
Old?
That's Paul.
Oh,
No, that's
okay.
Tim.
Tim.
First
Thank you.
Tim.
Oh, that's your name too. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, First Timothy.
Actually, I went to St. Timothy's. That's one of the school of my elementary school. One of them. Interesting. Thank you. I like
But
what
that is
Jesus
because
did with women. Oh, sorry.
it's just like, I mean, you can take a list of Bible verses that is like referring to women, and they're not they don't have a clear-cut line, because there is also Proverbs that is saying she is more precious than rubies. Nothing you desire can compare with her. Blah 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 blah. So should they just submit, or are they actually something to be not worshipped, but in lack of better terms?
I think Jesus said, "Love your wife." Like who was that? No, that was maybe one of the. I'll have to
Yeah.
check. I'm still studying it. I think you guys would all make amazing flat earthers. We need you.
I don't really care about flat Earth.
An immoral woman leads a man to destruction, as an ox to the slaughter. The house of an adulterous woman is the way to hell. So if you're not a virgin and not married, you're fucking directly halfway to hell, bro.
No, in the Christian worldview, it's called the unforgiving servant. Are you familiar with that parable?
Oh, to teach me.
Essentially, there was a governor of a town, and I think when it was time for the audit or for taxes, he was so corrupt, it was outrageous. And I think the king, I think back then, if you granted mercy, it really showed the people within the court your power. So I think what happens was he was forgiven to the shock of everyone. But when he left the court, he found someone that owed him money, and then I think he tried to shake him down for money. And then there were people who saw, and then they reported it back to the king, and the king was like, "Wow, I just granted this guy so much mercy, and there he is, not doing the same for even less." So I think essentially he was brought back to the court, and then he was found guilty. So I think that's a message for Christians. We've been granted mercy, so we have to extend that to the others.
You've been granted mercy that can be rescinded if you don't live up to the ideals of the mercy you've been given.
No.
Parable.
He can believe in once saved, always saved. He sounds like a Protestant.
No. I believe in. I think potentially someone. Well, I don't know. That's something that's debatable for sure. I kind of believe that someone who rejects, maybe, just like anyone with a driver's license or a neurosurgeon.
The Bible is the Bible is a funny book because, like, the Old Testament is like 70%, 80% of the Bible, and then the New Testament comes around, just a little 20% of the Bible, and it says like pretty much just ignore what you learned in the Old Testament. Now you just have to love everyone and stuff like that. Just forget it as 20%, 80%.
No, in the Old Testament.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Yep.
Never mind all those jots and tittles.
But wait, though, in Tim. Oh, go ahead, Coco.
No, I was just agreeing. That's exactly what it is. The Old
Okay,
Testament was a mean, evil God, and then Jesus comes along and says, "Everybody be nice to everybody."
Can I rebut? In the Old Testament, there was Jeremiah. He was told by God to go to the king and tell him to follow the commandments and stop sacrificing the innocent. If they did, they could live there on the land. The king kicked him out, and eventually, because of that, Babylon came in, Nebuchadnezzar, and conquered Israel. And so essentially, I think that's a lesson. If we follow the commandments, we could live here on the land.
Okay, what about there's a specific instance in the Old Testament where God through Moses orders the complete destruction of an entire people, but the virgin women, and not even necessarily women, because it's basically just like young teens, like children. And God rewards the warriors of Israel to keep them as plunder, war wives, slaves. Basically, they rape them.
Yes, I'm actually trying to formulate the best response to this. This is something that's probably going to be one of the most difficult and challenging, maybe, responses for the believer to try to respond to a non-believer. But generally, I think the message is, well, I'm still researching, so.
Well, and let's just add to that.
He commanded the destruction of the Nephilim, but he was like,
No. This was specifically a tribe of people living in what would become Israel, right?
you have a verse? Like, can we look at a particular segment, please?
I'll look it up.
And let's just add to that, like he said, it was the children, boys and girls, that they could have sexual relationships with, which also indicates an acceptance of being gay at that time, and yet people use the Bible to be anti-gay. That makes no sense either.
Can you please pull up verses? Because some of these claims, like anything about the children, is not in the Bible.
Yeah, it is. Maybe you need to read the Bible a little bit more.
Read it. Where is it?
Like it's always a little bit extra cringe when it's the people who are espousing that we all need to listen to the Bible who are not really familiar with what's in the Bible.
Tell me which verse you're talking about, please.
Yes. Give a minute. Somebody is doing your research for you. Hang
Dude,
on.
I don't believe you. Like, I don't know what to say.
He already said he is getting it for you. Hang on.
Yeah, but children.
There is a response, but I don't think it's going to be favored or liked by most people.
A response to what claim?
Thankfully, I don't think there was any instructions to do that going forward. Thank goodness.
There was not instructions to do these things. He gave rules if they did do these things. And by the way, back then, having slaves was pretty much very, very common. And slavery,
Yeah, but
like
if
people
God
say that
didn't
being
like
an
it, he would
employee
have told
today,
them not to do that, right?
an employee
Hold
today
on,
would
she
be
was
like
still
a
talking.
slave. Like that's
Yeah.
how they had their job.
Isn't
Like
that
that was somebody literally working for other people was how you worked.
isn't
That's
that
true.
the
And
though, Taylor? Because it was so common because God didn't speak up against it. Why didn't God tell people it wasn't right?
well,
They
there was
didn't have
different types of.
corporations. Where would
Oh,
they
sorry.
work?
What?
They didn't have big corporations and companies. They literally worked for other
Slaves.
Can't be letting them have idle hands.
People had
Numbers 31.
to pay them. What's the
Read it.
frig?
Yeah, Bull Knight. Imagine you had a contract with someone for $1 billion and then they didn't follow through, right? So I think what happened was back then they would just have to work for you until they paid off the debt, or I think 7 years went by and then you could release.
I could
You
have
could
handed
forgive
down
the debt.
bankruptcy court. Like, we figured it out without
Behold,
him.
these caused the children of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to commit trespass against the Lord in the matter of Peor, and there was a plague among the congregation of the Lord. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known a man by lying with him. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. Yeah.
Keep reading.
And do ye abide without the camp 7 days. Whoever hath killed a person, and any who hath ever hath touched any slain, purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day. This is a lot of purification. Blah 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 blah. It doesn't say anything else about how you should treat them.
What about beforehand? Did it describe? I get what you're saying though.
Well, like,
thankfully,
even if what they did was wrong, right? It still explicitly orders the Israelis to kill, like, even among the little ones, the males, and to keep women, like very young women, as captives and to eventually be your wives.
in that sense, it almost. Oh, go ahead, Taylor. Sorry.
Wasn't this the group of people that were killing the Israelites?
Yes, but at this again, this is like the loving God, right? He's ordering. He's still ordering you to kill all the males, including the children, and to keep the young women as your like slaves, essentially. Like they rape them.
Does it say to rape them?
No.
To keep among yourselves, like they.
He was saying
They explicitly they
protect the women and children, but women and children cannot live on their own.
wait.
If you
It's not women and children. It is specifically only the female children, because he orders the death.
Okay, well, I understand the young males, but
no, even among the little ones.
women would not be able to survive on their own anyway.
What the hell? Of course they
But you're
could.
to take them as
They
if God
survived
ordered
by
rape.
themselves all the time when the men died. What are you even talking about?
Let me quote it
Back in
again.
the day, the men were
Now
the
therefore kill every male among the little ones. That's not just the children.
God wiped out groups
That's
of
not just
people. I completely acknowledge that. I acknowledge that God wiped out groups of people. But you know, like
no. He
we read
orders
about
the Israelites to do this.
So we're being kind of one-sided though, because if we don't read what those groups of people are doing,
Did the children
we're
do
only
that?
looking at one side.
Well, it's not just like if the goal was to wipe out the entire group, why did they keep
What
only
group
the
was this, by the way?
females?
I'm just curious what group people were talking about.
Do you think that the propaganda book that's incentivized to show the Israelites in the best light is going to have the truthful response about what this group did to them?
Well, it'd be
Just
interesting
double
just to
checking
hear
here.
it.
What group was this, by the way?
Well, no, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so why won't you answer the question? You want me to answer?
It was a group of Canaanites, but like
Who?
a group of Canaanites. But again,
We already know about the Canaanites.
it's a group of Canaanites.
Yeah,
But
can you tell us about the Canaanites? Because I
does
don't really
that
know.
justify killing every male child and keeping like only the women alive so you can keep them for yourselves?
Midianites.
Again,
I think that let me tell you why. I think that like whenever the fall of Adam happened, it was the Y chromosome, right? Because that was what was like the fall. I don't know. So if the genetic corruption was passed down through the Y chromosome, this is a hypothesis as to why they would particularly kill men. Now, some people I believe had both women and males were corrupted, like genetically, and
What
that would.
what was passed down, please?
they're saying
Yeah,
that like
genetic
the
corruption
sin
that
was
happened in
passed down by
Genesis.
the male
It happened
chromosome.
in Genesis 6. The sons of
Getting
God.
pretty interrupty there, Taylor.
Can you please clarify where in Genesis 6 it
I'm
refers to
literally
the
having
Y
to talk over
chromosome?
4 people right now. Is there a mod?
But wait. Both Adam
I keep
and
getting
Eve
interrupted.
fell.
I keep getting interrupted.
You mean
Taylor,
you
do you
keep
want to
interrupting
restart?
other people, Taylor?
Is there a mod?
You're the one that's interrupting
I'm
other
trying
I
to
don't
talk
think
to 5
so.
people.
Now
and I
they're
keep
trying to
getting
just. Taylor, do you want to maybe they didn't hear what you said? You want to maybe rephrase it?
Yeah, Genesis 6:3. The sons of God came into the daughters of men and bore Nephilim, the giants. This is why whenever they went to look at the land of Canaan, yeah, Genesis.
But they were supposed to be wiped out in the flood.
Hold on, listen. And after, you forgot the next part. They bore giants in those days and after, so they still had giants, just like David and Goliath. Goliath was a giant.
Yeah.
Native Americans have stories of giants all around the world. They have stories of these giants. I'm going to document the stories of giants from Native Americans in June.
Please let me know wherever you work at in the medical field so I know not to go there. Thanks.
I don't work in the medical field, but anyway,
not
they had the genetic corruption, okay, that happened in Genesis 6. Whenever they went to scope out the land of Canaan, they said they looked like grasshoppers in their sight because they were giant. They were not they were corrupted, dude.
Can you please be
Seems
specific?
like an
Where in Genesis 6 does it mention chromosomes?
Well,
no, it was just a theory she said.
First of all,
okay, so it's an unsubstantiated story that you've made up. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Because there's nothing in the source material that you're citing that in any way. Okay, you complained about being interrupted all the time, and then when you were told that you constantly interrupt people, you denied that was the case. Are you prepared to admit now that you were lying about not interrupting people?
Well, you keep asking. If you're going to drag on one question for 10 minutes, I just want to answer it. Nephilim.
I had not finished my question.
Hey, go ahead.
You are making an assertion based on zero evidence that this text has this meaning, and the only evidence you have supporting that is you think so. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, what is the evidence apart from you think so that this text has this meaning?
Because look up the word Nephilim, the giants. They had 6 fingers and 6 toes and 2 rows of teeth. They were not normal humans, and other cultures documented this too. I'm going to take recordings and footage of the petroglyphs in Chaco Canyon from the Native Americans who drew giant 6-fingered beings.
Where in the Bible does it say that the Nephilim had 6 toes and 6
David
fingers?
and Goliath. Numbers, not numbers. Oh, hold on, I tweeted it before. Why can't I remember?
I'll try to look it up.
To make sure you're going, the thing happened in Genesis, and then I'm connecting it all the way to this other thing that happened like way later.
So you're claiming that Goliath is a Nephilim?
Huh? Goliath? Yeah.
What connection does Goliath have to Nephilim?
Well, Nephilim, one of the definitions is a giant. Goliath was a giant.
A giant is anybody over 2 meters tall.
According to what?
According to the meaning of the goddamn word.
What?
Look up the definition of giant. You will see that a giant is anybody who is over 2 meters tall.
I'm talking about in biblical times.
Okay.
They had rows of teeth. They had 6 fingers.
So where does it say? Please be specific. Where does it say the Nephilim had 6 fingers?
Goliath, who was the lineage of the Philistines, which are also Canaanites, they were giants, and then Goliath had 6 toes and 6
Wait a minute,
fingers.
but like the Canaanites survived.
So Goliath wasn't unusual. He was part of an entire civilization of giants, and he was utterly remarkable. That's nonsense, Taylor. That's a deliberate misreading of the story. That's a deliberate misreading of the story. Goliath was unusually tall. That's why he stood out. That's why everybody knows his name.
No, they killed his brothers too. If you go read the story, they were all like that.
Okay.
The
Canaanites survived Taylor. The Canaanites survived.
That is different from saying. So he and his brothers were all big.
No, they had 6 fingers and 6 toes and 2 rows of teeth, dude. They were huge.
Canaanites are giants.
They were not human. Canaanites were giants.
You have made this claim multiple times, and you have yet to substantiate it on any level. You can't even confirm for me that the Bible says it. Even if the Bible does say it, you have no evidence that it is true.
Yeah, I do.
What?
Well, there was polydactylism, documented giants in even in America.
Documented by whom?
Yeah, by the Native Americans.
Which document?
Well, documented in petroglyphs, which was their writing form.
So not documented.
And they found mummies of polydactyls.
So don't use the term documented. Don't use the term documented if you mean it was drawn on a wall.
Okay, did Sumerians document stuff? Did people doing pictographs document? Different people had different languages, dude. That's still documenting events.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, Matt.
Tony, wait a minute. She's still like going around the point.
Picture is very different from a writing system. The Sumerians had a writing system.
Okay. I believe that pictographs are a way of documenting things. You can disagree if you want. Okay, Numbers 13.
We're back to the point. We're back to the point where I said all you have for this is you think so, and you said no, and now 5 minutes later you're back to I think so.
I'm trying to get to you, but you're bulldozing, dude. Numbers.
Wait a minute. Tony, wait. She's doing this to go around the fact that Moses, through God, orders the death of children, all men, all women who are not virgins, and to keep those women, those young women, I should say.
God himself killed every man, woman, and child and animal on the face of the planet in the most terrifying and evil way I can imagine. Taking baby animals out and drowning them is particularly inhumane, but God did this to every human baby, every baby cat, every baby dog, every baby deer. I'm still talking. He did this to every animal, every human being on the face of the planet, and people and you guys defend this as actually having happened, and then turn around and say, yeah, of course, that was a good thing. That's a great thing. Anybody who drowns animals, they're a ripper person.
Okay, now Taylor, did you want to respond without any interruptions, please, people?
Yes. So the land of Canaan, they looked like grasshoppers in their eyes. The Anak, right? And so the Bible is clear that these are not normal individuals. They didn't even think that they could fight them because they thought they were going to lose. Literally, even the plants were corrupted because they had to carry, according to the Bible, Even the trees were huge, and we could, this is debatable, but there is some huge tree stumps, in my opinion, still left behind. They had to carry a bushel of grapes between two people. So I believe that whenever the fall happened, they were corrupting multiple different species. And, it says that all flesh was corrupted. And then Noah was the only one that was left. And that this is why the flood.
Yes, but the Bible outright says that all these evil things were annihilated in the flood.
And
No, so in order for them to exist after the flood, they would have to be a descendant of Noah, right?
No, there could have been
These humans after the flood would have to be descendants of Noah, right? It's a simple yes or no question.
I think it was Taylor. Taylor, you said no?
He cut out for me. I didn't hear his question.
Okay, he was asking about the descendants from Noah.
Oh, did they have to be a descendant of Noah? No. So there's different theories as to how the corruption could have got introduced again. But yeah, no. I mean, unless there was some corruption that happened within Noah's lineage. But yeah. I mean, I can't tell you exactly how giants got introduced again. Whether it was the same way through the sons of God coming to daughters of men or whatnot, I don't know.
So God permitted that?
So does it?
Yeah, well, there was
So
actually
God wiped out evil and then allowed more evil into the world.
So there was a
Satan is here.
Well, God permits Satan to exist. He knew Satan would fall.
And men to do their free will. Yeah.
Well, no, there's no free.
We were getting sidetracked. We were initially talking about the Canaanites, but
yes.
No, it's okay. Let me say something.
Yeah, the question here is whether or not killing children is moral.
Taylor was saying something. Okay, go ahead, Taylor.
Okay, so it was prophesied in the Genesis that the Messiah would crush the head of the serpent, and that their seed lines would be at odds. Like that the seed of serpent, the seed of man would be at odds, and that the Messiah will crush the head of the serpent, and the serpent will strike his heel. Like, so it's like prophesied this will happen in Genesis.
What?
Thank you.
But like the issue is again.
Jesus Christ, you people! For fuck's sake!
Is it moral to kill children?
Well, if these children are ravaging giants that are cannibals, as documented by other cultures, then in my opinion, I'm happy
So they were all cannibals. They were all giants.
I don't know if they were all cannibals, but I know that there were giants, and I know that they, some of them at the very least were cannibalistic.
Okay.
Red Tape, can I ask you a question, please?
What's up?
Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for being so respectful this whole conversation. What would you do in your neighborhood if someone was like attacking your community? What would you guys? I think you're American, right?
I wouldn't wipe out their entire family.
I understand. Yeah, but now because we have a judicial system, I'm talking about back then. Maybe
that's the Canaanites' neighborhood.
Well, no,
it was the other way around.
But like, I would point out the Israelis were like the Israelites were the invaders in that situation.
Huh?
No, you don't understand.
Already living there.
See, Red Tape, you don't understand. See, what happened was that God promised the Israelis that land, even though they weren't on it. So technically, it's theirs anyway. Is what's going to be argued here shortly.
No, but they were kicked out many times. Like in Jeremiah, when he was instructed to tell the king to follow the commandments, they didn't follow it, so they were kicked out. They were kicked out time and time again. And you have Jews today that actually say they were kicked out for a reason, and they're supposed to be in every other nation to spread the word of God. They don't deserve the land.
But Jews don't spread the word of God. They're not an evangelizing religion.
Well, not
modern day Jews, because I mean, that's a whole nother topic.
Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. Yeah.
Okay,
Topic.
yeah, that's a whole nother thing. Like, I would rather not get into that.
Yeah. But you will see Jews
also that the Canaanites were not wiped out. Like, their cultures existed. They survived the Israeli invasion.
Yeah, that's fine.
Killed all those Y chromosomes that make giants, though, apparently.
Yeah, so the curse of Adam, go watch the Days of Noah series on Proto-Evangelium. He's a orthopedic surgeon who goes through a whole series of this, and that's
Interesting.
I'm not
Yeah, if it's
saying like
easy.
the Y chromosome thing is like verified scripturally. Obviously, don't talk about chromosomes or anything, but I can send you a link to a series of this surgeon going through the Bible, and not that he's a surgeon that makes it more credible. I think he's really good for God. But anyway,
Yeah.
that's just kind of like my opinion. I said that was my opinion, right? I didn't say that was like verified.
Yeah.
If God ordered you, Taylor, would you kill a child?
If God ordered me to kill a child,
No.
Yes.
I mean, what's going on with this kid? Like, what's the situation?
It doesn't matter, right? God
said
orders it.
No.
This is a stupid hypothetical question. I'm not engaged.
Yeah, because well, I'll answer.
Somebody clip that for later.
I'll answer. No, because God wouldn't do that anyways. No.
God orders it in the Bible. He does it himself.
Yeah, but in the Old Testament, perhaps at one time. But if we
More
hold on, can I
than
respond though?
Now Eden knows. Now Eden knows the mind of God. That's good to know.
No, well, I'm just saying, right? Look at all the examples after. It's time and time again not to do that. So that's not his will.
Like Noah's
What do you-
flood, firstborns, and
Yeah, but
Abraham,
then
and how many others? He does
he
it
didn't make
a
Abraham
lot.
kill.
A
Sorry,
lot.
Coco.
Okay, what about when he explicitly orders Moses, and Moses orders the Israelites well after the flood, well after Egypt, to kill all the male children?
We already talked about this. There was giants after the flood. We know that through Exodus.
How do you that they don't even mention these people being giants?
Yes, they do. They said that they were giants, literally.
What happened to the giant gene?
Huh? Well,
Those people survived. There were Canaanite kingdoms around Israel, even in Roman times.
Well, some people say that it got diluted. I can't explain exactly how. Some people say there still are some giants roaming around. Who knows? I can't answer that question definitively. And I already said at the beginning of this conversation, I can't play hypotheticals with why God does this or that. Like, I mean, how do you expect me to do that? I'm not God.
And thankfully, there's lots of instruction in the New Testament not to do that. So, thank you.
So then why? So then why should we ever take any hypothetical you say where you're like, if God existed, seriously, like
you don't
you're
have
kidding
to.
me here.
Wait, taking back, like God, he doesn't say killing is wrong in the New Testament.
I think. Well,
Murder, yeah, same premise. But whenever it says to turn your cheek, that's for like things like humility, like denying yourself, which the Bible does teach to be humble. David was a humble servant. Putting others, loving your neighbor, that was taught in Leviticus. Like, these are same things that Christ taught. People just were missing it.
If there was a child with giant DNA, would it be lawful and morally right to kill them? They would become a giant.
Are you talking about in biblical times? I mean, is God ordaining it?
Now, God has told you He has ordained it. Would you kill the child with
I already
giant
said
DNA?
I'm not engaging with your hypotheticals on killing somebody, dude. Come on now.
Okay,
God
let's
ordered
respect that. No, let's respect that.
I'm not asking you to do a hypothetical where you're killing somebody.
Yeah, do any hypothetical where you ask me to kill someone. Yeah.
Yeah. What? I've never done that.
I'm going to. I would honestly answer truthfully. Yeah.
Thank you, Red Tape. Red Tape, are there anything? Do you believe the government is honest 100% of the time?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I am ideologically opposed to the American government.
Wow.
That was actually a pretty silly question. Who believes?
Like, if you're going to ask me, was it right for the French revolutionaries to kill King Louis whatever? Yes, I would say completely yes.
Thank you.
Was it just for the Russian revolutionaries to kill the Tsar? Yes. His children? Probably not.
I wonder what.
So then,
Are there
what you're
things about
saying
the
is,
government?
if
Oh, go ahead.
what you're saying is, if you had baby Hitler in a crib,
No, I would not kill baby Hitler in a crib.
okay.
Well, first of all, the very obvious answer to that is if I kill baby Hitler, I'd be killing myself.
Would you kill the Nazis?
Yeah, of course.
So what if the Nazis, like in the way that they were acting, is the same way the Philistines were acting? Then what if
Did we kill all the Nazis?
Do we even have any proof of this?
It doesn't matter. I'm
they
just
did a
saying,
lot.
you
They
admitted
bombed.
to wiping out a group of people if it was righteous, but then when God does it, it's not righteous.
So
Remember what they
to
did
be
in
clear,
Dresden?
I don't think
raising an
he.
issue with killing Nazis. Okay.
No, what happened in Dresden? The bombing of innocent civilians, women and children.
Yes, I would agree. That was a bad thing.
But if you admit that you'd wipe out an army of people, well then why can't God?
I would. Yeah. It's perfectly fine to wipe out the army, but all the male children, no.
And Germany's a perfect example of why you don't have to. So oftentimes apologists will say, well, those boys would have grown up to be men that were mad at the Israelites and attacked them later. But
Yeah, because they were humans, maybe not giants.
Oh.
No, I agree though. No, I'm with you guys. I don't like killing. I don't even think I'm against it. Really, I think that we can rehabilitate personally.
Bull Knight. I don't think she's getting the point where it's perfectly okay to fight the Nazis, right? But not kill off all their children.
For sure. Seems that way.
Well,
Do you
he
think that's
describes
why-
killing groups of people, in my opinion, had to do with genetic lineages as described in the Bible with the Canaanites.
Is there any evidence that Hebrews weren't just Canaanites also?
Well, the
all
Hebrews were,
archaeology.
They literally document their lineages though.
Yeah,
And you
the
think those are
Hebrews
accurate?
were Canaanites. They were a group of Canaanites.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. They're not from the descendant of Cain. If you mean they're Canaanites because they lived in the region, that's another
Well,
thing.
Canaanites weren't descended from Cain. What are you talking about? That's not even in the Bible.
Well,
They would have been descended from Noah.
yeah, Noah, and then his son was Ham, and then Cain.
Wait.
Cain was before Noah.
No, Cain
I feel
was
like you have your timeline just all fucked up.
Canaan after Noah. There was two.
So, wait.
That could have been where
Cain
the corruption got introduced.
Cain came after Noah?
No, after Ham.
No, that's after Noah. Cain was the son of
after Noah,
Adam.
and
Noah was 4 or 5 generations after Adam by the own lineage that you were just
there's
outing.
more than one. Okay, so who was Ham's son then?
I don't give a shit.
What? Cain
I'm
was
not the
the
one
son.
claiming, but I know where Cain came from, and I know where that particular story came from.
Do you not
and
think
you're
there's
like,
more than one?
just so. Do you mind not interrupting me, Taylor? You spent a whole time complaining here, and you're immediately as soon as I'm talking. If you are mad because it's taking too long, if you don't interrupt, it goes faster. As I was saying, Cain. Oh my Jesus Christ. Never mind. You know what? Go ahead, Red.
Well, it's just Cain with the mark of Cain and all that came from Adam. He was Adam's son.
Okay, so Ham's son was Canaan. Canaan was Ham's son, who was the grandson.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, who was the grandson
Yeah,
of
but that's
Noah.
not-
This is where people think corruption got introduced somehow.
So now it's somehow instead of okay. I see what you're
Noah
saying.
cursed Cain. Yeah, I mean, we don't know definitively.
And you
There's-
just said he's Cain again when you just corrected yourself to Cain.
Okay, sorry, Canaan.
Oh my Jesus.
Canaan, yeah.
But yeah, Taylor, I have no problem with killing Nazis. You should shoot your local Nazi. I entirely agree.
What about this though? I guess you would have been opposed. Let's say if you were on the war council and they were making votes, are we going to bomb Dresden? There's innocent women and children. Would you have been the one that said no?
I don't think you have to firebomb Dresden. You can bomb the factory, sure.
I agree. But they did. That's. I wonder why they did that.
I think I'm not in the position to armchair general, personally.
Well, okay, I know some of the logic behind it. Dresden was a major infrastructure point in Germany. It had a lot of war munitions factories. It had a lot of storage for ammunition, for munitions, etc. So there was a logic behind it. I just don't think the firebombing was necessary. I think the firebombings of Japan was also unnecessary.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it was necessary or unnecessary. I'm saying I lacked sufficient information to make that judgment call.
Then again, I'm a communist, so
You're a communist?
yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. This has been a pleasant conversation, though. I have to thank you guys, making it easy.
Necessarily, I don't even think communism necessarily has to be like anti-religion either. There's plenty of examples of religious Marxists.
There you go. Yeah, maybe you can have a communism with religion.
Yeah, there's plenty of examples of religious communists.
What would your ideal What would you like to see out of communism, if you don't mind me asking? Like, would you like it?
I would point out what a lot of people assume what communism means, like in pop culture. It isn't like total and complete equality. It's necessarily who owns what. And it doesn't even have to be the state. It can be like workers' councils, aka like there's many versions of it. It could be the state, it could be the workers themselves, it could be like the local union. Primarily, communism is about who owns what.
Would there be two classes of citizens in this communism, or would there be like egalitarianism?
Well, the primary goal of communism is to make the working class the head of it.
Okay. Because they're maybe dealing with the brunt, or
say it again.
Because they're dealing with maybe the brunt of the labor, or
well, yeah, that's what communism is. That's what the proletariat is. It is the working class. It is the people who right now work for wages.
Would there be? I guess in communism, would people want to steal still?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There's still personal property in communism.
Okay.
Like, it wouldn't be like you can still have your house, you can still have your personal car, you can still have your toothbrush. You're not all going to share a communal toothbrush.
Yeah.
What primarily when they talk about property, it's private property, which is like, say, like there's a huge landowner, and he owns like 50% of all the agricultural land around you. That would be something that communists would not like.
I could see that.
Or a factory, right? A factory is private property. If someone owns all the apartments in the area, that isn't like your personal house, right? That's private property that you use to earn it, like revenue, right? A communist wouldn't like that.
Yeah, I can see that. A lot of pros there, I have to say. A lot of pros.
Do we have any anti-communists in the chat?
There's got to be one. I mean, what you're proposing, I don't see too many negatives right off the bat. I mean, I
Well,
can't think
the
of
main
one right
issue
now.
is that what are you going to do while you're building socialism? Socialism is the lower.
You
Is
didn't
the
text
lower? Huh?
Oh, sorry, thought I was muted.
Oh, okay. Well, like the main issue is what you're going to do to build socialism, which is the lower stage of communism. Right? You have to figure out how you're going to build a socialist economy, how you're going to get there, and like the time between transitioning from a capitalist society to a socialist one, and then to eventually a communist one. That's the main crux in arguments.
Would we need, let's say, if we remove corruption from society, would we need communism still, or I think that it could be argued yes.
Well, yes, a communist would still say you still don't want private property.
Yeah, like where it's allocated unproportionally, perhaps, like you mentioned, where someone owns in almost like 90% of a state.
Like, do you know what the medium income is of the United States without the top like 1,000 people?
I think it was like 50,000, wasn't it?
No, it's 35,000.
35. Thank you. Okay. I know Luxembourg. I think they're number one. It's 79,000 last time I checked.
That's because they have a very specialized economy and a very low population.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting meeting you. Yeah, I know there's a lot to be desired from the government. I think there's hope, though, for sure. Back in the day when slavery was rampant in England, like the politicians, their livelihoods probably based on slavery. They would invest in the sugar companies and whatnot, other industries, and then the transportation of them and management. But it took brave men and women to take it on. And
It was difficult, but like I'm of the position that you would have never seen slavery removed from the United States without the Civil War.
Yeah,
Because like they didn't have like a massive slave population in Britain. Like it wasn't as difficult, right? Because not all of like those politicians were completely reliant on slavery for their income, right? Well,
maybe because when the first vote happened, it was like 250 to 1 against.
Yeah, but they were able to reform it. The issue is that in the South, because they had like such a domination of like the what's it called, the Senate, for example, because of like each state having just a guaranteed 2 senators, and because like the culture and economy revolves so much around slavery in the South, they just weren't going to give it up.
Yeah.
They had it's different when like most of the slavery, right? The vast majority of the slavery was going on in like far-flung colonies. But it's much different when the people who own the slaves and own like vast estates are in the country themselves.
Yeah. Have you heard of Harriet Tubman by chance?
Yeah, of course.
Supposedly they called her Moses.
Yeah, that's a well-known historical fact that they called her that.
They thought it was a man, I think, yeah, because It's an inspiring story, I have to say. If someone's in slavery, imagine, just put yourself in their shoes for one moment. You were born a slave. How would you break free from that? There was one book that showed us how. I mean, imagine, right? Imagine you were born a slave in a society where they hunted down slaves who ran away. But the only thing that worked was what was in that book, where these slavers would now defend your life with their life.
What are you even talking about? There was no book. They couldn't write down anything about the Underground Railroad and all that got the slaves out in case they were caught. So there was no book. There were just people who remembered things in their heads to take the slaves through the Underground Railroad and up into the northern states and mostly Canada to help them get free. There was no book involved.
No, the Bible. They were going to church, some of them.
The Bible was used to justify owning them.
But also against it, because prior to that, in UK, they abolished it. I think eventually at 1833, 1 year before. I mean, I think William Wilberforce saw it pass before he passed away. He was the one that took it to Parliament. William Wilberforce.
In the
What a
United
story.
States, the Bible was used to justify keeping them, and it was also used to justify going to war to continue to keep owning people. So in the United States, there was no book involved.
Well, hold on, Coco.
No,
There
no.
was definitely a religious element to the Civil War because both sides used the Bible as
Yes.
uh,
Just like they do today with flat Earth. You're gonna have some Bibles. You'll have some Christians that say the Bible says it's flat. Then you have Christians that say the Bible says it's a globe. So yes, great point.
Not such a great point, because I am talking specifically the slave owners who were using the Bible to justify why they should be allowed to own people.
Yes, but in my opinion, people who are misinformed about the Bible, let's say they didn't really read it, they're just it's being taken out of context, and that's what happens. And
Yeah,
then when they find out more,
all
they
the
realize, oh
stories
wow.
in the Bible about owning slaves and how it's okay and how you should treat your slave. Yeah. Nothing like that in the Bible.
Well, I think there was, just like we have today, when you look up a word in a dictionary, it's going to have maybe 5 definitions, right? And probably priority or significance. So back then, they would have had instances where parties were having let's say they had a contract, let's say if it was a large amount, and then one like there was some sort of crime, or maybe broke the contract for whatever reason. I think essentially, and he couldn't pay. I guess the other person in the contract
well,
back.
hold on.
He would work
That's
for them.
specifically regulating Hebrew slavery, though.
Yeah, great point.
Because
I think
when the apostles went out to spread the word in the Greek and Roman world, right? Those were completely different kinds of slaves. But a lot of these preachings were done to the Roman wealthy and like the urban people. The New Testament doesn't even call for the abolishment of slavery. Like they tell you to obey your masters. Oh, hold on. I'll just.
No, you're right. Jesus even said, "No, a slave is not above his master." I think, but I think it applied both ways. But it does talk about mercy. Jesus emphasizes that time and time again. Mercy.
And then mercy would become your contested word because, to slave owners, mercy might be not killing them today, just beating the crap out of them and giving them scars all over. That's mercy.
No, well, the unforgiving servant. I mean, in that story again, it was talking about this man who owed such a debt that he probably would have been in jail for the rest of his life.
Okay, so we're not talking about that story though. We're talking about chattel slavery in the South in the US.
Yeah,
At least
but
that's
then
what I thought we were talking about.
It is.
Maybe I missed the change of subject. So I'll just shut up now.
No. You raise a great point, Coco. But again, like if I was to rebut, I would say I use the entire Bible, not just the first half.
What'd you say?
Oh wow, Seafoam's here. Welcome. This guy has a recipe and a half.
Hi.
Welcome, Lion, and everyone else.
What's up, man?
Yeah, just talking about like we went back on the Bible, thank goodness, but all roads lead to the Bible or the Creator, looks like. And flat Earth. Flat Earth and then the Creator, I guess, or some people the Creator.
Well, for you, all roads obviously lead to the Bible. For a lot of people, it does not at all. At all.
Is the path straight or is it curving?
What is that even supposed to mean?
Straight?
Straight and narrow.
So a metaphorical path. Not everybody likes to take the straight path. Some people like to meander around and learn things and do stuff. So, like, I don't get your phrasing. It means nothing to me.
Well, I would argue. Let's say if they were born into a situation where they were abused. Let's take it to the extreme. They were a survivor of satanic ritual abuse, and they have no sense of
Whoa.
normalcy.
No,
right?
stop.
It's a warped reality.
Stop.
Now, when they realize,
Just stop. There is no real thing as satanic abuse. Maybe 10 people in the past 50 years. Kids are abused every day, though. Physically, mentally. They get starved, they get beaten, they get sexually abused. Why are you bringing Satan into this when this is something that happens every day?
This is well documented, actually. There's legit, satanic ritual abuse. It's a whole field.
I have a friend, survivor.
No, there is not.
Yeah,
No,
she has a YouTube channel.
That's hilarious. She doesn't believe you, dude. She thinks it's all made up.
And where
Dude,
where do you have your evidence of this satanic ritual abuse?
yeah, here, give me 1 second. It takes 1 second.
I mean, in the 80s, there was the satanic panic. You guys probably don't remember because you're not old enough. But yeah, there is no ritualized
Now look at us. Yeah, now look at the media, dude.
There is no book of Satan. There are no promises from Satan. So why would anybody worship him?
I was born in 2000.
Believers, I think Muslims even mention or believe in a Satan or deceiver. So you're going to have Muslims, you're going to have Christians, and then you're going to have people in Judaism.
If you believe in me, this will happen. If you believe in me, I'll give you this or that. No. He's mentioned a few times in the New Testament, and that's about it. But no promises of what happens if you follow him, no promises of what happens when you worship him. So why would anybody do it?
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Are there some satanic churches? Yes. Do they abuse children in rituals? No, they do not. Can you find some outliers where kids were abused because a mentally ill parents went too far down the rabbit hole? Sure, you can. But no, this was not some kind of normal or widespread thing at all.
This
And
was a social phenomenon in the 80s. The satanic panic was just parents whispering to each other. When they actually looked into it, no.
Yep.
No
All right. See how
satanic
they
ritual.
changing the goalposts? You must have just looked it up and found how stupid you sounded.
No,
Because now
Lion,
you're
I have
moving
a
the
friend.
goalposts.
She's a
that is
survivor.
what I
Now it went from not happening at all. Now it's like, oh, now it's outliers.
Yeah.
Listen, we can
Wait, what?
replay this back, and I said the same thing like 10 minutes ago, and I am
No,
just
you didn't. You must have
Yes.
just looked it up. Now you're rephrasing it. That's
Nope.
how it always happens.
She said
Now you're
Nope.
moving the goalposts.
We can replay this VC back. It's being live streamed.
It's not. You're not that interesting. It's all right. We don't have to do all that.
Yeah, because you know I'm
Hey,
right.
man, you don't need to act like a 12-year-old.
Oh,
It's not a laughing matter, actually. But I do have a friend. She's a survivor. Lion, what do you think about Satan? Do you think he's still real and around?
dude, I'm about to go to bed, dude. I'm just trying to find a couple links on this satanic ritual abuse stuff that, though it might be rare, still occurs, still exists. Nobody said it was common. Nobody said it was common and it happens all the time everywhere. That's not what we said. We said that it happens, that it exists. You were denying that it existed at all. Now you're saying that it does happen, but there's outlying cases.
That is hilarious. Move that goalpost some more.
Do you have to yell? Could you please not yell? Thank you.
So you went ahead and looked it up, Googled it, and saw that you were wrong, and now you're moving those goalposts. Perfect.
What? No, I already told you it was good.
That's the one thing I don't see too often. I don't see a lot of flat earthers mention Satan and his influence. Hopefully, maybe some more will start doing that.
Because not all flat earthers are religious freaks. A lot of flat earthers are just normal people who believe in flat earth. They don't believe in weird god fantasies.
What about Christians? Do you think most Christians believe in Satan? Anyone?
I mean, the Bible doesn't even talk about Satan hardly at all. So, I mean, it's kind of weird that people would put such emphasis on a minor character.
He was mentioned in the garden, and he was mentioned in the desert.
He's mentioned in the first book. He's mentioned in the last book. He's mentioned in between, but he's not. He's barely mentioned.
Actually,
you guys are ridiculous.
I would charge you to please pull me out the part of Genesis where Satan is specifically mentioned. Hey, thanks.
Yeah, the serpent in the garden, Brainiac.
It's the same deceiver.
No, that's a serpent. It's called a serpent. It is not identified as Satan. That is you putting on emphasis. That's not what it tells you.
No.
Okay, thanks for playing.
No, Revelation tells you it's Satan. Anyways, I'm good. You guys are ridiculous. Everything's an argument.
You are aware you're in a channel called Debate, right?
Yeah, there's like constructive debates, and then there's like retarded debates where it's like you guys just want to argue for nothing.
I don't want to argue. I just
I'm
don't
not
want
arguing for nothing. I
Yeah.
don't accept what you've decided to say, and you're getting pushback.
All right, so
I'm sorry. I'm
SRA
still
okay,
talking
okay.
for starters. I'm sorry
ahead.
that you don't like it, but that's just kind of how it is.
Okay, so first SRI didn't exist. You guys were retarded. Now it exists, but there's outliers. Okay, these are outlying cases. Now the serpent in the garden isn't Satan, and Satan's barely mentioned in the Bible, bro. Like,
No, the
these
serpent
aren't
in the
even things
garden,
worth
the
arguing
serpent
about,
in the
bro.
garden, the
I know
serpent in the
it.
garden is not called Satan at any point in the Bible. Okay, thanks for playing.
Thanks, Mel. Thank you, Mel, for being
So
the one who actually has read the Bible, unlike these people who are arguing the Bible but obviously aren't familiar with it.
okay, so when Revelation says that old serpent, the dragon, Satan, the devil, right? The synonymous. These are all titles for the same character. Who we talk?
You
Who's
understand
Revelation
these
talking
books
about?
weren't written by the same author? Yeah,
Here we
no,
go.
okay,
Here we
cool.
go. See how the story
Like, do you
changes.
actually read biblical scholars at
Which
all, or
Yeah,
do
verse
you
well,
kind of
of the
just
word
I
like
see.
be
I
Satan?
like, fuck
cannot. You
it, I
cannot
don't
have a
care?
good faith conversation.
Again, you can't talk to you keep talking over me, and have already accused me of not having a good faith conversation simply because I don't share the same view as you on this topic.
So when again in Revelation, when it says that old serpent, who's he talking about?
We were talking Genesis. We're still waiting for you to.
Well, in Revelation, I'm pretty sure at that point we're referencing the Antichrist, which also not Satan, but that's fine. I get it. You haven't really read. You've just been told. It happens.
I'm
What?
with you, Lion.
You
Well,
see
thank
how
you.
they deflect, don't answer questions, move the goalposts.
Which
I
verse of the
literally
word
answered your
Satan
question,
I asked you who is the serpent, that old
and
serpent,
you
and you
received an
didn't
answer.
dude.
Yes,
You
I did. Did
deflected.
you not hear it? Did it literally just go through the smooth cracks of your brain and not
No, bro,
register?
stop
Okay,
And then
projecting,
bro, I
what
dude.
about
promise
everyone
you.
else?
Run it back, re-listen,
All right,
and
so let
you'll
me ask you
find it
again.
again.
Who is the old serpent that John of Patmos
Again,
talks
at that
about?
particular time, they were referring to the Antichrist. Again, not Satan.
So the Antichrist was present in Genesis, right?
No.
No.
So when it says that old serpent, who's he talking about? The old serpent.
He is referring to the Antichrist as the old serpent. I understand that you like somehow can't critically think and link some stuff
I'm with you,
together in a
Lion.
sentence,
I think you're
but like,
projecting.
You're deflecting, dude. It's all
no,
right,
I'm
bro.
not deflecting. I'm telling you what it is, and you're going, nah, bro, my pastor told me it was different, and like, I don't care about what your pastor said.
Okay, so
I
you
think
have
you're
just
doing that.
you have a private interpretation of the scriptures, and everybody else is wrong, right?
No, that's
No,
you.
that's literally coming from biblical scholars. This is not my opinion. It's the people who actually study this's opinion. Like, but again, I get it.
All
Your
right,
pastor says it's one
so
way, so you're fine with it being that way, and that's cool. It's fine. You can have your own interpretation. Just stop
here we
insisting that
go.
it's true because it's an
Here we go, dude.
interpretation.
You guys are
Okay, thanks for
ridiculous.
playing.
This is what I'm
You can
talking
just
about.
read
You,
it for
you
what it
can't even
is.
have
Yeah.
a reasonable conversation on a thing. You
It
guys
was a
just
very reasonable
make shit up, dude. You're
conversation.
just
I'm still
making
having
shit
a
up, bro.
reasonable.
Because
See, that's the point that makes it unreasonable. Is you're accusing me of lying and making shit up. That's where
that's
the
definitely
thing.
what's going
Because what
on,
you're going
dude.
to get ready to tell me is that, oh, you said the satanic panic, but I didn't talk about the satanic panic. So that's irrelevant to the conversation that you and I are having.
Just making shit up, bro. That's what you guys do.
Yeah, I get it. You can't
On the
understand the
fly.
conversation and follow it. Like I tried text, I've tried voice. Like flat earthers just are unable.
Hey, Lion. At least we can talk about it. And sometimes there's people who want to. I mean, yes, some people are gonna have feedback about Satan and whatnot, but doesn't mean they're right.
Doesn't mean they're wrong.
But you're using the, well, who else could it be argument. And that's always a bad argument. You keep asking, who else could they be referring to when they say the serpent? Right?
Yeah, the old serpent, the dragon. Now all of a sudden it's not the devil. It's not the one in the garden. No, it's another serpent.
But when was it originally the devil? They
Dude,
would
you
have
are
had to name him
you are
in the
brain
book.
dead, dude. Brain dead, dude.
I'm
You're
asking a
vaccine
question.
injured.
Again, you don't have to act like a 12-year-old.
You
Where
must be
did
on
they
your eighth
originally
booster, bro.
mention the word Satan?
Bro, Satan's just a
It's a
title.
simple question. When the word Satan was first established. Somebody should know. I mean, hell, I shouldn't know. I never went to church much, but
Wow. So I'm reading here. Lion, you still here?
Yeah.
It says here Satan is mentioned in the Old Testament 19 times, and the New Testament 36 times, for a total of 55 times. The devil is mentioned in the New Testament 33 times. And then in the
as
Quran,
separate people.
It gets a little more complicated because he's got many titles, right? So Satan,
So which
Hasatan, is just
specific translation is
the
this?
adversary. He's got many titles, bro.
Which specific translation are you counting from?
if
Bro,
I'm not
he's
mistaken.
talking about just the
I'm
general
not
word
talking to you,
Satan.
Lion. I am talking to Eden. Thank you.
Yeah, let me find out how many in the KJV. One moment. Okay, well, I have the NIV, so we'll start with the NIV at least. No, I'll go KJV even back. Because the NIV, if I'm not mistaken, is based off the 1818 New Testament by Westcott and Hort. Okay. So devil is mentioned, what? 106 times? 106 times in the KJV. The devil. I don't know, but I'll have to double check that. That might not be true, but let me check Satan. 49 times. So in the New Testament, 34 times. Old Testament, 15 times in the KJV.
Does it say when the first mention was?
In the Old Testament, looks like for Satan,
I think it says a number.
Chronicles, Job, Psalm, Zechariah.
Which one is first?
Maybe Chronicles. Let me check out devil.
Job is the oldest book in the Bible, but
Oh, okay. Yeah.
it's not listed. It's not listed at the very beginning, but it is the oldest book.
Thank you. So for devil, it is Leviticus. Serpent is 49 times. 6 in Genesis, 5 in Exodus, 4 in Numbers. More than the Quran. Makes sense. The Quran reminds me of something like the telephone game. Maybe you guys played this in class where you sat in a circle and then they would start with the message and then you would whisper it in someone's ear and then they would try to get it around and then see at the very end you would see what was being shared.
Eden, if you want to talk about your faith, that's fine. Let's not do faith bashing. Yeah, sound good?
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Good.
Yeah. No, it's not bashing. It's just my opinion on maybe why their interpretation is slightly different on the shape of the earth. Like in Isaiah, it talks about the circle of the earth, but in the Quran, the Surah Taha 53 International, it says the 10th. But yeah.
Muhammad's a false prophet.
Yeah, yeah.
So I
But
got
there you
here
have it.
internet. I got here from the Crime Justice Journal, International Journal for Crime, Justice, and Social Democracy. It talks about why satanic ritual abuse was denied, right? Like people had trouble believing that it was occurring.
They didn't want
I'll
panic.
post the journal right here. Dude. But it's definitely occurring in the UK. This is from in the UK.
Yeah. They had a lot
The
to deal with
allegations of
already.
ritual abuse first when allegations of ritual abuse first came to light in the UK, they were met with primarily a discourse of disbelief that left little room for the possibility that accounts could be based in genuine experience. While there have been several successful convictions of adults for perpetrating ritual abuse in the United Kingdom in recent years, police training on the subject has been criticized by those who state ritual abuse does not exist.
Did you see the testimony of that one young girl? It was outlined in 60 Minutes.
Yeah, dude, there's a bunch of case studies. I've heard about it on
When was the 60-minute special? Was this from back in the 80s or was this recently?
Yeah, it might have been late 80s.
Oh.
Do you think that testimony on 60 Minutes is fake then?
I'm sure there were, just like there's people like Charles Manson and people that eat each other. Yeah, that happens, but it's not a common thing.
Did
Now,
you
I mean,
listen
not
to
is
the
it not just
testimony of the
common.
female?
Oh, sure. Yeah, if she says it happened, I believe her.
Oh, but you haven't watched it though.
The 60-minute special?
Yeah.
No, I may have watched it at the. I doubt I watched it at the time, but I mean, if she says it happened, then sure. But I mean, you don't see a lot of people saying that they were, kidnapped by Satanists and abused and stuff like that. I mean, again, what is the allure of following Satan when Satan never made any promises of what would happen if you followed him?
Well, the Bible gives us some insight. Maybe you remember in the desert what Satan was offering Jesus.
Yeah, but
what
Sean Ryan had
powers?
Sean Ryan had
Go ahead.
go ahead.
Is that the part where he's tempting Jesus to use his supernatural powers to prove he's the Son of God?
Yeah, he tempts Jesus with all the kingdoms of the earth, everything that the earth has to offer.
Right, but isn't that a part where he's asking him to do Jesus to do something that's superhuman? I think, like do
Well,
something
he
that.
also at one point when he's fasting for he tells Jesus, if why don't you just jump off this cliff? Surely the angels will save you.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, Tim Tebow was on Sean Ryan, who's been investigating some of this stuff, and he was talking about some released police investigative reports and stuff about it's some really really traumatic stuff, gruesome stuff. I don't even want to repeat it, but
Yeah.
some ritual stuff with pedophilia and little girls, and girls getting raped by guys while having the Bible read to them while they're getting gang raped. One guy would read the Bible while she's getting gang raped, dude, like as part of like satanic ritual abuse, bro. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Dude. So that for the rest of her life, she's always gonna relate that incident with the Bible, with the scriptures being read to her.
I wonder what the intent was when reading the Bible while they were having sex with her. I mean, was she
Generally, it's a hate for God, maybe. A hate for
But
God.
every
It's a
time
war.
she'll always relate the Bible with that incident, that experience that she had, that very traumatic experience. Imagine getting gang raped and hearing the Bible read to you. I mean, she for the rest of her life, she's always going to connect the two.
Oh, Lion, didn't that actually happen in the Bible? Wasn't there a time where Jacob was and his children were outside of this city? And I think they made an arrangement with the guys within the city, the king, that they could have the land, they purchased it, and then they would have to give like a percentage to the king. And then to celebrate this contract, they had a party. Do you remember this?
Dude, I'm honestly, I don't have like attention right now. I gotta go
Oh,
to
it's
sleep,
okay.
dude.
Never mind.
I know, I just didn't even like that. Whatever you just told me right there, bro. I was just like zoned out. But you just say it
Okay.
again, real quick. Say it again, real quick.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, Jacob, his one of his sons was Joseph. He was the one that was sold into slavery by his brothers. They wanted to kill him, but they ended up selling him to slavery because they thought it was easier. And they, but essentially,
Joseph.
Joseph, yeah, he was. Remember, he became second in charge in Egypt eventually because his devotion
Second
to
to
God.
Pharaoh.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
essentially, okay, his father Jacob. The story goes that they they had a camp outside this city, and they made an arrangement with the king of that city that they could live there, but they had to give a portion of their crops to as a tribute to the king. And they were happy. They made the deal. So they celebrated. I think they were going to celebrate the deal, but during that party, the son of the king ended up assaulting the daughter of Jacob, and then essentially the brothers were very angry, right? And they wanted to exact revenge. But so the day
you're
after,
talking about the Shechemites raped Dinah,
yes, thank you.
the
And
only
then
daughter
remember,
that Jacob had.
yeah, and Joseph forgave them because those guys, the king realized, wow, that's terrible. What can we do to make things right? And Joseph was said, well, I think he said, okay, can my son marry your daughter? And Joseph replied, well, we don't marry outside of the faith because it's not going to work.
You
And
mean
then
Jacob, not yours, Jacob.
Thank you, Jacob. So Jacob said that to the king. So the king recognized that and the willingness to forgive. So he said, "Okay, we'll do that. We'll become Jewish." Right? And then, but what happened was that their own brothers undermined their father and ended up
No, you
exacting
got the story
revenge. No?
wrong, dude. You got the
Okay, can
story
you
wrong.
correct me? Thank you.
Well, the whole idea, it wasn't that they actually wanted the Shechemites to become Israelites. That was not the intentions at all. They were scheming against the Shechemites to try to take them down, because they knew that if they got circumcised during that week, that they would be weak, right? And they could overtake them. They were never allowed to be part of Israel, because the Shechemites, if you know the account where they are from, the lines that they're from, they're Nephilim blood, dude. They're not pure blood, dude. And
Okay.
and when they took over the city and they killed all the Shechemites, it was considered righteous of them to have acted in response to them raping their daughter Dina.
Okay, so I need to interject here because this is something that came up earlier when we were talking about not you saying that you don't consider women as second class Eden, but here you are in the middle of nowhere telling a story about a woman being raped, a girl being raped, and her father being the one to say, "Oh yeah, we'll forgive you if your rapist son marries my daughter who he raped." What the fuck even is that?
No, I
That
think
is
if I'm not
horrendous. That's
if I'm not
horrendous. And it puts women in a second class position because she should have been able to say, "Fuck no, I don't
Like they
forgive him.
should be.
I don't want to marry him."
no,
But
if I'm
her
not
dad,
well, Lion, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it the king that extended? He wanted to try to make amends.
So yes, but the sons wanted to here, hold on, let
Yes,
me look it up. Give me a
that's right. The
second, dude.
sons they undermined their father Jacob.
Yes, but it was accounted to them as righteousness. Because Jacob, the only reason that Jacob had a problem is because he was afraid that the Shechemites would end up revolting and rebelling and killing them. So he was scared. He thought, like, for whatever reason, Jacob was skittish, dude, and he didn't have the faith needed, right? And even
I
though,
don't know about that.
yeah, I got you, bro. I'll pull it up, dude. Give me a sec.
so then even though his daughter had been assaulted and raped, he was fine with handing her over to her rapist.
What if she
That's-
wanted to marry? Hold on. Can I respond?
Nobody
What
wants
if
to
she-
marry their rapist. What the
Hold
fuck
on.
is wrong with you?
Hold on. What if at the party this guy was very attractive and she fell in love with him?
Nobody falls in love with their rapist. What the fuck is
Well,
wrong with you?
Just like
What is
today,
wrong
when
with you?
someone, I don't, this is it's
It's
illegal and it's wrong. But people like underage fall in love with someone that's older. Let's say if they're 15 or wait 17, and then they right, but they're it's against the law and they're called a
But
rapist.
this
So if
isn't
I'm
a
not
case
mistaken.
of statutory rape. I'm guessing he's talking about real rape, not statutory rape.
no, I mean, it was she willingly went with some of the older dudes, right? Like, but she was taken advantage of. Like, it wasn't like it's statutory rape, dude.
It wasn't
But
like real rape. It was only like half rape. Yeah, I got ya.
no,
Whatever.
there's a
Is there anything,
difference. There's a difference.
Lion, is there anything to be said about the notion that is it classed as rape if it happens outside of any sex outside of wedlock? I'm not sure. Can
No,
it be
well,
classed as rape? No.
I think
she was underage, dude. She was underage. These were full
Just like
grown men. They lured her away from her father. You know, like they didn't just kidnap her, but they lured her away.
at the party, I think, right? Yeah, at the celebration for the contract, if I'm not mistaken.
Think about a 16-year-old running away from home to go away with their 32-year-old lover. Something like that, dude.
Yeah, that's not
It
like a
happens.
sort of Oh shit! Sorry,
When
one
did
second. I
this
gotta find
happen? I wasn't listening for a while. When did this happen?
We're talking about the Shechemites, dude. We're talking about Old Testament stuff a long time ago.
What would have been considered underage back then? I mean, they got married at like 13. Jesus, what if she was underage even back then that's
They would be
We don't
underage.
know
They could still
exactly,
get
but
married
the
quite
point
often.
is that they didn't get permission from the father to get married. That's how it was done back then. You had to ask permission from the father, and
There were lots of underage marriages in which, like, I mean, the general story is anyway that they would get married and they wouldn't consummate the marriage until they're actually of age.
right.
Yep.
I mean, Francis Bacon married a 14-year-old, so you know, the scientists have got the same problem, if you ask me.
Great point. It's amazing that we're able to talk about the Bible still.
Anyone here ever read Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis? It's basic, like Lewis, he's the same guy that wrote the Narnia books. He used to be an atheist and then converted to Christianity and wrote Mere Christianity as a way to logically argue for the Christian God. It's actually pretty good. I don't agree with all his points, but you can tell the guy's really smart.
so Eden. If you look at you ever heard about the writings, the 12 Testament of the Patriarchs, the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs?
I think I've heard of it. I don't recall I've read it.
Yeah, it's I believe it's inspired, and it's what before Moses, it's what the patriarchs were reading as scripture, right? So before Moses wrote the Torah, we have historically we have the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, and also all the testaments going back, like Noah had a writing, Amram, Moses' father, Enoch, like the book of Noah, like all these writings that you can find in the Dead Sea Scrolls were part of the scriptures, right, of the Israelites, the ancient Israelites. And at first, the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs was considered maybe post-Christian fiction because they're very messianic, they're very prophetic, and academia kind of discounted it as anything, older than Christ, because of how messianic they are. And then they found them in the Dead Sea Scrolls, dude. Like 6 out of the 12 testaments were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, dude, predating Christ. So they were given legitimacy. But not only do you have the 12 Testament of the Patriarchs, you have the Book of Jubilees that was also found in the Dead Sea Scrolls that exists in the Ethiopian canon. In the Ethiopian Bible, they include the Book of Jubilees. So if you read the Book of Jubilees and you read the 12 Testament of the Patriarchs, they corroborate that Levi and Simon's actions on the Shechemites was considered righteous by God.
What? Okay, I'll look up. I'll look into it. Thank you, bro.
And that Jacob was, even though Jacob was upset with his sons, because he was more worried about the repercussion that would come from them attacking the Shechemites. He thought that maybe there would be some type of, you know.
So they had to leave. I think, right? Yeah.
So he was scared. He was worried. You got the testament of Levi. His
That's right. Yeah.
actions were considered righteous. He claims to have been moved by the spirit of understanding to act against the Shechemites.
Is that the exact phrase?
Yeah, and Levi was actually chosen for the priesthood because of this reason. Because it was Levi that was zealous to act upon, the innocent, right? The defense of his sister. And because of his zeal for righteousness. So you'll find that in both the Testament of Levi and also in the Book of Jubilees. His violence is justified. Levi chapter 5 verses 1-3. I and Simon slew Hamor and Shechem, and we took Dinah our sister from the house of Shechem. And when we were feeding our flocks in Shechem, a spirit of understanding of Yahweh came upon me, and I saw all men corrupting their way. And I arose and blessed the Most High and said, Blessed art thou, O Yahweh, who gavest me the spirit of understanding.
Okay, I would understanding might. Thank you, bro. Understanding might not totally equate to justified. Maybe it could be argued, but
nah, dude, it says it. It explicitly says it in the writings, bro. Explicitly.
well, yeah, you said it was a spirit of understanding, so the creator said it was like, I mean, he understood why they did it.
No, dude, it's why Levi received the priesthood. It's literally why Levi received the priesthood, because it was considered a zealous act of righteousness. He wasn't a coward like Jacob was being a coward. Jacob was worried about, oh no, like no, they're gonna hate us, they're gonna kill us, while Levi and Simon were like, dude, relax, everything's fine,
Okay,
they're not gonna come kill us.
Okay, let's bring this to today. Someone that rapes women, what do you want? Do you want them to be executed?
Dude, the Bible, yeah. Well, today we don't have a righteous priesthood. We don't have our court systems are corrupt, right? So, I'm conflicted about the death penalty because of that. Because we don't have a righteous court with righteous judges and righteous priests to act upon the evildoers. We don't know what's going on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how are we supposed to trust that they're handling these cases righteously? Like, I don't know that for a fact. But
Okay,
back
let's
then,
imagine. Okay, thank you.
like
Let's
if I caught somebody raping my daughter, dude, I'm gonna put a bullet in their head. Like, there's no ifs or buts about it.
I know what you mean.
I'm not thinking
Can you
twice,
understand?
dude, if that's what you're
Can
wondering.
you understand why other people would probably not execute him, but they would probably subdue him?
No, dude. Like, you gotta understand, bro. I know
Hold
that
on,
you
hold on.
have this.
I'm not saying
Like,
I'm not justifying
we
it. I'm
talked
just
about
saying,
it earlier, dude.
No, I'm not saying I'm justifying it. I'm just saying, do you even imagine that there would be someone out there who thinks otherwise than you? I mean, it should be
So here we go.
obvious.
So here we
Someone
go.
out there is going
You
to
got
be
Jubilees. You got
have a
Jubilees chapter
different.
30.
Oh yeah. No, I'm
It
just
says
saying
here.
there's going to
Hold on,
be.
real quick. Hold on, real quick. It says, for this reason I have commanded you, saying, testify this testimony to Israel. See how the Shechemites fared and their sons, how they were delivered into the hands of the two sons of Jacob. And they slew them under tortures, and it was reckoned unto them for righteousness, and it is written down for them for righteousness. And the seed of Levi was chosen for the priesthood, and to the Levites that they might minister before Yahweh as we continually, and that Levi and his sons may be blessed forever. For he was zealous to execute righteousness and judgment and vengeance on all those who arose against Israel. And so they inscribe as a testimony in his favor on the heavenly tablets, blessing and righteousness before Elohim of all. And we remember the righteousness which the man fulfilled during his life. And I could keep reading, but
No, I
Like
stand
an
corrected.
abridged
Thank you. I
version,
appreciate it.
so that the rest of us don't have to listen to the entire Bible?
what are you bitching about?
Is there a way you can do an abridged version so the rest of us don't have to listen to a full reading of the Bible?
Well, guess what? If you don't like it, you can leave. How about that? Because it's 1 o'clock in the morning. There's nothing else going on. If you don't like it, bye.
Hey, it is not 1 o'clock in the morning everywhere. So, like, learn how time zones work, bud.
Okay, fine. It's 1 o'clock in the morning over here, dude. It's dead, dude. I came in here, it was dead. If you got to, I mean, we're having a discussion.
Frankly, it would be more lively if you weren't here talking about Bible things.
Oh well.
You know.
Oh
here we are.
well. Oh well. Bitch about it, dude. Go
I'm not
submit a
bitching
ticket,
about
dude.
it. I'm just telling you the
Go submit
bro.
a ticket,
Bring up
dude.
another topic, bro. Come up with another topic and stop bitching about it. Bitching about it ain't a topic.
Yeah.
I'm literally about to end it right here. Anyways, like literally, this was it. I'm wrapping it up with this.
Someone mute him.
Anyways, let me wrap it up with this right here. It says, and on the day when the sons of Jacob slew Shechem, a writing was recorded in their favor in heaven that they had executed righteousness and uprightness and vengeance on the sinners, and it was written for a blessing. And they brought Dinah, their sister, out of the house of Shechem, and they took captive everything that was in Shechem. So this all happened because an innocent girl was lured away from her father and raped. So this is revenge on their daughter, and
So
it
yeah,
would have
it was
been
after
her
the fact.
sister. It would have been their sister. That revenge was considered righteous.
So let's say if it's after the fact, like someone finds out, who should do the execution?
What do you mean?
Let's say if this happens in modern day and we don't have a judicial system, we have a righteous priesthood. Who does the execution, in your opinion?
Wait, what are you talking about? Like today?
A woman.
Yeah.
We don't have that, dude. I don't agree with the American court system, dude. The American court system is corrupt. You can't
No, I know.
enact
Let's
a
remove
righteous.
it. Let's
Right.
remove it and say we have a righteous priesthood that you suggested. Like, I'm not trying to catch anyone out. I'm just trying to learn because like you already corrected me on the righteousness, so thank you, bro. But I'm just wondering about like, what would you recommend though? Like in modern day, if someone's been caught after the fact, what do you do then? Do we execute? Oh no, but I guess because we have a judicial system, we can't do that, right?
Dude. I don't. Yeah. See, I don't know what to do about that. I'm conflicted in my spirit,
know,
and
me
my
too,
soul
bro.
regarding the death penalty, dude. Because
What
I
if you have
know
like
with a corrupt hierarchy or faculty of judges and magistrates and all of this, how can we confidently say that justice is being carried out righteously?
Yeah.
For all we know, there are people
about
getting put to death that are innocent.
Yes.
There's the people getting paid off. People, I don't know what's going on, dude. Anyways, go ahead.
What do you reckon? Like, whoever is the victim, I suppose, like you got to do it.
What if they don't want to do it?
You go through a court of jury, like a jury court, and they would say that it is permissible for them to go to death, and you don't have an executioner. The victim is the executioner, as best as you can. I don't know, like, because then that way, if the victim really wants that, like, sort of, they have to be the ones that take on that burden as far as like a retribution. That's what I'm thinking.
I can see that, Rixie.
But not too many people would disagree with putting pedophiles to death. Like, I mean, but I do struggle because how do we know that these people actually committed that, right? Like,
that's a good point.
It's got to be something that is 100, like almost 100%.
Many
sure,
witnesses.
You have to have like, Because women lie, dude. You know, girls lie. Even little girls can lie, dude. And I'd hate
Do you
to put
reckon a
somebody to
girl?
death. As a judge, I would hate to put somebody to death that didn't really rape somebody, you know? Go
But
ahead.
that's the catch though, line. That's why I'm suggesting it actually, is because if the person falsely accused them of rape, and then they like at that point they don't even need to be the. I mean, look, they don't do they do capital punishment? I guess they would do capital punishment for rape. Anyway, so if you made it such that the victim had to pull the trigger, if there was a false claim there, well, I'm not sure. Like, it'd be so much easier for someone to make a false claim and let someone else be the executioner. But if you had to pull that trigger or press that button yourself, like, I don't know. Do you reckon it would be a means of like preventing unnecessary murders in that case
That's a good
through the
question.
judicial system?
That's a
I
good
think
question.
would the benefits outweigh the negatives? Like, if let's say that a few innocent people got put to death, right? But a lot more guilty people got put to death. It would definitely ward off pedophilia, right? Like, people would be a lot more refrained from committing those type of heinous acts.
Is there
because
something
of the
worse
death
than death? Is there something worse than death? Probably.
torture for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone wants to be involved in torture, even of like someone who is like a bad person. I don't know. I
So what
still
if
like
it's
even torture is abhorrent to me. Like I'd sooner make it a quick and clean one rather than torturing someone.
torture?
Like that just seems weird
Exactly.
and sick and gross. Eh?
It is. But what if it's not a violent torture? Maybe it's like initially they think it's torture, but then they're like grateful.
You're gonna tickle them to death or something. What are you talking about?
Read the Bible to them, the New Testament.
Yeah. Okay.
Wasn't Trump bringing back the death penalty? He said.
I think so. Maybe.
In certain, or like, I don't know where
Yeah.
he's gonna.
I think
said
he was
something.
authorizing some sort of.
Was it ever gone?
I don't know how. I mean, if it's
the death
if it's
penalty
only,
is state by state.
Yeah, I think Biden put a pause on his way out.
Why would he do that?
I'd look into that. But there were those cases in states where they kept fumbling the executions, which sounds ridiculous to me. I mean, after all this time, they still haven't figured out how to kill people. I mean, if you gave them like a bunch of intravenous fentanyl, trust me, they'll die. But they all had these cases where the people putting to death would gasp for like an hour and live long past when they should have. So in certain states, I think the Supreme Courts of those states put a pause on it.
I think it's intentional, dude. They pretend like they're accidentally doing that. I think they're intentionally doing it because they're sickos.
I think if you survive, if
it's
something
no mistake
happens,
that they didn't
you
use
should
something
definitely
like
be let
fentanyl
off.
in the first place. I think that the idea is we don't want there to be any possibility that this person might feel any sort of, euphoria. Because if you give them intravenous fentanyl, they'll die without any fuss. And so it's weird that they keep trying these different chemical formulas and still coming out with the same result.
And they're running him as guinea pigs, mate. Quite often they do this. I mean, we see drugs. I mean, I can't mention this. It's health. Don't worry. How can I mention it? They used to use a chemical to castrate pedos, apparently, and then somehow it's worked its way into a medical. I can't even say this
Oh
shit.
yeah, it destroys testosterone, which the idea is that if you destroy somebody's testosterone, especially a male, that's going to take away your sexual desire. It also has a lot of other side effects because I have to take supplemental testosterone, and trust me, if you're low on it, you feel like fucking crap.
Yeah. I've seen my father on it. It's pretty bullshit.
I think they may use it for certain cancers too, when they want people to not produce testosterone, I guess. I think maybe breast cancer, in certain breast cancers, that That could be the case.
XA on the answer K or whatever it is. I don't even know how to do the pig Latin or whatever it is.
Yeah.
How do I do the pig Latin for that? We got to come up with that. X-nay on the Elthe or whatever.
That's the same stuff that Alan Turing was put on. You know, the guy who created the first computer to help him find Nazi U-boats.
Yeah, English is a pretty amazing language.
Oh, it says here she was 12 years old, dude. In verse 2.
Wow. Very specific.
Which translation is that?
This is the book of Jubilees, chapter 30.
Yeah, but which translation?
R. Charles.
Hold on though. Okay, I have a question. Okay, Lion. What if you're the Shechem? You're the father of the son. Your son's guilty. What would you want to do with your son?
If my son committed rape, dude, and
Yeah.
if he's gonna get put to death. If I was the father, I'm obviously gonna be biased. I don't want my son to be put to death, but that doesn't matter, dude. You know what I'm saying? If my son commits murder, I don't want him to go to jail for life either. But you know, that is what it is.
But would you try to work it out with? What if the daughter wanted to marry him? And because was it more than one person though?
I don't know. I don't know exactly. I mean, you gotta read the whole account.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll check it out. Sorry, bro. I know it's late. I'll check it out.
But no, like I get it. Like at the end of the day, we don't want our loved ones to hurt or suffer, even if they've done evil, right? Like a lot of times, mothers will cover up for their son, even if they committed murder, dude. But there's some mothers, surprisingly, and some fathers that, even though it hurts them, they will submit them to the authorities. They will call the authorities on them, which is insane for them to do that. But that's the right thing to do.
It's not insane for somebody to do the right thing. It may be hard from an emotional point of view. But am I to understand that you guys regard the Book of Jubilees as canonical?
Well, the word canonical means it's a Roman term, as in canon. And no, the Book of Jubilees is not canonical. The Romans never considered it part of the Bible. No.
Well, I'm asking you if you consider it canonical. Do you consider it to be a legitimate and uncorrupted entry into biblical literature?
Yes.
Okay.
And Tony, why would you not, if you don't mind me asking, PhD Tony?
Well, it's just that, it's not considered canonical by mainstream Judaism. It's not considered canonical by mainstream Christianity. It's
okay.
Sort of there are many traditions on what belongs in the Bible, and many of them do not accept that the Book of Jubilees is one of those books.
Not even.
So I'm wondering. If you're going to start accepting, books that weren't accepted into the Bible at the Council of, Nicene or whichever council it was,
Germany,
then where does that stop? Do you consider the Book of Enoch, the second Book of Enoch, the third Book of Enoch? Do you consider the Gospel of Peter?
I'll tell you,
Do you
dude.
consider the Gospel of Judas?
No. So none of the Gnostic Gospels I believe to be inspired. None of them, right? Now, this is a very difficult question to answer because, contrary to popular belief, the Bible was never actually standardized. Even though the Eastern Orthodox the Catholics and the Protestant Christians claim that the Bible has been standardized, there's always been different compilations between Eastern, Western, Armenian, Ethiopian. You know, there's always actually been different compilations, right? Now, the Apocrypha was removed fairly recently at the Westminster Confession. It was part of the Protestant Reformation. Before that, for the last 2,000 years, you had all the Apocrypha that was considered inspired. The word Apocrypha didn't mean that it was less than inspired or less than scripture. It just meant that these were the hidden works, right? And Second Ezra mentions the hidden works. Now, when it comes to the Book of Jubilees and the Book of Enoch, I also believe those books to be inspired. Should they be included in part of the canon, like Roman canon? Not necessarily. I don't think that you need to include them. They could be completely separate and still be considered valuable text, scripture, inspired scripture. Now, where do I go for the authority, right? Well, if you go to the Dead Sea Scrolls, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, you find multiple copies of the Book of Jubilees and multiple copies of the Book of Enoch, and every single work found in the Bible, including the Apocrypha that's found in the original authorized King James Bible, except for the Book of Esther. The Book of Esther is the only book that was not found in the Dead Sea Scrolls or fragments of, for whatever reason, right?
Okay, but
With
the
that
Dead
being
Sea
said,
Scrolls weren't written by Christians, were they?
it doesn't matter. You gotta
Well, yes,
understand
it
that
does, surely.
Hold on, dude. The Dead Sea Scroll, right? The Dead Sea Scrolls was the temple library of the temple priests themselves. So in Ezekiel
Oh, it
48,
wasn't, sir.
hold on. In Ezekiel 48, it says that God gave authority to the Levites, to the Zadoks, to not only preserve the scriptures. The Levites were the scribes, were the preservers of the covenant, and they were actually the ones that instructed Israel on the Moedims on the appointed times, right? And these were the men that fled Jerusalem during the the Antiochus Epiphanes, how the Greeks were invading. They fled to the desert to seek a safe haven in the deserts of Judea, and they lived in caves for like 300 years, and they took with them the whole temple library. So and these are the Zadok priests themselves. If they had the Book of Jubilees and the Book of Enoch, you best believe I'm gonna read that.
So you're talking about. I don't think that it's correct to describe the people who kept the Dead Sea Scrolls as Levites, nor is it correct to describe them as being temple guardians of any sort. They were one of three subsects of Judaism, the other two primarily being the Pharisees and the Sadducees, who were in fact rivals. So the fact that the Bible portrays them as complicit in many things sort of is quite baffling, because they were extreme religious and political enemies. It's. Are you claiming then that these Jews held privileged revelatory works that were denied anybody? That were, what is their? On what do you base their primogeniture that they should be listened to as to what constitutes a holy text and what shouldn't? Is it just sort of your preference? Is it?
No, so the Bible tells us in Ezekiel, right, and in the Torah, who the Zadok priests were, right? The Zadok priests were of the line of Aaron, Aharon, right? These are so in the desert of Judea, you had direct descendants of the line of Aaron, right? That took with them the temple library, bro, right? So back then, you gotta understand that not everybody had access to the scriptures like they do today, bro. Very, very, very few people only of the highest class had access to the scrolls, bro.
And
They weren't
can I
handled by the
I
average
ask
Joe.
multiple things?
The Israelite back then had to literally go to the temple, to the synagogue on Shabbat to hear the scriptures read. They didn't have copies for themselves, bro. So these copies that you have literally every book in the Bible found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. That means these men by default weren't just some random sect of Jews. No, these were the Zadoks themselves. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, it mentions over 100 times that they are the sons of Zadok, that they are the sons of Aaron, that they are the priests, and they actually.
Sir, you are really beginning to
All
piss me off. Can you shut
right,
up
go
so I
ahead.
can say something?
All right, go ahead.
Okay. A, don't call me bro. It's condescending and rude as far as I can tell. Please do not do that. Please maintain
right,
some
dude.
semblance of politeness. B, don't repeat stuff that I already know to be true and then insist that I shut up when I want to say I know all this. You're not giving me any information. And then
You go on with
proceed
it,
to
Tony.
lecture me for 10 minutes with stuff that I already know in great detail.
Can we get on with it, Tony? I haven't heard of any of that, Tony. So I mean, a little bit of what he's saying is for the audience as well. So it's not all about you, bro. Can you just get on with your conversation
It's all
rather than
good.
talking about?
Okay, you don't get to
I'm
call me
sorry, dude.
bro
I'm sorry,
either, and
bro.
the fact that you did is you being deliberately dickish, right?
I'll call you Tony, dude. Fine, I'll call you by your first name, dude. Fine.
I'm not objecting to you, I'm objecting to Riksky. I just asked somebody to not call me bro, and he went ahead and did it because he's that big a prick that he can't contain
Hey,
himself.
Tony, just get on with it, Tony. Keep going, bro.
Don't call
And
him a
again-
bro. Obviously, you're disregarding what he's saying. You're not. He's trying to communicate to you. You don't care. So, I mean, it is what it is, Tony. That's just how he wants to be.
If that's
Dude,
how
it's
he
like
wants to be,
literally-
then he can put up with the consequences of his actions. They're a free speech. If you choose to be a prick when you speak, you can put up with being called a prick. That's how
Dude.
free speech works.
Nice one, cool. Do you want to get on with it, or you're gonna prattle on?
Get on with what exactly?
You were having a conversation with Lion, and now we're talking about talking about other people talking.
Yes, Lion made some points. He failed to articulate why this particular group have more theological significance than the Pharisees or the Sadducees or modern Judaism or Judaic Christians. These other groups existed. There were Christian Jews. They did not accept the Book of Jubilees. So my question is, why are you accepting what this group of Jews did and not what, for instance, Jewish Christians did when they decided what was in the Bible or not?
So originally, right, you had an undisturbed direct priesthood from Aaron, right? Go for like 800 years until King Antiochus Epiphanes around 176 BC decided to invade Jerusalem. When that happened, there was a usurpation that occurred. This is well documented in the Maccabean. If you actually read Maccabees 1 and 2, chapter 4 and chapter 6, actually the whole thing's relevant, but you see that there was
So you're assuming again that I don't know
my
who the
goodness.
Maccabees
Can I finish, dude? This is a lot. If you don't let me
I
finish,
just asked you, sir, I just asked you not to lecture me on stuff I already know. I know this. I know
alright,
who the
that's
Maccabees
fine,
are.
but-
I've
so why
read
you-
Maccabees. I know what the Dead Sea Scrolls are. I would like to ask you a question. Did you say that there are 800 years of biblical continuity?
the priesthood,
Um,
the Zadok priesthood.
that's not true though, is it?
Yes, from Aaron all the way up to Antiochus Epiphanes when the usurpation started happening, and that's when the Zadoks fled Jerusalem. And that's when King Antiochus Epiphanes was actually inserting priests into the temple from Athens, Greece, that weren't of the line of Levi, that weren't of the line of Zadok.
I know.
Hold on, dude. So by the time you get to Jesus Christ, the temple was in shambles, being ran by priests that weren't even of the line of Levi, i.e. the synagogue of Satan, the Sanhedrin, right? This is where you get Hillel the second, Hillel the first, right? These guys that you depend on to dictate to you what scripture is weren't even a legitimate priest.
I don't depend on anybody to tell me what legitimate scripture is because I don't accept the very notion of legitimate scripture. But thank you for telling me what I think. My question is, and you glossed over the question. You claimed that so your claim is that there was 800 years of priesthood before this period, and I'm going to tell you that that the archaeological evidence we have suggests that the Jews weren't even monotheistic by 900 AD. Monotheism did not arise in Judaism until much later than that.
Dude, are we having the same comment? What's going on, Tony, dude?
So
That's like that's a non sequitur. What are you talking about, bro?
You just claimed that there is an 800. So, are you claiming that the Jewish priesthood were always monotheistic?
Dude, hold on.
He doesn't even believe any of this stuff. He doesn't believe any of it, and yet he thinks he's got a legitimate argument. He's not even.
Well, that's because some of it is a historical fact there, rich guy.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to the archaeological evidence. The archaeological evidence is that Judaism was a polytheistic religion until about 600, 500 BCE.
Tony, how is that logically relevant? Any of that you just said to the conversation we're having regarding
the fundamental claim you made was, I believe these guys because they descend from an 800-year continuous tradition from Aaron, except that they don't descend from an 800-year continuous tradition from Aaron, do they? Because 800 years before the Dead Sea Scrolls were deposited, there was no priesthood to God. There was a polytheistic religion.
Tony is God.
Anyways, listen, Solomon.
So you claim something that isn't true as justification for your belief, and then when I say, but that isn't true, you go, well, what's that got to do with anything?
Tony, I'm talking within the biblical paradigm, right? If you're gonna critique the Bible, don't start from the internals, right? So when I talk about Aaron being the head priest, and you have the whole. Go ahead, dude. It's a lot to get into, bro. But if you don't believe the Bible and you're gonna appeal to academia and some other bullshit, I can't argue with you, bro, because I don't believe in all that. Go ahead.
So just to be clear, then when you critique our position, maybe you should critique it from the atheist perspective. Thoughts?
No, if he wants to argue,
I figured you were gonna say no. Thank you.
No, yeah, like we can appeal to academia and say, oh, monotheism started with the Zoroastrians and in the medieval Persia, bro. If you want to believe that, that's fine, dude. If you want to believe the Sumerians are the oldest,
I agree.
culture,
It is
that's
fine,
bro.
Then
Listen,
don't tell people. Don't tell people they can't. Then don't tell people they can't argue from that point of view if it's an okay point of view to have.
No, what I'm trying to say is that if he's gonna argue as a Christian, right? We got to argue from a believer's perspective. He's acting like a believer right now, asking me how do I know what's canonization, right?
No, he's asking like a historian.
I'm arguing
These
from
are also historical questions.
No, because what the fuck does monotheism have to do with the conversation right now?
Because there's this historical record, and we have facts and history and like cultural studies that have looked over this. Like, I get it that like this is your point of view. Fine, you can have it. That doesn't invalidate his point of view. He can also have it, and he can also talk about from it.
Doesn't archaeology also confirm that the Shroud of Turin is legit real? Like, don't they have official archaeology?
No, absolutely not. The archaeology shows that it's a 14th century item, though it did come from Palestine, apparently, based on the pollen that they found in it. but no, radiocarbon dating dates it to the 14th century. It's absolutely not a genuine article. But so the question becomes, okay, you're asserting that there are these books, and I should accept, and people should accept these books as valid because somebody else wrote a story that we can tell is not true, that validates the authority of these people who get to say what is or is not in this collection of books. That's your argument.
I'm using the scripture. I'm using the scriptures themselves, right? We have the Maccabees. I already told you. We have First and Second Maccabees. We have the Ezekiel. We have the Torah. We have the genealogies, dude. And in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have, which I consider scripture, we have documents like 11Q13, the Melchizedek document, that prophesies the coming of the Messiah to the year, 430 years from when the prophecy, from when the decree to rebuild Jerusalem was given by King Artaxerxes, right? So that is a very precise prophecy that anybody can verify for themselves. Now, while the Sanhedrin, while the Pharisees were completely oblivious of the coming of the Messiah, they didn't even realize when he was standing right in front of them. The Zadok priesthood in the desert were not oblivious. They knew his time was very imminent, and they knew that he had been born. John the Baptist himself was a Zadok priest of the line of Aaron, who never got the chance to be high priest, even though he was supposed to be high priest in the line of Aaron. He never got the chance, nor his father got the chance to be high priest in Jerusalem, because at that point, the temple was already usurped.
So to some extent, you agree with the Sabaeans, right?
No.
Except that they regard John the Baptist to have been the Messiah, and they regard Christ to have been an enemy, a messenger of Satan. So the point I'm trying to make here is that there are multiple competing religious traditions, and all you've got to say that yours is better than anyone else's is you esteem this particular subset of stories, and this puts you in a rather weak theological position, because if you call yourself a Christian but you can't even agree on what is in the Bible, regardless, and much less what the stuff in the Bible actually means, then the term Christian begins to lose its meaning. In this case, every Christian is free to determine what's a holy text, what isn't a holy text, and what the correct interpretation of these holy texts is. And it becomes this entirely, weird agglomeration of myths that you are post facto rationalizing.
No, whether you put your faith in the Christian reformers, Martin Luther, and all of them, or you put your faith in the actual Zadok priesthood, the fundamental principles of the gospel, the elementary principles of the gospel do not change. It's not a salvational issue whether you accept Enoch or Jubilees as inspired or not. The 66 is sufficient. You don't need these other books.
Can I also say that it would seem to me that Christianity is unique in its circumstance, such that it is actually not authoritarian in its sort of diminutive nature. It just doesn't do that, which is like
that's just a blatant
sort of
lie.
inherently then going to. Well, I mean, they're not as dictatorial about their scripture, like compared to the other.
They may not be now, but people got executed for translating the Bible into the wrong language. John Wycliffe was dug up from the grave and burnt at the stake for having made an English Bible. If I ask you now what a Marianite is, what a Marcionite is, what Valentinian Christians are, what separates Donatists from Arians, do you know the answers to these questions?
Of course not. No.
No. Do you know why you don't know the answer to these questions? Because Christianity rendered these other versions of Christianity extinct. Right?
He's not a Christian though. He's not a Christian.
The idea that Christianity was not dictatorial is completely ass backwards. Within a few hundred years of Christianity being adopted as the official religion of the Roman Empire, it became illegal to be pagan. They passed laws forbidding rival religions and rival interpretations of their own religions. So the claim that Christianity is not dictatorial or has not been dictatorial is basically a product of nowadays Christianity realizing, well, we've rendered most of these other people extinct. So now we can afford to actually indulge some conversation.
Okay, so that implies then that Christianity does have a broader sense of like administration to it, right, compared to the other religions. So, I mean, I didn't like you put a couple of words in my mouth there to say that it has never been dictatorial. I never said that. And also the fact that it does have such a wide church, right, would imply that it would have aspects of it that would be more dictatorial than the others. And at the point at which that gains power, it would then start influencing other Christian houses and do exactly what you're talking about. So this whole idea that it went like crazy sideways and they became dictatorial, I didn't say that that's not possible inside the church of Christianity. Just didn't say that, mate. All of your argument there was, like, in my opinion, was just redundant.
Well, you've made a claim that Christianity is not dictatorial, and it's self-defeating, because if God exists and if there is a correct interpretation of his message, then actually Christianity ought to be dictatorial, because there's only one correct interpretation of these biblical passages. There's only one way to get into. There's only one way to get into heaven, and so if God does exist and he cares about what people believe, then he should be intervening to make sure that there is no variance in that. And he doesn't do that, which suggests that he doesn't exist or he doesn't care.
Oh, here we go.
So
I told you that.
Response.
Go ahead.
Just one quick response to that, man. It won't take long. 1 sec. What was it? No, I would say that the Christian methodology of bringing you to God, right, is inherently sort of it's a softer approach. In fact, you might even be able to argue that there is no means by which you can actually force or compel people into a belief or an idea. Actually, the Christian approach would be the ideal approach when handling and dealing with people.
Yeah, Ricksky, because Jesus
But that
told
again
us
is a lie, right? That again is a lie. Like, people were literally burnt at the stake for not accepting Christianity, for not renouncing error. People have been killed and continue to be killed. Let's not suggest that
Tony,
Christian on Christian violence is not still real.
But Tony, we know, and he's not even a Christian. He's against that, and I'm also against the crusades, the persecution of Sabbath keepers, the persecution of Jews, the persecution that the church committed in the past, during the whole Dark Ages. Like,
You're acting like it's over. And have any of you heard about Ireland? Right?
Yes.
Interdenominational violence is not an entirely historical phenomenon. There remain acts of interdenominational violence to this day. So to claim that Christianity has, you just said Christianity is not a monolith, but there is a single Christian approach to non-believers. Those two statements are self-contradictory. They can't both be true.
No.
If there are multiple interpretations, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Rick's guy. If there are multiple interpretations of Christianity and methods for acting on Christ's message, then it is not the case that there is a single approach to converting unbelievers, right? A simple yes or no question.
So I don't know. I'm waiting for him to respond. If not, I'm gonna respond. But
That's okay. Clearly, he's having a pout. Off you go.
yeah, so I can't control how men are gonna react or how they're gonna act, even if they proclaim Jesus as their savior and confess Jesus as their savior. If they don't walk as Jesus walked, right, and they don't follow the scriptures, you can't blame all Christians for a certain group of Christians, and the
I'm not
Roman
blaming.
Christians specifically.
I'm not blaming any Christians. I'm blaming God. So if God exists and prayer is effective, then why does this happen? Why, when people pray, can God not clarify things for it? Why does it just look? If you take, I was a Christian for decades. So to claim that I am coming at this external from Christianity is simply not true. Many of these criticisms I had of Christianity when I was a Christian, it didn't seem to make sense to me that people could be born into a random household with a random religion if God thought that religion was important, right? That makes no sense. You are more than likely to adopt the religion of your parents or the society in which you're raised. Can we all agree that that's what's most likely to happen? Does anybody deny that?
It's a reasonable conclusion, but it's
Okay,
not like it's not a good defense to have.
But so I was a very compliant child. I did what my parents said. My parents said go to church. I went to church. My grandparents taught me that Christianity was a wonderful thing. I believed that Christianity was a wonderful thing. But if I'd been born into a Hindu household, I'd have been just as compliant. I'd have been just as obedient. I'd have been just as immersed in that religion rather than the religion that I ended up in, and I would have been just as resistant to people trying to argue against it. Does it make sense that sort of the religion I choose to believe in is randomly determined by which household I'm born in? That doesn't seem to make sense, right? So I never accepted that that the niceties of religious practice were that important. And indeed, I was able to bolster that by looking at the parable of the Good Samaritan. In the Good Samaritan, it's not the Pharisee, it's not the Sadducee who behave ethically. It's the Samaritan, arguably a heretic and a racial minority. But that entire story seems to suggest God doesn't sweat the details of religious worship. What he sweats is whether or not you're a good person, whether you treat the people around you with compassion and charity. Would that be a fair distillation of Christianity's central message?
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say, that regardless of denominations, for the most part, right, the gospel is preserved. And the gospel message, as outlined by Paul in 1 Corinthians 15, says this: Moreover, brethren, I declare unto you the gospel which I preached unto you, which also ye have received, and wherein ye stand, but which ye are also saved, if ye keep in memory what I preached unto you, unless ye have believed in vain. For I delivered unto you the first of all, that which I also received, how the Messiah died for our sins, according to the scriptures, and that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day, according to the scriptures. This is one of the elementary principles of our faith that all Christians hold in common, regardless of denomination, bro.
Okay, can I ask you a serious question about what you just read to me?
Sure.
What is the moral value of that? If I'm deciding whether something is good to do or whether something is bad to do, how does that reading help me?
The thing is,
I would suggest to you, sir, that the answer is it does fuck all to help me to distinguish between what is good and what is evil. And you're welcome to argue that I'm wrong. Go ahead, argue that I'm wrong.
No, Tony, listen, Tony, I just gotta pause for a second, Tony. I actually enjoy talking to you, dude. Even if we get passionate, Tony, I got love for you, whether you believe it or not. All right. But yeah, so that's just part of the elementary principle, right? Elementary doctrines of the gospel message is that Jesus died for our sins. In order for me to, if you would let me continue, I would explain how repentance is also part of that message, turning away from our wicked deeds and our sins and loving our neighbor as ourselves, right? The golden rule, love God and love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments hangs all the law and the prophets. But you
Yeah,
have to
okay,
understand
but
that loving your
that's
neighbor, hold on. You have to understand that loving your neighbor and loving God alone is not sufficient for salvation. You have to believe that Jesus Christ died and rose again. If you don't believe that Jesus died and rose from the dead, you will not be saved.
Okay, so let's explore that. So somebody is born, they've never heard of Jesus, they've never heard of Christianity, they never do, but they live as blameless a life as they are able, and then they die. That person goes to hell. Is that what you're telling me?
I can't decide people's fate, right? I'm not the
Okay,
ultimate
but you
judge.
just explained to me what the criteria are for getting into heaven, and they didn't fulfill those criteria.
Well, the thing is, to who much is given, much is expected. So you don't have plausible deniability. If you've heard the gospel, you know Jesus Christ, yet you deny him. There's nothing that I could do for you, right, according to the
Okay,
scriptures.
but
But there are
okay,
hold on, there are people that legitimately never heard the gospel message given to them. They never had a chance to know Jesus. God's going to evaluate those individuals case by case, and he will consider that.
Okay,
And
but
then he would.
why? But you admit that if somebody is born into a religion other than Christianity, they're going to have a staunch bias against accepting Christianity as a religion. So what? So that person has a handicap as far as this is concerned. Let's suppose that they live a blameless life, but they never actually end up believing that Christ died for their sins. Because they were raised from childhood in a particular religion that denied that happened. Is that person going to hell?
I don't know, dude. But the way the scripture is laid out, if they denied Jesus Christ, if they were cognitive of the gospel and denied Jesus Christ, Jesus says that he will deny them in front of his Father in heaven.
Okay, but does that seem fair to you? Because it doesn't seem fair to me. If I raise a child to believe a certain thing and they're a compliant child and they do what I tell them to, surely they're not to blame for their resistance to external propaganda, right? It seems unfair and arbitrary. More to the point, it seems immoral. If a person does good deeds, if a person looks after the people around them, regardless of their religious convictions, regardless of what they believe, I believe that makes a person good, and they do not deserve eternal punishment simply for refusing to believe something. I don't see that I don't see that that's a moral thing to do. I also don't argue that the entire and this was never something that occurred to me while I was a Christian, but the entire thing about God made these rules knowing that people would break them, and then rather than just forgive people, he made his son go down and then be crucified so that he could forgive people, but only those people who believed the story, rather than come up with some mechanism that would work for everybody, regardless of their belief system. Looking at that, it makes no sense. It's not a coherent story. And I know sort of Christians like to break it down into little bits and pieces, and each of those pieces seems to make sense. But when you look at it as a whole, it doesn't hold up. God isn't behaving rationally, nor is he behaving morally. I'm not here to try and suggest to you that you need to abandon your faith, because that's not my argument. My argument is you have to understand why people are skeptical. It has to occur to you that people will not just believe this stuff just because you say so. And I know you've got books where it's written down and you can quote bits of the books that say it's very important to believe the book, etc., etc. Most religions have those things. And your religion isn't any more special than any other religion in having a book that tells me that it's really important to obey the religion. Surely it is comprehensible to you that many people are skeptical of the claims that you make. You can believe this all day long, and obviously it brings you great comfort, and I'm very happy that it does. And no one's saying that you have to give this up. But what I am saying is that you can't expect this to become law. You can't expect it to be taught in schools. You can't expect it to be supported by a government. Right?
Yeah, I don't listen. You said a lot there. I don't want to create a theocracy anywhere in the world, right? I don't think that we should start using the Torah as legislation. We don't have a temple. We don't have a righteous priesthood. We were just talking about that earlier. When you talk about law, though, you have to understand where the law comes from, and like this idea of judgment, equity, and restitution, right, and punishment. Like these are things that were given to us from above, and in the heavens there's a heavenly court with a heavenly council of priests, and you also have a heavenly judge, and then you also have Jesus Christ, who's our advocate, our attorney, right? So if you don't want an attorney before the heavenly judge, that's fine. You don't need one. You could try to defend yourself. Good luck. Good luck.
To be brutally honest, this again seems sadistic, right? When I die, I don't want to be alive, right? I don't want to live afterlife. I don't want to go to heaven. I don't want to go to hell. I just want to not exist anymore. Life is tiring enough. I don't see why it needs to be infinite. That seems like just a punishment, regardless of which way you slice it. And sort of this threat of something may happen in this afterlife. Yes, you assert that. Other religions assert other things. At least one of you is wrong. I kind of think this is a distraction. We have, as far as we can tell, this life, no other, and we should go about making our life and the lives of those around us as positive as we can. That's why we should act with charity towards other people. And I have to say I am really impressed with how this is something I didn't comment on before, but I've recently been reading a lot about early Christianity, and while I was yelling at you about, yes, I know this, yes, I know this, yes, I know this, you've clearly read very deeply about your religion, the early history of your religion, and I think that's great. I think that that's very impressive. I just can't see why. I can't see the evidence that convinces you. You can see the evidence, and that's fine, but I can't see the evidence. And I hope the fact that I can't see the evidence doesn't convince you that I'm just an evil prick. Because the fact that you do see the evidence, I don't think that, we've had discussions, we've had arguments or whatever, but I don't think you're evil. I don't think you're ill-intentioned. I think you're here trying to make a sincere argument for the benefit of me and for the benefit of the other people in the chat. And I appreciate where you're coming from that.
Tony, real quick. No, you listen. You get it popping in here during the morning, dude. You're one of those guys that you get the conversation flowing. I enjoy engaging with you. I don't necessarily. My intention is not to convert you or anybody in here. If anything, I'm just defending my faith.
Fair enough.
So it's my job to defend the faith, and that's in 2 Peter, right?
Yep, and I mean that's fine. It's just sort of frustrating because sometimes we'll ask things like one of my big things. I don't understand. I don't understand the Great Flood, right? Scientifically, I know it's my area of scientific expertise is paleo sea level change, of which changes in gravity are a part because it's change in gravity and change in land elevation and change in water volume that lead to sea level change and change in rotation. I forgot that one. So I'm literally one of the authorities on the Earth with the best information about paleo sea level change, and there's just no indication that the Great Flood happened. But if you believe that it did, I don't see how God makes the argument that that's moral. And it's frustrating because sort of is it the case that it's moral because God did it, or is it good in some other way? Are you making the argument that God did this thing, therefore it's a good thing? Is it good because God did it, or is it good?
That's a whole nother. That's a big topic change. I gotta go.
Okay, no problem. Sorry.
I've been up. But I talked to you in the morning. But I was gonna say, I'm gonna end it with this. We have an advocate with the Father, who's known as Jesus Christ the Righteous. He lives to make intercession for us. He intercedes for us on a daily basis. And you don't have to. You don't need an attorney to defend yourself in the heavenly courts. But he is our advocate. He is our attorney, and he defends us even though we're guilty. He fights for us, right? And that's why it's important that you believe in him. Anyways, I gotta go.
All right. Have a great night.
But Dave, go ahead. Say your last thing. Whatever you're gonna say before I leave.
No. I just wanted to say thank you for a very civil conversation. Sorry, obviously I'm an ill-tempered old fart, and I get fired up sometimes. But thank you for also a pretty erudite conversation. I'm not sure that I didn't expect you to be as knowledgeable as you turned out to be on early Christianity and early what is it?
Because I'm passionate about it.
Yeah, pre-Christian Judaism. I find it all. I'm not passionate about it, but I find it all extremely interesting, and that's why I've done as much research as I have on the topic, and it's just interesting to find somebody else who's also read up on the same material.
Thank you. And it's all right to get passionate, dude. And I actually like it when you get passionate. You make me laugh, dude. But yeah, go. Anybody else want to change the topic? Go ahead. I'm good.
Take care. I have terrified you all into silence.
I'm utterly just stricken to be within.
Yeah.
Good job, Tony.
No problem.
Also, it turns out astronomy can be really tedious.
Astronomy.
I'm doing a lab for my galactic astronomy class, and
Right,
it
okay.
is, yeah.
Yep. I believe this came up on The Simpsons when Bart was sentenced to turn up to help Principal Skinner do some astronomy.
Well, it'd be a little bit easier if the program I was using was slightly better, but it's not the worst program either. So to do another celebration, but trying to get the integrated magnitude for some galaxies.
Okay. That takes time.
Well, it's not even time. It's just it works kind of GUI for the program. It's a free download actually for astrophotography. It's called Cyril. I love it. But its PSF function it's kind of geared towards point sources and not towards extended objects. So it'll jump to a star when what you really want is the galaxy, and as much as it gets in there, and then you have to tweak it, but then you're not getting the right magnitude. And then I'm also focusing on a galaxy that my professor said I didn't need to focus on because I'm stubborn, not helping myself. But it's fun because it's on data that we took up on Mauna Kea.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is the sort of thing. Can you read a book or watch television while it's happening? That's the best sort of chore.
No, that's why this is the tedious kind of chore.
Yeah. Okay. So in the research school where I did my PhD, some students could earn money by doing geochronological sampling for mining companies, and all they had to do was sort of move the mouse to where they wanted sampled in the zircon, press a button, and then leave it for 10, 15 minutes, and then come back and move it to another, and just write down where they were making the samples and take photographs as they went and that sort of thing. And they got paid for it, because it was way too tedious for the actual academics to do. But mining companies were prepared to do it. But they got to watch television or read books or eat pizzas or whatever it was in between. So
Yeah,
most of it was,
that sounds like being a telescope operator these days.
yeah.
But I didn't get that job, and I'm hoping that this time around, next year, I'll be looking at an acceptance letter into a grad program.
Excellent. Good luck.
Thank you. I'm hoping to have a paper out because that'll be what actually gets me somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. They do seem to count for a lot, those papers.
They do, and they're starting to count more and more for grad school, which seems unfairer and unfairer, but here we are.
Yeah, well, I think people are just sort of there is very much a publish or perish mindset.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get there. And then eventually I'll get paid to do it, and then I'll be a little happier. To be honest. No, this is 65. I mean, I've also had plenty of time to do this, and I've done the accepted astronomer thing and waited near the last minute. Also not helping myself.
Well, that's how everything works, right?
Yeah, I was telling one of the professors the other day that I've pretty much decided most of my career is going to be running around reading what my next presentation is going to be about. Trying to remember it. Oh.
Okay.
Tony, may I ask you a
Yeah.
question?
Sure.
You've been, you've been involved in like seismic geology, like we do in the offshore business.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I've been in what business?
Like we do in the oil business, we run these long
Okay.
cables
Yeah,
and
yeah,
fire
yeah.
out pressure waves.
So I did. I did I've worked for an oil company sort of indirectly once, in sort of seismic inversions. We were BHP Petroleum, I think we were working for. But yeah, that was very brief. I wouldn't count myself as a seismologist, but I have worked as one. My PhD thesis involved adapting a flat Earth seismic model to a viscoelastic regime. So
Nice. Well, I'm not geologist, but I was lucky enough a couple of years back to go into Equinor's center. I was invited to have a look, and they have this VR 3D kind of thing that it's like you walk through the geological formations. That was really, really fascinating.
yeah, it can be sort of. This is actually sort of the problem that I was hired to deal with was, can you always necessarily reconstruct an accurate seismic picture of what's going on? And the answer is no, not always. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes it looks like you can, but you actually can't. But yeah, you can, in the right areas, you can get extremely detailed three-dimensional reconstructions of what's going on underneath the ground. And I haven't seen any VR presentations on that, but that would be, yeah, they would look really cool.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it's really fascinating for working for Ludin as well. We went through this. I think we spent a whole day going through the geology, and they made all these drawings. Like, is it called fluvial things that was into that sort of valley we were going to drill into, and what was expected. But all we found in the end was tar, and no proper oil to produce. But just the geologic, yeah, just the geological models and how these guys are thinking and so on. It was really fascinating.
Yeah, it's one of those. It is, it is very intricate. Sort of, it's just amazing how detailed the processes that create these things are, and just how sort of spectacular the structures look.
Yeah, it is absolutely, and especially when when you drill as well, then you have geologists on board and they do all the sampling and so on, and see all the different layers which is there and so on and so forth. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, it's an interesting field, and I mean, that's only one technique we have for sort of subsampling. There are a bunch of others. There's magnetotelluric surveying and gravitational surveying, and those are the other two that sort of come to mind. And there's even passive seismic surveying, where you don't even sort of use, where you sort of use the noise that the Earth makes on its own to sort of try and sample geological structures on a different wavelength. Actually, COVID was really good for that.
Yeah, people got plenty of time to dive deep into the subjects and those times, I think.
Well, one of the things that we didn't have was sort of a control area where there weren't people driving lots of cars and operating lots of big machinery around. And so when COVID struck and everybody was stuck indoors, you could kind of see, okay, this is what it looks like when you don't have all of this traffic, sort of producing all of this noise. So it was kind of useful to sort of check the background against which this noise was being produced.
Right, really nice. And your thesis was glacial some sort, wasn't it?
Yes, it was post glacial sea level change. So modeling the deformation and modeling basically the deformation resulting from large surface changes. So the large ice sheets the last 20,000 years.
Nice. Because I've seen samples from the North Sea where you have this couple of layers, different layers of glacial deposits.
Yep. And I mean, it's sort of I've published a reconstruction of sort of the Eurasian ice sheet through the past 100,000 years, 120,000 years. I was co-author on that, but yeah, we do sort of the ice sheet did extend over the ocean floor and did leave behind fairly clearly identifiable deposits.
What is the name, or how do I find? I would really like to read that paper. If you could give me a hint where to find it.
Okay. Yeah, so it's this one. Yeah, if you look for Lambeck Weichselian, which is spelled Weichselian. It should lead you there. You could use remount and Eurasia as search terms.
I was told once that in fact we were up in the far north in the Barents Sea, and they said one of the reasons we don't find that much shallow gas there is in fact that big huge icebergs were sort of scraping off sediments on the seafloor as they were moving around. That's another thing I didn't know.
Yeah, that's they leave these deep gouges. And in fact, we did some modelling in the Barents Sea. Well, we did modelling of ice sheet geometry in the Barents Sea as part of all that, and part of one of the data sets we used was that sea level scouring.
Really nice. Because we can, where I live, we can actually see the effects of the different sea level. Like we got these caves in the mountains, which has been dug out by the sea, and at the island where I was brought up, you have this flat area, then you have like a steep kind of downgrade, not that tall, maybe 30 to 40 meters, then it's flat again. And so and when you start digging it out, you see the rocks and everything, like how they've been rounded off, like by the seaside when the sea has been grinding them for a couple of thousand years.
Yeah. It's the sort of it's amazing, particularly when you look at satellite images of sort of formerly glaciated areas. It looks like somebody's sort of painted them and then sort of smudged a rag over them. like all of this stuff is sort of smeared across the surface, like these lakes and these surface deposits. So it leaves this sort of this scouring effect that is very, very clearly visible from satellite images. So,
You know, I mean, like the deep fjords we have. That's also some sort of geological folding and not just glacier, is it?
yeah, so sort of you get fjords from sort of extremely rapid erosion events that are occurring with very rapid uplift as well. So as the ice sheets melt, they're outputting lots and lots of fresh water, and this is cutting its way through land that is rebounding. So it's been depressed by the ice sheet formerly. It's rebounding now very, very quickly, and this fast-flowing water is slicing through it. I think that's the mechanism that's involved. Let me just check that, because glacial erosion tends to produce what's very characteristic U-shaped valleys. So very steep at the side, but very shallow and smooth in the middle.
Yeah, here I'm my holiday place for the time being, but I'm just looking out the window into the fjord, and I know the depth of the sea there is about 600 meters. And then I have these really steep mountains up top, stretching up to about 1,500 meters above that again.
Yeah.
I wonder what this. Yeah, can you imagine how this would look if the sea wasn't there? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's right. It is interesting, and I mean, there are portions in history where sea level wouldn't have been there. So, it's pretty interesting. Like Australia would have been connected to Papua New Guinea, and there would have been a couple of big lakes in the middle of the Torres Strait. Like the Earth would have been, very, very different looking back in the day. Most of Indonesia would have been connected by land. You would have been able to walk from island to island.
Indonesia has my favorite line on the Earth, and that is the Wallace line.
The Wallace line, yes, very famous. Wallace, I think, could have staked a claim to have trumped Darwin if he were prepared to push the matter, but he was not. So, yeah, for those who don't know, I'll let you explain what the Wallace line is.
So the Wallace line is this line that you can draw if you look at the fauna on either side of it. And on the northern, kind of towards Asia side, is all kind of Asian fauna and flora. And then on the other side is all kind of the Australian flora and fauna. It's really neat.
Yeah, marsupials and different styles of parrots and yeah.
My goodness, did you find this?
Thank you for that information. Yeah, I've never heard about that Wallace line before.
Yeah, Wallace had this theory that animals adapted to their environments, and so he was sort of on the trail towards selection of the fittest and evolution in much the same time set, in much the same sort of time as Darwin was coming to his conclusions, so Wallace submitted a paper, and he could have, as I say, he could have claimed with some justification that he got there first. But instead, he was happy to just say, no, well, Darwin got this, so Darwin can read my paper for the Royal Society. And, it's his idea. But it's still a good one. And Wallace, in this case, is spelled W-A-L-L-I-S, not W-A-L-L-A-C-E.
Yeah. I just looked it up. It's between Sunda and Sahu. Is that the one?
Yes.
Because there's two of them. Yeah, there's one called Weber line and Leidecker line as well. There's probably been time. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of how should I say it? A confirmation that yes, the idea about geology and tectonic plates and evolution and how things
Yeah.
split apart. Yeah,
And it is very important because it would not have been dry. You know, I was talking about sort of the Torres Strait between New Guinea and Australia would have been dry during the last glacial maximum, but the Wallace Line would not have been dry. It's way too deep, so it would still have been an obstacle across which it was somewhat difficult.
really nice. So, do one have any like geological samples in that strait that you can see? Like you talked about big lakes and so on. That you see the sediments from that
Yeah.
or evaporates or something like that.
Yeah. Well, we have samples from the Andaman Sea. I seem to remember we did a study of sea level change in the Andaman Sea. Okay. Can't really find the paper now, but I definitely did a lot of modelling of the Andaman Sea and sort of produced a lot of figures. I thought there might have been a paper somewhere, but regardless.
Yeah, I found something. I think it's a book of Darwin University Geological History of Wallacea. Sea.
Yeah, could be. All right. Okay.
Got a number? Number.
Somebody was talking.
Mostly to myself. Sorry.
Well, at least that way you're guaranteed intelligent conversation, I guess.
Semi-intelligent conversation. I'll grant you that.
Yeah, and very often you get the answers you want to have as well if you talk to yourself, isn't that so?
Exactly. Yes.
I've just decided as long as I'm not answering myself, then it's fine.
I'm not
I
sure.
think that's what we all think.
Yeah, you know the easiest guy to fool is yourself very often. Oh, that's a good one.
Nobody's watching Sports Center.
That's I'm not watching, but that's the
Yeah.
those are the notifications I get from ESPN Cricinfo. So
Don't worry about
it's
it.
telling me
My
about-
Nuggets lost.
Okay.
I am not happy.
Oh well.
The sport of choice in my
That
department is
fancy
hockey.
And we got game
Right,
6 on
okay.
Thursday, so I'm happy.
All right. Well, at least you haven't been knocked out yet, so it's all good.
You're right. And PhD Tony, I love hearing you talk. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh well, you're very kind. Also in the
I
minority, it appears.
Well, I mean, I mean, I just love hearing you just school people. That's all. It
Right.
makes my
Okay.
night.
Well, I try.
I even
I
listen
like-
to you when I'm at work too. So I mean, it kind of helps. But I mean, that's good compliment.
Well, I'm grateful that sort of my objective here, as much as it is to try and sort of present some information that maybe people in general don't have. So
That's appreciate. I
if
appreciate that.
achieve that at all, if I achieve that at all, I'm happy.
I respect that 100%. And I tell that to people all the time, and if I could tell them like the stuff I hear every day on these channels, just they were like, really? I'm like, yeah, people are stupid. But I don't know where I'm going
Yeah.
this, so yeah. But anyway, I appreciate all your knowledge and stuff, and I've learned a lot from you. So
Well, thank you.
you're very welcome. No, thank you.
Yeah, Tony conveys a lot of information, but I have to admit I haven't remembered everything.
That's the fun part about physics.
I mean, at least you guys were able to take it. I never took it, so and like I said, I learned from you guys, so and I appreciate it.
Hey, I barely made it through high school.
Me too. And I
I was
solve
a
car
lazy-
parts for a living.
I was a lazy
Yeah,
person.
I totally agree. When you have people like Tony and these guys, you do learn that stuff. And another thing is that, at least for me, it makes me read up a bit more on the subject to gain more information.
Yeah,
I'm always wanting to interject half the time to say, can you dumb it down a bit for us normal people?
Yeah. Okay. I get a lot
That's a
of
good point.
jibes about using my vocabulary.
And you're
words
very
are
good at
fine.
it.
Yeah, I understand words. They're handy.
Some flares may not, though.
Oh yeah.
Well,
We all know that.
they'll argue a word. For
Yeah,
next
the real
Right.
trouble.
2 days.
The real trouble comes when it's a word that has meaning in both like physics land and regular land.
Mm-hmm.
Because the main one that comes to me is the level word. Don't get them started on that one.
Well, I remember confusing Rachie 50s when I was back when she was a flirt, and sort of I recommended a paper to her about a dipole moment, and she thought that it was moment as in a moment in time, and it wasn't. It's a moment as in momentum, as in a sort of a rotational, as in angular momentum. So
Right.
she was reading this. She was reading an entire scientific article without really understanding one of the words that was going to be used in the sense that it was being used. It's one of the reasons why I think people should be cautious, because there are, there's a lot of jargon and a lot of technical terms, and if you don't properly appreciate them, you're not going to get context on what you're reading. And you can sort of nod along and pretend that context isn't important, but it really is.
Another great example is that one is for planar surveying. When they hear the word planar, they go, "Oh, it's plane, so it's flat." Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Right. But I tend to do if I tend to read like a scientific paper of some sort, and I don't know, not 100% sure what it means, and just copy and paste whatever words and then Google it and try to put it into context and very often then it takes longer to understand what the word actually means and read the rest of the paper.
Yeah. I mean, there's sort of a couple of months ago, I had to sort of, I was ill and I was listening to Craig and a bunch of other flat earth debunkers have a discussion on
Craig.
Discord. And every single, they were talking about the speed of light being isotropic in air, and none of them knew what the word isotropic meant. Absolutely none of them, and they were being very declarative about what isotropic means, and absolutely none of them knew what the term meant. So it was extremely frustrating for some people who and the person I felt sorry for was actually the flat earther who was being yelled at by people who didn't know any more than he did and were telling him wrong information. Something is isotropic if it is the same in every direction. So the speed of light is isotropic at every point in the atmosphere, because it doesn't matter which way the light is traveling, its speed of light will be the same through that particular point.
I was going to ask what it meant, but you answered my question without asking. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, I thought that I should, given that. And so, for an example of something that is anisotropic, if you tear paper, and you tear with the grain, it'll tear very smoothly. But if you go across the grain, it'll tear very raggedly. That's an example of a material that has. Yeah, that is an example of something that is anisotropic, right? What happens depends on the direction. So, like
That's
wood,
awesome.
if you cut wood along the grain, as opposed to across the grain. So there's
isotropic.
Yeah. So.
Thank you for telling me that. Now I learned something new.
Right. Okay.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
So it doesn't mean there's ice in the tropics.
No, it doesn't mean that there's ice in the tropics.
But there's salt in Antarctica.
But if you're in the tropics, you should be drinking. You're welcome. If you're in the tropics, you should obviously be drinking gin in order to stave off malaria, and you should have ice in it. So you should have ice in the tropics.
Yeah.
Is that like a legit thing or what?
Yeah, back in the day, so there's an anti-malarial medication called quinine, and one of the ways you can still get it. There's a lemon drink that has added quinine because it sort of enhances the sour lemony flavor. And so it was actually sort of a good way of staving off malaria.
Is that one of the reasons why the guys in the old days on ships used to have limes a lot, or was that something different?
Limes is scurvy, so
Scurvy, yes, right.
you
Okay.
need you need vitamin C, and this is why British sailors are often called. This is why British sailors are often called limeys, is because they drank a lot of limes. But actually,
Wow.
lemons would be a better choice. But limes are cheaper, I think.
That makes sense.
Geez, we learned a lot when we were back in the old days.
Yeah, we did. Actually, one of the first expeditions to sort of work this out and where this had been worked out was Captain Cook's. And in order to get in order to get vitamin C into their crew, they used sauerkraut, and the crew wouldn't touch it until the officers started eating it. And once the officers started eating it, the crew said, "Okay, it probably isn't as shit as we've been believing all the time. We'll eat it then." But up until that point, they wouldn't touch it.
Wow.
I am fairly close to where Captain Cook was murdered.
Yeah, Hawaii. Okay, that was where he was murdered, right? Hawaii.
Yep, that was indeed.
At least that was after he discovered Australia and all that.
It was. Yes, he was on his way to search for the Northwest Passage when
Wow.
he got in. When he got
Was that the name of the guy who discovered Australia?
Well, sort of. Yeah, sort of.
There
was other explorers. There was other explorers that came close, but didn't really colonize it or set foot on it. They just drove past it in their boats and mapped it a little bit and kept going.
Yeah, so there were a few Dutch explorers in the 60s. There were a few Dutch explorers, but Captain Cook was the guy who really mapped Eastern Australia and New Zealand.
Oh, okay. Nice.
And came ashore in a couple of places.
Yep.
That's good to hear. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
There's
I
a
didn't know
place
any of that.
up near Woonona, up that way where I'm from. There's a plaque on the headland where Captain Cook came ashore.
That's pretty cool. I'm from Colorado, so I don't have anything really that cool here. I've learned a lot in the last 20 minutes. I'm pretty happy now. I've always wanted to come to Australia. It's just the spiders. I don't want to run into one.
Oh, look, don't listen to that touristy crap. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
You will be fine, yes.
I went to Australia and didn't see one spider.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you came all the way to Australia to see a spider and you were disappointed.
No, I didn't come to see a spider. I did see one of those. I can't remember what it was. It was either an emu or a fucking ostrich. You've got a zoo there that has like an open area where the emu can literally just walk wherever the people want. We literally had to wait for this big fucking bird to move out of the way so that we could leave.
I have to say, I've always
so where
found,
are you from?
I'm from England, so the wife and I went to Australia for a holiday.
Oh, okay.
I have to say, I've always found emus really intimidating because they've got that really sharp beak that is just at eye level.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just like they
The
can
width of
have
the
your eye
platypus
out in the
beak?
blink of an eye.
Yeah. Oh, you got to watch out for the drop bears when you come here as well.
Oh, okay.
I love that.
Remember when you come
You
to
know what,
America to
guys?
go snipe hunting?
Right.
What was that? I missed that. Sorry. Go what?
When you come when you come to America, go snipe hunting.
Yeah.
Right.
Snipe hunting.
Snipe hunting, yes.
Correct.
Okay.
If you've ever seen Up, the classic Disney film, there is a prominent snipe hunt earlier in the early on.
Oh,
in the
now I'm
film.
going to have to watch that now just to get the reference.
It's
Okay.
such a good movie.
Well,
It's
yes,
in the same.
just be prepared to have your heart broken in the first 30 minutes, because
Yes, you will cry. But it's in the same vein as Drop Bears snipe hunting.
Okay.
Great movie.
Yeah, I don't think Paul Hogan done us justice back in the day with his shrimp on the Barbies ads and everything.
Is that where that came from?
yes, that's where that came from. No, we don't call them shrimp here.
I just have to wonder if you all carry knives around.
And I never
carry
even
enough
known
to
anyone
work.
to put a prawn on the Barbie. Every time I've gone to a Barbie, I've never seen one on a Barbie.
Oh my god. I just got wasted. Damn it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm playing
And no, we don't all
GTA 5.
carry knives.
Ah, then we can't say that's not a knife.
I carry one to work.
We can still
It's a
say that.
switchblade.
We can still say that.
And I tell people I do my best Australian accent. That's not a knife, and I switch my
No,
blade
knife,
and like this
knife,
is a knife.
knife.
Yeah,
You got to say knife. Yeah, you got to
that's
get
what I
that.
say.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I do. I had someone laugh one day, a customer. I saw auto parts, so I have to open a box. Okay, here's a knife.
I'm aware of at least one person in, I think it's like Ohio or something, somewhere like up in sort of Canada way, that when he goes walking with his dogs, he does carry a knife, if I remember correctly, because there are like pack animals up there that can be literally dangerous to humans.
Yeah, it's so I've mentioned it a few times. I've done a GPS survey in Papua New Guinea, and sort of all the kids when they go to school they carry machetes, and they use them to cut the grass. And so there are these little kids, like 8-year-old, 9-year-old kids, spinning around with machetes, cutting the grass so that they can play on the grass in the morning. Sort of, it's quite confronting to be walking down, and then all of a sudden you are surrounded by 20 kids you don't know from Adam, each of whom has a lethal weapon. And you're just going, this is not an experience I'm sort of well designed for, I guess.
Not only a lethal weapon, but they're also swinging it around willy nilly.
Well, when they're walking down the street, they're not swinging it around willy nilly. But it's just a fact of life. They all carry machetes around. So they carry their machetes to school, use them to cut the grass. I don't know what they use them for in the meantime, but they've always got a machete on them. So
yeah, kids can be surprisingly well disciplined if you raise them with those principles early on. I think the wife tells me of, I think it's Sweden or somewhere, that does something called forest school. We do it a bit here in the UK, but they'll give like little kids like saws and logs to just cut and mess with, and with a bit of guidance, but they'll use these somewhat dangerous tools and be completely fine with them as long as you just teach them to be sensible. So for them, it's probably just this is the thing I cut grass with. There's probably no even thought of being silly with it. They're probably taught this is a tool. You use it for that task. You don't use it for anything else. You don't wave it. You don't show it off.
yeah, that's right. Certainly I didn't see anybody sort of doing. They were doing things that I would consider kids shouldn't perhaps do with machetes, but they weren't doing anything outrageously stupid. They weren't swinging them at one another or throwing them and catching them or like that.
Yeah. Whereas you could bet in like UK, there'd be one mention of watch this, and then there'll be a trip to the ER.
Yeah, that's right. There are a bunch of YouTube videos that nobody should ever watch about people trying tricks with swords.
Oh no, thanks. I'm fine. I can see where that's going.
Yeah. And of course, if it's famous on YouTube, they're not stories that ended happily. So
Yes, the only good news is bad news.
I think this falls under any publicity is good publicity? Question mark?
people can say that. It hasn't always worked out. I mean, O.J. Simpson found that to his cost, ultimately. So
Yeah, and look how well this machete cut off this kid's fingers isn't the kind of publicity you want.
yeah. Alec Baldwin got a lot of publicity during the making of Rust. Not a lot of it was good.
Yeah, that's fair. But it doesn't seem to be hurting too much from it either.
No, well, yeah. He was a little bit fortunate in the dismissal of his charges, but such is life.
Did they dismiss that trial?
I beg your pardon?
Did they dismiss that? I don't know.
Yes, they did.
I haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah, so there was an argument that there was an argument to be made that the prosecution had failed to reveal the exculpatory evidence to the defense, and that they had done. And the judge found that they had done so deliberately. It is a matter of interpretation as to whether this evidence was exculpatory. It was 2 boxes of ammunition from an ammunition supplier, and whether or not they were relevant to the case, that they didn't seem to be exculpatory from an impartial view, but the judge ruled that they were, and so and clearly disagreed with the prosecutor's interpretation that they weren't. So as a result, the charges were dismissed.
Can you give me a synonym of that exculpatory word, Tony?
Tending to indicate innocence. So exculpatory means that is evidence that means that you're not guilty. So evidence that might undermine the charges against you. So in this case, that it was kind of irrelevant to sort of the central principles of Baldwin's case. Baldwin's case was he shouldn't have pulled the trigger, and he shouldn't have pointed his gun at a woman or at any person. And he did both, and somebody ended up dead. And so it seems like whether or not the causes of how a live bullet ended up in the gun were kind of irrelevant. He shouldn't have pulled the trigger of the gun. He shouldn't have pointed the gun at a person. But the judge didn't. The judge dismissed the charges with prejudice, and that was the end of that.
You're telling me that surely they, like every action movie ever, they don't always not aim in that general direction. That some of the things they do would be really hard to aim that, surely, but do they?
Well, so there are multiple, and this was a big part of the case. There are multiple styles of guns that are used in films. Some of them are just hunks of metal that look like guns. They cannot function. They do not fire bullets. Some of them can only fire blanks. They don't have the capacity to fire non-blanks, and some of them have the capacity to fire blanks or non-blanks. And the weapon that Alec Baldwin was using was one of the latter.
I see. So if the gun has the capacity to fire live rounds, you don't aim it at something you don't want to kill. Yeah, no, that's sensible. No, that makes a lot more sense. It was I thought it was a blank round that was fired, but is that incorrect?
No, it was a live round that was fired.
Like,
and so that And the question then became, what were any live rounds doing on the movie set? And it became a question, had these actually turned up in boxes from the ammunition producer? Had they, there were rumors that the firearms master had actually participated in practice shooting over lunch with some of the other workers on the movie. They'd gone out and they'd shot at bottles, and she ended up going to prison for 18 months. And so the argument of whether or not sort of ammunition in these boxes might have been able to be mistaken for fake ammunition. She claimed that she had loaded the weapon with fake ammunition, with dummy rounds, not blanks, dummies, so stuff that can't work. And obviously she hadn't. She at least one live round had been in there. But that being said, she handed the weapon to somebody else who should have checked it and didn't. That person handed the gun to Alec Baldwin, who could have checked it but didn't. And Alec Baldwin held down the trigger while pointing it at a person, which, a responsible gun owner would suggest that you shouldn't do that ever with a gun that has the potential to hold a live round, as this one unfortunately did. So there were multiple failings in this particular case, but for some reason the judge decided that these boxes of ammunition were enough to dismiss the charges against Alec Baldwin, but not enough to dismiss the charges against the firearms master. So she continued serving her 18 months in prison, but Alec Baldwin has expensive lawyers and his charges were dismissed.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why you always clear a weapon when it gets handed to you.
Exactly, and there was indeed
Absolutely.
one cast member who, when he was handed a weapon, would unload the weapon himself, check each of the bullets, and then reload it. So it's a yeah. So there was a responsible gun user on the set. Alec Baldwin was not that gun user.
Is there a significant difference between the visual bullet, like being a blank, and being a live round?
Oh my God, yes.
That's a
So
good question. I was going to ask that.
Blanks
Yes,
don't
there
have
are.
the bullet part.
Blanks
They're just
don't have the
crimped at
bullets;
the
they're
tip.
crimped at the end. And there are things called dummy rounds that are supposed to look like bullets, but they don't have any gunpowder in them. And you can tell those via a number of techniques. Normally, they have a hole in the side, and a ball bearing inside, so you can actually rattle them, and they should. You can tell the difference. Another thing is that a dummy round will often have a lot of hammer hits at the back of the round there. If you look in chat, you'll see that there's a dummy, a blank, and a live round. A dummy will additionally have something that looks like a primer, and it will have multiple hammer hits in it because the trigger's been pulled, the hammer has hit, but it's not actually a primer. It just looks like a primer, so there are little dents in it. So there are multiple ways of visually discriminating a dummy round from a blank round, from a live round. As you can imagine, in this particular case, all of this was gone into in literally forensic detail.
Yeah. On a happier side, I did a little bit of airsoft ages ago. I did airsoft literally twice with a friend, and I learned that there are some gun manufacturers who manufacture proper live weaponry that also make airsoft guns, so they just fire BBs. So cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
So I used a G36C, if I remember correctly. Quite a nice little rifle. That was good fun. Suggestion: ever do airsoft? Don't try and storm a hill. You'll get shot a lot in the fire. It'll fucking hurt.
Yeah,
Guess
that's
who
right.
did that?
Having knowing a little bit of military history, that seems to track.
Yeah. Great fun though. Great fun.
I guess don't just unless you're Harold at Hastings. Still not so good.
We played a bunch of scenarios. My favourite was when there was this little building in the middle, and you had to. People on the inside had to try and hold it as long as possible against the other half of the group that were trying to get in and kill everyone inside. But if you got shot when you're on the inside, you joined the other team.
Okay. So it's kind of zombie
shooting. It's like zombies with guns. It's great fun. Great fun.
Sorry, I hate to bring this gun shit up, but like I did target practice shooting for like many years.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's to me it sounds like a really weird kind of responsibility train. What do you call how you who is like responsible for the
chain of
different parts?
custody.
Yes,
Yeah.
chain of custody. Like for what I remember, right? It's like, okay, so when you come there, then of course nobody else is responsible if you put a live round in there. But if there has been a live round in the weapon, and if and then it's like just pointed at the gun range. That's the only thing it's gonna point at.
Yep.
After you're done, there is you yourself check it, and then there is also people checking the gun, other people also checking the gun before they actually move forward. And if it's like only, I think it's funny if it's only his responsibility personally check. I think that's sounds really rare to me. If
No,
he's like,
that-
oh no,
that-
you have to personally find out. Not, it should be like a guy who is responsible for checking it. Who
It's
knows
not on
this
a
stuff.
firing range.
There were actually two people, ultimately three people who should have intervened. So there was the firearms master.
Okay.
She should have checked that the gun, she was responsible for loading the gun. She was responsible for handing the gun to the safety master. The safety master should also have inspected the gun, and then it was handed to him, and he could have inspected the gun. He didn't, but what he did do was pull the trigger when he had no business pulling the trigger, and pointing it at a person. And you should not point a gun capable of firing a live round at a person. And indeed, we have footage of Alec Baldwin being trained by the firearms master in gun safety. That we have actual footage of that was produced in the case. He was on a Zoom call while he was being trained.
Okay.
So he wasn't taking the training seriously. There's other footage of him gesturing to people and gesturing at people and equipment with his gun while the cameras were not rolling. He just had no idea about gun safety. The gun should just not point at people. He didn't take gun safety correctly, and for my money, he's very lucky that the case was thrown out, because he had, quite significant. There was incompetence on his part that led to somebody dying. So you're quite right. It's not just his responsibility. There were two other people, and arguably the director is ultimately responsible for what happened, and could have said, "Look, I want to see that weapon." But obviously, filmmaking, they try and get through this shit fast. They cut corners. The woman they hired was 24 years old, didn't have experience. They were making her do another job in addition to being a firearms master. She only had the job because her dad was a firearms master of some renown. So she was a nepo baby. She didn't have full training. There are allegations that she was using drugs on set during the production, and she was taking weapons from the production and going out and shooting them at stuff on the weekend and at lunchtime.
Like how does like a real round end up even remotely close to that set if it's not supposed to fire live rounds at all?
That's an
Like it shouldn't
excellent
even
question.
be there.
It shouldn't even be there, and it was. It's the firearms master's incompetence and lack of seriousness is ultimately responsible. But even that is only a single point of failure. There are two other points of failure that occurred in this particular exchange because the on-set safety director, safety is his job, so he should be looking at this. And this was a set that had already had 3 accidental discharges previously in shooting.
Yeah, that's what I was
so-
going to ask. Was there any other weapons?
Yeah, there were other
Oh.
weapons. There were no other live round shootings, but people had fired blanks when they shouldn't have. One woman was loading a weapon with blanks and it went off. Another man was given a stunt man was given a rifle and not told that it was hot, and practiced firing it, and and it had blanks in it, and I forget what the third accident was, but this was a set with a bad safety record, with poor gun discipline, and the safety director should have been more than aware that he needed to up his game.
We had a mantra in our recon unit. It was, okay, trust is okay, but control is much better. So every single time, if you gave your weapon to someone else or someone was giving the weapon to you, you did everything that you had to do to make sure you as a final user were completely aware the status of the gun. And that's what's missing in this one. Even if Baldwin didn't know about it, he, as the last user, should have checked the gun before even firing it. That's where the big problem is.
Yeah, NSPs, normal safety procedures. I mean, we were taught that in Army cadets. I mean, back in my day, we used to use the old Lee Enfield bolt action rifle. And if anybody was to hand a rifle to you, the first thing you made sure was that the bolt was open, so you could see inside. And he had to, whoever was handing it to you had to present it to you, so you could first look to go, yes, that looks empty. Then you took it from him. You made sure there was no rounds in the magazine. You then cycled the bolt a few times just to make doubly sure you hadn't got a round up the spout. Thank you very much. I'm now happy that you've handed that rifle to me in a safe condition. It got to the point where you just didn't even think about it. If you was handing a rifle to your mate, open the bolt, there you go, happy, right, boom, you do your NSPs. Because you don't fuck about with, and that's with blanks, because I've seen what a blank round can do. Our demo, when we was on exercise, they'd get a clear plastic bag and empty a tin of tomatoes in it, hang it from a tree, and then walk back about 20, 30 feet and shoot at it with a blank round. And you watch the bag explode. You can't fuck about with these things.
What a waste of good tomatoes.
Well, I know, but it was a very good representation, because everyone says, oh, it's a blank round, there's no bullet in it. No, but the end of that round that's crimped over, that opens up and little bits of brass and wadding and all sorts of shit come flying out at the end. And you can kill somebody with them quite easily if you're close enough.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Don't fuck about with it,
We had like red, which was blanks, and then we had blue that was plastic, that actually had a plastic projectile. But even with the red ones, which was blanks, you never aimed it at people, unless the distance was at least 50 meters.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
the only time we
in
had
this,
an exception to that is when we got to train with the old British SLR, and because it's a a semi-automatic weapon, it had what they called a blank fire adapter over the end of the muzzle, and that was basically like firing at a blank plate. And it sent any of the bits of shit went out sideways instead of forwards, but it had to do that so that it could use the gas to recycle the
Yeah.
operation. But yeah, an old Lee Enfield or anything, you put a blank round in it, and I stood 10 feet away and shot at you, I could kill you with it.
yeah, easily. And I mean, sort of the key thing about the Alec Baldwin case, he pulled the trigger. He was pointing the weapon at somebody and pulled the trigger. And something that you just should never do. With whether or he claimed that he had been told not to check the ammo in the gun, regardless of whether he had been told that pointing a firearm at a person and pulling the trigger is just irresponsible. It is what led to this lady's death.
Absolutely.
And he should not have done that. And indeed, if there was another actor on the I've mentioned previously, a very responsible gun owner, checked his weapon every time, test fired it into the ground once he'd unloaded it, was very, very scrupulous in all of his dealings with firearms on the set. If he had been there instead of Baldwin, that lady would not be dead. So Baldwin fucked up. And in my impression is he's very fortunate not to have suffered legal consequences as a result.
What's the purpose of him pulling it again?
So they were doing a scene. They were trying to film a scene where he would pull his gun and aim it just off to the side of the camera. That was what the scene was about. There was no need for him to pull the trigger. There was no need for him to cock the weapon. So he seems to have made the decision to do that on his own, or he did it by accident while pointing it at a person. Regardless, he shouldn't have. So
did they die? They died, right?
They died, yes. Well, one of them died. So the bullet hit one person and then went through her and hit another person.
Jeez.
She died. She died.
Did she get shot?
Didn't.
Did she get shot in the I'm just kind of curious if she got shot in the chest or what?
She got shot through the chest, yes.
For me, there's no excuse. I mean, even all the things building up this, the masters, him and everything. For me, there's absolutely no excuse firing a gun without checking it properly first.
Yeah.
I think he should have been sentenced because he fucked up. He didn't do what everyone carrying a gun must and shall do at every occasion.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. The judge adjudicating the case determined that, as I say, the prosecution had willfully withheld evidence. So she dismissed the charges with prejudice. The prosecution has tried to appeal that multiple times, and they've been turned down each and every time. So he's not going to face criminal charges. I think there are multiple pending lawsuits against him from people who were on set that day, and from the family of the woman who was killed. I'm not sure I'm not sure where they are in terms of resolution. I'm not sure how I came to be lecturing on this. I was just watching a video about it, but it sort of it was somewhat shocking. It was much worse than I had anticipated for Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, it's been reported in various different ways, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't he like a producer or something for this movie?
Yes, he was a producer for this movie. So, yep. So that gives him multiple levels of culpability, because ultimately, it was the production company that hired the weapons master.
Yeah.
It was the production company that hired the safety officer. It was the production company that sort of proceeded, despite 3 accidental weapons discharged earlier in filming, etc., etc.
Yes, you can't just claim, "Oh, well, I'm just an actor."
Yes.
Yeah.
But even so, as has been pointed out multiple times, one of the ways, the ultimate safety on a gun is your index finger.
Correct.
If your index finger doesn't touch the trigger, it can't go off. Or it shouldn't go off if it's a functional weapon.
Well,
So
you are
he
taught
pulled.
how to hold weapons, and where to put your trigger finger if you're not going to use it, and all that. I mean, Christ, I even do that when I'm paintballing because the trigger on my paintball marker is so sensitive.
Yep.
When you're out in the field, well, I didn't.
You're one of those guys. Oh, I see.
Well,
my brother told horror stories of going out paintballing, and sort of,
Yeah,
he was part of a group, and there was one guy who had their own kit, and they
Oh.
were just this whirling engine of destruction.
That's called an own gunner or a walk on, and that's all I do. We're not allowed
Right.
out with the punters, with the general public, because they've got markers that can fire 3 or 4 rounds a second, and ours, we turn them down to 10. I think one of mine can do 25 rounds a second, which is just fucking stupid. So yes, I'm one of them.
Nah,
It's all good
stupid.
fun.
I knew it.
Stupid is 70 rounds a second.
Hmm.
At 70
I mean-
rounds a second, we're starting to get silly.
Yeah, one of the chaps there years ago, he was forever faffing about with one of his, because they're all electronic markers, you can program them, do all sorts of things. He managed to get one of his to do something like 40 rounds a second. But your hoppers generally only hold 200 paintballs. So, yeah, a few seconds of firing stupid rate like that, and you're just constantly filling up and filling up. And if it was on the opposition, we'd just say, right, he's going to run out of ammo in a minute, because it'd just be a constant stream of paint. And then everything would go quiet. It's like, right, we can move now. Because he's just shot 1,000 rounds without even trying. But
Why did Australia give up the right to bear arms again?
Australia. Because there was so that happened in 1997. It was a response most immediately to the Port Arthur massacre, and so in which I think about 36 people got killed at a tourist trap, and the government of the day said, okay, we're going to bring in tighter regulations, and it's not like we can't own firearms. We just need a license to own a firearm, and the style of firearms that we can use is strictly limited. So we can't own a firearm, a long arm, a rifle or a shotgun that has an ammunition capacity of more than 2. So those weapons are just illegal. Private ownership of handguns, I think, is very heavily moderated. But if you're a farmer or anything, you can easily acquire firearms. My dad used to live on a farm, and he has like 5 or 6 different firearms, ranging in caliber from a .303 through a shotgun down to a .22. So the issue, and we as a country, we just got not everyone, but we just got to this point. We had like 10 gun massacres in the previous 8 years or something like that, including a major gunfight down Flinders Street in Melbourne. And eventually we've just gone, you know what? Screw it. We don't need guns that badly. And for all of the stuff that we need it for, an ammunition capacity of 2 is fine. You want to go hunt ducks? An ammunition capacity of 2 is fine. You want to go shoot the occasional kangaroo? That's fine too. ammunition capacity of 2 is all you need. So that's that's where we are. And as a result, our suicide rate and our murder rate have fallen significantly. And we're quite happy with our gun laws where they are.
On a note on the whole carry a gun thing as well, to my understanding of the US Constitution, what it's actually intended for is the right to form a militia and attempt to oppose the US government. But it's come to mean you're allowed a gun.
As an American, I would prefer, the people were allowed to have firearms. I just think there should be background checks in general, like common sense ideas.
Well, I mean,
back in the day when the Constitution was written for the bearing arms, it was only pitchforks and things like that. What they were writing it for.
Yeah, the idea that I assume, and this is not a given because people have disagreed with me in the past. I assume everybody in the chat can agree that private individuals should not be allowed access to nuclear weapons.
What individual, sorry?
It should not be allowed. I can agree with.
I assume that people in the chat agree with me that private individuals should not have access to nuclear weapons.
Yes.
I would like one. I don't know what to do with it, but
yeah, exactly. Now, if you ask me if I want one, the answer is yes. But in principle, I agree. A private person should not have one.
If you want one, then obviously your neighbor has to have one because they are afraid of you, and then their neighbor has to have one, just in case.
So we are agreed that there is a limit on the weaponry that should be owned by a private individual. We have already made the step that there is an upper limit to the destructive capacity that we are comfortable with private individuals having access to. The next question is, where as a society do we want to draw that line? And I say we, but the fact is that American society needs to answer this question on its own. Quite frankly, you guys are mystifying the rest of the world.
I don't think AR-15 should be a thing. Don't get where I'm situated.
I don't think that any private citizen has a need for a semi-automatic long arm. An assault rifle, an AR-15, and the SLRs that were being talked about earlier. Bolt action rifles, sure. I mean, you can make the argument for that, but semi-automatic long arms, I don't think private individuals need them. They may want them, but I don't think they need them. And so, that's one of the arguments that I would make is I think you guys would be better off without private access to semi-automatic long arms.
In a way, this is somewhat similar to what came up at my old work. This is going to seem like a complete segue, but bear with me. We were asked how much we use a particular health plan we were on, because the amount that we used it and the amount that it costs wasn't proportional. A lot of us barely used any of it, but it was quite expensive compared to some other plans. And the problem we found was, well, if you ask people if they want it, they'll say yes if there's little issue or cost to themselves. But if you start to incentivize or put up barriers, then maybe that can change. My point is that if you just say, do you want guns? Like Melodic said, yeah. If it's easy to do, I like the option. People don't like restriction, but they need restriction.
Yeah, I play Guitar Hero in debates. Doesn't see the problem with semi-automatic long arms. There are two problems with semi-automatic long arms. One is rate of fire, and the other one is ammunition capacity. If you've got a person who has to reload regularly, they are less dominant in an armed conflict. If they have to work the bolt every time, then there are gaps in firing during which they can be confronted, in which people can close distance and try and wrestle the gun from them. With a semi-automatic long arm, they're designed to pump out rounds at high rate and to have a lot of such rounds to shoot down range. You can obtain extra large magazines, but I would argue that you shouldn't be able to obtain extra large magazines for bolt action rifles. If you want to just say that it's rate of fire for semi-automatics, then fine. Rate of fire is the single problem with a semi-automatic long arm, and I feel that they pose a significant threat to the public, more than they do a safety, a personal safety benefit. If you want to protect your home, you can use a pump action shotgun. It'll do a fine job. You don't need a semi-automatic rifle. I just think that semi-automatic rifles ought not to be commercially available just because a person wants one. And you can disagree. You're at liberty to disagree. You're at liberty to say, Tony, you're a fuckwit. I don't agree with you at all. It's just my opinion. And obviously, the US has to make up its own mind on this. I'm just expressing my opinion. Nobody has to respect it at all. And you can take issue with it all you want. I'm sure Taylor doesn't. There are plenty of things that Taylor doesn't agree with me about. It's not a big, and I'm sure this is one of them. It's just my opinion.
Well, if you look at Arne Breivik, the Norwegian who killed, 76 youths, he had got access to a semi-automatic. And I think without that one, Arne Breivik was in Norway. That was 10 years ago. Okay. He managed to get hold of a semi-automatic, which you normally don't get access to over here. And of course, I'm 100% sure, as you said, if he had like a 3 cartridge long rifle or something like that many people would not have been killed. I'm absolutely sure of that.
Yeah. So that's my take on it. And I play Guitar Hero in debates. There are plenty of people who have tried to make the argument in Australia that for some hunting applications you should be able to use a semi-automatic rifle. We don't care. Live with it. Is our attitude.
To put my gamer hat on, that just sounds like a skill issue, and you can't aim, so you want a higher fire rate.
There are people, there's sort of helicopter hunters who, are in charge of culling, water buffalo or dangerous crocodiles or kangaroos if their population is out of control. But we just make them, bolt. We just make them, use bolt action. Because we're not going to change our laws, we've drawn a line, we're happy to keep it there. But
You've reminded me of something I heard about. Are you aware of the Emu War?
yes, I am aware of the Emu War. War is a bit of an overstatement. 3 guys were sent out with a Lewis gun, 3 guys, 1 Lewis gun, and there were no fatalities on the human side. So I think that saying that the emus won it is a bit of an overstatement. But certainly from a strategic, for those who don't know, in the early 1920s, a lot of Australian soldiers that had fought in World War I were given farmland. And in Western Australia, this farmland was inundated by a large emu population. And it was eventually, they complained to Parliament, and eventually 3 soldiers with a light machine gun were sent out to kill all of the emus. It turned out that the emus don't stand still and let you shoot them. They can run at rather high speeds, and they're actually reasonably tough birds. So even you need to get a pretty solid hit on them in order to put them down. And so the number of casualties that you might expect a light machine gun versus some birds to inflict was really quite small. They only got a few birds, and ultimately they gave it up. They just couldn't catch the birds. The birds would run away. They couldn't reliably put them down with the weapon they were using, and it's long presented as this humiliation where the Australian Army lost the Emu War. It was three
There's a
guys with one
fantastic
light machine
video
gun.
in chat.
Tony, I can agree with your characterization that you didn't lose it. However, it was members of your armed forces shooting a target that your government designated an enemy.
I guess that is true, but there was no formal declaration of war. Let's just put it that way. And we did pretty well out of the peace settlement, so it's okay. But yeah. It is a comical incident from history. I didn't learn it from Australians. It's not actually taught in Australia that much. So
Oh, I wonder why.
Yeah, not surprised.
Tony, what was the emu's demands? Do we have a count of that?
it was to eat as much of the farmers' produce as they could. Which I guess they got to keep doing. It was just it's just bad land on which to own farms. So given that the emus got all of their demands and we didn't get ours, I guess we did lose in that path. But I have eaten emu, so I consider myself a personal victor.
You see, that's why we went to the Falklands. We called it
when
a
you say
conflict.
refund.
And then afterwards we called it a war.
Yeah, well, I remember it playing a prominent role on our televisions at the time. There was a lot of coverage down here.
Yeah. But yeah, whilst it was going on, it was the Falklands conflict. Obviously, once we kicked the Archies out, we won the Falklands War. Let's not call it a war until we know what happens.
Well, Colonel Sanders would have been jealous if you were eating emus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway. There are people who have sort of bought emus because they're supposed to be a rapid growing source of protein or whatever. Sort of emu farming was sort of at one stage proposed. They just ended up with a lot of pet emus essentially that ran around their property.
That does have to make like a really great omelet, though, right?
You would think so, yes. I'm not sure that they produce as many eggs as your average chicken, but whatever. And I think the eggs that they do produce tend to have babies in them, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that'd ruin the omelette, wouldn't it?
It would. I have seen somebody make a spider omelette.
Oh.
What?
From spider eggs. So,
Oh my God, how many of those did they have to use? Christ.
well, for the spider, this was the largest species of spider is about a foot long and lives in the Amazon basin. And the locals eat them when they had the opportunity, and if you kill a female one, it'll have eggs inside it that you can sort of squeeze out onto a hot rock, and it makes it turns into an omelette. They cook, and they look just like normal eggs. They've got a sort of a scrambly egg look. Yes, a foot long is way too long for a spider.
Yes.
One of my One of my absolute favorite images on the whole of the internet is a picture of lots of little spiders, all with little red health bars, and then one big fuck off spider that also has a blue mana bar, like it can cast spells.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yes. Well, they yeah, they're also quite dangerous to eat because one of their best defensive techniques is they kick their abdomen with their back legs, and this sends a spray of hairs that are really quite sharp and quite noxious towards the target. I forget that there's a technical name for this, but they sort of kick hairs off their abdomen, and so you can't eat any of the furry, hairy bits. You've got to eat bits that don't have hair. Yeah, the Goliath bird eater. I think that's it's a tarantula. It's the it's a crawly. It's a crawly ground-based thing. Yes.
I think that'd be a hard pass on that one. No, I'll go against my usual choices and just have the salad, thank you. I usually
But
dodge
how
salad,
is how is the spider cooked? That's the important thing. Like
with a heavy flamer. Oh, no, thank you. Just because you can, don't mean to say you should.
Yes.
So you're gonna that's a pass on barbecue spider legs.
Yeah. Anyway, I might get going, and wish you all a happy day or evening or morning or whatever it is you're currently enjoying.
No, I've got
Take
all
care,
the
everyone.
It is dinner time.
Since I am horrifying
good
people,
day,
since
morning,
I am horrifying
afternoon.
people, I need to do. There is something I traditionally do when I am horrifying people. Yes, that's one of those
Oh, look at
things.
the fucking state of that. Oh no.
And
I feel like I need a bigger boot.
you do need a bigger boot. But you do need to be careful not to judge animals just by their appearance, because there's very little that is cuter than a penguin, for instance.
Oh
That you
no, not
should
the
not-
inside of the penguin's mouth.
The inside of a penguin's mouth.
Yeah.
That is my go-to.
That's quite something.
Yeah.
Yes.
They are. They look all cute and cuddly on the outside, but they are demon spawn on the inside.
Fun fact: apparently, those are all soft. Like they're not prickly at all.
Right. Okay.
Something to consider as well is that sometimes the name isn't accurate. Like the Goliath bird eater spider, if I remember correctly, it's more that it just happened to be eating one when it was discovered, but they don't really like exclusively hunt birds.
No.
It was probably just more
No.
of a, I found this and it's tasty. I'll just eat it.
Yeah. Have you seen that? There's a video on YouTube. Where else would it be? Of a huntsman trying to take a possum behind a fridge.
Oh, I think so. Yeah. Giant spider eats possum. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, huntsman spiders are actually good to have around. They'll eat redbacks, which are a much more dangerous spider. They'll also eat cockroaches. Huntsman spiders are harmless to humans, but if there's one in your car, get rid of it, because if you're driving through peak hour traffic, you don't need a huntsman dropping out from behind your sun visor.
Yeah, I've had that happen to me, Tony. I've definitely had that happen. When I was younger, learning to drive, it happened to me one time.
Right. No, I had a friend who was very happy that he had a huntsman in his car. Like he had this old car and had a huntsman that was living in it. I'm just going, you can't have that. Well, that's dangerous. Like, I'm pretty not certain what traffic conditions you were in when that happened, Terry, but I'm hoping not very busy.
No, it's very
Anyway.
busy traffic.
All right. Okay.
I pulled up and jumped out of the car in the middle of traffic.
Yes. So I Play Guitar Hero has put up a picture of a blue-ringed octopus. We used not to know that those were poisonous. In fact, fishermen around Sydney used to use them as bait. They just pick them in, turn them upside down, pick them up, turn them upside down, and put them on a hook and use them as bait when they were rock fishing. And it took a few fishermen turning up dead before we decided to ask, maybe there's something going on with these little octopuses. Yeah, and that's a jumping spider, I think. Anyway,
so cute.
They are phenomenally cute. All right, take care, everyone.
See you,
Thank
Tony.
you.
Bye.
I have an agreement with spiders. As long as they don't scare me, everything's fine.
Our agreement is as long as they don't make themselves known, they're fine. Like, as soon as they're visible, like, nope, you gotta go. You were hidden, I didn't know about you, it was fine. Now you've shown me that you exist, I can't allow it.
I don't mind the ones we get over here in the UK because they're just ordinary little spiders. And they all end up getting called Boris as you watch one scuttle across the floor.
I thought it was going to be some joke about having lots of kids. Oh, come on, as a Brit, you're required to laugh at that joke.
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
I said I thought it was because they had lots of kids.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I think I'm too American for this joke.
Check that Boris Johnson's had like 3 wives and lots of kids. He's a prolific individual.
He couldn't keep it tucked away, could he?
No.
And what amazes me is you look at him and think, what have they seen him?
But I can change him. Can't change that face, love.
He's a buffoon.
You think one of them told him it was a good idea to do that hang glider? That's where he's like,
Oh,
when he was
zip line.
mayor.
Oh my
Yeah, the zip line. That's it.
Oh,
I've got it. There we go. There's the gif.
so fucking embarrassing. Was that when he was he PM then or was he mayor?
I think he was mayor.
I think he was
I
mayor.
think, yeah,
but-
I think that was before he became prime minister. But
It was our one chance to beat him to death with sticks and see if candy falls out.
just fucking look at it. What a.
Politicians just need to not try and do cool
At least you got rid of him.
They're not cool.
Well, that's true. We did get rid of him, but do bear in mind that he's the little twat who was prime minister during COVID lockdown and telling everybody you've got to, isolate and stay at home. So him and his cronies have an almighty piss up one evening. The very next day, the Queen is at the funeral for her husband, and she sat there all alone because she's got to show to the rest of the country, this is what we've got to do. You've got to self-isolate. She sat all on her own with a mask on, in black, and that cunt the night before was having a piss up with his mates. Just.
And the point of that isn't like if you agree or don't agree with isolating or not. The point is, he said do thing, and then majorly did not do thing he said you should do. Like,
correct.
Fucking hypocrite.
And then lied about it.
Yeah. I've seen the pictures. They look pissed up. They're all on the sofa together. Like, that does not look like 3 feet of separation.
If ever there was a case for putting somebody up against the wall and pulling the fucking trigger, I mean, what a prat. Just unbelievable.
See if I can find a photo.
Yeah, just don't let your buffoon get back in. Right, that's what we did with ours. And
no, there's no way he'd become PM again. It just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, here we go. That looks like 3 feet of isolation to me, doesn't it? To you?
Well, I think they took the 3 feet the other way and said, "Can we cram everybody in an area of 3 square feet?" Yeah, doing all that, and then the the images of poor old Queen sat on her own in Westminster Abbey, wasn't it? But sat there in this dirty, great big cathedral on the day of her husband's funeral. And she sat there all on her own because somebody said, "Look, this is what we're telling everybody to do." And she said, "No, you're absolutely right. I should be doing this too." And those cunts are having to piss up.
Yeah, I've got that photo as well. God,
I would
I
look at
remember.
that.
Yeah.
Just.
I remember when she fucking passed. I was having dinner with the wife in Harvester restaurant. Just having normal dinner, and then I slowly notice everyone's looking at their phone, like everyone else in the restaurant.
Yeah.
And more people are bringing them out. I'm like, what the fuck is? That's not normal. Like one person does it, you don't notice. Everyone starts doing it. Check my phone. Like, wow. It just hits you.
I mean,
Well,
I
she was
felt
old.
sorry for it at the time, but then when it came out that the night before Boris and his mates were, living it up.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Not okay.
The last 2 episodes of Andor were pretty good.
Sorry, I was coughing my guts out. The last episode of what?
Andor.
Oh,
I'm
right.
watching the
I'm
Star Wars series.
down to the last 2, so I haven't watched them yet.
I thought they were pretty good.
Yeah, well, the 7th one was pretty good. Was it something B something Y2 or whatever it's called? Can't remember.
But it is 10 p.m., so I think I'm gonna pull a Tony and go ahead and head towards bed. Y'all have a good evening.
You too.
Boy.
It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm thinking I don't seem to have a cup of tea beside me. I might need to fix this.
I'm currently doing runs on Helldiver solo to try and work out what guns are good against the latest enemies, because fuck, have they been kicking my ass.
Oh god, I haven't played computer games since. Oh fuck me, since I moved in here, I suppose. So that's got to be what, at least 9 years ago.
The Illuminate Guitar Hero with their new enemy, their new soldiers, which are owie. Oh, you fucking cunt. So, that gun I just used is really good against the big ones, but it only comes with 1 round. Not very practical when there can tend to be like 4 of them at times. Oh god. I've been a gamer for a long time.
Well, I hate to think how many hours, days, weeks of my life I spent on various Call of Duties, but when we split up and I moved here, it was like, right, what do I need to get? Do I get myself another PlayStation? I just thought, no. As it turns out, I ain't got the time for it. I don't really miss it because, like I say, I mean, when you've prestige 10 times on various CODs, you know. I remember pulling all nighters. You just start playing and just go all night. And then the wife would come down in the morning. Oh, so you didn't quit then? No. And I just couldn't bring myself to carry that on when I moved here. So I used to love going sniper hunting.
Find those campers.
Yeah. I must have shot the same guy about 4 times because I whatever setup I'd got, I was virtually invisible. You know, didn't crop up on the radar, had a silence weapon, blah blah blah. I knew where they used to hide, and you'd creep up behind them, and you'd like stand over them and shoot them, and make sure that they could see what you'd done in the kill cam. So they'd come back looking for you, and you'd be 10 yards over there waiting for them, and you'd do it again and again and again.
I've seen a video of someone like stand behind someone in Battlefield, I think, send them a message via like Xbox chat, and then the person turns around and then they shoot them. Like, I'm right behind you. Goodbye.
Oh, and you come out into the lobby and they're swearing and they're cursing, and it's like, oh, bless your heart.
Can't tell you what I'm currently running Guitar Hero. I'm running this energy-based shotgun, and I'm trying out the grenade launcher on the what they called Flesh Mob, the new fucking big ass enemy. Also, shield backpack protects you from the melee of the voteless. Very useful. Because I find most of the time I get killed by the voteless, I get ambushed from the side rather than like in the face. So having the shield to tank the first bit of melee is actually quite helping. And it helps with the big guys that have their projectile staffs. I'm doing research. Research for democracy! Yeah, I'll stream it before
Researching the shooter.
Work. Exactly. Yeah, gotta be done. Because otherwise, I'll end up playing with my friends this evening, and I'll get fucking murked again with an ineffective loadout, and it'll just be a piss up. Whereas that grenade launcher, really effective against that enemy. Some of my favourite weapons are like the Quasar Cannon, which is like a rocket launcher, but an energy weapon. Yeah. And that flash mob doesn't give a shit. Like, I can hit it twice, 3 times, doesn't go down. So I'm like, okay, if I run into one of those, I'm fucked. I want to have at least... I don't care if any of my loadout isn't amazing at killing something, but I want all of my loadout to be at least a little effective, you know? That said, I don't really have anything for the harvesters, the big-ass tripods, but they're the rarest enemy, so I can kind of let that be a thing. Like, okay, I can't really kill that thing, but one of us will be able to. Also, God, this map is fucking dark. I'm gonna have to probably put my brightness up for this place.
Sexy fingers.
It takes a lot to kill that guy, but at least it is killing him consistently in that many shots. Oi! Doesn't actually kill them too bad either. So now I know when I play with friends this evening, I'll actually have a reasonable experience.
Oh dear, I do hate emails like that. You ask somebody for a quote and they come back, we've quoted 5 projects for you lot and haven't been successful.
Huh? Quite 5 projects? Oh, as in they want to do something for you, but
Well,
you're just like, fuck off.
I've just started with this company. I've only been with them like a couple of weeks, just doing consultancy work at the moment. And we've probably won this job. I think we're down to 2, and I think we're probably going to get it anyway. So I've sent out invites to 4 or 5 companies yesterday, withdrawing, saying, "Can you please give us a quote for this work?" And one of them's come back straight away and sort of said, "No, too busy, not interested." All right, fair enough. Another one's come back this morning. "We have quoted 5 projects for this your company previously and haven't been successful." It's like, well, I wouldn't know that. I've only been with them a couple of weeks. Give me a chance. And what he's basically saying, look, is it worth us putting in the time to give you a quote? You know.
I see. If they feel like they're getting messed about, sort of thing.
Yeah. Which, you know, if you've been asked the previous 5 times to, you know, put in a cost for something, which, you know, it takes a little while. It's not a 5-minute job to sort of price up duct work, pipe work, air handling unit, how much is it going to cost to install it, blah, blah, blah. It's just, we've given them a week, which, yeah, probably. But he's just come back and sort of said, look, yeah, I don't want to waste my time. So I've had to very politely go back and say, oh, no, this, you know, I'm fairly certain we'll get the job anyway. And sort of said to him, look, it's between us and one another, and it looks very favourable. We've done work with them before, blah, blah, blah. And you just thought, so I have to try and sort of sweeten it and get them to put the effort in to give them a quote. But, of course, I can't guarantee that we'll give it to them. We've got to win the job first. It's like, oh, God, I just fucking do it. Just do it. Because I worked for a company many years ago where we was making prefabricated plant rooms, and we just went through this dead patch. We had about 2 or 3 months of no work coming in, and we put in costs and proposals for I don't know how many jobs. We won them all.
Nice.
So we went from the guys on the factory floor, they were getting really squeaky bum. They kept saying, look, come on, you're honest with us. What's going on? And I said, look, I'll tell you. We're tendering for projects. We're putting prices out there, but we're just not getting anything back at the moment. Oh, will they start laying us off? I said, no, probably not, because we're going to win some of them. You know, it's not, you know, we're going to get some work's going to be coming in soon. We just don't know exactly when. Then about a week or 2 later, boom, they all hit us. We put prices in for at least a dozen plant rooms. We won them all. And it was like, how the fuck are we going to do this like now? You know? I just remember going downstairs and they're now moaning that, oh, Harry's asked us to work evenings and weekends because we've got so much work on. I said, yeah. And it was only a couple of weeks ago you were shitting yourselves because you thought you was going to get laid off.
Never happened.
Oh.
But do you want work or do you not want work?
Exactly. But, you know, we obviously we wanted work, so we were, you know, getting inquiries, putting in tenders, and saying, "Oh yeah, it'll take X number of weeks. It'll cost you X thousands of pounds." And just everything went quiet. And yeah, we were panicking upstairs in the office too. It was like, shit, something better coming soon. Yeah, it all fucking did. Every single one.
I've been working at a insurance company as a software engineer. And it's been okay. Like my pay isn't like based on project work coming in a way, because it's comes down from the insurance, and like they need the hands for any little tweaks. But I've just found it massively disorganized, slightly erratic, and just not what I want to do as a modern developer, like at all. Like, I don't want to be writing what's essentially like Excel code into a SaaS platform to make some awkward SaaS platform do what I need it to do because it's built the way it is. Like, I just feel like the technology is against me, and the technology is frankly boring.
Yeah.
So I'm looking to go to a software house again, which does have the concern that if the work doesn't come in, then the job doesn't exist. But I've been not happy, and my happiness is more important than just getting paid for being miserable.
If you got to work, you got to be happy in your work.
Yeah.
And that's why many years ago, company I was working for, I think it was just like a CAD coordinator then, and we were doing housing on the American air bases here in East Anglia, Mildenhall, Lakenheath, Bentwalls, all the rest of them. My God, it was boring because I don't generally do something like housing. I mean, that's trivial. I'm used to de-steaming hospitals and things like that. And they said, "Oh yeah, you better get used to these." I said, "Why?" "Because you're probably going to be doing that for the next 5 or 6 years." Bye.
So long.
I was out there like a rat up an aqueduct. Fuck that. I'm not drawing houses for 5 years.
No. I mean, I can see why some people would probably enjoy that, but like, no. I like being creative. I like creating things. I don't like just configuring things. If the configuring is creating, then I can enjoy that, but it's not going to be a headache, which is what I currently get. So, yeah.
That's why I've loved. I mean, I've done the same job for 37, 38 years. Mechanical building services. So it's duct work, it's pipe work, and usually every job is a challenge because you've got to make everything fit and everything's got to coordinate together, and you haven't got enough room, and sometimes you do have to get very creative. And I love that because every single job's different, and it's led to things like being based on site at RAF Bryce Norton for a year. That was brilliant. You jump in the car and somebody says, "There's a strange plane out on the apron." I'll go out and have a look and come back and go, "No, I ain't got a fucking clue what it is either." Being a military and amongst other things, aviation nut, to be based on site at the biggest airfield in Britain, So yeah, you get things like that. But I've just started a new job with a company, and they're basically an interiors and fit out company, which, plasterboard would be do. But they're doing more services stuff, and they've realised that they needed somebody who's got that sort of experience and background. So, hence they've taken me on. But he did say to me, "This is going to be smaller stuff than you're used to." Because, like I say, I'm used to working on entire hospitals and air bases and things, and now this one at the moment is a mold washing facility in a chocolate factory. So it's scaled itself right down, but it's like, no, that's cool, because it's still, they're all thinking it's an easy job. It fucking isn't. It's taken me best part of 2 weeks to get it to work properly on paper.
Are you an Oompa Loompa? Is that right? You're in a chocolate factory? That makes you an Oompa Loompa.
I'm diabetic, so I can feel my blood sugar level rising when I just walk through it, because it just stinks of sugar and chocolate. Oh. And it's hot. It's bloody horrible and noisy. But I'm too tall to be an Oompa Loompa. I mean, it's interesting as you walk past and you've got these huge production lines and you can see various chocolate covered whatever they are dropping off the end, and you think, oh yeah. And apparently the actual company is one of the biggest in the world. I mean, I didn't even know it was there in Banbury. It's just tucked away in an industrial estate, but yeah, it's a hell of a place. But this is a suite of rooms they've got for cleaning all the molds and various other bits and bobs that they use. So just something else I've had to quickly learn about because I haven't done any particular thing like that before. Like I say, I'm used to working on hospitals and military bases and. But yeah, it absolutely stinks of chocolate and sugar in there. Fucking awful.
When you said cleaning mold, I thought, why does a chocolate factory have a mold problem? So obviously
Well,
means the molds for the chocolates.
Yeah, it is the molds for the chocolate, but this particular long suite of rooms that they're using, I think they've got stainless steel plating on the wall up to a certain height, and you've got a metre or so left that I presume is just painted stud walling or something. It's got mould on it. They've got that much. You just walk in there and you can feel the moisture in the air, and it's like, yeah, no wonder you want to refurbish this place and put a proper ventilation system in because you're cleaning moulds and you've got mould on the walls. Yeah.
I wasn't too wrong.
And you've got to put on a paper smock and a hairnet, and make sure your hands are washed, and then you walk into this area and there are mould on the walls, and it's like, yeah, my hands being cleaned are the least of your problems. But it'll be much better when we redo it all. But that's what I love about my job. Every project you work on is different in some regard. A new set of challenges, a new set of opportunities to excel, as they say.
Yeah, I have the same experience. I mean, I've been doing the same job now for almost 35 years. But every day, there's something new.
Yeah. Yeah. So when that guy said to me, "Oh, you're going to spend 5 years drawing houses," no, I'm not. Bye. Must be fucking joking.
But the good thing though is, I mean, when you've been doing the same job for so many years, you've got a lot of experience. So it's much easier to handle problems that might appear because you're more open-minded.
You've either you or even better, somebody you know has encountered that problem before. Because I'm all for learning from your mistakes, but I'd rather learn from somebody else's. But you do get to the point where you've been there, you've seen it, you've done it.
Yeah, it's like my job. We got one guy on day shift and one guy on night shift, and usually, like me now being a senior engineer, I have a junior or engineer on the other shift, so that he can rely on me to get into situations which he has never experienced before that I have.
Yeah. No, I mean, the last place I ended up becoming CAD manager because they'd taken on 4 youngsters, I suppose, late 20s, early 30s, but 3 of the 4 were graduates. So they'd come out of college, they're fully conversant in using Revit. But like one of them said on his first day, he said, "I've never drawn pipework before." I said, "Well, I hope you're a fast learner because that's what you're going to be doing. In fully in 3D in Revit." And to his credit, he picked it up, but they needed somebody to teach them the ins and outs of what they were actually designing, because they hadn't. They hadn't any experience in it at all.
It's like me now. I'm shifting the oil rig, so this next one I also have to go back to learning to do what's called a formation integrity test. I'm going to use the cement unit, which is 2 huge V8 diesels and powerful pumps. I need to figure out how much pressure to put downhole to see how much the formation can take of overburden.
Yeah.
So I'm 62 years old, but I'm back to learning, which isn't good for my mind, at least.
Oh, they're absolutely right when they say you learn something new every day. I mean, you do. Because I've never done any project inside the chocolate factory before, so yeah, there's another new one.
Can you imagine how boring a life would be without learning new things as you go along?
Well, I had 9 months pushing a trolley in an Amazon warehouse during COVID, and my brain just shut down. It just so boring.
Yeah, and your mind wanders everywhere else. You're not paying attention to the task you're doing.
Which chocolate factory?
Beg your pardon?
Which chocolate factory?
The company is called Barry Callebaut. They are apparently one of the largest manufacturers of chocolates and
Yeah,
stuff.
it's run by a bloke called Charlie, yeah, I should imagine.
Yeah, I never met Charlie.
No.
I've been to the Cadbury's one in Bristol, or just outside Bristol.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I regularly used to go past the Cadbury's one in Birmingham, but that got bought out, didn't it? I think the Yanks bought that up. But yeah, apparently this company they are a major player worldwide. I mean,
Never heard of it.
I'd never heard of them. It's in a part of that town that, you know, if you're going into town, you don't go off and drive through that industrial estate. And even when you drive past it, you'd be hard pressed to know what's going on there until somebody points out those two dirty, great big 30-meter tall tanks. Yeah, that's where they put the sugar in. And yeah,
I remember they used to. Do you remember ICI? If you're old enough.
Yeah, I remember.
They used to come out with funny drinks and like mad things. They used to be like, we had to go and do something for them, and it was on a industrial estate. I think it was in East Anglia or somewhere. You wouldn't believe it. It was like the fucking, like you say, it was the dirtiest place I've ever been to in my life. And I remember they had these tanks with these fish in. I can't even. I think they were carp or something. Yeah, it's like just a weird place.
Well, East Anglia, mate. I mean, I originate from East Anglia, so when you say strange, well, yeah.
I think it was in a place called Claydon, or near, or in between the. I can't remember. It's fucking. I must have been about 18. I was scaffolding it at the time, and we've gone to scaffold around these big sort of like tubs with these fish in.
Yeah.
It was like different. There was about 4 of them. It's fucking dead weird.
They're probably doing research in fish agricultures, you know, fish foods, fish medicines.
I can't remember. I just remember ICI used to come out with some mad stuff, and like it came around on a Corona van. I don't know if you remember Corona, the drinks van.
Yeah.
He used to come around with them, and he goes, "Yeah, I've got new things from ICI." It was like under the shelf stuff.
Claydon. There's a Claydon out near Ipswich. There's a Claydon.
Yeah, that's it.
Near Buckingham. But you probably think the one out Ipswich way.
Yeah, that was it. It was between. I think it's Stowmarket. It was. Oh, it's an industrial.
Yeah, I haven't been out that way. No, I don't know how many years, but it's out that way. Yeah.
You're not in UK anymore at the moment, are you, Schlitzy? My memory serves.
No.
Why?
Do
you miss it? No, you're not in the UK, are you?
No,
do you miss the UK?
Yeah, like a hole in the head. No. To be honest, I come back a little while ago, and it was like not so bad weather. So if it stayed like that, it's not so bad, because I remember when we used to have not so bad We didn't have long, baking hot summers, but we did have good summers. And what
like
they've
that
done
now,
is
dude.
just
Oh, back in the
outrageous.
day, we did, yeah.
It's
Super sunny
outrageous.
now.
If you think
It's
that's
quite
just
racist,
normal
right?
weather conditions, it's definitely not. I think I watched something and they said there was a news saying that there's 9 different cloud formations that, and I looked at them and they were just all that fake clouding because they have to hate a narrative. And didn't they pass something that they was going to do cloud seeding, which should be starting about now, no?
Yeah, they're doing cloud seeding, aren't they, or cloud something to do with cloud research, aren't they?
Geoengineering. And I remember the guy I watched it on the mainstream media, and he said, if it works. I was thinking, oh my God, you've been doing it for years. So what's this now going to do? What's it going to entail? Like,
we don't need cloud seeding over here. We grow plenty of our own, thank you.
At the moment, we don't. But the way things are shifting around, you never know. We're getting
Oh,
less
the last 2 days
rainfall.
have been very pleasant, yeah.
Yeah. I think annually, year on year, at the moment, the UK is getting slightly less precipitation than it has done historically.
Yes. We don't get the winters that we used to. I mean, we can now go. Trying to remember the last. I mean, every winter we might get half an inch of snow on one morning, and that's it for the year. You think, okay, that's the snow we've had. The rain, yeah, we don't. It's certainly been drier over the last.
As the narrative at the end of the movie The Big Short tells you, all the people who could see the financial crash ahead of time, all those who are switched on, currently are involved in investing in land surrounding or adjoining freshwater reserves around the world.
Yeah.
well, I would imagine that goes with money, and anything to do with water is associated with money.
Oh, yeah. Around here we just build on floodplains.
That was why that big controversy over that Ripple. I remember someone saying to me, like, put your money into Ripple. Which was, I don't know, what is it now?
Wasn't seen as a very lucrative thing, but the key is in the last 10 years.
You're breaking up.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, hang
You're
on.
right.
Can you hear me now?
You're roboting.
Mind you, at the moment over here, you're doing well to find fresh water because all the water companies keep filling it full of shit.
Huh.
Well, don't you have water allotments, like farmers can take a certain amount? And I found out the politicians actually have things called water rights, what they buy and sell, like credits. Why does a city politician have water rights? That's kind of beyond me. It's like it's a commodity, like they're trying to sell it off. We'll sell the rights for you to water your farm, which is a bit weird.
Anything to make money.
Well, yeah, they keep it quiet, so obviously there's something a little bit nefarious about it. Otherwise, they'd openly declare it and say, hey, let's campaign for better water rights or something. But, yeah, farmers are the ones that suffer.
Yeah, that's one of the many, many reasons why I didn't follow my dad's footsteps and become a farmer. Bollocks for that.
Well, I don't know if you guys have got the same over there, but here, the supermarkets control the prices. They force the farmers out of business by pushing the prices down so they can't operate. They foreclose on them and then put the farmer in charge of their farm that they now own. And so the farmer loses his family heirloom farm and becomes an employee of the supermarkets, and then it becomes a monopoly or a duopoly.
I don't know.
In our case.
I mean, fortunately, my dad was just an arable farmer. I don't know how the dairy farmers survive over here because it's now getting to the point where it damn near costs them more to produce a pint of milk than it does for what they get paid. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that's before
I
we
actually
start
did
talking
that.
about imports.
Oh, but rampant
that- I-
corporatism. It's cheap for you on your doorstep.
Yeah.
Well, having grown up on a farm and having a decent understanding of how farming works, I'd rather pay realistic prices, to be honest.
I think that
Yeah, but
thing you were saying. Go on.
Sorry, go on, Schlitzy, go on.
I was going to say, the guy who was mentioning water rights, I think it's attached to land. That's why a lot of politicians own fucking land, because they get that water rights.
Yep, exactly.
Oh yeah, most on the land.
You got that fucking.
And they don't. And you don't farm the land so you can sell the water rights to someone else. So
Yeah,
it's
well-
like having a house without a renter in it. You can still
It's
rent
like-
it somehow. Yeah.
It's like a commodity in a drought, isn't it? Because then you'll sell that water to the company who needs that water at a premium.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's how it works.
I do too. I think you're dead right there.
Pretty much exactly how it works.
And these guys were the ones who actually got a free education, now see education as a commodity, and try to sell university educations to overseas students because they bring money in.
Yep.
And yet they got free education. Doesn't that piss you off?
See, in Spain they do this because all the politicians are the ones who own most of the water, and they all live in Formentera. It's fucking with.
Yeah, well,
you know,
let's say when I was at university, in my first year, it cost my mum and dad about 700 quid, I think it was in total, and I was in mixed halls of residence with 2 meals provided a day. My course was fully paid for. The only thing I was paying for was books and beer. Nowadays, you're talking about, end of the degree. You're talking about
Breaking up again. You're roboty.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know how much they heard of that. I was saying that in my first year at university, way back, long time ago, cost my parents 750 quid. I was in halls of residence. All the course was paid for, all the fees, and I got 2 meals a day in the canteen at the halls. The only thing I paid for was beer and books. Nowadays, an average degree will run a 50 grand debt.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my exes, she was very careful in what jobs she took, because once you started earning above a certain level, you started paying back your student loans. But if you stayed below that cut-off point, you didn't have to pay it back.
Yeah.
And that's deliberately what she was doing. So when she went for a new job, she had to make sure that the wage was just below that threshold, so she didn't have to start paying it back.
Yeah. I know someone whose father and son have set up a business, right, where he they own property, but he set up his son went to university. He set up a business, made his son a director, put him on minimum wage, and took dividends. And he's just basically just living off that company and not paying student loans because he's keeping his salary down.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, so when you're getting a meal, that waitress might actually have a degree in astrophysics, which is not being used. She's serving meals in a restaurant because of that whole student loan shit. Isn't that fucking weird?
Yeah.
It was a deliberate attempt by Western societies to work out what they were going to do with a generation that they took away manufacturing and light industry, which means they took away apprenticeships. And they also took away job opportunities between the ages of about 16 and 20.
Yeah.
And everything after then they strategized a way of getting as many of these students into universities as they possibly could.
I was one of I was of that generation, and I actually I got an apprenticeship at year 10. The thing is, though, at 23, I went back and completed school because I did need certain qualifications to go past my mechanics ticket. But yeah, what you're saying is right, and we also had good strong trade unions back then, and everybody had a fucking fair deal. Yeah, and now they all whinge about it. Yeah, and now they all whinge about it, and you say, well, join a union. Oh, no, unions are fucked. I heard that last night on this channel. So here's a guy whinging about his wages, but he reckons unions are fucked. Well, dude, that's your problem.
Because there's a generation there being convinced that unions are communism and they're bad for the worker. Quite know how they've been convinced that I'll never get.
Yeah.
Well, funnily enough, that coincides with the degradation of education standards. I'm sorry to have to say it because I sound like my dad, but kids today are dumb fucks. They don't realise they can't weigh it up. And that's their problem. It's not fucking mine because I'm right, Jack. And that's sad to say that.
Yeah, but I mean, like your situation with education, you obviously at the end of school, and I'm putting words in your mouth here, but I should imagine you thought, fuck that, I don't want to do any more school, I want to work. Got an apprenticeship, focused where you were going, found out you enjoyed it, and then realised later on, okay, I need to learn some more. But you were maturer and you were able to focus what you were learning to help develop your career. If you're 16 and you're 17 or 18, you're asked to do a 3-year degree, you haven't got fucking, you're a child, you haven't got a fucking clue what life's going to throw at you.
Exactly. It's much better to get an apprenticeship. And you know who's really cashed in now? My mates who were plumbers, electricians, and builders. They're all got fucking mansions. Yep. Yeah, you did right. What you said, Az, we did right. Yep.
Yeah, got to get if you don't want a good education, you've got to get yourself a trade. Because there'll never be a shortage of plumbers, carpenters, electricians.
Yeah, true.
Especially builders.
I mean, I cheated. I studied on day release, so I left school, faffed about for a bit, ended up sat at a drawing board. No CAD in those days. And they said, yeah, we'll send you to college. So yeah, it took me 5 years to get an ONC and an HND. And
but that's great, isn't it? Because it's focused in on what you're actually learning at work. So you just see them as one, and you're getting paid.
You're getting paid, and 1 day a week you're not at work. You're at college learning. Yeah.
Exactly.
Bloody brilliant. People said, "Didn't you want to go to university?" No, thank you. I'm working and learning at the same time, and it's all linked together because I'm studying what I'm actually doing at work.
Yeah, I found university was really good for just bringing a baseline, but actual work taught me so much more than what university tried to teach me.
Oh, totally.
Because over the years, go on.
I was working in an R&D centre, and there's about 70 of us working on technologies. And every year we get we've got 5 internships, which is like a 4-month over their summer apprenticeship. And everyone they take on is from Oxbridge. It's not an easy thing to get into. And they first they arrive, get put in the lab. And they got their white coats, they got their scopes with them and everything like that. And the first thing someone says is, right, go put the kettle on.
Yeah.
You're no use to me until you know your way around the lab and where the toilet is. And it's a flippant thing to say, but it does. But there is a big gap between learning and working, and I think that any arrangement whereby you learn and work and realise that one helps the other and the other helps the first is massively beneficial, and that's lost currently when the apprenticeship's gone, and the vocational courses are all fucking drying up as well. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it was highlighted so my 5th year, the ONC was 2 years, the HND was 3 years. So the last year of the HND, so this is our 5th year at college, and our new lecturer came in and he said, right, I'm going to teach you all about heat loss calculation. And we all started laughing. And he said, well, what are you laughing for? He said, mate, when you're looking at mechanical building services, the first thing you learn to do is heat loss calculations. Because if you're doing radiators in a building, how big's a radiator in a room? Well, you don't know how much heat to put in until you know how much heat is being lost. It's the first thing you learn to do. So this is our 5th year of college. Oh, I'm going to teach you how to do heat loss calculations. Oh, you're taking the piss. Because we've all been, we'd all been working at this job for at least 5 years,
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have done it any other way because I've dealt with graduates. And yes, you might know things in theory, but you've had no time on a building site. You don't know how things actually go in. you don't know how to solve the problems because you don't know what the problems are because you've done everything theoretically, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, like as a software developer, you might have made a Minesweeper application as an assignment, but you've never had a client suddenly ask for 3 new features, otherwise the project fails.
Yeah.
Or suddenly realise a needed requirement. Or a kicker we had, was revamp an application into new modern technology, give it to them, they love it, and they raise, we can't do this thing anymore. What can't you do? We can't highlight the table and hit copy and paste into Excel. Like, well, no one told us you were copy and pasting shit into Excel.
Yeah, right.
Well, you're supposed to be.
I've been a software engineer for 30 years, and I haven't written a formal spec for the best part of 20. Just don't, it doesn't work like that. Someone says, "Oh, I want this." When? Yesterday.
Yeah, no one teaches you like those sorts of things. There's no assignment that suddenly halfway through goes, change in requirements.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know those weeks you've spent doing that? Yeah, well, it's totally wasted. Go back to start again. Oh, good righto. Why do something once when you can do it 3 times? Yeah.
I just love it when
sometimes some trades actually overlap those. Certain rules apply to all jobs. Like you don't get something for nothing. Yeah, there's always trade-offs and whatever. And it's the ones that that interchange you've got to understand. The ones that don't is probably what makes your trade and makes you what your training is really needed for. What it doesn't hit the basics of life.
Mm.
Yeah, I just love it when an architect gives you a drawing, and it on paper it works out, but in reality it doesn't. And they go, no, it's all been done. It's been done by CAD.
There's a famous tale, I believe it is true, of person designed a library, and like they built it, and it was fantastic, and it looked really good. And then they put the books in, and the architect hadn't considered the weight of the books on the strain on the building, and they like partly failed or potentially completely failed. But like just that little, on paper it looked really good, but you haven't considered the book.
I think there's when you put the calculations in, and then you press that button and it calculates everything. It can sometimes, I don't know, it's like it snaps the grid or something, so it will be out. But on their CAD drawing, it looks perfect because they haven't really realised what's happened. But there's a miscalculation somewhere. And for an hour, you're standing there thinking like, "Fucking hell, it's got to be right. It's on the CAD." But yeah, it's something's gone wrong in their calculation. That's for sure.
One thing I love is what they did was they released milk crates. You know, the famous milk crate. We've all got one probably looking at within 10 feet of us now. And the one thing with the older milk crates back in the 70s, they were exactly the same size or a little bit bigger than a vinyl LP cover. And everybody had lots of records. So basically everyone stole milk crates to store their records in. And the engineers can never factor in something like that you don't make it the same size and then everyone steals it. Now they've redesigned milk cartons and milk crates to be smaller. Of course, we don't have vinyl anymore. And so we still steal milk crates for various reasons. But whoever did that, how do you have the foresight to think, I better not make them the same size as records because every man and his dog will steal them? Like, you just can't put that in a computer's program, can you?
Oh, it's amazing how things like that can converge. Or like how little bugs get in. There was a famous feature in the video game Dwarf Fortress where cats would just start vomiting everywhere. Like your entire place. I've never played the game, but your entire place would just start becoming covered in vomit. And it took them a long time to work out what was causing this. And it turned out the cats had a feature where if they had liquid on their paws, they would lick it. And they would take on the effect. And it turned out beer could be spilt in the bar. So if beer got spilt in the bar and the cat went in the bar and walked through it and then licked its paws, it would get drunk.
Have you heard of the Mazda spider theory? Right, this is so funny, and I asked my brother about it, and he said, hey, yeah, what happens is Mazda, they have a set overhang for rubber breather hoses, things that come off your engine, your fuel system and whatever. The breather hoses have to go down in order to stop water and stuff getting in from the top. Now, what they do is they have a 1.5-inch or 37 mil overhang from the anchoring point. So it's a little dangly tail, which is okay. All the liquid runs out, whatever it is you're trying to vent off is away. Honda use 2 inches and others use 1 inch. Certain spiders love that particular measurement. And they go and make webs in the breathers, which block the breathers, which make your fuel injection play up and all that. And it's Mazdas and spiders. Mazda spider theory. And that when they change the length of the breather hose or you cut the hose off, it stops happening. Spiders attack. That spiders don't like Mazdas. There you go. How's that for fuck? And there's a few like that. So
Life
now when you
finds
get
a
to
way.
yeah, so you just cut a little half-inch off the hoses. But isn't that fucking weird?
Just things you never expect to happen, or never even think about, isn't it? Like, no architect or engineer in a car plan is thinking, what about the spiders? Even the person who designs the fucking wing mirror is probably not thinking of the fucking spiders. And spiders love the fucking wing mirror.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, don't they? That's a good point. Yeah. The most likely place on your car to be a spider is in the fucking mirror.
So why
What
don't
is
you
it?
get bugs on your car, on your headlights anymore, or windscreen? Yeah.
It's probably aerodynamics. It's probably the aerodynamics nowadays, I would guess.
I still get
I
plenty
beg
of
to
bugs in
differ
my
because,
windscreen.
you think about Range Rover, even though the shape, it's still like on the windscreen, it's theoretically the same.
No, if it's got better wind resistance and you don't have little eddies spinning around. Mythbusters did one about opening the rear of a utility, like a, whatever you call them, I don't know, a ute. If you open the back tailgate, you actually lose less fuel because it creates the vortex. Engine designers are a lot smarter than us guys, I can tell you that now. People who design cars, they're basically a hand grenade. They should blow up all the time, and yet the fact they don't, and there's millions of cars travelling around. My friend used to have an XJS Jaguar from the 80s. You know the old XJS V12, the first of them?
Yeah.
And when he drives it in Queensland on a buggy night, there is absolutely 0 bugs on the headlights. And that is totally because of the aerodynamics of the car. And I know this because I followed him home in my Subaru, and my Subaru was covered in bugs.
Yeah, I don't get many bugs on the headlights. I still obviously get them on the windscreen.
And you'll still get them in certain places, like there'll be a build-up. Certain motorbikes have a fresh air intake up near the top of the fairing, below the windscreen, and you get a bug build-up in there. You get moths and stuff. You actually got to take them out and shake all the bugs out. So you still do get bug build-up in places.
I mean, even in the middle of summer when you're on your motorbike, your visor's either closed or just barely cracked open, because the number of times I've just suddenly gone through a cloud of midges or something, and your visor's just gone. And you think, thank fuck my visor was down, because otherwise all of them would have gone straight in my bloody face. It's just...
Yeah.
I remember the first time I had a motorbike, I had my visor up, and I saw this black dot. It was like about a mile away, or it seemed like a mile away. And I kept watching it, and the next minute, boom, it fucking smacked me right in the eye. I had to stop the bike. It was like my eye was streaming.
Oh, I had a bee. I had the visor up, and the bee went down in between the crash helmet and the side of my face. You've never seen anybody stop a bike and get a crash helmet off that quickly before. Bloody hell. Because this thing was buzzing around in my ear, and I thought, any minute now I'm going to get stung, But no, we got away with that. So, yeah.
Apple got found guilty. Like, talking about theories like that Mazda thing, didn't Apple get found guilty that it was deliberately slowing down older phones? Because you just get a phone, you go like, the new one would just come out, and your phone was like dead slow. You're going, I'm sure this is, scratching your head, going, why is it? It's just all of a sudden it's starting to play up.
I have seen mention of that. I've also seen mention of. I think there is actually a thing that they don't design their phones, and particularly their batteries, to last very long.
It popped up the other day, I think in here, someone shared an article that of Apple saying that their phones are designed to last a year.
Because they want you to buy the next one.
Of course I do.
Yep.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
And I'm
There's
not going to
a
go on
thing called.
not like Samsung seem to do. I mean, my Samsung Galaxy phones. I mean, Christ, what am I on? It's either an S21 or a 22.
I'm on an S10.
Yeah, I had did I have a 10 or a 9, and then when I thought, right, it's time to get a new one. I think it was either a 20. I can't. A 21 or a 22, but it. The battery lasts as long as I need it to. Everything still works just fine. Can't see
You don't
what's
have all
wrong
the
with it.
bloody Apple bloatware, like fucking Apple Music and shit like that. Like,
yeah.
There's a thing called engineered point of failure, EPOF. It's actually a thing, and it's from the 1930s, where mass production was starting to take off. They deliberately engineer in, and a good example would be if you look at certain little toy cars, it's a 9-volt battery it takes, but the engine is a 7.2-volt battery. So what will happen is that engine will burn out. It's designed to do that. They purposely put something in that will break, like a fuse virtually, but it's not a changeable fuse. Honda have got a computer on their VFRs. There's a fuse inside which breaks. But then when you take it off and have a look, you see the burnt fuse. You solder in a fuse on the outside, and you can then make it usable. So that's a $300 computer fixed by just putting in a $2 fuse. But you've got to know about it. So, yeah, Honda do all sorts of stuff, and as do iPad, and I dare say all the manufacturers do to some extent.
Well,
Yeah, because they want you to buy new stuff.
I've got an iPhone 13. I got it on a developer, like I think it's it's like pre going out for general public. Can't remember what it's some
like a preview.
Yeah, but they I can't remember the name they call it. But a little while ago, I've got everything's turned off, so there's no apps following me, no locations, anything, no notification. About 3 days ago, I went to do something and I've got no video. It's saying that space is used up, and there was an update on this thing. So let me have a look. I'll tell you what it is. Yeah, there was an update, and I'd done the update. Oh, it's not actually. It was asking me for an update, and I didn't do the update, and now I'm getting problems with the phone. It's not functioning. It will go into an application, then just quit. So there's a definite time scale where they will
update the software there to make it better.
Yeah, sometimes you do an update, and then you start getting all these ads, and one of the ads is this annoying little ad telling you that if you pay them $2 a month, they'll get rid of these annoying little ads. I mean, it's just fucking mafia. They're like, fuck off, you pricks. And that it was a brand new computer. I've got a little laptop as a backup for $1,000, so it's a good laptop, and it's just full of bloatware. It's like the old junk box letters where you'd open up the letter and all these leaflets would fall out with the one document. And like, what's all this fucking shit you're paying postage for? I'm not going to buy any of it, so why put it in there?
It was on the better update. So it's a developer better. So it's basically, you can test it out free before it goes out for public use.
Development beta, yes.
Well, if you volunteer for that, that's okay. You have to put up with it, and you might get it cheaper. But when it's just they don't ask you, they just tick all the boxes, and you've got to go in and uncheck. And like, what's that word where you've got to stop the text coming in? You've got to reply and say, "Don't text me anymore." We had that with this election just gone by. Someone was sending texts. The United Australia Party was sending texts to everyone, and they're allowed to do it. So all they do is just give you junk texts. And the one thing about it is that advertising, it's negative advertising. You're not going to respond to it, are you? Like if you just had Nike, Nike, Nike all the time you got on your computer, you're not going to buy a pair of fucking Nike runners, are you? And encourage that behaviour, or I wouldn't anyway.
Yeah, you got two betters. You got like a public one and a developer one, but I find with the developer one, it lasts longer because I think they're inclined to think that you're an actual developer and they're most probably stealing whatever you're working on your phone because it sends signals I think it's sending signals every 3 to 5 seconds. Of most probably what you're doing on your phone.
Yeah, the question is just what and if anything is being done with that data.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
get
I would
updates on my
imagine.
phone anymore because I just realised it's an S21. So they stopped updating the software last year, the year before. I don't know.
Well, they've got that technology, haven't they, where they can check the radio waves. Say, like your phone's in a room, it can check the radio waves and then build a picture of what's in your room, where you're positioned, everything.
Not entirely sure about that.
100%. It was declared.
Yeah. Yeah, nah. How? Where? Where's it declared? I'd like to see that.
Mm.
Let me see if I can find it.
Citation
that'd be good.
required.
Because I don't think the phone, depends. Like, it doesn't have like a lidar or radar tech. It does a bit for the ones that have the facial recognition, but to image an entire room,
It might be an acoustic thing. I'm not too sure. I'll try to find it.
Well, look, there is something, though, that I found, because I've heard people saying, gee, it's amazing how I mention something to my friends, and then ads come up on Facebook. But I actually said to someone, I'll put 10W30 weight in my Subaru, or 10W40 weight in my Subaru. I'm just wondering if that's good, because it normally takes 10W30. A day and a half later, in my email, it said, it's not okay to put that blah blah, and it had that specifics. It had the weight of the oil that I had said and the make of car. Now that's a little bit. So it had heard me. There's voice recognition for sure, but I don't know about radar in your room and knowing where you've left your vibrator or your sex toys. Yeah, has anyone else had that where it's so specific? Like it said 10W40 and Subaru. Like, I mean, what are the chances of an email a day and a half later coming in saying that?
yeah. But what else have you gotten that didn't seem like a coincidence, but was also specific? Like there's a name for a thing where you're not aware of something, then you learn about it or it gets mentioned, and then it looks like it's popping up everywhere, and you're like, oh my god, I just heard about that, and now it seems to be all over the place, but it's actually like a phenomenon sort of effect.
Yeah, when you buy a car, you suddenly notice how many Renault Fuegos there are around, because you weren't looking consciously for Renault Fuegos when you didn't own one. I agree with that, but look, if it just said, did you put the wrong oil in your car, I'd understand that. But when it said 10W40, like it's 10W30 weight, it said 10W40 that I had said, and Subaru. Now that's, like, what's the word? Where you roll one dice, it's a 1 in 6 chance, but rolling 2 dice is 1 in 72. Rolling 3 dice is 1 in 350 or something. The way the odds go up astronomically. Right. But yeah, I know what you're saying. There's a confirmation bias there in what you notice. So I do agree. But in that instance, that's one of the ones. Look, there's other times I spoke about flying to Queensland and I saw Virgin Airlines have got cheap ads. Okay, I'll expect that because that's just airlines. They didn't say flights to Queensland are cheap on Wednesday when you have to fly. You know what I mean? Like there's the, as Lisa would say, the specificity of it is what got me.
Radio frequencies where it can visualize, can make visualizations from radio frequencies.
Well, that's like radar. It's bouncing back.
Yeah, it says
that would be
at MIT, so it's Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and other institutions. We're using Wi-Fi signals to map rooms. So it's not.
Well, maybe that's what does the Rumba do? That little vacuum cleaner that goes around. It might be that technology.
Also,
I don't know. I've got a Dyson, and it ain't that fucking intelligent, to be honest. If you put it on my table, it'll fall off every time. You'd think it wouldn't fall off the table.
On a side note, Boomer, what was the probability of rolling 2 6s? Did you say?
Oh, I don't know. I just fucking plucked it out of the head. I think it's 1 in 72. Okay. Is it? I don't know. Is it 1 in 72?
It's like 2 in 36. I think. Because what you do is you multiply the probabilities together, so the probability of getting a 6 on a die is 1 in 6. The probability of getting the second one is still 1 in 6. You multiply them together, so it's 2 over 36.
So hang on, 2 over 36 or 36 over 2?
It's
2 over
1 over
36.
36, isn't it?
No, it's 2
Well,
over
that's
36.
18. 2 over
It'll be
36
1
is
over
18.
36 because you've got 2 dice, haven't you? So it's 1 over 6 times 1 over 6 equals 1 over 36. It's a 2.78.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah, I'm poorly, yeah. One's, yeah. No, you're right.
Booyah.
Okay, so what is it? It's 1 in 30, 1 in 36, is that right?
1 over 36.
And what are 3 dice? What's the chances of 3 sixes?
So 36 multiplied by 6 again.
Right, so there you go. You see what I'm saying? How it multiplies astronomically. So each time you add in a new variable, the odds go up astronomically. You know, like apparently, I think this was on QI, so I don't know, but shuffling a deck of cards, that 52 cards. Apparently, if you started shuffling decks, it takes like millions of years to reshuffle and get the same deck again. I don't know. Is that right?
What did you say that thing was? For rolling 3 dice?
The
rolling 3, yeah.
No, it's 1 over...
It's 36
6
multiplied by
times
6
6 times
again.
6, whatever that is, 200
Yeah.
or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
The important
it's
thing
1
to note,
over-
though, is that getting 3 6s in a row is just as likely as getting a 1, then a 2, then a 3.
It's less than 0.5%.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
it's
rolling
small.
3
216.
Yeah. Yeah, but so rolling
that's
3
it.
dice, the odds of any number coming up are 216. But when it's above 10 or below 2, say, like, or say 3 or lower, it's 1 in 218 of getting 3 ones, isn't it? Remember playing Yahtzee? How often did 3 ones come up, or 3 sixes, you know, when you're playing those games? You rarely get triples.
Oh, yeah. But, statistically, it's as likely as any other combination.
Yeah. But when you're aiming, you're rolling 3 dice and you need to get, well, yeah, we've all played D&D, have we? 3d6 plus 2. Yeah, well, what's the chances of getting your 3d6, 18 plus 2, 22? How often is your gun going to get 22 points of damage, or your sword? And the answer is very rarely do you get that 22 points, where you're aiming for a certain above number. Yeah, but when it's a specific, like, if you're rolling 2 dice, what's the chance of doubles? Is that 6 in 36? So that's not 1 in 6 again, is it? What's the chances of double number?
But you know what the most popular number to throw with dice?
What's that?
Well, you got to be more specific. How many dice and what dice?
Just 2 dice. What's the most popular number to throw?
Well, it's probably 3.5. So 4 or so 7 or yeah,
7.
I'd say 7. Yeah, 7's the middle. That's
100%
right.
7.
Yeah, you've got to specify your probabilities because a D6, that's 2 times D6. A D&D player would want to know the exact dice because we have D8s, D4s, D10s, 12s and 20s. So you need to know which dice to use for what probability.
I think a way to think about it, right, is if you're going for a particular roll, then rather than think about the chance of getting 666 is 1 over 218, I think it was. Rather than thinking of it like that, you can think of it more that the probability you won't get what you need is the inverse. Because, yeah, getting 666 is as likely as 1, 2, 3, but the point is that if you need 666, it is inversely as unlikely, sort of thing. Maybe that's more intuitive for humans.
If such a thing as a dice, an 18-sided dice exists, in fact, no, when it's 3 dice, the probability is between 3 and 18. So you can't ever roll 1 or 2 with 3 dice. So it's a bell-shaped probability, meaning the 2 extremes are very low chance and the middle numbers are very high chance. But when you're rolling, say, a 20-sided dice, the chances of a 1 or a 20 are 5%, and all the others are 5% as well.
So rolling multiple dice is better than rolling one big dice.
Well, that'll get a middle.
I've got an interesting fact that when roulette has a double 0, it doubles the chances of the house winning.
Yeah, the 0 sways the odds in the house's favour.
Double it. like my friend's a croupier, and they said when they introduced that, it was like the fucking coup de grace.
Yeah, but to us, we would look at that and say, nah, it's only one. How can that be? Because there's whatever. There's all the other black and reds in your favour. So you wouldn't see that. But I see how it happens. Isn't that weird, though? It's designed to trick us.
Yeah, it's essentially an extra space where you lose, which means you've got a fifth. Like if you went for if you decided to just play red or black, no numbers, no lanes or anything, you had a 50-50 chance, but that 0 adds another bit to your chance of losing.
True. Well, what started that, though, was the probability of a certain weight of oil coming up with a certain make of car in an email 2 days later. And they're all variables that I don't think you can really calculate, can you? Or they've got quite a wide margin, haven't they?
I don't know. There's people who have systems in it when they do the roulette. I know one of them was a Fibonacci. Like you win, you go forward, or you lose, you go back. Then there's a couple where if you it's like doubling your bets, like then you have to go back. I don't know. It's like you gotta be good at.
It's probably something to do with the due to how the wheel spins and the ball is thrown. Like depending on where it lands, then the next spin it's more likely to land offset from there, I guess, sort of thing. It's probably something to do with that. It's probably some sort of physics-based probability as opposed to statistical.
The carnival folk have good ways of rigging their games, don't they? They're so subtle you don't notice them. But the house always wins. You never ever win that big prize that's worth $100 up the top. You only ever get the little stuffed toy that's worth 5 cents, if anything.
Ooh, one thing I heard of was the old McDonald's like Monopoly things. The stickers you'd have to get, and if you got lots of them, like one of each, then you could get prizes. What I heard was the way that they made sure people didn't really win is they'd put like one of each set in things that people rarely bought together. So as an extreme example, your two of your yellows are in your burgers or your chips or your drinks, but then the third yellow you need is only gets packed with the vegan burgers. You're not probably going to buy the vegan burger if you're buying the normal burgers. So, by doing that, they separate the likelihood of cross-purchasing and getting all of them.
Right.
The
well,
best
what
one,
they had... Yeah. There you go.
I think it was the when you're talking about carnival, it was the fishbowl one that the hoop would never ever fit over the fish, even though because you'd always try to, throw it at an angle so it looked like it will go, but it will never go because if you put it on there, with your hands, it would never fit over the rim. It was subtle, but it wouldn't.
Yeah.
So
But they demonstrate to you that it does with the one they've got. They do a quick sleight of hand. They put their loop over and show you that it works. Then they move that one and do a sleight of hand on you. I know that one.
Yeah, this is what I was going to say to you. They'd always put one in every 50 goes or something, so someone wins, and you see it with your own eyes, and you know it's possible. But it's
no. They also have a friend. They say to a friend who's going to the carny, "Here, go and walk around with this giant stuffed toy. Like the big bear that's half the size of your girlfriend." They get you to walk around the park so you see and go, "Oh, that guy won one of those big prizes." They also do
that's
that.
what we used to do. We used to do an auction. Like we'd break into a shop, fill it with a load of shit, and then you have 20 people in the crowd, bet they're our mates, and they're going, "Yeah, give me 5, give me 10," and it just creates a frenzy.
You remind me as well of claw machines. They're configured to have a much stronger grip every 100 grabs, 100 goes or something. It can be configured based on the value of the prize sort of thing. So if you work out okay, if they put in 50p every time and the prizes are £10, then you want to at least get 20 uses out of it before someone wins. So you set it so that every 50th go, it's got a strong enough grip that someone can win, But by then, you've already made profit off the thing that they'd get.
Yep. We had the redemption machines at the pinball parlour I worked at, and you are dead right. You can actually get in and alter that particular stat. You can give it a it's a 0 to 99 value of how much, how common. I think it was called a commonality factor. I had a really weird word. But it was, so you didn't understand it when you read the manual, but the commonality was like 85%. It won't actually hold on to the toy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all definitely rigged, those ones. With that McDonald's one, we actually had it here where what they did, you've got, obviously, there's 2 properties at least you need for each prize, and 3 in most cases. They'll always, if they've got 20 mountain bikes to give away, well, they'll hold back 20 Bond Streets, say, the green one, because that's the mountain bike prize. But what they did was the next year, or 10 years later, when they redid the competition, they changed them all up, and people had the mountain bike winner from 10 years earlier. Now, some people tried to claim the prize, and they said, no, that's the previous competition, but they had to pay out. And that happened here in Australia. People took them to court over it. They should have just reissued the old ones, and they wouldn't have had that problem, where you only release 20 Bond Streets. But people hold on to these things.
They tried to be clever.
Yeah, they outsmarted themselves. The other one with McDonald's, I don't know if you know this, but you know the ice cream machine is broken on purpose? Because it's a lost leader. They say it's a 30-cent cone, and then they purposely break the machine. And even McDonald's workers try to open up the code machine to clean it, and it goes into a no on cleaning. It actually overrides itself and stops. They said it was because they got sued because they weren't being cleaned properly. It's not. It's just a rort. It's actually, they purposely break them to make you come in and buy it and you go, oh, I can't get that. I'll get a McFlurry instead and pay the $2 or $3.
Ooh.
Yeah, but they won't admit that.
Sneaky bastards, aren't they?
Yeah, I haven't eaten this shit for 20 fucking years, mate. It's fucking terrible for you.
We only ever get like some nuggets from there, if anything, and very rarely. The wife loves McDonald's, but I'd much rather go like have a nice cup of tea and a sandwich somewhere than have a McDonald's.
Apparently, they're the worst Mac nuggets. Absolutely,
Yeah,
not
I
even
like
no
some
chicken in there whatsoever.
Oh, it tastes like chicken.
Yeah, what was it? They served over 5 billion people, and they're up to their 6th cow, the 7th cow now.
We used to take the boys to proper restaurants, and for a treat, their grandmother would take them out and take them to a McDonald's or something because we just couldn't do it. We'd take them out to proper restaurants, so we'd give them proper food, and then Granny would say, "Come on, we'll take you to McDonald's." Yeah.
It's the playground.
Yeah, I think the last time that I was in a McDonald's was probably when I took the boys to see a film at the cinema. I can't remember what it was, but that must have been 15 years ago at least.
But you know what I've noticed is we go into our food courts now, and there'll be a McDonald's and a KFC where it's 3 people deep and they're all queuing up and waiting for what is fast shit food, and yet the gourmet pizzas, the beautiful Thai food, the nonya, the homemade pizzas, everything else, even the good Chinese and Asian stuff, you walk up and get served straight away, and sure, you pay $10, but at least you're getting real chicken and real rice, and it's made with a bit of love, and that's the difference. Or the souvlaki's and the gyros are just so yummy in a food court, and people queue up at KFC. You fucking idiots.
Yeah,
Who's being weird?
Yeah, so if we was going as a family of 4 to the cinema, then we'd go to the one in Milton Keynes where the ski slope is. You've that Escape that's got it's got your fast food, but it's got proper restaurants. So we'd go like an hour or 2 hours way before the film, sit down, have a proper meal in a restaurant with the lads, then go and see the film and have the popcorn and all the shit. Can't fucking stand McDonald's and stuff like that. It's just no.
Have you seen the guys that do the food challenges where they might go to Freddy Taco's what do you call it, 6-foot long sandwich or whatever, or 1 meter pizza or whatever? There's some really crazy food challenge YouTubers out there, and God, how they can eat. Wow, there's one guy, Joel Hansen. Yeah, he's just a human garbage. Who?
Yeah, it's crap. It's like, really? What'd you do that for?
Oh no, there's some of them that really it looks yummy. I actually like watching them.
Yeah, what's the one where you get lots of little dishes that you all sort of take bits from? What the fuck's that called?
We have a sushi train.
No, not sushi. No,
Like, or you can eat or something. Or buffet.
We used to have Sizzler here. Do you guys have Sizzler over there in England?
Oh, no, not near me anyway.
Don't recall seeing them.
Well, Sizzler had it was always a steak dish for about 12, 13 bucks. Be about 20, 25 nowadays, but they've all disappeared. But then you would get your steak dish, and that was pretty much empty. But you would then go up to the to the smorgasbord and load it up with vegetables and salad and eat whatever you wanted to. The problem is people always put on more than they can eat, and then they end up throwing out a lot of it. So there's a high wastage factor about it. But Sizzler used to be great. I used to go and get a Sizzler dish with my daughter, who was 10, 12, 13 at the time, and then we'd go and watch a half-price movie on a Sunday afternoon. It was really good. Her and I were both fed and entertained for a whole half of a Sunday for 50 bucks. And that was awesome. Or even less than 50. Oh, and what happened with Sizzler? A disgruntled employee went in and sabotaged one of the salads and dropped in rat poison or something like that. Ooh. And then they kind of all got closed down real quick. Yeah. Then they had to employ someone to make sure people don't poison the salad bar. So they kind of killed it. There's still a couple around, but I don't think there's many.
I mean, that's just so fucking stupid. Like, okay, yeah, someone poisoned our salad bar. What do you want us to do about it? Like, come on.
Yeah. Well, we had some disgruntled strawberry pickers putting needles, pins in the strawberries. And that crippled the industry.
You get that with Halloween sometimes. People put fucking razor blades in Halloween food.
Wow. What's that when you see in America, they say, oh, they're putting in fucking crystal meth and drugs in your Halloween. Fuck off. If I was a fucking crystal meth head, I'd be fucking smoking the shit. I wouldn't be giving to the kids on Halloween.
I think they gave kids the magic mushrooms one year, wasn't it?
Maybe one. Someone does give the Jehovah's Witnesses hash cookies or grass cookies.
Listen, I remember I was in my house and a double salesman geezer come around. He come around. I think he come around about 4 o'clock. He left my house about 11. I was plastering him with I go, do you want a coffee? And I just got a new coffee machine, and it was like a beast. And I was packing him the coffee so much, and I was giving him like two double shot espressos, and it was dripping out so slowly. And he was just going, I was going, yeah, you reckon you could have a look at them other handles? He was on the phone. He was you could tell he was almost I don't know, just it was like he was on whiz. It was so funny. And in the end, he was saying yeah, you're going to have a showroom house. Just all bollocks, most probably. He was going, yeah, I've just spoken to my boss. As you could see, his hand was shaking where he'd had so much coffee. It was fucking a classic.
Tapas. That's what I was fucking thinking of.
He didn't even phone back. Yeah, that was my.
Yeah, that's right. It was McDonald's or tapas.
Tapas.
There was. I don't know if it's still there. There was the one in the Milton Keynes in the Dome. Yeah, because it was great because you ordered a dozen little dishes that you all fancied and just shared them.
Yes, but you think when you order those little dishes in England, that you might as well just get a meal because that's never going to fill you up.
No, but it does.
You just order olives and fucking little sausages.
I mean, there are 4 of us, and you get about a dozen dishes, and between those dozen dishes, that will feed the 4 of you.
Do you know what it is? That's not the dish filling you up; it's the bread they give with it.
Oh,
it's just bloating you out.
But when you look at that, or a McDonald's, it's there's no contest. Fuck the McDonald's.
I reckon on a level though, there's not much difference, to be honest.
Oh, there is.
You go to Spain, and you'll know the difference. I could show you places you'll get maybe 200 different tappers. They just bring them out. So every, say, like hour, there'll be, say, 30 or 50 different ones. And the people are just eating them. It's the bar is super busy. Yeah, like only the locals know these places. If you're a tourist and you can't speak Spanish, you'll just be waiting at the bar. They won't speak to you. So it's like basically don't come again.
Well, that's all right. I don't do Spain anyway, so fuck 'em. In fact, I don't eat out at all. It's rather depressing eating out on your own. Oh, looks like I might have to order myself a white smock.
What's a white smock?
Well, the bloody factory I keep going back to at least once a week at the moment, and I've just had a contractor who said, "Oh, can I come down and do a site survey next week?" Yeah, so, and I'm hoping several of the other contractors will ask the same thing. So at the moment, if I turn up, they give you like one of these paper ones, these disposable ones, but they're shit. I'm going that often. I think I might just buy my own sort of factory quality white smock. It's all part of my PPE gear then.
I see.
Oh yeah, Wordle. I'll have a look at that later. I've got to go out in a minute. I mean, it's things like I've already got a bounce cap because you don't need to wear a hard hat because it's not construction yet, but you need to wear something. So wear a bounce cap.
Something
Over
to
your
protect
hairnet.
that brain.
Yeah, and the poor old boys who've got beards, because not only have you got to have a hairnet, obviously you've got to have a beard net as well. And they're all right. I said, yeah, that's one of the many reasons why I'm clean shaven at all times. I try to grow a beard. It's not a good look.
That's your terrorist.
Scruffy things. Thinking of this made me think of D&D. There's a thing of like skeletons don't have eyes, right?
Correct.
So how do they know where you are?
Well, yeah, but the fact that you're talking about an animated skeleton in the first place, their lack of eyes could be the least of your worries.
You see, there is a theory of how the skeleton knows where you are. It is because all skeletons are telepathic. They use skelepathy. And the
They haven't got a
skeleton
brain.
within you is telling them where you are and wants to be freed from its meat prison.
But wouldn't you need a brain for that?
Oh yeah.
No. Magic. That's where the magic comes in.
D&D, of course it's magic. Of course it is. Well, I used to play that when I was a kid.
I actually met my wife through D&D.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah. We don't play it anymore, but it was more of that I was interested in this girl at D&D, but she wasn't really interested. So my wife-to-be was recruited to dissuade me. She went a bit hard and fast on those instructions. There you go, I got rid of him. What did you do? I married him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She was actually her maid of honor, or one of her maid of honors.
I have still got my set of advanced D&D books.
Cool.
Dating from 1980s, something or other. Dungeon Master's Guide, Player's Handbook, Monster Manual. What else did they bring? Oh, the Fiend Folio. I've got them somewhere. I think it might be worth a few bob now.
I remember watching a video that suggested that like most of the spells in D&D aren't actually spells. Like detect invisible, right?
Yeah.
The spell component for that is like salt or sugar sort of thing.
Yeah.
So the suggestion is you're not detecting invisible by like sacrificing the salt or anything. You're throwing it in the air and seeing where it gets blocked. Like, there's someone invisible there. Excuse me. Americans should be waking up soon, shouldn't they? I believe.
Who?
The Americans.
What we are past 10.
So that's like should be 6 a.m. for the East Coast, I think.
East Coast it'll be 5:30. I think East Coast is 5 hours behind us.
I thought it was 4.5 or so.
No, because obviously I used to be on Jose's quite a lot, and I'm sure he's in Florida, and I'm sure they were 5 hours.
Let's have a look. Let's see what time it is in Washington.
It's 6 or 8.
It's 5:30, so yeah, 5 hours. No, you are right.
Yeah.
Not 4.
Oh, because it went back,
And
innit?
then
They're
I
different.
can never remember which one, plus an hour for the next one, and then the next one, and you struggle to remember who's where and what time it is. And
that's what I'm remembering. They are -4 hours from GMT, which
oh, of course, yes.
probably because we're in BST as well. Maybe they haven't had their UTC yet, their BST yet, or not? Yeah, BST, DST.
Yes, because we're an hour ahead of UCT, aren't we?
Indeed, which probably gives us the 5. March 9th they started it. They added an hour apparently.
Yeah, so it might still be a bit early for them, bless them.
Got to get their booty shape so that they can put their orange tans on their face. God, I wonder why he's that fucking colour. Does he do it every morning? Is he just stood in front of a microwave for too long? I don't know.
Well, what gets me is there's a line. Is you can see the line between that and his ordinary skin colour. I mean, years ago there was a young lass who worked in our office, and in the end we had to tell her she put that much makeup on that you could see the line where it stopped under her chin. You know. But he's the same because it is so bright orange. It's like, do you not see it? And nobody's got the guts to say, do you know how fucking ridiculous you look?
It's got to be just his skin. It's just got to be how his face is gone or something.
What? Because he's put it on so much so often.
Maybe overly tanning just his face. Maybe he just took all his conference calls from a beach in a suit, so his face got sunburnt. I don't know. Very orange man.
Very.
I still prefer Oompa Loompas. God, I'm cutting out these this papercraft thing, and I've done 5 little arrangements, but I still need to do like 7 more. They're in pairs, and they're all the same, so it's becoming very repetitive. And they're very, very small, so I'm having to use a knife for parts of them just to like cut through the paper. Where have I put my scissors? Oh, they're there. Hear a loud scream, I've stabbed myself with scissors. Or a knife.
Right, well, I'll leave you guys to it for a bit. I've got to pop out, but
Anyways, have a good one.
no doubt all the Yanks will have awoken when I come back, and then it all descends into
Chaos.
Mitigated chaos, yes. Maybe we'll use the voice cue if I stay around.
Yeah, I'm off for a swim.
Very nice.
Cool.
Right, we'll see you later.
Catch you later. And witness some boats sailing over the curve.
Yes. Oh God, that's got that's stuck to my desk.
I just got back from a cruise, and I wish there was flat earthers with me to watch the sun setting every evening.
Every time I watch a film and it has like, Earth from space and such, like, oh, and another film that flat earthers can't enjoy.
Yeah, you probably think it's real too.
Rick, honestly, if you'd seen the sun setting on this cruise, there's no way you could, I don't know, reason it away with perspective or anything. The sun was just going behind the horizon.
It's not perspective, bro.
Was it also going setting south of the Tropic of Capricorn?
I don't know, I was in the North Sea, so I couldn't
Ah,
I don't think so.
Was it setting north of the Tropic of Capricorn?
Yeah, maybe.
God, it just makes no fucking sense.
Is that your number one proof, Mr. Ned?
It is at the moment, because it's my latest kind of thing I've observed.
You used to be a flat earther, didn't you?
Yeah, man.
You're a reformist of sorts, so you think.
It's been 3 years, I
So
think.
what?
Nice.
Did you just sort of what happened to the sunset during the course of the flat Earth argument? Like, what was going on there? You ignored the sunset, or?
Yeah, it was like confirmation bias, not our head in the sand.
Pickle. What do you make of that footage that David Weiss has?
Oh God, which footage?
The one, yeah, no, sorry. Was it the sun basically just blotting out, just
like
it's
winking
high
out of
up out.
existence.
Well, it didn't set, like it wasn't occluded from the bottom up. It just went into the distance, just dissipated.
Isn't that the really unfocused one?
Would you expect it to be focused? Like, it's on a drone, a camera on a drone at high altitude. Like, it's not stable. So I don't know how much focus you can expect. But
I'm expecting if you're trying to evaluate what the sun is, that you would have it focused.
I mean, it would be an interesting proposition if it were sort of an artifact caused by, like, the nature of recording or capturing footage like that. So it's
You're
not
telling
without,
me there's no drone that
possibility.
can focus the sun?
No, I
Come
didn't
on.
say that it couldn't focus the sun.
And that's my point. It should not be presented as evidence when it is badly out of focus. If that's what the footage shows, because I can't think of the footage, but that's my expectation, because I've seen footage of a very blurry sun look like it shrinks as a circle, but when you have it focused, it never does that. It always chops from the bottom up.
For sure.
So, period.
He'll do that on the ground. I still think so. it is an interesting sort of click. I haven't actually got all. I'm sure I've heard someone argue it before, but it's not within my wheelhouse too.
I just wouldn't trust anything that guy says. Like that guy puts forward freaking a known result of a video showing how one could fake a photo being on Mars. He promotes that as a photo from NASA when it has no origin from NASA. He's just a liar.
Well, I mean that's the Devon Island stuff, isn't it? So, I don't know about what he's specifically claiming.
He's claiming that a photo someone made in Photoshop, which is on video of being made in Photoshop, is a photo from NASA. That's a lie.
Is he saying that, or is he asking the? Because you normally ask the
no,
question.
that is what David Weiss is saying. He is saying this came from NASA.
Not familiar with it. So,
Says it. Yeah. I would.
If that is the case, then
I would
that's
look
very
more
poor on his part.
into what the sorts of lies that are claimed of David Weiss. Like, look at both sides. Look at the lies we claim he says. Then look at the sources of those things he says. To me, one of the biggest tells for flat Earth is the dishonesty. It's not the claimed facts. It's the behavior.
It's ironic that we should say the same thing about your NASA space agency. So whatever.
Oh, we don't go around claiming things are fake.
Well, I mean, you do when it comes to Dave Weiss. So what are you talking about?
Well, no, we do for that, but our photos, we don't go around claiming they're fake. We state if they are composites. It's one of the favourite ones that flat earthers use. They go, "Oh, this is a fake photo." Like, no, it is a composite of two photos. It is labelled as a composite.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's fake in a sense that it's not a photograph, is it? And
no,
it had to be stitched together.
It's the word "fake" is used as if it is a deception by flat earthers. They say, "Oh, this photo is fake," when no element of it is presented as if it is real. It is labelled as, "Yes, this is a mock-up." Or you see photos all the time, like of Nebula. They say like artist's interpretation. But flat earthers will go, "That's fake." Like, no, it is an artist's interpretation. It is disclaimed with that
as
fact.
fake. Yes. Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, the terminology of claiming fake is obviously intended to be derogatory towards the evidence. No doubt about that. But what would it be? I mean, if you're of the worldview, essentially, that they are lying to you, they're not lying in the sense of saying that the photograph is fake. So, bada bing, bada boom. They're not lying in their own kind of personal take on things.
So they're not lying because to them it is fake.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, deluded people make claims all the time that people go, I'm not sure if I believe that, but I believe that that person believes that for sure. Right?
But you see, like, it's a difference between at Halloween seeing Optimus Prime and saying that's fake or that's a costume. To me, it's that simple. It's flat earthers use the language of fake, as you rightly said, to try and put down that presentation and make themselves seem in a better light. It's a very dishonest tactic.
It's a very dishonest tactic to, I mean, dude, I don't really like engaging in this, but I'll mess around in the mud with you. What is it? Globers call flat earthers just stupid and primitive or something. And usually it's sort of, it's tied into the beginning of the statement or at the end of the statement. They can't help themselves but make that. You don't seem to do that. I haven't noticed that from you personally. But if we are going to
I'm not a massive fan of that.
Yeah.
Look, sitting
So, I
here
mean,
going, Ricksky, you're a fucking moron, is not going to have a constructive conversation to discussing science. So yeah, I actually hate that. That's people just want to throw punches. Don't like that at all.
This is, I mean, you're holding me in contempt, or like, yeah, I think you are. I mean, you acknowledge. I'm not really. What is it? I'm a bit more nuanced about it. I don't really like the terminology of fake Earth personally. Sorry, fake Earth, flat Earth. but it is what it is. It's the nomenclature or the terminology that has been foisted upon us, you might say. So, if someone asked me, "Are you a flat earther?" I'd be like, "Yeah, pretty much." But if they really ask me, it's like, you actually think no?
So you don't think it's flat, but you would say you're a flat earther? Is it more about thinking? Is it more about distrusting government, or is it a different element of thinking the world is planar?
I just don't. Every civilization, I've said this before, but every civilization in the past has come up with a cosmological lie to tell its people in order to, the Vatican Church did it. Most other civilizations that engaged in sacrificial, sort of sacrifice of people for their sort of deities or their pagan gods, for the sun to rise in the morning to have a good spring, all of this stuff, that's all sort of in the zeitgeist of the whatever those sort of civilizations were proposing, and that's where the hierarchy tells the essentially the low class and middle class, this is the truth, this is the information. They're always beguiled, but it would seem to me that every civilization, tell me if I'm wrong, but pretty much every civilization in the past has told its people a lie, right? The powers that be sort of misinform the proletariat, and for some reason, in this modern time, we think that they're telling us the truth. On precedent alone, I can dismiss that.
But is it a to use your own examples? Is it a lie to believe for you to believe that sacrificing people will make your crops better? Is that a lie or is that ignorance?
I would say that the people in power knowing, the sacrifice of people, I'm sure you can pull that apart, but the Vatican taking money as bribes for forgiveness of sins in the afterlife is a pretty obvious sort of money grab, right? That's manipulation.
Yeah, that feels like it. Yeah.
This is where this globe science essentially has come from. That institution, all of the satellites, all the observations of the sky, all came from the Vatican Church. Initially, came from the Vatican and stuff. So,
I feel like you more have just a distrust of institution more than a grounded distrust of, well, a grounded belief in flat Earth as a scientific thing. That's my
formally, man. Because I used to trust in all this stuff. I used to believe it. I was never a fighter for it. I was a bit more passive, but I can't talk about the P word that happened 3 or 4 years ago, right? But a lot of stuff happened during that time that was just not making sense to me. It didn't sit well with me. That civil liberties could be overridden so much. And I'd read 1984 and Brave New World about sort of 5 years before that. And I'm sitting there going, it's coming real. Why are these people we've had the warning in the literature. We had the warning. We were told that this was going to, even, I think Orwell actually specifically stated, I've got a meme somewhere in my catalog, which obviously I cannot post, but what does it say? It's they were, I think they said something specifically about actually manipulating people through the medico-pharma system or something like to that effect anyway. But I can't.
I've always said that I will always probably be able to find more of a common ground with conspiracy theorists when it comes to governmental distrust, based on things like that. If your government distrust only stemmed from thinking the Earth was flat, then I would consider you a bit of a loon. If your government distrust stems from things like that, that is more grounded in reality to me, and it's something I can more so follow. Just like what we were talking about earlier with fucking Boris Johnson having a bloody piss up. That gives me distrusting government to a level that I am already more open to the things that you might say. But flat Earth, not bloody chance. That's where my that's where my line is drawn.
You're British, aren't you? What's that guy's name? I think he's from Great Britain News. Is that GB something? GBN? He's a long-haired fella, news reporter, pretty old, bit of a veteran in the media. What's his name? Can't remember. He did
Russell Brand.
No,
Russell Brand.
No, he's a celeb.
One sec, I'll
don't know.
find it.
Yeah, find a picture of it.
Great Britain news. Neil Oliver, that was his name. You familiar with that guy?
No, I don't tend to pay huge attention to the news because I don't feel like I have much of a influence on it.
He's a comedian. Neil Oliver's a comedian. You know that?
Scottish television presenter, author, and conspiracy theorist.
Apparently, but he literally said, man, like, and I was quite sort of taken back that he would be willing to put his nose out like that. But I can't talk about this stuff too much, so I'm going to speak in a little bit of code. But he said the thing does not exist, in his opinion, just based on like just generally the sort of thing. Like, okay, that's cool. Like, the guy's willing to say that. Takes remarkable courage, in my opinion, especially in that position.
Oh yeah, definitely. I completely agree with you there. Going against mainstream does take courage.
Yeah, but to
Problem is
say that
that,
like you're willing to challenge all of the instant, like the medical pharma industry and their claims about the existence of such things, it's pretty remarkable in my opinion, anyway.
The thing is that those that go into what you call the flat earther lacks an epistemic framework that is written or formalized. Whether they realize it or not, they don't have anything to actually be grounded in. You call it a model, etc. So the problem then is that many different individuals within a said movement, which just becomes like a generalization of it, since they don't have a formalized language, it just becomes a lot of wild ideas about this and that, and you don't actually get any grounding. So whether they realize it or not, they actually need to come together and create an epistemic framework that gives rise to the knowledge that they're attempting to talk about. Because until then, you will just get a lot of different epistemics with no real grounding.
The problem is then you put flat Earth into a box, which is exactly what happened with the 24-hour sun, and every major flat earther pulled a total 180 on the claims they had made for a decade.
Well, it's already in a box.
Not every single one.
It's kind of already in a box, although you have many different voices within that group. Again, like you have, when you talk about the globe, there's a lot of different theories within that also does not agree with each other. You have different fields of studies that have different hypotheses about whatever it is. And then
we have variation on the fringe of science. We don't have variation on the planet. I'm heavily critical and heavily disappointed when flat earthers try to talk about shit like general relativity rather than the fucking ground. It's not an area that I appreciate.
What about the simple notion that you're claiming there's a magnet, like a magnetic sort of force that's emanating from the center of the Earth caused by a molten metal core? Like it's a molten. There is no molten magnet that can be evidenced. Yet they claim it.
Well, actually, hang on.
We have replicated it.
Yeah, that's incorrect because in magnetic theory, when you have relative movement of a conductor through a magnetic field, you generate a current. That's exactly what happens in the Earth. It's actually a badly engineered alternator. We do it in our car every day, Rick. So you probably could look into electromagnetic theory and you'd have a better understanding rather than shoot from the hip. Thank you.
Where's the electricity coming from?
To the car so much as the actual liquid metal thing that we've done to show that when you like rotate liquid metal, it creates a magnetic field. Like you don't even need to go to the alternator of a car.
To answer Rick's question, it's to do with the movement of the electrons across the other medium, if I remember correctly. Like that movement of those atoms and of those electrons is what creates that current. That's all electricity is the movement of electrons.
I mean, electrons are just a model, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, but to ask the question about where does electricity come from, you have to follow our claim, and our claim is sound because we explained the electrons bit. And if you don't trust electrons, that's a different conversation.
So what is it then? Like, is it the fact that the material of Earth is moving through the electrical field of the sun, or is
No.
there another
No.
electrical field that
It
you're
is.
referring to?
It is that the molten core is and the mantle are moving relative to one another at different speeds, which is causing those atoms to rub against and cause the electrical field. Like the Earth was the Earth was accreted, which means that all the material was from an explosion spinning, which means that when it accreted, it was still spinning, got bigger, span faster. So all the molten bits in the middle where it's hottest just continued spinning.
Well, it's
And
said
it's
to
doing
be
it to this day.
spun. Like, do you agree that the what is it? My understanding is the theory is that the moon hit the Earth and caused its tilt and particular type of spin.
I don't know if the spin was caused by the moon.
Well, if
That
it
would
hit the
be
Earth, then
well, the
it would
spin of
impart
the
a
Earth,
spin on
but
it.
the spin of the core is different. Have you ever? Do you know there's a really good trick, right? It's related for working out if an egg is boiled or not, right? You set the egg down, you spin it, and then you lightly hold the top of the shell and then let go again. If the egg starts to move again, then the inside is still moving. It's kind of like that. Like the inside is moving at a different speed to the outside. So maybe the impacts did something to the outer rotation, but it wouldn't have done a lot to the inner rotation.
Have you measured that internal rotation in some way, shape, or form?
That's a really
Like, we've
good
never
question.
been down
You don't have to. You don't have to. You can actually demonstrate it by taking your hand off and watching it spin again. Why do you try to go for that? Can you do that? Because by spinning again, that proves that it's rotating still.
Wait, was he talking about the egg or the Earth, though, Boomer?
The Earth, bro.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if you want, you can look at
I just
the
put my hand on
Mid-Atlantic
the
Ridge.
Earth, stopped it from spinning, and it's still spinning. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Sorry,
If
Boomer.
you want, you can look at the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and you can see how, like, as you go further from it, there's opposite of the magnetic field lines. It goes from like they switch. So
Okay.
there's like the
Does
evidence
that
of
mean that
magnetic the polarity being switched over time throughout the history of the Earth.
Okay, but you haven't directly observed the spin of the core, right? You're sort of using other sort of phenomenon in order to infer that there must be a movement of a core. Like, it could be actually just a big machine down there with a bunch of gyros and contacts and all the rest of it, like a machine inside the Earth that's causing.
The problem is,
It has to be
Rixie,
so.
is that when you go down that kind of reasoning, it feels really dishonest, and you're going to get a lot of friction because just saying it could be something else and you've not analyzed it. Like, for one, by people on Discord, it's entirely possible that geologists have used P waves and S waves to track rock formations that are under the surface of the Earth. I learned recently that there are two large sort of islands within the mantle that have been detected with those waves, for example, with some form of geological processes. Like, just going, but how do you know it's spinning? Mate, all the science, that's our best guess at the very least. Just saying, how do you know? Like, what do we replace it with?
I don't know, but you guys do like. I mean, okay. As far as I assess, like, just pulling out from the argument for a moment, like, you guys are making all the substantiation of, like, the material evidence and claims about actual facts, and this is what it is. And then when it comes down to it, and you ask a couple little questions, it's like, well, we actually haven't been down there to test that, but we infer that information from some other phenomenon that we're watching somewhere else, right? So, I mean, that's all well and good. It fits within the model. I mean,
But that's the point. Because it fits the model. Like, we have an electromagnetic field, right? So we know there is some sort of electromagnetic thing happening inside the Earth, even if it was a machine from the lizard men, okay. But we know that there's a field. We know from P waves and S waves the general makeup of the inside of the Earth with the mantle and the inner core, or the core and the inner core. So we know the general shape. We can make hypotheses about the formation of the Earth and what materials might be down there. Perhaps it's just rock. And we go, okay, what could a planet that's spinning with a molten core of this shape based on the P waves and S waves, what could that be doing that would cause an electric field? And yeah,
Okay,
that's
but-
maybe as far
okay.
as the hypothesis goes. But no one's come up with a better one. Even for the globe model, no one's got a better one. So yeah, we just go with the best bit. But to sit there and
Yeah,
go,
cool. Okay.
but you don't know, and to try and invalidate what is our, we say it's our best guess, and to sit there and go, but you don't know, so you should just throw it out. That's what a lot of flat earthers do. I'm not saying you do it, but it's like that's just it's not a steel man.
It's my position that I would not be claiming it as necessarily true. I think you're actually a little bit more careful with your terminology, the way that you sort of phrase it. Although I recognise that you pretty much land on their side anyway. You have a more polite manner in which to deliver it, but it's just what is it? Yeah, I mean, I can't quite remember where I was going. I've got another thing I wanted to ask though. I was trying to keep a hold of that, and I think I lost what I was trying to say.
My apologies.
That's all right. No, dude, I'm juggling myself. What was it? The rotation of the Earth, right? So the Earth formed from an accretion disk. No.
That's my expectation. Yeah.
Yeah. So what would set, like, if it forms and accumulates as such, what would set it into motion as far as spin? I thought that's what the impact of the moon was said to be theoretically the cause of.
Good question. When we think about it, as far as the globe model, every planet is spinning. Every planet also, though, has been hit by meteorites, but maybe one would expect those to balance out. My guess is, like, something went supernova somewhere, / this used to be a nebula, and as matter accreted into different clumps, it accreted in non-uniform directions. And eventually the whole thing starts to kind of balance out into one overall direction. That would be, I've literally made that shit up because I can try and hypothesize how those events might go. Science itself might have actually a completely different explanation. But I would say it's probably not the moon because every planet spins.
Well,
and one spins
yeah,
in the
cool.
wrong. Actually, one spins in the wrong direction. So that's actually a really good, interesting point. Why does Uranus spin the wrong way?
Oh no, Uranus is on its. Uranus actually rotates. What do you call it? At 90 degrees, it's pointing at us. Venus spins backwards.
See what's going on there.
Maybe it is impact.
What's going on there? Something occurred in space time over the years that made Venus rotate in the opposite direction. Because all the other planets rotate in the one direction. So it probably had some unique occurrence. That's science's best hypothesis.
Yeah. And as I Google it, literally the first thing, the cause of this retrograde rotation, of Venus, is still poorly understood. Every single time science isn't sure, it does say it's not sure. Same with dark matter. Always goes, this is the leading, but it's not accepted. Just an idea of many.
Something's spinning like the wrong way in space. There's no like true direction in space. There's no up or down. There's no it doesn't really make sense to say this one's spinning the right way and this one's spinning the wrong way.
Well, he said that there's uniform. He said that there's uniformity, and then when that uniformity is challenged, it's going the wrong way. You need reasons, right? So it's going the wrong way according to the uniformity that you would expect.
I would say it's going in a different direction, or it's spinning in a different direction. It's not spinning in the wrong direction.
Well, let me clarify that.
That's just phonetics.
It's spinning the wrong direction for my original hypothesis to hold true.
Which means you need an intervention.
Wait. I don't understand. What's the original hypothesis?
So the original hypothesis that I made up was the accretion disk span in a uniform orientation. All the planets accreted from that, and because of that motion, span in the same direction. I wasn't aware that Venus spun the other way, and I forgot, but then remembered that Uranus spins at a different rotation entirely. So my original thought of all this stuff was spinning, so the things that came out of it also span, is kind of potentially invalidated by Venus in a way. / that can still be true, but then other events made Venus and Uranus spin differently.
Gotcha.
I didn't know Uranus actually. Thanks for mentioning that. Uranus spins at Like that's curious.
It's kind of on its side, yeah. It's doing a barrel roll, I guess. That's one way to think
It's
about it.
rolling like a ball. It's rolling like a ball on the axis, which is really odd, as is Venus. But then the other, 7 planets all rotate one thing. So popular direction is the way we go, and Venus and Uranus are the exceptions to the rule. And we like to look at to why they are. What made that happen? Or did seven other planets have something happen?
Does it go Uranus then Saturn, or Saturn then Uranus?
Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune.
Okay.
And poor Pluto.
Oh, Neptune's out there. So Neptune's doing the right thing. Saturn's doing the right thing, but Uranus is it's on a tilt.
It's on a 90-degree tilt.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's on the piss. Like Uranus took.
Well, as we say, like even recently, like we've refined our definitions. Like poor Pluto used to be a planet. The problem is we found Pluto, we're like, yay, 9 planets, and then we found another small rock out there, and another. And it was going to start being that we had like 20 planets. So all these leftover rocks kind of are almost like another asteroid belt called the is it the Oort cloud, or am I misremembering that?
Not quite. Pluto hasn't cleared its path. To be a planet now, you've got to clear your orbital pattern. You've got to be the dominant rock in the whole group of rocks. And if Pluto's a planet, therefore Charon's a planet, therefore whatever. So Pluto's a planetoid or a planet or something, because it's got to continue to clear its orbit. Then when it does, we call it a planet. Yay, Pluto.
Yeah, dwarf planet.
You can do it. A dwarf planet. Okay, yeah. So we just redefine. Yay, science. Science is not fixed. I love the way science alters its game.
Google the Oort cloud.
I think the hypothesis for Uranus is that it was hit early in the universe. It was probably hit by another planet, which tilted its rotation compared to the ecliptic.
Where'd that planet go? That hit Uranus.
It's in Uranus.
Oh,
Uranus ate the planet.
Possibly. We don't know. That's the thing. We don't know that bit.
But the moon didn't.
The moon did. The moon did a little bit. The Earth did consume some of the moon's material. So the moon glanced off of the Earth. Most of it, some of it got absorbed. Most of it glanced off and carried on, reaccreted into the moon we have. And what we find is there is material that matches the moon's makeup on Earth, only found in certain locations.
Okay, so as a proposition then, right? Like you've got the Earth spinning, rotating around the Earth, and then this, I don't know where the moon came from. Is it an exoplanet or something? Like, who knows? Is the moon alien? It's from outside the solar system? Who knows? But what that impact, well, I mean, you would obviously state that if the moon did hit the Earth, then whatever rotation that the Earth is currently on was a cause and consequence of, at least in part, due to the impact of the moon, right?
Well,
yeah, it would
be further. No, but hang on. You have to go further back. It's not an exoplanet. This is from the time when basically the solar system was created, very early on. That's more likely when that collision happened.
Sure, but it like the moon does have a unique position in the solar system, given its observational angle compared to that of the sun from the Earth, right? So I don't need to belabor that point. But also, isn't it the largest moon compared to any other planet? Like the proportion and size of the moon is exceptional.
Well, if you're going to go by proportion, then that's not actual size. That's just comparing it to its planet.
Yeah, but that's pretty relative. I don't understand what you mean. Like, it's exceptional in its size compared to its mother planet, or what it's orbiting around compared to any other so-called planet in the solar system.
Yeah,
moon in the solar system.
Just trying to make a clarification that, like, if you're going to say like, oh, it's the biggest like moon, like, just make sure but like if you're saying just proportional to this thing, then it's not the biggest moon. It just happens to be the biggest moon compared to the planet, like its planet. It's two different things.
Yeah, biggest is relative, so you need to clarify in what way you're defining that relativity.
In proportion to the thing it's orbiting around. I mean,
Yeah.
they call them satellites, right? Do they not call them satellites? It's kind of interesting.
And anything that orbits.
The moon is a satellite. Yeah, but
is a satellite.
Why do you think they call it? Like, I mean, if Pluto is not a planet, right? Because of all of its proportional sizes and stuff, and that's the reason for its discategorization as such. What's the idea of calling a satellite if you've already got these ideas of big rocks that are sort of supposedly organically arrived there in their position in orbits? I don't know. Putting a man-made object up there and calling it a satellite when you're using already the terminology of satellite for an organically arising orbital function, like it's not the same thing. But
the mid-16th century, in the sense follower or obscuous underling from the French satellite or Latin satellis. That's where the word comes from. If it just means it orbits the thing, it makes total sense to just call it a satellite. I mean, we already called it a moon instead.
Can I add that our moon, like all moons, I think they're all unique. So it's not just our moon's unique, all the others are uniform. Jupiter's got like 70 or 80 moons, and they're all kind of their own thing. So I think everything's different in a way. So it's not just to say our moon is unique, they're all unique.
Supposedly,
Absolutely.
but in proportion to size, the moon is exception.
No, not really. Ganymede's bigger than Mercury is. Jupiter's moon Ganymede is larger than Mercury.
Oh, no, no. Proportional to the size of the thing that is orbiting around Jupiter's supposedly gargantuan, right? So just because one of its moons is bigger than our moon doesn't that doesn't override my statement.
All you need to capture a satellite is enough mass for your gravitational field, and the thing that you want to catch to be going at the right speed. So if it's going too fast, it'll overshoot you. If it's going too slow, it'll crash into you. If it goes at okay speed, you'll catch it. And factually, the moon is actually getting further away from us, if I remember correctly, because its orbit is in the way that it is accelerating slightly faster than the pull.
Not within your lifetime will you ever.
Not within my lifetime,
or observe that. Okay, so I mean, any of these claims that go beyond our lifetime, I find rather sort of it's a whatever situation.
We claim to have the technology to be able to measure it to the detail that we can see the trend of it getting further away. We measure continents in centimeters a year. Like, we can measure the moon in feet per year if we really wanted to.
And by the way, Pluto's not as a planet, but it has a moon, Charon, and the one is bigger compared to Pluto than the moon is to Earth.
In fact, that arrangement of Charon and Pluto, the orbiting center of the two is actually in the empty space between them. Like, the orbiting point of Earth and the moon is within the Earth, I think. Can't remember.
Yes, 1 kilometer below the crust. 1
Yeah.
kilometer below the. I've forgotten someone will know the technical term for it.
Yeah,
but 1 kilometer below the
very center.
Yeah, but for the Pluto, for Pluto and its moon, it's not within either of them. It's between them.
Granted, okay, so I can add to my. Can I add to my exceptionality of the moon, given the fact that, well, what is it? The size of the moon on Pluto, right? Or from Pluto's point of view, would not be the same optical size as what the sun is, or would it be? That'd be interesting. I'm making claims over here. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be. Surely not. The sun would look so far away in its angular observation, compared to if you're on the Pluto. If you're on Pluto and looking at Pluto's moon, it wouldn't be the same. It'd be too close, probably, right?
The distances are probably so large that it would be near undefinable for it. It would be so many decimal places of a angular size that they would be effectively the same to a human. If the Earth was several thousands, tens of thousands, whatever kilometers further away, then it would be a very noticeably different angular size pretty much at all times. As we know, it does change. It just seems to be a lucky coincidence at this point that it's almost at the same bit, same size.
Exactly, dude. And we find ourselves like on the one planet within the solar system, and then maybe that's just a bit of Goldilocks situation. Cool, radio. But then, I mean, of all the other possibilities and all the like clusters and all the stars, we happen to find ourselves on this one that happens to have the same size sun and moon situation going on. That's pretty exceptional.
For
right?
now. But hang on, that's just for now, because hang on, the moon is moving away, and it's estimated to have been much closer to the Earth a couple of billion years ago, when it's continuously moving away. What is about an inch or so every year?
37 millimeters.
So so that's going to change. That relationship is going to change over time.
But he makes a good point.
I'm not willing to acknowledge anything that goes beyond our lifetimes. Okay, I'm just not willing to acknowledge it. It has to be in our lifetimes, and we can go and test and touch. I'm being sort of reasonably accepting your claims about the moon on Pluto and stuff, right? Like, I'm trying to I don't need to stop at that.
Let me.
What you're doing is. Could I ask one question? Can we measure that the moon is moving away from Earth with today's technology?
I mean, you can say that, but your results will never come into fruition for a couple of million years to actually prove, or thousands of years. So as far as like you and I,
if it moves, hang on, if it continuously move away about an inch per year, what would in the future stop it to continue moving away?
But that wasn't his point. His point was that now, as science is developing and the like, it is at that coincidental near perfect angular size. I agree with Rixie here. His point is not that it can't get there at some point. It's that in our technology now, we happen to be witnessing it when it is the same. Why couldn't we have witnessed it when it was half the size?
Yeah, that's no problem.
In all the infinitesimal possibilities of any consciousness coming in. Go ahead.
Depending on where we are in relation to the sun and like what phase the moon is it's not exactly the size of the sun. It varies. So that's just not true.
But it is very close though. Like, I'm with Rixie on this. It is very close. But okay. I'll put this to you, Rixie. Why is that to you more significant than it being half the size of the angular size of the sun? Why do you attribute it being a match as significant?
Because, I mean, solar eclipses are unique then to the Earth in such a manner. Like total solar eclipses are unique.
Wait, you don't think it would be like a phenomenon that everyone would come out to observe if the moon was half the size of the sun and we just see this little black thing go like across the sun, like if we use a solar filter? You don't think that would be something that we would all go out there and be like, wow, this is amazing?
But that's not what he said. What he said was that without it being the same, we wouldn't have solar eclipses.
No, we would. It just wouldn't be a complete solar eclipse.
Yeah, that's what he's referring to.
Exactly.
Hang on, guys.
I still think if the moon was half the size and like everything all else being the same, he'd be here on Discord saying, well, isn't it weird that the moon is exactly half the size? Or isn't it weird that the moon is exactly the third the size? Or isn't it like it'd just be another thing? He's literally shuffling a deck of cards and saying, look how amazing this shuffle is.
Well, I mean, you're claiming that the deck is shuffled, right? But I believe in creation, so I think it was set in place for reasons and purposes that go beyond my capacity as a human being to sort of necessarily divine. But I can't remember my response, so I'll shut up, let you guys go.
No, that makes... I understand that. It's... In like a discussion of this kind of nature, like, I can appreciate your belief in a creator and go... that the moon, now that we have science being the same angular size almost as the sun, speaks to you as evidence for a creator. I just can't/choose not to engage with that line of reasoning because I can't defend it. It'd be like if I said my friend Mary is always right, and because my friend Mary says so, you're wrong. So I don't engage with those conversations. But I appreciate that's your belief.
You're fine to
can
do
I
that,
add one
man.
in?
And what I'm actually pointing at, my argument is that. I'll let you go, Boomer, if you like. I've spoken.
I was just going to say, if you're on Pluto, when that moon comes across, you've got a phenomenal amount of time where you don't see the sun. So we actually just happen to have that little. The moon's the same size as the sun at this point in time. If Pluto's moon started regressing into the sun or going out, there would be times where it's just the same size as well. So it's just like it's numbers. We're just on a certain ball. It's a number 6, and we're on number 6 right now. That's it. Yeah, back to you.
That was a partial point I was going to make. Is a 6 is just as likely as a 1.
Very good. Yep.
Sorry,
it's like rolling the dice.
It's where we were earlier. On a dice, a 1 is as likely as a 6. As a 2, as a 3, as a 4, as a 5.
How many possibilities do you have when it comes to the notion of sizes of moons versus planets? You don't have six-sided dice there, man. You've got almost infinitesimal possibilities, and that's the possibility that actually occurred.
What I'm saying is there's an infinite number of possibilities, but they're all equally possible.
Risky,
yeah, which means that you're in an exceptional. You're in your position, given even your solar system puts you in an exceptional proposition as to the nature of it.
Risky, why wouldn't it be the case then, if the world was created and you think this is somehow special, that there would be no elliptical orbit of the sun where the moon actually doesn't take up the entire image of the sun versus when it does?
Well, does it?
Don't you see that as a mistake in your creation?
What? Because the moon is moving further and closer. I'm familiar with the notion that the moon is on an elliptical orbit. It's not perfect.
No,
right?
It's because
right?
Well, I'm sure the moon is maybe on an elliptical orbit, but I'm talking about the Earth's elliptical orbit around the sun, which makes the sun appear different sizes, which means the moon doesn't take up the entire size of the solar eclipse, and sometimes it does.
I mean,
they are both on elliptical orbits.
If you go with this creation story, isn't that a flaw in the creation? If you think it's special that the moon takes up the entire sun?
Not really, because it just implies that there is a sort of a deviation away from the ideal of the sun, and whatever the creator did wasn't perfect in that respect. In fact, I think asymmetry is necessary within creation. If you had a perfect creation, nothing would be you need chaos and order to be in a sort of a dance and a play with one another. So the fact that it shapes up and down, and dude, I'm not really big on it. Don't confuse me with a Bible creationist kind of fella, right? I'm not sort of that sort of ilk.
Okay, but isn't a deviation from the ideal thing a thought, like a flaw?
Yeah, but flaws are necessary. You need to, when you have a kid, right? Two parents join together. You don't you need flaws.
I'm sorry. I thought you believed in my mistake. I thought you believed in the perfect creator. I'm sorry. My bad.
No, I don't necessarily. I think it's just good enough.
Okay.
There's an ideal. There seems to be a purpose to it. I mean, I'm not saying that I actually know that. It just, to me, it seems like there is a purpose, and that's your kind of role in this world to work that shit out, right? But I don't really want to get too much into the mythological sort of aspects of these.
But
that was a bit circular. That's a bit circular because. Yeah, sorry, that's a bit circular because what you said was the fact that the moon and the sun happen to be perfect kind of suggests the creator, but then you've unqualified that by saying the creator does have a little bit of it's not perfect. So you're using perfection here, and then pick a lane, I guess.
I'll explain it. Because if you created everything perfectly, it wouldn't have creation's not possible with perfection. Everything would just be perfect. There is no reason for deviation. There is no reason for any sort of individuality, characteristics, all of that. I mean, you might say actually a biblical sort of aspect to it might be more of the notion, or even a God creator is the perfect thing, and the perfect thing created a less perfect thing, and it's trying to work it out. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this shit, guys.
So the perfect thing.
I'm digging myself a hole over here. I'm getting into something I don't understand.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I have no problem with like an imperfect creator, because then he could make a mistake. I have no problem with you saying your God isn't perfect, which is why his creation isn't perfect. But don't call him perfect.
Yeah, sure, man. Like, I would agree with that, Jen. I don't think it's perfect. I mean, but the interesting thing to me is I think that the imperfection is actually kind of necessary for whatever the reason and purpose is. I assume at the moment that there is a reason and purpose for the creation that goes beyond my capacity as a human being to actually sort of identify. I've always felt like this, by the way. Like, whether that be your interpretive like meaning of life, whatever you want to create for that. This was like pre-flat Earth for me. Like, what's the reason? Why do I feel like I have motivations to achieve something or do something? I'm interested in that compared to other people who are interested in something else. It implies that there's a sort of, I don't know, just a natural diversification. As I said, I'm getting outside the bounds of what I'm actually capable of tangoing with.
I appreciate you engaging as far as you can, though. It's quite nice. I'm glad that we're able to, on both sides, keep it chilled.
Oh man, I don't get involved too much in the sort of, unless I'm really feeling for it, I'll go over to gyms and cause a bit of a ruckus and have some fun. But like, it's just
you kind of worn out from it, sort of thing. Like, you've been in it long enough.
I've done it a couple of times. Whatever that sort of, there's an Americana to it or something. I don't know. It's just not part of the way I was raised as a kid. Maybe it's my enculturation or something. But dude, like, I get in enough trouble for whatever I do and say to my family and their sensitivities, mostly my parents. But yeah, whatever that raising is, like, my mum is a very sensitive lady, and I've had to be very conscientious and cautious. And when I started being rebellious and stuff in the adolescence, and then started challenging, even the stuff that I talk about challenging now, she's like, dude, you're off the planet. Oh, yeah, sure, right, cheers. But she comes around. She gets what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm heavily thinking of possibly just trying to just completely leave the space. Maybe when I start my new job that I'm hoping to start, which I've seen it as a fruitless endeavor and something that I've learnt some things from, but don't need anymore.
Are you talking about Discord?
No, not Discord. Discord I started because I actually started using Discord during COVID, because working from home I found that the music I would listen to wasn't enough to keep me focused, because I'd have people talking as well in the office. So I started watching Twitch, started watching a particular game, started joining people on that game, so I started playing Discord. Started using Discord for that. So not Discord, but quitting like flat Earth Discord sort of thing. So
Did you just say that you, like, in order to solve the problem of being distracted at the workplace, you went and found something else that's distracting you from your work? Like, what do you mean?
So, in order to keep my brain, so silence for me, it's just too silent. It doesn't give my brain a kind of tempo sort of thing to work to. Like, think like a metronome, right? If the metronome's not moving, it's chaotic. But if it's moving, I can play to that. And I found that music on its own didn't fulfill that need that I was getting at the office, which was people talking and that music. So by having Twitch on, I had something tickling my brain in a way that kept it going and kept it focused on my task.
Do you mind if I ask you specifically? I mean, when I was doing the CAD stuff and designing buildings and stuff, it seems to me that I'm actually able to listen to a conversation while I functionally perform dimensions and work with math. And I'm not even really working with math. It's pretty redundant. It's not math what you guys talk about as math, okay? It's addition, subtraction, maybe some multipliers here and there, but yeah, for sure. Like, I'm capable of listening in on a conversation. It'd actually be helpful and handy to assist in some ways to, like, focus for long periods of time, because I'm doing I call myself a CAD monkey by the end of my Well, I haven't ended my career, but I put my career on pause. So I was pretty much a CAD monkey at the time.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's just something, a bit of stimulus that for some reason just helps you stay focused, but isn't to the point that it's distracting. Like, if I'm really needing to think something through and plan it out, like plan out like a whole page and react, then I may just go straight to music or mute the stream and just focus on planning it out. Because I don't need tempo at that point. I need cognitive load to be able to think of all the elements that need to be assembled.
But you're not doing a writing task, are you, when you're doing this? Like
coding. So in a way,
okay.
yes.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Cool. I see what you're saying.
So if I'm planning it, I don't need that. But if I'm doing my plan, that comes a lot more naturally because I'm just playing with variables, playing with DOM, like HTML structure and such. And just to me, it's as playful as throwing some Lego bricks together and seeing if they work. Like that's how my brain feels about that kind of element. But when I'm planning what to build, that's more like the architect. And for me, the talking will distract me drawing the lines correctly in my mind in a way.
What, you reckon the talking distracts you from getting the lines in the right place if you were a designer of buildings? Is that what you said? Maybe I misinterpreted it.
I think if the what's analogous for me to you designing a building sort of thing is planning a component. I think if I've got too much talking, then I won't be able to think about, because when I'm writing in code, I'm not thinking in language. I'm thinking in blocks in a way, like an if block, a DOM block, and such. But if I'm thinking of what I need to build, I'm thinking in language to myself, like, okay, I need a piece of text to be there. I need this button to be there. And because I'm thinking in language, talking will distract me because my brain can't talk to itself. And my brain is always repeating what other people say. I don't know if that's how it works, but my brain can't talk to itself and repeat what it's hearing at the same time. So I just need to shut it off and just talk to myself.
Oh yeah, cool. But I mean, it's my experience that architecture is not really about these dimension like stuff. It's about proportions and scales and those blocks. I think you said you were blocking. Like architecture is literally blocking. You're creating a block for the living room, a block for the kitchen, a block for the bedrooms, a hallway to connect it all up, and they're just blocks on blocks. It's just positive versus negative space, and just making sure that they're all coherent and that they sort of, you're not, I don't know. Your doorway or your entry and exit doesn't get too small.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not language at that point. It's just you're looking at it's pattern recognition.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't fit perfectly, but that's kind of that's when I turn the twitch off when I need to talk to myself.
What CAD platform were you using?
Did you get that?
There's a question to you. You asked what CAD platform you were using.
Oh, you're asking me. Sorry, my apologies. I've used Revit, I've used ArchiCAD, and now I use SketchUp. So I've used a little bit of like Grasshopper stuff with ArchiCAD, and a bit of parametric design. I've dabbled with that stuff, but yeah, it's usually just the classic sort of building design software.
How do you deal with, like, if you're doing designs on buildings and stuff like this? Wait, are you a flat earther?
As I said before, I wouldn't sort of call myself as such, but for the sake of the conversation, yeah, just to shorthand it, yeah, I don't trust the current paradigm or the zeitgeist that's being imposed upon us.
So how do you deal with like the state plane coordinate systems being based off like a grid system that's based off a geoid and an ellipsoid and orthometric measurements?
Yeah, architects simply do not like. I mean, you'd be actually surprised how little mathematics really goes into architecture. If you choose to specialize in sort of some sort of like facadism, usually uses a lot of parametric design principles. There's a lot of mathematics involved in that and understanding coding that's required. But formally, architecture actually doesn't really use too much. You're more actually consulting with a client and asking, what kind of building do you want to live in? And I'm going to try to. It's a social science as opposed to a sort of any form of like real mathematics.
That's not what I'm talking about, because I'm a land surveyor, so I deal with like engineers wanting the CAD file so this way they can like do the design system and everything. And they need to have design elevations, and those elevations are based off the state plane coordinate systems, which is based off of in New York NAD 83. Other states is based off of NAD 27. We're working on a new one. That's all based off of state plane coordinate systems, which is based off the geoid, ellipsoid, and orthometric measurements. So I don't understand how you get around that.
Okay, what's the most famous building that you're aware of and the architect that designed it?
It doesn't matter. In order to like deal with in order
it doesn't matter
in
to the
order
architect.
in
doesn't matter
in
to the
order to
architect
deal
at all.
in order to deal with like flood maps and flood elevations and all that stuff. That's just I'm just talking about pure elevations. Doesn't matter how big the building is, how small the building is. That doesn't matter.
Are you implying that the architect has in any way, shape, or form, like, is actually producing that documentation about the elevations and what did you say, sort of like that's
What I'm saying is they need.
That's all before.
What I'm saying is
that's what happens all before me, bro. But I don't think about that stuff. I receive the information in and I design according to what's going on that information that you guys provide. Essentially, I don't need to worry about any of that.
Do you agree that the elevations like are based off of a spherical Earth?
What would it be? It'd have to be no, obviously, just to shorthand that answer.
I'm surprised at that answer.
mean-
I thought you would take it that they are based on it, but like something would have manipulated it to look like that.
It
Well, I
really
mean, yeah,
doesn't matter.
You're right on that angle. Yeah, it really doesn't matter for architects, though. I'm just letting you know, like architects don't worry
For an
about
architect, for most engineering, almost all architecture, it doesn't matter.
This is why it's fascinating to me for me to walk into this space with these ideas and it's like, holy shit, like how have I found myself in this situation? But like reflecting upon it, like architecture is not about any of this math, any of these geoids, any of these like architecture is just simply it's more about psychology and how human beings want to inhabit the world, which implies that it's like more of a sociological interpretation and expressing itself within a built form. It's got very actually little to do with we went into materiality, we understand a little bit about it, but it's really about the psychology of spaces and all the rest of it, like or industry and how an industry, like, if you've got a factory, what's ideal for a factory? Although, you guys already know a factory is pretty much just, it's a big shed and it's laid out with all the opportunity. You can take any shed and turn it into any kind of factory almost.
Yeah, in a way, like those elements are like if you had a front end developer who didn't believe in databases, they could still do their work and use the APIs, but just not believe that databases exist. Like I just know that the data is somewhere, but it magically gets to me, but I don't believe in databases. It's irrelevant to them.
Exactly.
That's a completely fair answer. I would never hold that against you.
For example, dude, like if you go to design a school, right? I don't need to know about the geoid, the earth, the shape, or anything. I'm provided with the information about the land plot, the size, and I've got to go find that information out ideally. But at that point, once that's all set, I've got the building's envelope where it's allowed to be situated. And then beyond that, every other decision that happens inside of that envelope is a sociological one. So if I want to design a school, I need to understand the nature of teaching and the nature of how schools work. So you've got multiple classes, multiple teachers. You need to have locker rooms and all the rest of that. That's all that. That's the function of the building and the habitation of the building. I don't really need to worry about that.
If we go to the flood bit that the other guy brought up, like you could be told like this is on a floodplain, so account for maybe flood defenses or such, but you don't need to know nor trust the data that's based on. You can just trust the answer of it will flood.
Yeah, well, I built a tiny house in my parents' backyard, right? And I was trying to build it in a certain location. It's me like, right, if you want to build it in that location on the ground, you're required to go get a hydraulic engineer report in order to substantiate the height, like your building height. And I was just like, screw it. What's the height that I can? I built the building 1.5 meters. I put it on stilts. This is very common in Australia, like stilts, buildings on stilts. So you've got good airflow underneath. So I just built it on stilts and avoided the hydraulic report. I don't need any of that stuff. They just need to tell me what the limits are, and I build above it. I can avoid the.
So when I was saying like you need the elevations or it's in state plane coordinate systems, I wasn't saying that you need the elevations in order to like complete the design so much as the elevations that you do get. Like, because I know, like, I don't know how it is in Australia, but like permits and things like topographies, they won't be accepted by towns and states anymore unless it's in actual state plane coordinate system. And those state plane coordinate systems are based off of a geoid, ellipsoid, and then you get the orthometric measurements to give you the final elevation.
Okay, but by the same token, and this is a segue from what you've specifically said, but I will say that, like, I tried to design my tiny house with as much window and air. Like, I wanted to put a lot of windows in it so I get really good airflow to keep it cool. They came back to me and said, if you do that, you need to increase the depth of the wall to increase the insulation, because you got too many windows and you need more insulation because it causes more of an impact on aircon use. And so all of those rules that I needed to obligate myself towards was required by their understanding to use aircons. I'm bound by rules and regulations that actually don't make any sense. So, you know, I don't need, like, the geoid doesn't need to make sense for my building to work, essentially, at that point.
So you know how it works in real life? In real life, the architect designs a sheet complex, then he goes to a mechanical engineer, and the mechanical engineer fixes all the physics, all the designs, and does the actual drawings for the build-up. And therefore, the architect can be a brain-dead moron and design shit that cannot be built in reality. I don't know. This is my no. I'm just saying this is my experience for small buildings, and in larger buildings you just have some type of another character that it is not an architect. It is some I don't know how it's called in English, but it's another job, because architect only in charge of the design, not the actual calculations if it can work.
But within that design, my daughter's an architect as well, and I know, like you were mentioning, architect. I mean, there's so many things that goes into the design. I mean, the lighting, the access, like here you have, if it's a public building, you have to build in like how disabled people are going to access it, and so on and so forth, rules and regulation. There's a hell of a lot going into the design. So you just can't just make a drawing and say, "Hey, here you go." There's a lot you need to check out. Isn't that so, Risky?
Yes, you wait. Like, thank you for actually saying that, and I'm glad thank you for saying that. Yeah, essentially, like, the engineer is not going to really worry about whether or not there's like disabled access to the building too much. That's the responsibility of the architect, because the architect is formally responsible for the experience of the building, not necessarily that the building stands up. You like, when you're designing this stuff, like initially, like, you're working within reasonable sort of concepts of what an engineer can get away with, but you're trying to push the limits of it. And informally response to the other gentleman who was basically ridiculing like the discipline of architects, I just want to ask you a quick question. What do you think that the built environment and the habitats that people build for themselves, what do you think it would look like if it was only designed by engineers? Or look at all of the spectacular buildings that we have around the world.
It would look
like, what would an engineer produce?
It would look like shit. I know. It would look like shit. I'm just clarifying for the surveyor that the stuff that matter, the dimensions that he gives and how it meets reality, is more in the field of the engineer, the structural engineer, let's say, than the designer. Okay? The designer works together with the engineer to reach together the result that will also feel good, like you said, the psychological, let's say, the designer can tell me where to put the light in the right way according to their standards, and I can tell him if the lamp can hold it and the air conditioner will do the evacuation good enough.
Yeah. So
that's
like
what I'm
buildings
saying.
fail. Buildings don't only just fail because they have an engineering design failure. They also fail quite often on a sociological scale. So there's plenty of brutalist building. Like you can go look up. There's one in I mentioned this the other day. There's one in South Africa which became like the center for one of their there's a movie. Like the building is a big circle, like a cylinder, and then they just project that up and up and up, and the whole thing just basically became a drug and a problematic situation. So that's one type of building, right? Like the building can fail in its use specifically because of its habitational sort of characteristics, not only because it's failing due to engineering and like sort of like material reasons. Like it fails because it's no longer functional, that no one wants to live there, or it's a very poor place to live in.
I agree. I'm just saying the programs are advanced enough that you don't need to actually know the geoid after you put the pretty much the dimensions of the surface and so on from the solver. You can actually be a flat earther and don't care about those details.
So what I was trying to explain was that like when they get their information, it'll say these elevations are based off of NAD 83. Like it says what the elevations are based off of in the designs that they get. I don't care about like all that other stuff, like about them needing to know like if this elevation is based, like the fact is it says that it's based off of this. That was the point I was bringing up.
Oh yeah, cool.
Right.
I mean, I can agree with it. It's useful. Go ahead, sir.
Right. So what he can do, he can read it, but because he has an opinion, he can pull it back inside of his mind and ignore the lines that says what it means and just enter it to his program and continue as if it was some imaginary thing for him.
Well, the fact of the matter is, like, if I go to design a building, right, and those lines that you're talking about that I'm provided with, if they're wrong, the responsibility is laid upon the surveyor at that point. They're not my responsibility. If they're wrong, it's no consequence to me.
Or the engineer in the field, which is basically the work manager.
Yeah, sure.
Lots of times you do have issues with what the architect did, then the engineer sits with the not the surveyor, the builder guy, and they solve it to reality.
Yeah, you'd be surprised
would work.
actually, like how little, like this is my interpretation, and I only worked in the industry for 3 or 4 years. I really don't feel like I need that much more experience to make this claim, but essentially building design has, I mean, the architect, that by the time that the real estate agent, the developer, the builder have all had their say about how they want the building built, you've got very little wiggle room to actually operate within as far as your design. That's where the expression of design sort of comes from, is within this little tiny bit of wiggle room. Once you're done with all the regulations and all the, like, what do they call them? Interest holders in the building. I mean, I could go on and tell you, like, basically, I think architects are gone. We've already got AI that is designing buildings. Yeah. Interested parties.
You don't need to be. You don't need to be a genius to be an architect nowadays.
Well, just to let you know, man, like architecture is like, okay, this is the funny thing in that statement. The degree to complete architecture is up there with that of the astrophysicists. I remember going looking this up. Just go look up the hardest degrees in university. Architects is one of the two that are considered to be one of the harder. Not to say that I'm exceptional, like it was a hard fucking degree, man. Like I got a lot of gray hairs because of that particular degree. So you know, I spent 20 my record was 72 hours staying awake in front of the computer trying to get an assignment complete. And there were other. It's not like I was unique in that circumstance. It's to do with the nature of the way that they. I don't want to bore you guys too much with it. Maybe you guys are interested because you've all been through degrees. But like quite often you're trying to work with the ideas to come up with the best idea and then implement it into a material thing. Well, not a material thing, like an actual design. And like quite often it catches you out like right at the end. Like, no, I can get it. Like I need to think about the reasons and the purpose for the design and make it all work together before you actually come out with the final product. So many of us, like the architects are all the ones, like if you go to university and you've got an architect, like a building over on the side that's designed for creative industries and architecture, you'll see the architects all hanging out. Like there's been documentaries based on the fact that the architectural degree is just, it's grueling in its application. It's just, it's crazy.
So Risky, I got a question. If you did an actual degree with lots of math and physics inside it, because I don't believe there is another type of degree, at least at the beginning, how does it reconcile your world to be flat?
Well, I'll tell you the unique aspect of architecture play in response to that. You get a brief. Every design just gets a brief. Every single assignment that's received and submitted is almost completely different, except for the couple of guys that I saw plagiarizing from other people, right? And they're plagiarizing from previous years. Every single one of them is unique and individual, right? Because that's it. That's their individual expression as to how they've interpreted the brief. Engineering, all of your other schools of thought, like they don't have this open sort of possibility. They don't get briefs like that. I mean, maybe they have got a couple assignments that sort of do that, but like architecture, like, yeah, what would you say? Like, they just measure you based on what they think is like your response to the brief, bro.
No, I'm like asking basic stuff. Calculus 1, Calculus 2, Physics 1 and 2. You had those courses? You're saying
we don't do any calculus in architecture. As I said, architecture is formally and mostly about sociology. It's not about math. Okay. There's no math in architecture.
So your
it's more about
degree.
sociology.
So what you said about your degree being second, the most hardest? No way.
Just go look it up on Google. Look it up on Google, bro. So it's like it'll be the first three results.
I don't know where you.
Architecture will be mentioned within it.
Also,
I don't need to prove anything to you, man.
Know.
It's pretty simple for you to do.
I don't know what type of engineering. Because architect, okay, when I talk to architect, at least they did what I said. They did the basics of math and physics and statistics and even structural failure and stuff like that. I don't know what type of degree you're talking about. To be honest, you must understand the strength of materials. You must do calculations.
Yes, I do. No, you just like
it blows my mind. What
there are
you mentioned calculus. You mentioned calculus. Ask those architects whether or not they had to teach calculus within the degree. You'll get your answer there. So,
what were your general education math requirements? Like, I don't know where you.
It's just engineering. So there's cantilevers, which is sort of like you don't really go beyond 1/3 for a cantilever, and other than that, like you can kind of guess either the column that's required to support the load and the thickness of the slab for each floor that you're like going for, like the distance between the column and the thickness of the slab have a proportional relationship. And you can kind of guess it within reasonability, and then you just leave enough leeway, right? Like you leave 50 to 100 mil that the engineer can go, I need to increase this slab a little bit more. So you can kind of just gauge it, man.
Well, the question was about your degree program, and you sound like an Aussie, so I'm assuming you went to school in Australia. You did your undergraduate. So
I went to QUT. Yeah.
Okay, so in the States we have general education programs. So it doesn't matter what your major is, you have to have some science credits, you have to have some math credits. So I'm just curious what maths in your degree program. What were your general education requirements in terms of math, science, that sort of thing?
I was a bit unique. I don't specifically remember any sort of credits specifically required for math versus English versus any of these other ones. I failed high school. I wasn't very good. But then, I went out into the workforce. I didn't have a very good time of it. And then I decided, like, as simple and stupid as it may sound, I literally said that, like, it seems to me that smart people, I needed to be smart. And so I just went back. I actually went back and did my year 11 and 12 in 1 year at a TAFE degree. And then I was mature. Like, I'd just say, like, maybe I hit the right maturity point in order to sort of encapsulate all that. And then I was responding to it better. And then, like, as a consequence of going back after, I think it was like 3 or 4 years after high school, that's when I went to TAFE and I got the credits necessary to get into architecture. It was like, what is it? I had to have gotten either an OP1 or an OP2 to get into the course. So
yeah. My daughter had to do math, physics, and chemistry at high school to even have a chance to get into architecture.
I've got a question.
I mean, did she talk about using math and that sort of stuff in the degree? It's kind of interesting that that's the requirement, but you actually don't really use it too much.
She did. She used it quite a bit, but I suppose the education varies a bit from country to country. I suppose.
I've got a question. So when it comes to like the difference between like an engineer and an architect, right? Because we all know that there are certain buildings that are built that take into account the curvature of the Earth, right? So is that an architectural choice, or is that an engineering choice?
There are no buildings that do that.
But well, there are. There are.
You might say that there's bridges, but there is no building. I don't think so.
No, there are.
I think the only buildings that do are like the ones that do like crazy physics texts, like CERN and stuff like that. Those are the only places that do it, or Legos, or something like that. Maybe those do. But
so there are. So like when you see buildings like that are built specifically with those things taken into account, what's your take on those?
What, the CERN? I've never done an analysis of the CERN building, so I couldn't say so.
But like, there's some there's the buildings that are used to house like there's boats where they test the boats, the tow tank
facilities.
Right.
It's not so much the building, but it is the rig. The rails are bent.
Correct. So that'd be an engineering choice. Correct. You agree?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to let you know, guys, that generally speaking, people really do not understand what architecture formally is. It has very little to do with any, like, the engineers and the structural engineers. That's everything that you seem to guys be raising. This is a structural engineer problem. The architect is more concerned with habitation, psychology, the function of the building as a social format, rather than any form of engineering. Yeah,
but it had to be drawn.
Right? But Elf is life. Elf is life.
Right.
But I'm talking as a mechanical engineer that worked with architects. It may be not sounding right, and it may be funny, but actually mechanical engineers call architect morons because we need to fix their jobs many times.
Yeah, no worries.
And you can see that.
Yeah, sure, no worries.
Yeah,
Because
this is classical.
If we fixed all your problems, you'd have no reason for being. So just be happy with that, man.
Exactly. Like I would do the analysis and the simulation in SolidWorks, because in AutoCAD he can only draw nice things and he will not do the math as you hear it. He will just take care of the part.
I do like within reasonable
Not
proportions.
not
you have
always.
baselines that you okay. Maybe there's some bad operators out there. Maybe they're trying to push what the engineers can do, and they just put the proposal forward, and the engineer pulls them back from what their proposition is. That's actually kind of ideal, isn't it? That the architect pushes the capability of a building engineer's performance, and then the engineer brings them back into reality as far as the material structure. It's interesting, right, to me that you guys say that there's an antagonism. You guys choose to have an antagonism between those two things. I actually think that they're complementary.
So what is your take on that when you see buildings that had to take that into account?
I don't think I've ever seen a building that necessarily needs to take that into account. I've never done an analysis on one. I'm going to let you know that any architectural analysis, formal architectural analysis, may look into these structural aspects a little bit, but it's really if you do an architectural analysis, it's more about how is the building performing as a social space and a utility space in order to facilitate the function that the building's purpose is set for, right? So if you've got a school, you need to make sure that you've got spaces for schools to operate. Go ahead.
I get that. I get that.
At least,
for a function. Hold on. But what is there are buildings that have taken this into account, specifically the buildings with the tow tanks and LIGO and CERN, right? So
we're getting guys. F5, you're going circular. He's given you the answer, but you are reiterating the same question. So rephrase the question. He has said that it may not be involved. You need to rephrase the question, and actually take what he has said.
Can I add something?
Wait. Do you think they are lying when they say they take it into account?
I don't think they're lying. I think they're misled.
Okay.
Also, can I add something? Where I live, there is architects that are allowed to build up to 1 story or 2 stories. And there are architects that are allowed to build buildings. There are different levels of what you're exposed and in your job.
Okay.
You can be an architect and just to design parking lots all your life, right?
Yep.
I will
concede right now. So I just upfront, guys. I can't formally call myself an architect. I've just completed the 6-year degree that's required. I then need to sit in front of a board and go in front of the board of architects to officially actually say I'm an architect, right?
I mean that's fair. I'm not a licensed land surveyor yet, but I am a surveyor. I mean that's fair. I'm going to take my test at the end of the year. I have no problem with you. I appreciate you actually admitting that. I was going to ask you though, if you're saying that these people are just misled, wouldn't that lead to structural engineering failures?
No, because it's within the tolerances, and you all know that the curvature of the Earth is such that it's so slight actually that it kind of really once you've got all your expansion gaps, I really suspect that it doesn't really matter. Although with buildings like CERN, I would say that that's not an architectural building. That is an engineer's building. There is no architecture going on at CERN. Maybe there's some utility aspects to it. They need a janitor's closet in a certain location. That's about as architectural as a building from CERN.
What about large, the Verrazano Bridge, where the actual suspension bridges are following Earth's curvature, so they're not actually parallel with each other? If they built them actually parallel with each other, wouldn't that lead to structural failure?
No, because your expansion joints and tolerances would deal with that. That's the whole point of expansion joints and tolerances.
I'll tell you what would not have worked is LIGO. LIGO would absolutely not have worked. You could not shoot the laser beam down that 2.5 mile
LIGO's got nothing to do with architecture. Your buildings,
Yeah,
your bridges have nothing to do with architecture. Your
Okay,
LIGO
thank
buildings
you.
have nothing
All
to do
right,
with
thank you for interrupting me. Thank you.
So Risky, I just want to ask, how do you treat the word level in your work? Because you at least have to understand the difference between level and straight to make your designs.
every floor that I've ever designed, right? Unless I wanted to get a bit funky and make a playground or something, I set a flat slab within the CAD program.
Right,
There's never ever been,
why do we
never ever
level?
been a
Why
slab
do we
so big
level
that I needed
stuff?
to build. Why do you level stuff? Because that's the ideal surface to walk upon. It makes an ideal habitat because people don't need to sort of judge their step and all the rest of it. So you create a flat level surface for that reason.
Did you ever go to a building site and you talked with the workers about something
times.
that you did?
Yeah. Look, I only spent about 3 or 4 years.
And they didn't told you like
Hang
your
on,
tolerance
he's already.
are,
They didn't tell
Wait,
me no. They didn't say. At no point did they ever require that I say that oh, you didn't cater for the Earth's curve in this section of the building. That was never mentioned to me. No.
not
I'm
the
a little
curve,
confused.
not the curve.
Wait. I'm a little confused. If you're not licensed yet, how are you able to do these designs for builders?
Because I was working on them as part of like working within a firm. So I would go out onto site. I'd put the hard hat on and all the rest of it. And you get a little fluoro jacket, and I'm the guy holding the pen and paper, and my boss is like iterating sort of information back and forth about the nature of what we need to do.
None of these are actually any of your designs.
Oh yeah, hell no, man. No. I've done a tiny house in my parents' backyard. I've done like large sort of developments in the form of like what do they call them? Townhouses, essentially. Like large townhouse plots. As far as like getting the capacity to build anything above 3 stories, I'd have to work for 3 decades within the field to even get access to being able to like. That seems to be what the sort of when I look around at my other sort of colleagues and whatnot, they spend about 3 decades before they get to.
I think Blue made quite a good. Hang on, I think Blue made a good argument here by referring to LIGO, and the same goes for the ASLAT accelerator. If the Earth curvature was not taken into account, these things will not work. So
was there an architect involved in that?
That was not the point. You said no. They have been fooled in one way and think that the Earth is curved. But then why do these things work? Because they are built. No, they are built with taking the Earth curvature into account.
Okay, I'm happy for the dynamics of the conversation. I mean, I'm done with the subject or like whatever. But unless you guys want to pillory me some more, but as far as what you're talking about is an engineering intervention, not an architectural one.
Can you agree at some level though there would be an element that would be discoverable to show that there has been foolery or not? Like you can't build something flat and not be able to be infinitely able to hide it. You could discover if it is flat or not with effort, or you could discover that it is bent to the claimed curve.
No, because you'd be at the mercy of the surveying technology at that point. So whatever that is, but I'm just going to also let you guys know that there is an architect over in 24/7 quite often too. I haven't seen him around in a while, but he's another architect, young architect over there too. I think he's actually more like he's more formal than I am. I'm a bit of a recluse and sort of rabble rouser as far as architecture is concerned. He's far more formal, and he's flat earther.
I talked to him one time. He straight up lies to them. He says that the state plane coordinate system isn't based off of a geoid and ellipsoid, so he just lies to them. So
okay, I found him rather amicable, but I didn't have a reason to disagree with him, so I understand how that works.
He's a flat earther. Of course, you won't disagree with him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you think he's a liar because he's a flat earther, but maybe
No,
actually
he's a liar.
he believes
He's
in what
a
he's saying.
liar. No, he's a liar because he said the state plane coordinate systems in the United States are not based off of a geoid. That's why he's
That
a
makes
liar.
him misinformed. That means misinformed, not a liar.
No.
No, you
he's a
don't.
liar.
That makes him a liar.
Makes him
Because he doesn't know his own
He doesn't know
job.
whether he's a liar or
That's
not.
that's
No,
deliberately not.
I'll defend Risky here. In their paradigm, he is misinformed. You guys need to take yourself a step back from the argument and think of the justification. The justification is that the wall has been pulled over the ice. So it's not a lie, it is misinformed, it is a trick. It's not dishonesty if it is their truth.
So I'm
No,
looking at
there's no way.
Wait.
A professional
Thanks,
engineer
I get where you're coming from. Much appreciated, bro.
No,
There's no way a professional engineer doesn't know these things.
Okay. If 3 people want to go, everyone click the join button in the voice queue channel, and whoever clicks it first can go first, and then you will queue.
Brilliant technology.
Anyway, the point is, if you take a pilot and you give someone that is not a pilot and they're trying to talk the same language, the pilot will find out quickly that the other guy is not a pilot. Same for engineering, same for surveying, same for everything.
Okay. I mean, his commentary, right, is actually not of that of the architectural field. So I'm just saying that there's another fellow over there with the architectural sort of terminology. I've already outlined the fact that architecture has got very little or anything to do with mathematics or engineering. If he's making claims on surveying and engineering, it's outside of his necessary scope of work.
But Risky.
So whatever.
Risky. Even the lowest architect, when building a house, he takes gravity into account. He understands exactly why do we level stuff and we cannot build them flat.
Which type of gravity?
To be honest,
do you think he takes
I
into
find
account? Which type of gravity do you think he takes into account when he's designing that? Just curious. Is it the one where mass attracts mass, or is it where the mass?
You've been doing so good. You've been doing so good. Don't do this.
I'm just letting you know, but you're saying that he takes into consideration
I'm sorry.
gravity.
I'm sorry.
What type of gravity are you talking about?
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you because yes, we don't take the curve into account when we build a small building, but each calculation, each placement of a cable takes gravity into account. Even bending of the iron beam that you place in the ceiling takes gravity into account. Something is very fishy on your description of the job.
It takes into consideration the observation of the force.
Am I the only one that queued?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, I thought I was muted, but I was making noises. My apologies.
Go ahead, Q guy. You got the cue.
So I'm looking at this. Hold on, man, real quick. I'm looking at this Naval and Marine Performance Testing facility, right? And if I scroll down, it specifically says, hold on one second, let me see if I can find it.
I mean,
okay.
Dude, either you got it right now or we're having a conversation, bro.
Yeah.
Which one is it?
So the testing facility, remember I told you about the tow tank facility? I'll post a link in the chat when I'm done real quick. It says there's a huge tow tank about 500 meters long that the tank has been built following the curvature of the earth as a water surface would do and not straight to avoid vertical position offset of models under test. Right, so
has it got expansion joints?
No, it's water. It's a tank. It's like a pool. So they built it, right? And then there's
has
rails.
It got expansion joints or not?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have expansion joints, but the rail it runs across, Risky, is built curved. The actual rail, not to a tolerance. It is built to a curve.
Yes.
Right, and it has to be the exact distance from the water all along the top, the surface of the water.
Where have you posted this somewhere, or are you just talking to just so if you got images for me to look at while you talk, I'd appreciate it. But
give me a second. Yeah, I'll post it.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, cool.
And you can design the rail and the manufacturing of the rail without taking gravity into account. Even the pressing machine, you need to know the exact force to bend the degree to fit the tolerance. So I don't know what.
I don't know what you're talking about then.
I have a question.
The Earth curve is so
after,
slight.
hang on.
That
After he
like
posts
middle
this,
bends over that distance, but okay.
posts this information, if what he is saying actually checks out,
What am I actually saying in this?
Like
so it's posted
that the rail is built to match the curvature of the Earth, and now he's going to post whatever he's talking about. If it does actually check out that is the case, are you going to come up with some excuse, or are you going to change your mind?
I would ask questions about the nature of the tolerance. Like you're saying, it's a metal rail, right? Is it made a rail out of metal? Is that what you're saying?
So I'm thinking, if you look at it, right, there's probably like a rail next to the water. And they had to build it. They had to build that so that it's the same exact distance from the water all along the surface, all the way down.
I think the tolerance is 0.01 millimeter per meter. So it's quite
where am I supposed to
accurate.
be looking? Where am I supposed to be looking as far as like where you've posted this?
So
Text
it's in Omni text chat. Yes, Omnipresence text chat. 13 minutes past the hours,
Okay.
right there.
913. Like Dewey SOP performance testing simulate like marine performance.
I also posted
so you got a long
screenshot
rail.
of what I was reading.
Oh,
I wouldn't
gotcha.
expect.
I think I've seen stuff about this before. I mean, just a quick question, like. If I was to go up to that piece of metal, which has been sort of shaped in such a way that you say that it follows the conforming of the Earth, right? I'm just thinking, right? Can we do like stress tests and tolerances on like when you bend metal? I've seen this in SolidWorks and simulations and stuff, but I don't know if we can actually do it with metal. Like, can we see metals under stress?
Yes, that's true. But the thing is, then it wouldn't.
We
be
have
the
a
same
tension
distance.
machine.
Hold on. Then it wouldn't be the same distance above the water if it warped under stress.
Yeah, assuming the water is curved, as you say, right? Like assuming the water is curved. Cool. That's an assumption, bro. Then you've already lost the argument. Cool.
Not an assumption.
Wait, hang on.
It's not
the facility wouldn't work.
If the railings were built to match Earth's
necessarily
curvature,
wouldn't work
and
on
water
Earth,
actually did, if the railings were built to match Earth's curvature, and Earth wasn't actually curving, and water wasn't actually curving, then the rail would eventually end up in the water. It doesn't do that.
So if it was built to suit Earth's curvature, is that the declaration, right? Like this is in the brief of actually what's needed to be constructed. It needs to follow the Earth's curvature, right? And then you just build straight poles and you put them in place. How do you prove that or disprove that?
As in,
no, hang on.
Clarification. As in, how do we prove that here, or how do we prove that in industry?
All you've got at the moment is like a declaration that this is the manufacturing process specifically. This is what was necessitated, and then finally that this is what we observe. The issue is actually, can you prove that that's the manufacturing?
It's not just observe; it's measured, and this is not the only large towing tank which have curved rails. And if the rails weren't curved, the ship model, as you pull it along, would go deeper into the water, and the friction would increase. And that would be picked up by the measurements that is done while testing.
Assuming that the water is curving. Thank you.
Again, no, we don't have
the rails are curved. The rails are curved. So if the water wasn't curved, then you would measure these changes.
How do
Because
you know
if the
the rail
water
is
would,
curved?
One
Does
at one
the
at
fact
one
that the
end
water and the,
at one
ahead.
end the rail would be farther away from from the water, or they would be the exact same. If the water if the water was curved and they built the rail straight, it would be a different distance from the water.
Is the rail made out of metal? I'll go
Yes,
back a little bit.
I'm
Okay, cool.
gonna say yes.
Hang on, Risky. Before you answer
Right.
this other question, I just need you to concede just one thing. If the rail is curved and the water's flat, would there be a difference between the rail distance and the water
Yes.
difference?
There would be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So
The
what
question
are we
is,
reading here? What are we reading here when it says they built it to match the curvature of the Earth? Like you're saying that they're being misled.
how do you prove
Why
that?
would
How
they,
do you
if
prove
it
that claim?
wasn't doing that, why would they put this in here? Like, why exactly would
Because
they write this?
Look at it from
Because,
his point of
because
view.
they're
Go ahead.
basically wanting to reinforce the idea of the curve. Like it's
So Risky,
literally
what
the
you're
idea of
saying,
the
so
curve has been sort of promulgated and foisted into our psychology. This is why I think architecture is more important than any of this engineering bullshit, bro.
I just want to be clear, Risky. What you're saying is that the people that made the rails actually made the rails flat and lied, saying that they matched it to the curve of the Earth. Which is why when you put it against the water, the distances don't change because water's flat and the rails were actually made flat, but
So
they lied
question.
and said they weren't.
So are you saying that the people that actually forged
No,
the
that's
rail,
what you're saying. That's what
no,
you're
the
saying.
people that actually forged the rail are the ones that make these claims. The people that actually bent and like actually put the steel into place, those are the people specifically? Or are you saying an organization, a corporation,
hang on.
required manufacturing? Like, I'm just kind of curious. What's the separation
no, I
here?
can give you one example. Yeah, I can give you one example how this is done. You have this. You have these clamps. I'm just trying to.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man. Whatever.
Yeah. One way they do this, they install clamps with about a meter distance, where the rail is attached to, and then they use very accurate surveying methods over short distances, and they can move these clamps up and down as to end up with the curve. That's one way they do it.
So quick question.
And steel, yeah, no, but hang on. Steel, you
Am I allowed
can.
to respond? Okay, radio, I can't respond even.
Go
so
on,
you
go on,
interrupt
go ahead.
me and then you say I can't respond. This is crazy, bro. My question
No,
for
I'm
you
sorry.
is...
I'm sorry. I said go ahead.
When it's installed, are there any sort of... Like, is there any necessitation for adjustments when in... Like, after... Like, so you got fabrication happening off-site, right? Yeah, and we all know that when you build off-site, you need to allow for tolerances. So were those beams or those rails actually fabricated on site in situ, or were they fabricated off site and then brought into site?
I think they were produced off site, but the adjustment is done after they are installed in these clamps. That's when that's when you adjust the clamps to make that steel rail end up in a curve.
Just to let you know, man, you could never produce a steel rail at a length and without supports, and all of those supports need adjustment along the length of that, right? You could never do that. Like, there's just all of this stuff, once it's installed in situ, requires adjustment. Every other building methodology.
That's what I told you. They have clamps at the distance about 1 meter between them. And the clamps are fastened to the rail, and they have bolts that so that you can move the rail a tiny bit up or a tiny bit down. And I think this one, I think the tolerance per meter was 0.01 millimeter, a tenth of a millimeter.
So they did adjust for tolerances at installation. After, like, post-production, they adjust for it's got to have supports going all along the length of that rail, right? All of those supports would have tolerances and adjustments required. This idea that it was fabricated off-site and you got this perfect rail. Like, what I would like to see, like, formally, is if you could perform some form of test measurement on that rail and see whether there is a tension across the top versus the bottom. If the bottom is compressed and the top is in sort of a tension, and you can test that within the material in some way, then that would bolster your argument. Okay. If you could do that, or if you showed that there was
hang on a minute, Risky. Are you saying we can't bend steel over a
I'm
long
not saying that
distance?
you can't bend steel. I'm actually saying that when you get on site and go to install those components, you're actually requiring to like adjust for the tolerances. Therefore, you're bending the steel. Yes, yeah, for sure, you are bending the steel.
So
yeah, and then that ends up in a curve.
Your built environment, like the built environment, and you're making these claims. This is weird, man.
You both have
Risky,
missed a
hang on.
important.
Can
You
I-
both. Yes, you'll go. But you both have missed an important point that yes, on installation they calibrate it. They do calibrate it after as well. So Risky is right that there is continuous recalibration. Okay, flat earthers are silly. Now speak.
Yeah, so Risky, are you saying that like there needs to be support because like the weight of it would just cause it to bend? So there needs to be support?
Yes, exactly.
How is that
I
not
agree.
different than the Earth? How is that not different than the Earth? The Earth is so
Because
massive that
that's cantilever. That's cantilever, bro. That's a different thing.
I don't understand. What's the difference between like a
Yeah, look up
massive
cantilever.
object? But you're
If you
saying
want to
like
support a rail across a distance and say that it's the exact same height across a body of water, you've got to have multiple supports along the length of it.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Cool. So then you would adjust for the tolerances in that. Like all of those posts are just as important as the amount of emphasis that you're putting in the manufacturing of this curved rail, right? And you pay very little attention to the posts that hold it up is rather curious and telling to me.
I just told you they have these support. Hang on. In one example, they have these supports for every single meter or across the whole length. So it's adjusted every meter by being fastening to adjustable clamps or gripping the rail.
That's my point. Thank you. They are all adjustable. And then you're making a claim that the rail is actually exactly above the water, but then you've got adjustable clamps and adjustable posts. It doesn't make sense.
Sorry, it just seems a little silly to me that you're saying that the mass of the object causes it to warp itself. But when you think about like the mass of an object like Earth, you don't where you're accounting for gravity. You don't think about like the same thing. Like
it needs support. As soon as you you put your
But why? Why does it need support?
Risky.
Because
it was measured to the surface.
Your idea of gravity, like if you guys just look up cantilever, guys, why are you not telling this guy just to look up what cantilevers are?
Why don't you just explain it?
This is not a cantilever, Risky.
No.
Exactly, it's not a cantilever, so that's the thing that would cause it to bend.
Risky.
You've got
It was
both.
measured.
It's not
measured.
so you're producing a rail that is exactly that of the curvature of the Earth, but then you're putting a post every meter and saying that you're adjusting and you've got adjustable mounts for each one of. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, you said
Come
that.
on, guys.
Listen. You said that several times.
To approach this a different way, during operation of this, which this is not operated by probably any flat earthers, they do calibrate it to either be flat or to be curved. And we are stating that they calibrate it to be curved, and the distance from that rail to the thing that runs across it, the distance between the thing on the rail and the water is the same distance throughout the entire journey after calibration. That can only mean that if the rail is calibrated curved, the water is curved, or if the rail is actually secretly calibrated flat, then the water is flat.
Is every single one of the posts exactly the same height when it supports the rail?
It's irrelevant. After calibration, the distance is the same, and no flat earther is going into the industry to expose that the rail is actually flat.
I just exposed it right here, right now, that you guys have got no claim on this, fabrication and manufacture of that rail actually doing what you're saying it's doing.
We don't, but industry does.
Supported every meter. Yeah, the industry does. That's consensus. That's authoritarian. Cool, go for it, right? I think I'm at the end of my. I don't really need to make any more arguments. I feel. If you guys can't see it, Maybe someone else wants to jump in.
I can see your point, but it's a very dishonest. It's a dishonest point from basically you haven't verified it to me enough.
Yeah, but you're just believing the claims, so we're both in the same boat.
So why? Yeah, okay. So just the claim that when they build these large towing tanks that they need to have the rails exact same height above the water for the whole length, and doing very accurate small increments survey. They see that there's a control measure, and the rails actually curve just as expected on the Earth, on the spherical Earth. But you are saying, nah, it's just authority or something like that.
Based on the presupposition that the rail is curved, yeah. If you believe that the rail is curved, yeah, which is what your basis is, but you acknowledge that there's adjustable posts that go right along it. But you think that the rail is curved, and all of the measurements show that essentially that you're getting the same distance from the water, then you've got to assume then that the water must be curving.
It's compared to horizontal.
Exactly. As the rails are at the exact same elevation above the surface of still water for 500 meters. And when they do these very extreme accurate surveying, they measure the rails to curve. What does that tell us about the surface of the water?
The idea that a rail, like anyone would be able to produce a rail like that, right?
You're too concentrated on that.
Your incredulity does not help your argument.
Bro, your interruption does not help him finish his sentence.
Your incredulity that the Earth is flat is basically the same thing. So
let's not get
another interruption. What the hell? Let him finish his sentence.
Yeah, that's not the right way to.
Let him finish his sentence. God damn it.
That's not the right way to oppose Rixie.
Not you.
Dude, one sec, dude. I have finished my sentence. My apologies.
Yeah, that's not the right way to approach what Rixie said. I'm trying to protect you, like White Knight for you, not Rixie. Like, I've forgotten what the fuck was said to Rixie just now. Like, his point is that either both are curved or both are flat. Both of those meet the definition for the water being the same difference from the thing that goes across, right? They both meet that. His point is that because there is adjustable elements to it, it could be adjusted to flat after manufacturing. His point is that that is where the deceit could be brought in, which is not a fairly invalid point. The people manufacturing the rail could make it slightly curved, and then it's adjusted flat. No one says it is, and the surveyors do the technique. Like, that's his point.
Which is why
he's making the valid point that is valid for him.
Which is why I'm trying to point to the fact. Let's go look at the rail and see whether there is any tension on the bottom of the top of it. Like, I don't actually know if there's a way to do that. Can you put like a infrared scanner on it, or heat it up in some way to sort of tell you how much tension is occurring within the molecules?
Yeah, you put strain gauges on it, but explain to me how you could ever have any beam supported at 2 points that doesn't have a tension flange and a compression flange. How could that ever happen?
It's not it. Well, I mean, if you've got a tension flange and an extent, like whatever the other flange, I'm aware there's flanges.
They're called tension flanges and compression flanges. The bottom flange will be in tension. The upper
you got
flange will be in compression.
Right? You got adjustability.
That is a fact. That is a function of gravity, Risky.
Yeah, but so then therefore the rail doesn't matter. The manufacturer of the rail doesn't matter as soon as you invoke the notion that you are, like, when it's delivered on site and then placed and installed, that you've got adjustments. As soon as you've got adjustments, none of this shit matters, unless you can actually test the tension of the material.
I will agree with you. A rail like that, 30 meters long, is a noodle. You pick it up, you'll bend the shit out of it.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why you got supports.
Adjustable supports.
Well, you need to achieve that very slight curve.
Yep.
Of course you do.
Yeah,
I mean,
you guys are either not picking up what I'm putting down,
we
or
don't want
I'm happy to move on there, guys.
The beam matters. You pre-tension it in order to act a certain way after, and you do heat treatments to achieve your necessarily goal. You don't just take a normal beam and you say, I will tension it in the field. No, it doesn't work like that.
I know
That's
that,
not a,
sir. You can
wait.
you
That's
can
not a tension
pre-tensile
number.
steel.
Come on now.
Exactly, dude. Like it's pre-tensile steel is stronger and it holds its form better. It's more rigid, and it's useful for that purpose. And you put it
Depends
into
on the profile.
sort of building sort of expectations and results that require pre-tension steel, right? But that's got nothing to do with your rail. So I don't know what that's like a non sequitur too.
I love how you've become a steel expert.
So
I'm aware of pre-tensile steel because like they said in order to achieve what you need within this architectural result, they say, well, we need to use a pre-tensile beam. So I don't professionally need to it's just a stronger form of steel because it's like they stretch it in order to give it to rigidity.
Okay, did you actually do any calculation to achieve a certain shape of a beam ever once?
Yeah, I definitely did it within university when we did our specific sort of like focus on structural engineering. Like that's a sub course within the architectural degree. I have done it. It's just not a big part of the course. It's like
But
one
you
or two
didn't do any
subjects.
math.
Right. So in reality, you have people in charge of that and taking it to account all the time. So how do you resolve that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
In your mind.
What's your question? I don't understand the question. Do you want to reformulate the question? You're welcome to, but
no,
I don't really get it.
I think the other guy brought up a good point. How'd you do that without doing the math?
We definitely did math for structural. We just don't deal with that math a lot, so I can't even barely refer back to it. All I kind of really remember is like when it comes to cantilevers, don't really like if you try to produce anything much more over 2/3, you're talking about big stuff. So it's just not cost effective. So better off avoid it. You got to have a really good justification for needing a cantilever over anything over 2/3 within your design.
No cantilevers.
There's nothing cantilevered about this. There's no point in bringing that up.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, but like
you asked me about like what sort of math has resided within my brain of the field of like my degree.
No.
That was one of the biggest
that's not what
things,
I'm
right?
asking.
Like, I didn't say that that's what you're asking. Okay. The other guy asked that. We're having multiple conversations at the same time. I get where you come. I did ask you to reformulate your question because I didn't quite get the gist of it, how I should respond. You're welcome to.
Yeah. So I'm trying to explain. Like you're working with engineers. For sure, you're working with engineers.
Yeah,
how do you resolve to yourself in your mind the things that they do? Because you must see the things that they do. You have some joint review over the project where they showed you this structure can face this force or this thing needs to be bent in this way in order to get that shape that you want.
So you've got expansion
you
joints.
must see it in your eyes.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, as far as like most of the engagement with between architects and engineers, it's discussions about expansion joints and where they can occur, and what is it? Like waterproof membranes, ensuring that they're all going to be held up to standards and all the rest of it. Columns, distances, spans, continuous spans versus single spans. That's about it. At no point did we ever discuss Earth's curvature as a requirement between like a consultation.
Okay.
When you engage with an engineer as an architect, they don't talk about it. It's curve. Like, it's pretty redundant for you guys to keep peddling the same.
Okay, so as far as I understand, you only do the psychological human side, and that's it. You don't care about the calculations.
No,
professionally, yes, that is correct. There's only a certain responsibility for the architect to go outside of that responsibility and engage it. That'd be taking responsibilities outside of your licensing or your expectation. You're better off leaving that to someone, for sure. That's their specialization. That's the nature of specialization.
Oh, that doesn't tie in with all the contacts I've had with architects over 38 years, but whatever.
That's a throwaway
Yeah,
comment.
it doesn't. It doesn't.
I don't think you've got much experience to the outside world, and particularly the construction industry, from what you're saying.
Architects are more interested in
It doesn't-
sociology, as it should be. You guys can worry about the built environment, material.
Again, but even if you only care about the looks and how it feels for the human, I still see in projects, in reality, different types of people in charge of different aspects of the project speaking the same language and sitting in the same room, reviewing the same analysis of gravity or whatever is needed. The architect must understand. Wait. Let me finish. When I say I need a thicker beam, okay, I need to realize my logic behind it to the designer because he wants it to look better with a thinner beam. Then I need to show him the results of my simulation and why it acts in reality the way that it acts. He must understand that. He must have did calculations like that in the degree. I don't know why you limit the job of architects so much, because it's not. I see them making at least the initial calculations for stuff. They cannot only rely on engineers.
No, it doesn't just rely on engineers. There's usually like sort of, what would you call it? Sort of there's a tolerance aspect to it, right? So if you actually want to do something unique within your design and you want to push the design limits of it, quite often that then sort of, as we mentioned before, high tensile steel, reinforced high tensile steel slabs. Most of the stuff that you're going to ever deal with is just standardized slab reinforced. That's it. But if you want to do something cool and unique, then you recognize that you start importing or utilizing different building techniques that are more they're less cost effective, but they're more like you got to justify it as far as the purpose of the design.
But I still I don't agree. It doesn't have to be cool and unique. Even the most basic stuff go through few eyes of few engineers or few architects to make sure that the calculation is right and the drawing is right and it's not missing anything. So all of them in the chain of the approval must understand what they're doing.
Yeah, for sure. That's why you've got quite often like a centralized documentation. It's getting pretty impressive with what they can do as far as like live import of drawings. Like you can see the engineer working on their aspect while you're working on your aspect, and it's all just uploading into a single file, like on the cloud. That's all happening right now.
Been doing that for years.
Exactly. What's really interesting that's coming down the pike though is like basically AI can do everything that we're already doing, and way better. It's going to be crazy, dude. Like the built environment, as far as like this, like the white collar services in the building sector, you can just program in within like the AI, the engineering, like the capacity of steel. Then you can just program in also the rules and regulations of design, the distances and proportions, escape routes, living room spaces and all that. You can just program that into AI. Dude, my last year within university, I did it was like research and design or something. It was like the 5th year, like final research sort of aspect of it. And I just started digging into this aspect, and they've already got the software. There's a guy that it basically like as soon as you give the building envelope, which is the site on which you're allowed to build, he just plugged and programmed this, like not just did it, but like it's a rather complex sort of use of it. But his program design essentially was able to produce 50,000 different models, and then it selected within each one of those like the priorities. So this one's easiest to build for the builder. This one's easier for the engineer. This one's built better for the architecture. This one's better for the real estate. This one's better for the developer. And it can prioritize all those, and then like it's just we're cooked. Like this whole stuff that we're talking about here, like we're already done. Architecture's done. If you can get a computer to this information,
no, I've still got a job for life. Thank you very much.
You're welcome to them. Hopefully.
It is because when you say engineering, don't forget you've got structural engineering, civil engineering, building services engineering, which is what I've been doing all my life, all my working life. And an awful lot of that is not going to get replaced by AI because you're not just churning out standard designs. I mean, refurbs. Oh boy.
Yeah, refurbs.
Yes. Also,
that's what I'm working on at the moment.
Also,
it's just a nightmare. They always are. But even new builds aren't necessarily that easy.
That's true.
Also, don't just think it is AI or something. Even before that, we used to build scripts for typical stuff and Excels for calculations. It is all fine and dandy, but still, when you design a project, you actually need someone to rethink stuff, even if you have all the templates in the world. It's not like it's just a tool on the side.
Yeah.
And it scares me.
The only reason. Go ahead, sir. It scares you.
And it scares me. It scares me a bit when someone like you thinks that there is not a lot of math behind it, and physics and gravity, and it looks like
not in
because you use those tools. I don't agree. Okay. You.
What do you think I mean by architecture?
I was gonna say it would scare me too if there was so much math behind the physics. You know, it really would.
So much math.
No, it would scare me.
I just get frustrated when people overtalk, so I'll get myself muted over talking to, if I feel like somebody should have gotten to talk flat earther or not, it doesn't matter to me. I just wanted to apologize about my bit earlier. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, bro.
Every aspect of the construction industry has maths in it, even architecture. How do you get a window open?
I didn't say there was no math. I just said it's not the priority. We don't talk about math. We're not sitting down in a meeting arguing about a formula. It's just not how it's about priorities. What does the client want? What does the developer want? What are these sort of the key stakeholders? What do they want to see as a consequence?
I mean that's not what comes up in design team meetings, but it's all a part and parcel of it.
And Rick, you're saying it doesn't overlap, but I feel architecture does overlap. So why are you saying that it's all about the social and not the math? The architecture does overlap with the building engineer, with the civil engineer, with the go to woe. Everything overlaps to a certain degree. And for you to exclusify architecture and say, no, there's no math and it's only social, to me, that's a little bit, I don't know what the word is, but I can't see that. They overlap.
So within the a priori aspect of the architecture, it's more like you are there sort of like think of it in a legal sort of is a legal analogy relevant? Each one is defending their position, right? Like quite often you go into bat that the client wants to achieve this, and you're trying to negotiate with the engineer and saying, well, this is reasonable within. And then you say, well, you're kind of like you're comparing prices between the two, and then you're really kind of like you're a consultant between the client and the building team in a lot of ways. You're like the buffer zone between those two things, but you got to recognize that you're trying to get the building to perform a certain social function quite often, so it needs to have a utility to it in that sense.
Well, that's just word salad, dude. Look, all I said was they overlap, and you're saying you're just putting all that word salad in. So, do they overlap? Does architecture overlap with civil engineering, or does it not?
Dude, there's very little math going on, bro.
That's
It
why
is.
he's
No, look,
explaining to you
dude, it's
how
been going for 2 hours. Hey, it's been going for 2 fucking hours. It's
well,
word
he's
salad now.
explaining to you how the architect is the buffer between the
No.
engineer and the customer. And I've experienced this in my field of work that in order to get plans changed, you have to talk with the architect and these things because of certain codes or this or that. And when you get to the actual job, you might not be able to run the duct in this specific position. So you have to have the architect move it and change it. So, dude,
Yeah, that's
what he
my
said
point.
is valid, bro.
No. What you said was valid. What he said was he's trying to exclusify architecture and saying it's only a social science. He's trying to separate architecture from what the rest of us do. But we're all saying, no, they overlap. And that's what Rick's not agreeing with. And you actually agree with us, they do overlap. Because the architect wants the duct to look like a snake. The architect wants the duct to look like a snake because that'll be cool. But we can't make it look like a snake because it's not going to be a good duct, is it? So that's what we overlap, and that's how design works.
Tora, don't worry, bro. Like he's got a vendetta against me. He's had it for a while. It's all right. Don't worry
No,
about it.
no.
It's
No.
sad to see because you could
I
just
don't have a
read
vendetta
it.
against you. I don't have a
You could just-
vendetta against you. Sorry, dude, I'm not going to let you finish. I do not have a vendetta, and the way you just disingenuously undermine what I said by saying I hate you, but now I fucking do, Rick, so get fucked.
Wait, do you know
Exactly. So now
trouble
you have a
about?
vendetta.
Does Boomin know trouble
no,
about? Because they should like get married, dude. They're like the same person.
No one
And now
believes you
you're
didn't like
being
him before.
disingenuous too. See, you've only got disingenuity, which means you're losing the argument. Thank you.
Okay, Boomer.
They should
So,
totally
good
get
morning,
married.
everybody.
That's my
How's
name.
everybody doing?
So, can I ask a question, Risky? From my understanding, you were saying earlier that you are still fairly new to the field. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm definitely no veteran.
Well, is it possible that you haven't gotten to the stage in your career where you would be doing the things that all these other folks are saying that architects would be doing, such as moving or working with the engineers closely?
No, I've worked with engineers. That's you engage an engineer in order to consult on your building design. So I send the plans to them. They send them. They send back reiterations that I need to amend, and that's the nature of it.
Okay.
Presumably, you mean.
You could just read you could read a building code book. You could read what the architect's position is. It's like a hierarchy essentially, and it's very interesting. Like in order to get like dude, if I have a plan, and then I have to run a duct in a different way or something, and it's not exactly according to plan, I can't run an inspection until I have them redraw up the plan. So then I just call the architect and I'm like, yo, can you just move this from here to here? And the architect, and I don't call the architect, I call like a middleman in between. And they're like, yeah, sure, we'll just have the architect move it there.
Yeah. I get plenty of.
like-
I used to get all those messages all the time. It's like, oh, they want you to call. They want you to find out what's going on over here. It's like, shit, things need to adjust. And then like you need to upload all your plans to the councils and stuff. Like they're getting pretty like technical now. Like all of these building plans in these 3D sort of formats that we build need to be uploaded.
Yeah, Risky's like the type of guy. Reason like you can't get your alternator out because the bolts don't fit unless you take out like the fucking take out like the
Dude, I've
fucking
done
engine
mechanical
block.
work. Dude. Like,
Get the alternator out. You're like, wait, what's going on here?
Dude, I work on vans now these days. Like, I got to move the what is it? The steering wheel, steering fluid. I got to get that out of the way to get to the fan, to get to the
blinker
radiator.
fluid.
You know, like,
Yeah, to change your light bulb.
I curse the people
To
that
change
build
your
these
fucking light bulb.
He said they draw a 2x4 that measures 2 inches by 4 inches, and you're like, what? What is going on here?
I looked into this tow tanks thing like several years ago, and it like they really, dude, all they do is they measure like every 10-foot segments to like a thousandth of an inch or something like that, and if if you look at all the numbers, like it's just the same numbers over and over and over again. Like not exactly the same numbers, but like there's no like increase of curve or anything like that. It's just literally like 10 feet measured over and over and over again. So I mean, unless you guys have like some kind of construction like instructions or something that said that they machined all these rails specifically, or I mean,
Yeah,
I
what do
just
you
don't
reckon about
see.
that rail, dude? That rail conversation is just, it's kind of, I don't know. I don't understand why they don't get what I'm putting down. Like, you manufacture
get
the
it,
rail
Rixie.
offsite.
Well, it's because you're just kind of like shooting shit at the wall. Like you didn't actually look up this thing that they're talking about.
No, I just already know how it must go about construction. Like if it's fabricated off-site and then installed in position, and it's got, what, posts every meter, someone mentioned, then they're adjustable, you got flanges and all the rest of it. How do you know that that rail that's fabricated like to this very particular sort of like curvature, like when it lands on site, is actually doing what they say it's doing?
But
Yeah, I imagine they would have adjustments.
What was mentioned was surveying techniques are used as a part of the calibration within this that's a hard word. The environment of the facility is controlled to utterly minimize impact, because at those scales, fluctuations in temperature will influence how the models cut through the water.
Yeah, for sure. Like a couple of degrees of temperature, and that rail is bending and curving in a like as slight as the Earth's curvature is claimed to be, right? Like,
oh, I'm not talking about the rail bending.
A little bit.
I'm not talking about the rail bending. I'm talking about refraction.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about refraction effects and physical effects of the water on the metal.
Wait, is this the tow tank? Is this the tow tank thing?
Yeah, tow tanks.
Yeah.
So if you flip the rail upside down, you think that you'll get a different measurement from the top of the water? Yeah.
Are you saying that you actually they measure the full length?
No,
they precisely they fabricate the steel. They do calibrate it, and they do repeatedly calibrate it afterwards. Because Risky is completely right that it's not going to be perfectly set to what it was, and they need to calibrate it so that it is correct. Because you're working in meat space, what you make is not going to be truly perfect. So it does have those bits to adjust it to get it right. But we verify that with surveying techniques to make sure it is curved how we want it to be curved. Yes.
Hey, just to let you know, bro, like when you leave, apparently you're not going to be sort of jumping into these circles too much, man. I'm going to miss you, okay?
What does that mean?
Just going to say
surveying techniques, because when I looked it up, and this was maybe like 5 years ago, when the boat guy, what's his name? He's in here somewhere. He always brings it up, the tow tanks, but as far as I know, these are measured. Not shoe build, no. I don't know. Anyways, the other guy that's always talking about boats. No, Jesse didn't exist back when this.
Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid, yeah. So Kool-Aid always brings this up. When I looked this up, I was looking up the photo sensor and all the different placards they use to measure this stuff, and they place these things like every 10 feet, and they just measure to those planks. They just literally move the device, so they do like 10-foot measurements the whole way, and that's just to certify that each individual segment is flat as can be. So they're not like taking into account any kind of curvature or anything. They're just aligning flat. They're asserting that, or they're certifying that each segment is flat. That's it.
No, dude, what they're doing is they're taking the water and they're measuring off the water, from what I can tell, and then they're adjusting the rail to suit the water, and then they're saying it's flat. It's pretty.
Yes. You got that right. Listen. You got that part right. Then they compare that to horizontal, and it's not the same as horizontal. You would never let the conversation get that far. You just kept going back to making the rail curved.
Okay, by flipping it upside down, is that what they did? So if you flip it upside down, you're saying it wouldn't work.
Why would they flip it upside down?
What we're saying, Tora,
well, there must be like a side that says this is the top, this is the bottom, right?
Well, hold on. This is
sure
ridiculous,
there was, yeah.
because the device wouldn't work if they weren't parallel to each other.
So
well, not even that.
You're not creating a straight rail independent of the water. The whole point is that the rail is in line with the water because they're using it to test ships. So, like, to say that they're totally separate and it wouldn't work upside down, it's ridiculous. Like, that whole claim you just made doesn't even make sense.
What is the why are people asking if it will work upside down? Obviously,
well, it's the idea.
wouldn't.
Well, it's just the idea that, like, the rail is perfectly flat and the water is like curved, and that there's like a difference from one end to the other or something.
No, the
rail isn't flat. Why
They're
are you saying it's flat?
they're extremely explicit in that document. So that document is written by. It's not written for Flat Earth Discord. It's written.
So there is a top. So there's a designated top side to the rail, then, Omni, right?
As I haven't seen the rail, but as far as I know, yes.
There's a calculated difference, but there's no measured difference. When I actually went and looked at the measuring device, they just measure segments. That's it. They just validate segments.
That's a part of it, dude. But their main claim is that, like, the rail is fabricated with the bend, and then they acknowledge
show me the instructions.
Multiple supports. I know.
Show me the instructions and where it was, dude.
Like,
the expansion alone, if there were any, would be far greater than any amount of, like, supposed curved.
As soon as you heat that up 1 degree, it will start moving.
It's inside a temperature-controlled environment, and the dock. You know what the tow tank is, right? I mean, you've seen pictures and stuff. Yeah,
we've all seen it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
did you see where the rail was fabricated?
Did I see where the rail was fabricated?
Yeah.
No,
yeah, I mean, if you're claiming that the rail is some kind of special rail, like, show us that. Like, where's the instructions and how do they do it, and what was this great feat that they accomplished?
Wait. So we have like a 700-page document talking about how they made this parallel to the surface of the water, and you're like, oh, that's not enough. You got to show me
the fabric. No. How they made it? Like, is it the fabric?
How they accomplished it?
How did they put more steel on the top of the rail and a little bit less steel on the bottom of the rail, so it's just perfect that it bends with the curve of the sphere?
So I think I don't know explicitly. All we have that I'm aware of is that document. However, I reached out to other tow tanks.
What does that mean?
What do you mean?
I don't understand. Like, I mean, I asked about, like, the fabrication process, and you say,
I know. So, but if I showed you that, then you'd want to know, what the atomic weight of the rails were, and if I gave you that, you'd want to know if there was any isotopes or trace impurities.
Well, no, this is just your argument, man. This is just your argument. Like, if your idea is that this was okay, look, I get 500 page, great. I could pull up 500 pages of anything right now, but, like, if this is your argument, this is just like, if these were manufactured and engineered specifically to express, like, 2 inches of change over quarter mile or whatever the fuck it is, like, how did they do that? I would like to see what pages they said all of the feats that they had to overcome to make sure that things were machined to that degree. I was like, come on.
Yeah, what I mean, you're aware that no matter what we have, no matter what evidence there is.
Yeah, this is moving away from the point.
Yeah.
Moving away from the point. I'd like to see it. This is your argument. I'd like to see it.
It's not my argument. It's their document, and they are incredibly. We both agree that they are incredibly explicit about making the rail conform to Earth curve.
Yeah,
that's great. But this is your point.
If it's got supports every 1 meter, how do you make that claim? If it's got adjustment supports every 1 meter, how do you know that rail is doing what it's doing?
How do I know that, or how do they know that?
Well, they know that because of the photo sensor that I brought up earlier.
I'm not a precision. I'm not.
Which they only use to measure segments.
So
they validate segments and they calibrate that machine every so often. And there's documents that have been printed out and released online about the calibration of the rails. And dude, it's small segments. They're not what you think they are.
Wait a minute. What do you think I think it is?
Well, you're using a document of which it's not your document, but then you say that they speak about, okay, so what?
They do.
Everyone here is speaking about the same thing. But if they're trying to validate that this thing is curving to any degree, they should say that how they accomplished it, what kind of feats they had to overcome, and you say, okay, well, where are those pages?
Yeah, what do they have to overcome?
What's the shape of the rail, Omni? What shape is the rail?
How did they overcome?
The rail.
Surely there's a couple pages about that, right?
The rail conforms to Earth curve over the surface of the water.
I mean, like, what's the shape of the rail? Is it cylindrical? Is it square?
It is level.
Is it cylindrical?
Right.
Like, what, dude? Come on, man. Answer the question. What shape is the rail if you cut a piece of it out? What shape is it?
I'm not sure. I imagine it's because I imagine it's similar to a train track.
A bit flat.
Okay.
Is it like an I rail? Is that what you're asking for? Is it like a what do you want?
I mean, like I said,
you know how a banister on a stairs can be many different shapes. You could have like a 2x4. You could have a circle. You could have all these different.
Why does that matter? Why is it?
Because I want to know the orientation. If this thing is cylindrical and you're saying there's a top side and a bottom side, then these things must be marked, right?
So this is, once again, just to make this clear, we have a document from the Precision Engineering Group that created this, and it goes into great detail about how they're making it level rather than flat.
Okay, can you speak to anything as a result of that, right? Like their technique. So when you cast these rails, right, I'm assuming they're basing this rail on sort of using some sort of like forge, like steel milling sort of process. Like what would they need to adjust about that steel milling process in order to achieve that perfect curve that you're referring to?
So what would you do with that information? Let's say I went and got.
Well, it would be indicative that they've actually gone through the process of. So every other rail fabrication is essentially trying to like produce a true rail, like true as best they can. I go buy rails like Unistrut all the time, right? They've usually got a bit of deflection on them. That actually it's quite common that you find a bit of deflection. You pull them into line just using like your bolts and supports for it. But you're saying that they've got these tolerances within this machining process to produce like that of like specifically that of the earth curvature. And I know when I go buy steel mills from the steel mill, like it comes out a little bit curved because it's not perfectly true. So what processes within the steel mill were required in order to achieve this curvature of it? Is that an unreasonable question?
Yeah, it's kind of.
But no, hang on. Yeah, they could be straight coming out from the steel mill, but as you install it at the location, you have the clamps which you can adjust, and you can, in fact, bend steel You can bend steel rails over that distance. That's no problem. So, but that's what I've been saying. Yeah, but that's what I've been saying.
Why it's unreasonable. I want to talk about why it's unreasonable.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Do you have problem understanding how this could be done mechanically? Is that the problem?
So no, the issue is that this document is very clear that they're working with Earth curve, and people who don't believe in Earth curve are gonna want to find any reason to discount it. And so the methodology for that is to continue to ask and raise questions about what shape are the rails, what would a cross section look like, all sorts of things.
What's the orientation?
It was claimed before, right, that these rails were specifically produced, right, with the Earth curvature in mind, right?
No, I don't. I suspect
there was
people
people here before making those claims. Okay,
they didn't.
In such a way.
They didn't say that.
That was the claim that I made. Actually, that was the claim that I made.
Oh, thanks, Dino. Much appreciated.
But that's not the case. But what is like, call it the surface of the rail, has to be within very, very narrow tolerances.
They're
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. You're
installed
fabricating something off site, and then it's arriving on site. You're installing it on piers and posts with tolerances and adjusting accordingly. And then you're claiming that the rail was produced to this perfect curvature, but then you acknowledge that it's got adjustability when it goes into installation.
They don't need to be curved. The steel of the rails does not need to be curved as they arrive at the location. You can install them and then adjust, so you make a curve of the steel afterwards. That's no problem. That's what we do when we do directional drilling. How the hell do you think we can manage to have the steel pipes change direction?
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like the initial claims have been sort of put aside. Now we're sort of just looking at what the parallels, like the rails distance from the surface of the water, and then we're making claims about the water curving, and therefore the steel must be curving, right? At that point. Maybe I'm wrong in this. Tell me where I'm wrong.
So I posted an image recently which has 4 quadrants, and what we're saying is that it is either CC or FF, because the distance from the payload on the rail to the water is the same along the whole journey. It's one of those two, because the distance is always the same.
Granted.
Yeah,
so we're moving slightly out of the fabrication and manufacturing of this particular material, and now we're moving into the analysis of what it is in its situ, in its place. Is that right? So we don't need to worry about the fabrication of it anymore. We're just worrying about the installation.
I agree.
Cool.
Well, I do think it's somewhat of a fair question to say, how did they make sure, like, what were the techniques they used to, like, make sure that they were actually installing it to, like, the correct curvature? I don't think that's a completely unfair question. But the thing is, if we give you the answer, if we find the answer, if we take the time, you're just going to have another question. You're just going to have another thing to say. Which is
Okay, cool. I mean, you're welcome to that, dude. Cool. I mean, that's the nature of these ongoing conversations. This is the challenge of science, right? Like, we're here to challenge the scientific paradigm. If the scientific paradigm is like reluctant to, says that it's like, well, you're just going to come up with some other answer. I mean, that's literally what science does. It's like when it finds a problem, it goes and produces a new solution.
No, Richie, this is not science. If you want to do the science for it, get an engineering degree. Okay, that would be.
Okay, well, now I need to go get a doctorate or something because I can't.
If you want,
well, then why don't have me here and talking then? I need to go do a doctorate. Cool. So I get where you can. You want professionals. I get it.
So that's look. You saying, we are just piously doing science here by asking you any question that I can come up with. What shape is the rail? What shape is the rail? That's not doing science. Okay. How did they manufacture these? What it is we have a document that we can examine. All right. This document is written by, experts. The precision engineering department sounds pretty expert to me. And
reliable. Yeah.
Incredibly clear about what they're trying to do. But instead of going, well, gosh, these guys, this document seems, clear and at length about what they're trying to do. Well, just a minute. I'm going to ignore all of that. And I'm going to ask, what color were the rails? And then if you can't tell me what color the rails are, this is your claim. And, your method of doing science isn't working here, guys. So
are they trying to? Okay, sorry.
Are they trained?
No, are they trying to prove the distance from, like, fundamentally within this documentation that you refer to, are they fundamentally trying to prove the distance from the water, or are they fundamentally trying to prove that the rail actually curves? Which one of those two?
It's both. So what they're not trying to prove anything. This is not a white paper experiment. This is an engineering document. So what they're doing is they're saying, we have to build a rail that is parallel to the surface of the water, of still water, within a certain tolerance. I think it's 0.002 inches or something like 0.003 inches, something like that.
Quick clarification.
What's that?
Go, Rexy.
Go ahead.
Quick. I want to make quick clarification for Rixie. When you say of who's trying to prove it, is it prove with the technology or us trying to prove something here?
No, I asked the question specifically whether or not you're trying to prove whether or not the water curves or the rail curves in this particular circumstance. I think that's my last statement. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
But as in us here trying to prove something, not the tow tank is trying to prove something itself, as in the people who use it. It's use case. You're talking about us here.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like
well,
the evidence.
Let me rephrase it. My point is.
So,
my point
I
is
mean,
the
you guys are
purpose of
advocating for that evidence. So, I mean, that's the nature of it.
My point is the purpose of the tow tank isn't to prove Earth curvature. That's my point. We're using it that way, though.
That's right. It doesn't. It's not proving Earth curve. They say. I mean, in the parts that are in the abstract and stuff, they are extremely clear that the rail has to be parallel to the surface of the water. Right. I mean, we both read that. So
I didn't. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Oh, you didn't read it?
Go ahead.
I mean, did you see how they accomplished that, though? Did you see there in the abstract how they accomplished that?
In the abstract, no. There's like a whole document of how they accomplished that. Have you
Yeah,
seen?
you keep referencing this document, but you're not really talking about it. You're just saying stuff.
Well, you can go ahead and read it. There's a lot. So they talk about extensively how they use digital theodolites and lasers.
Okay, I'll read it for you then. That's fine. Okay, so like you said, it was with.
I have totally read it.
You wanted me to.
Read it for me.
I can read the document. Would you like me to read the document?
You should read the document, but you read it to yourself. Don't read
Excuse
it.
me?
Thank you.
Can you read an abstract of it though?
Nobody wants to listen to you read 4 or 5 paragraphs of a document. We can all see the image or the rest of the document. If you want to reference parts of it, do that.
You guys are really afraid to address like the interesting parts of the document.
Are you going to read a paragraph, or are you going to read?
Well, first of all, it's
multiple
132 pages. It doesn't seem to be 500 pages. And number two, you reference a document, and then you kind of quote mine without necessarily like addressing like how it would make your point relevant. Like, here's a document. So what? So what's a document? Like, what about the document? So then I try to read some of it, and you say, no, you just read it on your own time.
Yeah, because I don't want to listen to you. I don't want to listen to you read a document out loud that
I would have been done already, but I just have to listen to you complain.
Notice my clarification, Briggs, was: do you intend to read a few paragraphs?
Shut the fuck up!
Or the whole thing?
Shut the fuck up, maybe.
That's a good point. You said you would be done by now. If you had said, I just want to read what. Let me finish. You ignorant liar! If I when I asked my question, if you had said I only intend to read one paragraph, had said I only intend to read one paragraph, we would have let you read it. But the way you say things, it sounded like you wanted to read an entire fucking page of 6 paragraphs.
He's not implying that. I think he intended to be rather concise in his reading. He wanted to point out something significant or like potent within the article. I'm assuming that he's not trying to say that he's going to start reciting the Bible.
Which is why I asked
on the first day of Genesis.
Which is why I asked.
Cut him off.
Which is why
you guys are so afraid.
It's why I asked the clarifying question, Brett.
What are you afraid about?
Let's play.
I would rather address the fear. What is the fear in this room?
I'm gonna play it out for a second. So I'm gonna read the document. Are you going to read the whole thing or just a paragraph? Oh, just a paragraph. Okay, then go for it. That could have been the conversation.
Go ahead, Riggs. Read us that paragraph, bro. I want to hear.
Okay, it's not the whole paragraph. So he mentioned how it specifies between, in most applications, straightness has to do with precision machines and respect to a flat plane, a straight line. Okay, in this respect, it's in relationship to the water surface. So at this facility, they used a long stretched wire as their horizontal reference. So they kept using a wire to reference their.
They got it right to within 0.003 of an inch. They got it right.
Well, all I'm saying is that, like, in application, they were using this rough line, and then when they installed the thing, they just made sure that it was, the device that I looked up was this calibration device, this photosensor device, and they measured 10-foot segments. So, like, as long as it's connected and it's above the water within the same like 0.005 degree tolerance along its full length, then it's flat. I mean, or level, excuse me, level. But what's the difference? Flat or round? Like, what's the fucking difference?
They do multiple
They
measuring
measure
points.
all the longer distances as well.
So they do like LiDAR. They don't just do one measurement straight down. They do angled measurements like a LiDAR does when it goes across. The LiDAR is going in virtually 180 degrees. That's the same principle they use there. It's like the rocket sled. They do the same thing with that.
So
do you know that, Booma? Do you know that?
Yes, I do.
You looked into it for this facility in particular because they have to recertify the rails.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
You
Stop
have.
developing the question.
No.
I'm
I'm double checking because I will eventually find the document and then I'll make sure that you're correct.
It's just incredibly clear that instead of saying, we have this document that is, very, very explicit about conforming to Earth curve, and so how do you, I've had people tell me this document was created as part of the deception and then, slipped to us by hiding it on a server.
I'll tell you that right now. I say that right now. Yeah, for sure. I declare that.
It's a psyop.
So
yeah, no, man.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So you just so if you conclude that this is a psyop, then
okay. Well, this is a straw man
but
that you
we've got
injected to the
reasonable
conversation.
We've got reasonable criticisms of the claims of the document for sure.
This is a straw man that you injected into the conversation. This is part of your training in the military as counterintelligence. It's not anything that anyone else here brought up. You brought it up. Now, just so you know, also, horizontal and vertical straightness of these rails is within the same degree tolerance in both directions. So you would have to have some kind of machining or some kind of way of adjusting these rails to this level line of the water. Okay. Just saying. I haven't gone through the full document.
They acknowledge that, though, Riggs. They acknowledge that.
I'm just saying the
already.
rails are not specially made other than to 0.005, inch tolerance. And so the rails are identical in both directions. That's all I'm saying.
They've already acknowledged this. Like at least a couple of them have. But people come and go, so they keep changing. It's interesting, like having the one subject with different people jumping in throughout the course of it. It sort of morphs and bends, much like your rails.
So here, it's almost like we're not, precision engineers. That is just the astonishing conclusion that we come to.
You're achieving the precision through adjustments on posts of the rail. The rail's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I'm not a precision engineer. But I can read this document as a layperson, and there are certain things that are completely clear in it. My knowledge of exactly how they screwed the segments together or how the support joints work, stuff like that. I'm not, I didn't do it. And, they use these high precision theodolites. So I'm not sure what the manufacturer's name was for those. And they don't say, but it's completely clear that they need to make this thing, what do they say? Level rather than straight, I think.
Yeah. So are they forming the rail to the surface of the water? Are they making the rail conform to the surface of the water, or are they actually producing a rail that is curved, and then they find that curved rail happens to match the water? I mentioned this a little bit before.
From what I can tell, it's numerous short segments of rail that are put together in order to match the curve, the same way that on your computer screen, a circle is drawn from, many, many, many little straight lines.
Assuming that the water is curved. So they're making the rail match the assumed curve of the water then?
Yep. That's what I understand.
Yeah, well then, if you assume that the water is curved and then you go to make sure that your distance from the rail is accurate, then you can make your assumption that the rail is curved then as a consequence.
So is this
you've already assumed that the water is curving.
Is this a psyop then, or is it actually a did they just these guys
Dude, just
make
stop
a mistake?
asking that. Stop injecting that nonsense.
I've already stated
Please.
that.
So then
I'm agreeing with that statement. Yeah, for sure.
That you agree that it's a psyop.
Well, what's the purpose of it? Like, what's the actual functional purpose? Like, what is it sort of? What's the science that it produces? I'm just kind of curious. At that point, I've got to ask the question. Right?
I
make a declaration that it's a psyop in such a way. Like, I got to understand what the use and function of the building is.
So that's actually a decent question.
To test. Hang on, it's to test ship models, hulls of ship models, and measure drag and things like that.
Yep.
So it's got nothing to do with Earth's curve at that point. It's just to do with
the thing is the hull needs to be at the exact the hull needs to be at the exact same depth of the water for the whole.
So would you
length of
say
the pool.
that then? Would you say then that the claims of the curved rail and the claim of the curve level of the water is actually a secondary? It's a secondary aspect to it. It's actually primarily looking at the efficiency of hull design within ships.
Yes.
It's got nothing
it's
to do
built.
with
It's basically built to test ship models and do all the tests. So to have an accurate test, they need to take the curvature of the Earth into account. Otherwise, the depth of the holes will change over that distance, which will come up on the measurements they do. So then it would be wrong.
Unless they're parallel, and therefore the Earth is not curved, and the rail is just straight, and the water is just straight, and they're just they're producing their efficiencies perfectly fine.
The problem I have with part of this is if each segment is being adjusted, surely there is going to be a wider adjustment in the middle parts of the rail than there will be on the end parts. Perhaps it depends on what it's always the next bit. Okay, but the rail is built upon bricks or whatever it's built upon. Okay, but how do we check if that's curved or not? It's the annoying thing that the curvature we claim is so slight. It's very hard to show what is flat, what is curved, and how it all goes together.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
appreciate that difficulty. I see what you're saying.
It's a very poor example of substantiation of curvature. I don't understand why they're fighting for it so hard. I think it's kind of doesn't really substantiate too much.
I think the other thing to appreciate though is that there are people who are probably using techniques to check that this is indeed arranged properly, rather than just doing plumb checks. And know that it is, because the thing it sits upon has to be set up in a way that the adjustments on top of it can sit in the right way, or something like that. There was probably going to be something we're not aware of that they do, which would be pivotal to this conversation.
Correct. What they do, they have a micrometer. As they position it, before they do the actual spot weld, which is a precision weld in itself, they check the measurements via the LiDAR, and then they will adjust. And if you've watched a micrometer, you basically screw it around a little bit to get 2 or 3 thousandths of an inch. You can't actually see the gap in the blade of the micrometer. It's only very thin. So you do check the measurements all the time, because if you get it wrong, you will know later. So they do always check with the micrometer every time.
But his point is that if we're assuming that the water is curved, but it's actually flat, all we're doing is checking that each part of the rail is a certain distance away.
Exactly.
Which can then be worked out over the accumulative mass when you actually, from the rail, you can then got a point that you can accentuate. So you could actually go up 30 metres and then measure across and get refraction out of it and all those things. So there are methods. They do have the methods. These guys are smarter than us, I can tell you that. They know what they're doing.
No, I just had a completely different idea.
I think they even use laser interferometry to do the survey.
Your assumption that everyone's smarter than you is it's actually, I don't think anyone's really that much smarter. These people that are in these leadership roles, they're not that much smart.
Put it this way, dude. They've got a bit of paper that says they are, and they got it right. You unfortunately don't have the same thing to fall back on. So when you've done your own tow tank and you've built one precise, you're then qualified to say it. Thank you.
I got a piece of paper, bro.
Actually, no, I don't think you have, because all the questions you got, you failed miserably. You shied away from your architecture qualifications. So I don't think you.
Do you want a photograph of my degree?
No, because your knowledge, I wouldn't get you to design my house. That's one thing. I can tell you that.
I know
with
that
all
because
due
you don't
respect.
like me. And actually, what's interesting about like the relationship between the architect and the client that wants the house built, it's actually like a rapport. It's got very little actually. It's got a lot to do with actually like their performance in the past. It's usually a referral process, but it's how well you get along with the architect, like whether or not you're actually aligning in values, and then you feel more comfortable. And I would completely not. I'd be the worst architect for your building, so because you don't trust me, you don't like. Granted, it's actually like it's very interesting that like architecture. Like I thought about this, right? It's a little bit more like a psychological degree. You're actually trying to sort of work out what the client wants in a psychological manner and implement it within the build form. That's just an interesting aspect, but we can go back to the water level and the curve and all that sort of stuff if you want.
Yeah, well, the toe tank's measured with a micrometer, that's what I was saying. They also do the same with the rocket sled in the US, and if I get that wrong by, I believe it's 12 millimeters over the, whatever it is, 3/4 of a mile, it rips the shit out of the rail, and it's destroyed. So they've got to get that to within half an inch over some pretty